A tale unfurls of an emergency room physician, felled by overwork, who finds himself transported to a different realm. The sails of the age of exploration are already billowing. The steam engine remains yet to thunder. The radiance of the Lord of Light graces the continent, while across the sea on the island nations, the churches of various deities and mages jointly uphold royal authority. Dwarves move freely within the kingdom's cities, and the legends of werewolves, vampires, elves, and dragons persist. It is into this era that Wu Zhou, the aforementioned doctor, arrives, inhabiting the body of a city guard named Gret. A comrade cries, "Disaster!" The captain is grievously wounded. His very entrails spill forth. Gret: "Assist me to rise. I yet possess the skill to suture." Gret: "Close the abdomen." Comrade: "What?" Gret: "Administer a minor healing spell, precisely upon the area I have stitched, to encourage mending, nay, first apply it to the layer I sewed, the muscular stratum, and then proceed with the healing." Gret: "Remove the sutures." Comrade: "What?" Gret: "Alas, the healing incantation is too swift. The sutures are now embedded within the wound. As modern medicine converges with magic and divine arts, what resplendent sparks shall ignite within this alternate world?" Gret: "To learn magic, to study divine arts, to expand territories, to contend with the Lord of Light's church, whether you believe it or not. My genuine aspiration is simply to establish a hospital." Chapter 1. Assist me to rise. I yet possess the skill to suture. Wu Zhou, the associate director of the emergency department, roused from unconsciousness to the sensation of someone vigorously shaking him. "Little Gretel, little Gretel, little Gretel, awaken! How fares thee?" Wu Zhou, swayed by the force, realized he was lying face down, his countenance seemingly buried in the earth. Inhaling, his nostrils were assailed by a potent blend of blood, soil, and other indefinable, peculiar odors. Cough, cough, cough. He reflexively arched his back, coughing vehemently. Amidst the spasms, he inwardly raged. Who was responsible for his care? How could they leave him prone like this? Did they not know that an unconscious person should not be supine, lest aspirated vomit lead to fatal asphyxiation? They would perform emergency drills 10 times over as punishment. Nay, 20. Wu Zhou's professional instincts flared, castigating the inept nurses, interns, and residents. With the tirade complete, he tearfully lifted his head, only to be struck dumb by what he beheld. Were the surgical lights, the operating table, the stretcher, the doctors and nurses in their white coats, bustling about with tireless energy? Where's the hospital? The surgical tower had vanished, as had the laminar flow operating room. In their place stood a dilapidated, low-slung structure with rough stone walls and a thatched roof, the gaps filled haphazardly with mud. At the base of the wall was a semicircular enclosure of packed earth, barren save for a few withered stalks of grass. What manner of sorcery was this? Was he not in the midst of an emergency resuscitation? Wu Zhou's mind reeled, and his body threatened to collapse once more. He recalled working ceaselessly since 9 in the morning, until 4 in the morning, having just completed a major emergency surgery. He had excised a spleen, sutured a liver, repaired intestinal damage, confirmed the absence of active bleeding, instructed his assistant to close, and then darkness. "Little Gretel, art thou improved?" Wu Zhou stiffly turned his head, his pupils slowly focusing. Gripping him and shaking him was a robust, red-haired man with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, a quintessential Western countenance. He wore a tattered linen jerkin, his brawny arms bare, and carried a drawn bow. The jerkin was less an article of clothing and more a rectangular piece of cloth folded and sewn, with armholes and a head opening. The collar and sleeves were frayed, the threads unraveling, lacking any hem, and so soiled as to obscure the original color. The only discernible detail was that the linen was so sparse that even the surgical gauze in the operating room was superior. Wu Zhou glanced down at himself. The same linen, the same jerkin, the same his shoes seemed to expose even more of his toes than the other man's. In that instant, Wu Zhou's vision dimmed again, and he longed to simply faint away. Why had he been cast into this place? Had the wounded patient he had been resuscitating survived? At the very least, until he had lost consciousness, the patient's vital signs had been stable, and the surgery had been successful. He yearned to participate in another emergency resuscitation. Alas, no deity heeded his plea. Instead, an emergency arrived a mere dozen paces away, erupting in a series of piercing cries. "Help! Captain! Captain!" Horrors, his entrails are spilling forth. Wu Zhou instantly forgot his complaints. As he always did upon hearing a cry for help, he unthinkingly sprinted toward the sound. Coming. However, someone was faster, or rather closer. Wu Zhou, panting, reached the halfway point, only to see someone kneeling beside the injured man, head bowed, murmuring something inaudible. Then, a beam of white light emanated from the person's clasped hands, striking the injured man directly. Within the white light, the bloody wound visibly began to heal. Wu Zhou slammed on the brakes. What was he witnessing? Time-lapse photography reveals how wounds heal. A treatise on the promotive effects of high-energy particle beams on wound healing. A beam of white light causing instant healing. Ah yes, this was a healing spell. Two sets of memories surged forth simultaneously. One belonged to Wu Zhou from countless novels, games, and animations he had consumed. The other belonged to the original inhabitant of this body. Regardless, both memories converged on the same conclusion. So, the one casting the healing spell was a priest? Wu Zhou swiftly glanced at the figure. The priest kneeling in prayer was, indeed, the best dressed among them. Adorned in a light brown linen robe, the front hem reaching the ground, the back hem covering his calves. The collar and sleeves were meticulously hemmed, and at the center of his chest, a dark brown thread traced the outline of a shield. The spellcasters, as expected, occupied a higher stratum. Wu Zhou silently mocked, turning his attention to the injured man. The wounded was a robust man of 30 or 40, with brown hair, brown eyes, and a disheveled beard. His equipment was superior to the others, as he possessed at least a leather cuirass, though it had failed to protect him. A large tear rent the cuirass abdomen, and a mass of bloodied intestines protruded from the opening. In comparison, the multiple bleeding wounds on his arms and legs were of little consequence. The injured man leaned against a tree stump, his eyes half open, drifting toward unconsciousness. A young man, bearing a resemblance to the wounded man, knelt beside him, trembling, his gaze fixed on the wound with anticipation. The jagged, everted wound, with its uneven edges, appeared to have been torn open by something. It writhed, contracted, closed, its length diminishing, the flow of blood slowing. Wu Zhou's eyes lit up. This world's healing spells were truly fascinating, yielding immediate results. If only he had access to healing spells during his surgeries. Before he could finish the thought, the white light vanished. Wu Zhou, the priest, the young man kneeling beside the wounded man's face fell. He held the captain's spilled intestines in his hands, gazing at the priest with pleading eyes. Seeing the priest strive and strive, chant and chant, yet unable to conjure even a flicker of white light, he finally cried out, "Continue. I beg you, cast another one. The captain's wound is grievous. I cannot." The priest, no older than 15 or 16, was flushed on the verge of tears. At the man's shout, the freckles on his face seemed to swell. "I am but an apprentice. I cannot save him." "Stay still," Wu Zhou shouted. As the words escaped his lips, he realized something was amiss. The language he had uttered was neither Chinese nor English, nor any tongue he had previously acquired, yet he spoke it fluently. The clamoring of those around him was also in a dialect he had never encountered before, and, astonishingly, he comprehended it. What was happening? Wu Zhou felt bewildered. However, upon catching sight of the injured, he cast aside his multitude of questions. Someone was hurt, and that was the clarion call for an emergency physician to spring into action. Regardless of whether the sky fell, the earth cracked, the sun exploded, or everyone traversed through time, he had to ensure the patient was stabilized and out of danger before contemplating anything else. Chapter 2. Manual compression of the liver gate. Young Gret. The young man stared blankly at him. Wu Zhou disregarded this and rushed to the injured party. Swiftly scanning the area, no tables, no gurneys, not a single platform that could serve as an operating table. As he observed, he issued commands. "You, come here." Press down on his arm. Firmly, don't let up, yes. And here, on the leg, the very spot where I'm pressing. Good. Apply more pressure. You, hold this. You, remove his clothing. Can't get it off? Tear it. Cut it. The aura of the deputy chief physician of the emergency department radiated fully, commanding respect. Even the young priest was compelled by Wu Zhou's orders to press down on the injured man's brachial artery with one hand, while the other stabilized the posterior tibial artery. The position was indeed peculiar, as he knelt awkwardly on the ground, contorted into a strange shape. Though some may have doubted his understanding in moments of despair, if one person exudes confidence and issues commands, others instinctively comply. Much like struggling to stay afloat in a flood, grabbing onto anything, even a mere straw, feels like salvation. Wu Zhou's eyes were fixed on the injured man, his mouth issuing commands, while he knelt, his right hand resting on the victim's neck. He regulated his own breathing, counting the heartbeats. The rhythm was steady, under 100. But alas, it quickened, likely indicating severe hemorrhage. The carotid pulse weakened, the face turned pale, the skin damp with sweat, breath shallow and rapid. A cascade of information flashed through his mind, each detail a potential calamity. Blood pressure? A mystery. There wasn't even a mercury sphygmomanometer in this dilapidated place. He would have to rely on instinct. Fortunately, after years of experience in the emergency room, having responded to countless scenes with 120 emergency services, Wu Zhou could quickly gauge the severity of the injured party's condition. Observing his appearance, the likelihood of hemorrhagic shock was undeniably high. The victim's clothing lay in tatters. The shirt was torn open, revealing a gaping abdominal wound, a long, horrific slit, nearly 20 centimeters, slanting from the right upper abdomen down to the left lower abdomen. Blood gushed forth in torrents. Wu Zhou's heart raced. The volume of blood loss suggested either an arterial rupture or injury to the liver, spleen, or kidney. He instinctively reached for his waist, a glinting dagger appearing in his palm. Without hesitation, his gaze locked onto the victim's abdomen as he raised the weapon. Thank the heavens. The presence of visible abdominal muscles indicated that the underlying anatomical structure was as he had previously known. Beneath the skin lay the rectus abdominis, enveloped by its sheath. By cutting at the sheath, he could minimize damage and avoid severing nerves and blood vessels. In this world of supernatural wonders, the anatomy of humans must surely remain unchanged. Wu Zhou focused intently, slicing along the wound in the victim's abdomen beside the right rectus abdominis. Time was of the essence, and with no one to assist him in meticulous dissection, he plunged the knife directly through the anterior sheath of the rectus, through the muscle layer, and into the posterior sheath, cutting straight to the bottom. Another 10 centimeters incision opened, and dark red blood began to pour forth. "What are you doing?" cried the young priest, who had been ordered by Wu Zhou to apply pressure to staunch the bleeding. His voice nearly broke as he screamed. Not only did he shout, but he also leaned forward, instinctively spreading his arms to shield the injured man's abdomen, his face a portrait of tragic determination. Every freckle on his small face pleading for them to take him instead. Wu Zhou thought to himself, this is precisely why family members should not be allowed in the operating room. Witnessing a doctor cutting, snipping, and slicing at a patient would surely incite them to rush in and fight. Wu Zhou's internal monologue was interrupted as he tightened his grip on the dagger, pushing the young priest back with a shove, bellowing, "Who told you to let go? Keep pressing. If you don't, you will bleed to death." "But I'm saving him," he asked, bleeding internally. "I need to stop the blood." "Oh, what is this?" inquired the young priest, peering closer. Wu Zhou did not lift his head, continuing to probe the abdominal wall. "The liver." "Oh, it's the liver," murmured the priest, straining to see. Wu Zhou had no desire to chastise him further. The sterile environment had already been compromised. As long as the priest didn't spit on the wound, he could do as he pleased. The paramount concern was the victim's liver. Wu Zhou quickly spotted the liver. Thankfully, the organ's position remained unchanged, and the anatomical structure was as he had previously learned. In this world of divine magic, humanity did not appear more bizarre, nor had they developed any new organs for spellcasting. The left and right lobes of the liver. "Ah, so much blood. Be quiet," Wu Zhou snapped, furrowing his brow. In the center of the reddened right lobe lay a deep gash, with bright red arterial blood continuously surging forth. His earlier assessment had been accurate. There was indeed a significant hemorrhage from the liver. The liver parenchyma was lacerated, with a depth he dared not estimate, but it was surely not less than 1 centimeter. Compounded by significant active bleeding, this was undoubtedly a grade 3 injury. Not the most severe, but still. "Please, save him." The young priest was in a state of utter disarray, his words trembling and fragmented. Save him." Wu Zhou's heart raced, pounding against his ribs. He leaned down, his left hand pulling aside the abdominal wall, while his right hand delved into the injured man's abdomen, lifting the liver, displacing the stomach, and pushing aside the intestines. "What are you doing?" the young priest inquired, his voice quaking with fear, nearly fainting yet still observing. In light of his commendable courage, Wu Zhou offered a brief explanation. "I'm checking for other organs with significant bleeding. The gallbladder is intact, the spleen is fine, and the kidneys, positioned further back, unlikely to be damaged, but I must check. And no evidence of active bleeding. Excellent." And then, what comes next? Then came the true challenge. After over a decade in medicine, Wu Zhou had only resorted to such measures on 2 occasions. In their entire provincial hospital, the number of doctors willing to undertake such a risk could be counted on one hand. May all deities, be they Umitba, the 3 pure ones, or the Holy Mother, bless this injured man. Let there be no unforeseen complications. He took a deep breath, cautiously grasping the hepatic portal vein. "Wow, the bleeding has lessened. It's stopping," the young priest exclaimed joyfully. The once torrential flow of blood had diminished to a trickle, the effect of his efforts visibly apparent. Chapter 3: The last bottle of healing potion. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the young priest, a series of exhalations echoed around Wu Zhou. The young man, kneeling with his hands cradling the injured man's abdomen, immediately lowered his head. He raised his hands slightly higher and whispered, "O great god of war! O great god of war!" On the other side, the red-haired archer, holding the injured man's arm, echoed in affirmation. Leaning in, he sincerely complimented, "Little Gret, you are remarkable." However, Wu Zhou felt no joy whatsoever. His entire focus was fixated on his fingers. The liver was exceedingly fragile. If he applied too little pressure, the bleeding would not cease. Yet if he applied too much, the liver would tear, leading to a significant hemorrhage. The balance of pressure relied solely on the surgeon's experience and intuition. Moreover, even if he managed to temporarily stem the bleeding, it would merely be the first step of a long journey. There remained countless tasks ahead. Footsteps thundered closer from behind. A soldier, dispatched by Wu Zhou to fetch water, passed by with a bucket, offering a brief prayer to the god of war, then hesitantly inquired, "Little Gret, will this be enough to heal him? Will this be enough?" Such thoughts were futile. Wu Zhou furrowed his brow in concentration. Under normal temperatures, halting the liver's blood flow could not exceed 30 minutes. Otherwise, the organ would inevitably succumb to necrosis. This meant he had a mere 30 minutes to resolve the issue. Yet, he had nothing. No blood transfusions, no gauze for packing, no gelatin sponges, no hemostatic powder, and not even a single suture. He didn't even possess a single vascular clamp. A wave of profound anxiety and dread surged within him. Belonging to both Wu Zhou and the original owner of this body, he raised his gaze, fixating on the young priest across from him, his eyes unknowingly reddening. "You," he nearly shouted, "cast the healing spell upon my hands. On this liver. Quickly. I really can't anymore. My healing spells are exhausted. What do you have left?" "Only a bottle of mild healing potion." "What on earth? What is this mild healing potion? This is not what I need." Wu Zhou's mind swirled with a torrent of frustration. Even if it were the director of their hospital or the head nurse of the operating room, they would have reacted similarly in disbelief. "Come on, this is a liver suturing. Can't you be a bit more reliable? Is this healing potion GMP certified? Does it have a medicinal approval number? Is it still within its expiration date?" He craved surgical instruments, wanted needles and threads, desired lidocaine for anesthesia, and at the very least, a bottle of iodine for disinfection. In the heat of the moment, having rushed into the wounded man's abdomen without even washing his hands, why was he presented with a mild healing potion? Yet, a rush of inexplicable memories surged forth. A series of images flashed before his eyes, a small glass vial held in hand, a pale golden liquid swirling within, wounds rapidly healing, vanishing from sight. Wu Zhou inhaled deeply. With his right hand gripping the injured man's liver, he opened his left hand and spoke gravely, "Give it to me." Perhaps it was his tone of unwavering confidence, or perhaps others had completely run out of options. The young priest tentatively released the injured man's right arm, glanced at the wound, and saw that the bleeding had ceased. He immediately began rummaging through his pockets. After a moment, he presented a small vial of healing potion. The bottle stood only 1.5 inches tall, about the width of a thumb, its glass body crystalline and transparent. Wu Zhou, murmuring to himself that such a potion should be contained in a brown glass bottle, uncorked it with his teeth and inverted the vial, pouring the contents directly onto the ruptured surface of the liver. Then, as if by miracle, the healing process unfolded once more. The torn liver began to gently writhe. Granulation tissue grew, the fissures disappeared, and the membrane enveloped the organ. Within a breath or two, what lay before Wu Zhou's sight was now a complete, undamaged liver. Cautiously, he loosened his grip slightly. The blood vessels beneath his fingertips pulsed gently, and the surface of the liver visibly transformed from pale to a vibrant red. Excellent. The vascular anastomosis was successful, and blood flow was normal. This liver was alive. Oh! A soft gasp escaped. Wu Zhou glanced up from his busy work to see the young priest, neck craned, eyes and mouth forming three perfect O's, gazing in astonishment at the liver in his hands. Is it really possible to save someone this way? No. Wu Zhou replied lazily, facing the young priest's mixture of disappointment and accusation. He explained nonchalantly, pouring healing potion onto a wound takes but an instant. Determining the source of the bleeding and knowing how to expose the injury requires. As he spoke, the young priest's head drooped slightly, and the freckles on his face dimmed. Finally, in the elongated pause Wu Zhou had intentionally drawn out, the young priest dejectedly responded, I understand. It takes 10 years to learn. He turned to examine the healing potion in his hand. The diminutive vial was nearly emptied, with only a few drops remaining at the bottom, less than a quarter of its original volume. The pale golden liquid flickered and pulsed, reminiscent of breathing. The effects were undeniably remarkable. However, to rely solely on these few drops to heal the remaining injuries would be nothing short of a dream. It was time to methodically address the abdominal contents. Wu Zhou gently withdrew his right hand from beneath the injured man's liver. Taking a couple of steps back, he surveyed his surroundings and began issuing a series of commands. Is there any soap? What? Only soapberry. Never mind. Bring it to me. I need to wash my hands. Is there boiled water available? Only this one bag. Not enough. Hurry and boil more. Oh, and make sure to boil the needles and threads too. Is there any strong liquor? There is. Wonderful. Hand it over. The red-haired archer and the yellow-haired soldier, who had just been busy fetching water, scrambled to follow his orders. The young priest's eyes darted around, curiosity piqued. Why do you need to wash your hands again? That was just for emergency hemorrhage control, brother. If we had waited a moment longer, he would have died. In the face of life-saving interventions, no detail could be overlooked. Even so, had this been in a hospital, one would at least grab some iodine. Now that the critical hemorrhage had been addressed, it was time to delve into the abdomen. Failing to properly cleanse his hands would be unacceptable for Wu Zhou, a surgeon by profession. Using the water brought by the red-haired archer, he washed his hands with the soapberry, all the while striving to avert his gaze from the stains on the wooden bucket. To call them stains would be an understatement. The bucket's wall and rim were encrusted with dirt, and it was uncertain how long it had gone without cleaning. Perhaps it had never been washed since it was first made. As for how much dirtier this water was compared to tap water and how many microorganisms it harbored, Wu Zhou dared not even contemplate. Chapter 4. The Surgery of Nothingness. Wu Zhou, adhering to the standards of surgical scrubbing, lathered his hands with water and soap, methodically washing from his fingertips up to his elbows. After completing the first round, he clasped his hands and meticulously rubbed them with the strong liquor. As he scrubbed, he could not help but sigh inwardly. There was no running water, no antibacterial hand sanitizer, no iodine, and no chlorhexidine. The 3 rounds of scrubbing had to be condensed into 2, should he have been in the emergency department. Even the operating room nurses would have sent him fleeing in terror. Even the liquor's potency was uncertain. Judging by its scent, it was likely insufficient. The notion of sterile gloves was a mere fantasy. Whether the patient would succumb to infection was a gamble left to fate. And there were no antibiotics. No sulfa drugs, no penicillin, no varieties of cephalosporins. To think he would use these bare hands to manipulate the intestines, contemplating the infection risks post-surgery, sent a chill down Wu Zhou's spine. It was nothing short of a death gamble. However, if there were any intestinal perforations, it would pose a monumental dilemma. Should the intestinal contents spill, the patient would face peritonitis, septicemia, and a plethora of other complications, any of which could prove fatal. In clinical practice, failing to adequately repair the intestines before closing the abdomen could lead to a cascade of medical malpractice, leaving the gastrointestinal surgeon with a basketful of rotten eggs. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Wu Zhou held his breath and began to meticulously examine the intestines, starting from the duodenum, inch by inch. Gory clumps of intestines passed through his fingers, and soon, the air was filled with the sounds of violent retching. The red-haired archer knelt on the ground, his head buried in his knees, nearly submerging his face in the vomit. The young priest, pale as a ghost, averted his gaze from the abdominal cavity. His lips pressed tightly together, his cheeks puffing out. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed behind him, reminiscent of a water bucket hitting the ground. The one who had been fetching water had succumbed to nausea as well. Vomit it out. Let it go. One becomes accustomed to it. Wu Zhou thought silently to himself, glancing at the patient and nearly losing his composure. You're awake. Hold him down. Quickly, restrain him. Good grief. He had awakened during the procedure. No. There had been no procedure. There was no anesthesia from the outset. The patient was simply conscious. He was in the midst of examining the intestines. For heaven's sake. Stay still. Please, don't move. The absence of anesthesia was terrifying. Was there anyone with a precise measurement who could sedate the patient? It was no laughing matter. If he inadvertently caused an epidural hematoma, he would be at a loss for how to treat it. A 5-centimeter-long laceration. Thank goodness it was discovered. Had it gone unnoticed and the intestines reinserted, Wu Zhou's mind began to conjure worst-case scenarios. Leakage of intestinal contents, suppuration, peritonitis, septicemia, leading ultimately to death. Such was the nature of surgery. If one discovered and sutured a problem, all was well, but if one overlooked even the slightest detail. Now, there were no conditions to suture the intestines. Nevertheless, he had alternatives. Wu Zhou cautiously inverted the bottle of antiseptic solution for minor wounds, allowing drops to fall onto the injury. 1 drop, 2 drops. With his gaze fixed below, he observed the slender wound beginning to close before his very eyes. As if in a time lapse, 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. It ceased to bleed. Heavenly beings, divine spirits, Ba, may this world's providence bring forth healing salves. Let this wound heal perfectly. No, let this solution be sufficient. Another centimeter of healing. Another drop. It was healed. Perfect. Rinse. Close the abdomen. Oh, but there was number 37 degrees Celsius saline solution. He had to prepare it himself. Was the water boiling yet? Not yet. Look at this grim reality. He should be grateful to have a rundown house, with conditions to boil water, and perhaps even find a bit of salt. Wu Zhou took a deep breath, then another, and a third. With his hands held before his chest, he twisted his upper body into an awkward stance, eagerly awaiting the water to come to a boil. Then, he began to verbally instruct his companions on how to prepare the saline solution. Pour the boiling water into the cooled water. Don't add too much. Taste it. No, don't drink directly. Pour it out to taste. It should be at mouth temperature, neither hot nor cold. White salt. The young priest, having recovered somewhat from his bout of vomiting, appeared slightly less pale, his eyes still sparkling. Upon hearing the inquiry, Wu Zhou blurted out without a second thought, saline solution doesn't tea hurt when washing wounds. What saline solution? Why doesn't tea it hurt? Wu Zhou realized he had misspoken. The people of this world were oblivious to what saline solution was, and why it didn't tea hurt. Did he need to deliver a lecture on physiology, explaining osmotic pressure and nerve conduction? Ahem, saline solution is simply salt water that is as salty as blood. When your blood flows over your own wound, doesn't tea it hurt less? But salt is expensive. Is that so? Salt is expensive? Wu Zhou was drenched in perspiration. In clinical settings, one of the most commonly used items is saline solution. It is utilized for wound cleaning, flushing various catheters, and rinsing before closing the chest or abdomen. Everyone simply pours it liberally. After a major surgery, the receipts for saline solution can easily total dozens of liters. Hardly a rarity. Now, to hear someone claim salt is expensive. Wu Zhou turned to glance at the crumbling stone walls, thatched roof, and the dimly lit dwelling. Well, indeed, salt was quite costly. Yet, it must be used. Without this concentration of saline, wound healing would be severely compromised. Using fresh water would yield too low an osmotic pressure, leading to the death of a multitude of cells, resulting in ionic disturbances or worse. These people had probably never even heard of cells or ions. The young priest appeared contemplative. Suddenly, a loud cough erupted nearby. Cough. Little Greta, the saline is ready. Chapter 5, The Body of Overtime Work. Is the saline solution coming? Wu Zhou turned around and beheld a rough, calloused hand holding a wooden bowl before him. Despite the soldier's efforts to wash, the deep black stains nestled within the crevices of his nails remained insurmountable. The thumb, darkened with age, rested upon the rim of the bowl, its nails submerged deep within the water. Wu Zhou felt a wave of nausea rise within him at the sight. In this desolate place, seeking an alternative vessel for the saline solution was a futile endeavor. The thatched roof hut was so grimy that the wooden bucket within was barely discernible. and aside from the wooden bowl, there was little else to be found. With a heavy heart, Wu Zhou lowered his gaze and took a sip of the saline solution, tasting the bitterness of his circumstances. In the wilderness, devoid of readily available saline, he was left with no choice. He had to prepare the solution on the spot, boiling water, mixing it with cold water, and calculating the salt content mentally. He assessed the concentration and temperature, concluding that while the concentration might be slightly off, the temperature was approximately correct. With a half degree below the ideal 37 degrees Celsius and a 10 deviation in saline concentration, he had to make do. He ordered them to add salt, and with utmost caution, he had them add it 3 times until he was satisfied with the mixture. Directing the rough-handed men, he instructed them to sanitize the opening of the water bag with strong liquor, lifting it to pour the saline solution meticulously from the upper abdomen to the lower abdomen. After the first thorough rinse, he held the intestines gently and called out, "Lift him up. One on the shoulder, one on the feet, one on the back." The red-haired archer supported the injured man's shoulder while the youngest man, who had initially knelt beside him to hold the intestines, lifted the injured man's legs. A priest, contorted in an awkward position, pressed down on the brachial artery with one hand while applying pressure on the posterior tibial artery with the other. Also released his grip at Wu Zhou's command. After a series of procedures, surgery, examination, and cleansing, the bleeding from the injured man's left arm and leg had largely ceased. The diligent pressure applied by the young man came to an end as he transitioned to support the injured man's back. 1, 2, 3, lift. Tilt him towards me. The saline solution cascaded down, washing out the abdominal cavity. Wu Zhou's tears flowed unabated. With no other option, he resorted to the simplest, most brutal method. After cleansing the abdominal cavity, he raised the injured man and poured the remaining water out. Upon checking the area meticulously, he found fortune smiled upon him. There were no signs of bleeding, or as he would term it, no active hemorrhage. A sigh of relief escaped him as he straightened slightly and reached out, suture. But no one responded. Lacking tweezers, needles, and the gentle touch of a nurse with bright, crescent-shaped eyes to place the needle in his palm, Wu Zhou felt a deep frustration. "Give me the needle and thread." Oh, the freckled young priest jumped up, rustling as he began to rummage through his inner pocket. Wu Zhou's spirits lifted momentarily. He had assumed that even in this dilapidated hut, one could find some sewing supplies among the household items. To his surprise, the freckled priest produced a needle and thread. However, his hope quickly dissipated as he realized the needle was more suited for quilting than for suturing, and it was bent, clearly misshapen from its intended use. The thread was coarse and knotty, far from the smooth, antimicrobial sutures he had hoped for. He resigned himself to the circumstances, reminding himself not to set the bar too high given the dismal surroundings. With determination, he set to work, suturing the abdominal wall with the utmost speed. As he sewed, his forehead pulsated with strain. There were no absorbable stitches, no fine threads, only the most rudimentary of hemp twine and a sewing needle. Gripping the straight needle, he plunged it into flesh, feeling the full weight of the task at hand. With utmost focus, he proceeded layer by layer, peritoneum, superficial fascia, skin, and subcutaneous tissue, meticulously completing the 3-layer closure. After tying off the final knot, he felt utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground. Bandage him up. Yet, there was no one to help wipe the sweat from his brow. A wave of sorrow washed over him. No one had assisted him during the operation, but thankfully, after it concluded, there were those who came to his aid. As he lay back, 5 or 6 hands reached out to support him. The soldiers he had directed earlier now surrounding him, their voices bubbling with admiration. "Little Greta, you were incredible. When did you learn to do this?" Wu Zhou's mind raced. The warriors included his nephew Raymond, the spear wielder, the red-haired archer Ton, and the shield-bearer Wally, whom he had previously dispatched to fetch water. This was the entirety of their small team. So, had I truly traversed into another realm? Indeed, amidst the frenzied overtime of the emergency room, had I ultimately become a lifeless body? He silently shed a tear for his own plight. Glancing around, he observed the gently rolling hills, the verdant grasslands, and the quaint thatched roof houses, before casting his gaze upon his teammates, whose features bore the hallmark of Caucasian ancestry. Finally, lowering his eyelids, he offered a moment of silence for himself, whispering, "From this moment forth, I am Greta." As Greta lifted his gaze once more, he found several warriors and a priest, their eyes fixed intently upon him, curiosity and astonishment etched upon their faces. "How did you suddenly come to perform surgery?" Greta pondered. "How can I explain this? Am I to divulge that my abilities stem from 12 years of primary and secondary education followed by a decade of clinical training? If he dared to utter such a truth, he would surely face dire consequences. As he envisioned the Inquisition leading to a pyre, a pressing question interrupted his thoughts and offered him salvation. Little Greta. Captain, will he survive? Chapter 6. Am I capable of healing? Slow down. I haven't removed the stitches yet. Can he survive? Greta was momentarily stunned. Then, a flood of memories belonging to the original self surged into her mind. Herself kneeling before the corpse of a man, weeping, Uncle Karen kneeling beside her, tightly embracing her shoulders. Little Greta, don't be afraid. Uncle will take care of you, and no one will bully you. She recalled wielding a short wooden sword with all her might. Uncle Karen standing opposite her, his voice stern. Your posture is incorrect. Again, she remembered huddling in a small cabin, gnawing on the inedible black bread, when Uncle Karen burst in, pulling her along. Little Greta, come to Uncle S' house. And Irene has made soup. That was Uncle Karen, who had cared for her ever since her father fell in battle. Greta gazed at Uncle Karen's pale face, momentarily at a loss for words. Instinctively, she clasped her hands together before her chest, a posture resembling both prayer and an attempt to prevent her hands from becoming contaminated before the surgery began. I don't know, he murmured softly. I don't know. The surgery had indeed concluded. The patient, Uncle Karen, had temporarily evaded the clutches of death. However, this did not imply that they were out of danger. The complications ahead were numerous and daunting. The wound had merely been hastily stitched with coarse thread, devoid of antibiotics or blood transfusions. Not to mention, he had not even washed his hands before reaching in to grasp the patient's liver. Apart from the already healed liver, the entire operation could only be deemed a minor affair in Wu Zhou's eyes. If it were in their hospital, apart from the most perilous task of saving a ruptured liver, the rest could easily be handled by a primary physician. The post-operative risks were not overly great. A few days of observation and antibiotics would suffice, without the need for ICU intervention. Yet now, the mere threats of infection and blood loss could put the patient's life at stake. Even if they surmounted these two challenges, there still loomed a cacophony of complications: intestinal adhesions, twisting, nausea, vomiting, abdominal distension, urinary retention. Any one of these, should fortune not favor them, could claim the patient's life. And he was powerless, lacking antibiotics, drainage tubes, x-rays, ultrasounds, CT scans, various tests, and any targeted medications. If Uncle Karen were to suffer complications, Wu Zhou, as a healer, would be utterly helpless. Observing his prolonged silence, the faces of those present grew increasingly grim. Uncle Karen's nephew, Brother Raymond, was especially anxious. He stepped forward, grasping Wu Zhou's shoulder. You don't know? Little Greta, do you have no way out? The tone of pleading and urgency mirrored that of family members Wu Zhou had grown accustomed to in the emergency room. Greta slowly shook her head. If I could, I too would wish for him to recover swiftly. No sooner had the words fallen than a pure white light emanated from Greta's clasped palms, cascading onto the patient's abdomen. Under the radiance of the light, the wound, which had just been stitched with coarse thread and would ordinarily take at least 10 days to heal, began to rapidly pulse and mend. Wow! A chorus of astonishment erupted. The freckled priest John exclaimed particularly loudly, Healing magic. It's healing magic. Greta, you can perform healing magic. Greta, no. Slow down. Please. Just a bit slower. I haven't removed the stitches yet. She had no time to be astonished or rejoice that the patient was saved. She was already lunging forward into the healing light. Wielding a short dagger in her right hand, she deftly began to sever the exposed stitches, while her left hand tugged insistently. Remove the stitches. Remove them. Quickly, before the wound fully heals, before the light dissipates. Hurry and remove the stitches. If left unattended, the stitches occupying the space could easily lead to infection. Remove them quickly. While the wound is still weak, do it. Not only would the patient suffer less, but the lingering healing magic might even provide a little more. Greta concentrated, holding her breath, unleashing the fastest hand movements she had ever mustered. With her right hand flicking the blade, her left hand pinching deftly, the two worked in harmony, almost dragging a blur above the patient's abdomen. The emergency department was indeed a place where one battled against death. Suturing the spleen, liver, and blood vessels required swift, precise movements, almost as if one's actions were clocked at an astonishing rate. Yet, she had never imagined that even the simple act of removing stitches would demand such speed. 10th stitch. Right side of the rectus abdominis incision, stitches removed. 18th stitch. Right upper abdomen, stitches removed. 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. Finished. The brilliant light gradually faded. The vertical and diagonal wounds vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Not only that, but the patient even began to slowly open his eyes, attempting to lift his body. Captain, Captain, you're better. Several soldiers cheered and rushed forward. Greta, feeling as though her soul had left her body, immediately leapt forward, arms wide to block them. Don't touch him. You lie down. Lie down. The surface had healed, but who knew the condition within? She had stitched 3 layers just for the abdominal wall. The inner superficial fascia and the deeper peritoneum. Who could say whether they had healed? What if this sudden movement caused the incision to reopen? Not to mention, the rectus abdominis had been injured as well, and the ruptured omentum had not even been sutured. There were injuries everywhere. Whether it had healed or not, Wu Zhou had no way of knowing. They were in the wilderness, unable to rush for an MRI. Even if they weren't in the wilderness, there was nowhere to go. He had crossed over. Crossed over. Little Greta, you? Greta's heart raced uncontrollably. Anyone seeing a child they had watched grow suddenly slicing open a belly and stitching flesh would be taken aback. Yet, how could she explain? Ignore it? Play dumb? This was Uncle Karen, who had cared for the original self ever since her father fell in battle. Surely, she owed him an explanation to put his mind at ease. Greta's head was buzzing, as if a hard drive embedded within her was whirring at 7,200 RPM. Information retrieval, data integration, amidst the chaos. A singular piece of information boldly illuminated in her mind, the white light that had just emanated from her palm, promoting the healing of injuries, was identical to the healing magic the young priest had released before. It was indeed healing magic. The divine support behind the healing magic must have guided her to do so. The logic was flawless, perfect. Greta blurted out, Uncle Karen, don't worry. I have received divine revelation. Chapter 7. Which deity to blame? Urgent inquiry, divine revelation? Captain Karen's eyes brightened at the prospect. The earlier healing spell had invigorated him, and combined with the excitement of good news, a faint blush appeared on his pallid cheeks due to blood loss. Divine revelation? Splendid, little Gret. Gret felt a warm glow within. He understood precisely why Uncle Karen was so elated. To become a cleric, even at the most rudimentary level, signified a remarkable ascent in social standing for an ordinary soldier of the city guard. From the ranks of commoners, he would step directly into the realm of the middle class. The stark contrast was evident when comparing the rough burlap tunics of the soldiers with the fine linen robes of little Freckles. Not to mention, becoming divinely inspired without the church's training was an extraordinary feat. Saints, chosen ones, goddess favored. A celestial path lay before him. In a world where some harbor jealousy for others' fortunes and others remain indifferent, Uncle Karen genuinely rejoiced for the child he had watched grow. But which deity would it be? Which god? Gret pondered. According to tradition, my medical skills should be under the purview of the god of healing. So perhaps Shin Nong, Bien Ke, or Huata? Yet, something feels amiss. These figures are all Western. Introducing a Chinese deity seems inappropriate. What about Apollo? Asclepius? Hippocrates? No, this is a different realm. What local gods are there? Which deity is amicable enough not to retaliate violently when confronted with a predicament? Time was of the essence, and the stakes were high. Which god should he call upon to shoulder the blame? The newly embodied Gret Nordmark swiftly sifted through the original owner's memories. Heartland did have a few temples. The temple of the war god, the temple of the spring water goddess, the nature god. But it seemed the nature god lacked a temple. As for the temperaments of these deities, what were the clerics like? Why was it so difficult to recall? He could only feel a throbbing pain in his head. Instinctively, he reached back to find a bump on the back of his skull, damp and possibly bleeding. Gret's breath quickened, and his heart raced. A head injury. Amnesia. What had transpired before he lost consciousness? Was this retrograde amnesia? Had this body sustained a concussion? Would there be intracranial bleeding? Would he faint again after a day, 3 days, or even a fortnight, suffering from headaches, nausea, vomiting, or paralysis? There were no CT scans in this cursed place. Calm down. Gret forced himself to halt the spiraling thoughts. Since he had traversed into this world, fortune would surely favor him. His memory lapse was likely due to incomplete integration, not retrograde amnesia from a head injury. What sort of protagonist would succumb to the original owner's ailments? Even those who have suffered gunshot wounds to the temple recover, and he had merely bumped his head. Yet, Worshipping deities was an endeavor for the wealthy and idle. The original owner, being impoverished, could only attend services 2 or 3 times a year, always standing amidst the throngs outside the temple, straining to catch a glimpse of the cleric's robes. Whether he could witness divine miracles was left to fate. The notion of receiving treatment or learning scripture from the clerics was a luxury the original owner had never experienced. In the heart of Heartland, there stood an imposing temple of the god of light, its spire towering above the Lord's mansion across the way. The temple had been vacant for 3 years since the clerics were expelled. He realized he had not encountered any other temples. Well, it simplifies matters. 3 choices. First, eliminate the war god. Gret cast a furtive glance aside, recalling that little priest John belonged to the war goddess temple. The shield embroidered on his robe was the simplest representation of that temple's insignia, reserved for low-ranking clerics. Lying in front of his subordinate felt burdensome. Moreover, the war god was a deity of conflict, and the clerics were likely to confront him head-on if they discovered his deception. He could not afford to provoke an entire temple of warriors. Next, he dismissed the spring water goddess, a name that reeked of weakness, suggesting stagnant divine power, an entity with no potential for advancement. Associating with her offered no future. Thus, only the nature god remained. Excellent. This cleric appeared to wield extensive powers and high potential. In many web novels he had read, the nature god often emerged as a dominant deity. With resolve, Gret declared, "The nature god." The fervent gaze of Captain Karen dimmed slightly. By Gret's side, Raymond, the archer Tom, and the shield warrior Wally, along with little Freckles, sighed in disappointment. No further studies? Indeed, your family is in dire straits. So be it. An emergency department? It's quite difficult to secure a position at provincial hospital. Let it be the emergency department. A year in Africa? Just to hasten your promotion to deputy director? Very well, as you wish. It seemed the nature god was not the best option after all. Would it still be acceptable to retract his statement and claim allegiance to the war god, or perhaps the spring water goddess? Lost in thought, he missed the opportunity to change his declaration. After a brief moment of disappointment, Captain Karen clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, "We thank the nature god for his grace. We thank the nature god for his grace." Around Gret, a cadre of soldiers, regardless of their beliefs, prayed in unison. Even little Freckles solemnly bowed his head in respect to the nature god. Gret remained silent. Once words were spoken, they could not be retracted. He had declared allegiance to the nature god, with no room for substitution. Digging a pit may be exhilarating, but filling it could lead to dire consequences. He needed to contemplate how to maintain a beneficial relationship with the nature god without exposing his ruse. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the group concluded their prayers and lifted their heads, gazes fixed intently upon him. Raymond, Uncle Karen's nephew, led the inquiry. "Little Gret, what shall we do next? Shall we proceed?" Gret quickly surveyed the surroundings. Aside from Captain Karen, who was gravely injured and resting with closed eyes, little Freckles, seemingly indifferent, followed the group. The others, Raymond, Tom, and Wally, looked at him with eager anticipation. "No way. My divine revelation, it's a sham." Chapter 8. Have I been promoted by divine revelation? When someone inquired about his next course of action, a multitude awaited his decision. Greta glanced left and right, ultimately grasping an undeniable truth. His status had transformed. He had become a healer, a spellcaster, a recipient of divine insight from the god of nature. The position of a spellcaster has always held superiority over that of a warrior, particularly in circumstances where the captain is gravely injured. Thus, it fell upon him to lead and determine the team's actions, a fact that seemed entirely justified. What? He was still a youth, inexperienced and ignorant? But the divine revelation from the god of nature was meant to endow him with wisdom. Such enlightenment should have been imparted to him. Greta felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Setting aside the fact that this divine revelation might be a mere charade, he had just traversed into this world, and the memories of his predecessor remained unintegrated. When asked whether to advance or retreat, he found himself equally bewildered. Amidst the expectant gazes of his comrades, Greta questioned the very essence of his existence. The quintessential inquiries of a soul in transition echoed in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Thus far, he had only managed to resolve the first. As for the second and third inquiries, having just revived an individual, could he not be granted a moment to organize his thoughts? It soon became evident that he need not undertake this task alone. Brother Raymond hastily pressed onward. With a dark, sinewy arm, he gestured outward. Following the direction of that arm, Greta surveyed the chaotic scene around him. The muddied ground, splattered blood, and the remnants of the recent skirmish still vivid in his memory. He blurted out, "What just happened?" "You don't know?" Raymond exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Greta inwardly lamented, "Oh no," and instinctively clutched his head. I have a headache." His expression of anguish was genuine. Applying slight pressure to the swollen bump at the back of his skull elicited an immediate wince. As he spoke, he crouched down, curling into himself. "I hit my head. I can't remember." Raymond rushed to support him. Greta huddled on the ground, eyes tightly shut. Memories whirled chaotically in his mind, amplifying his headache. They had ventured out of the city to patrol. After a day and a half of travel, they arrived at a farmhouse, only to find chaos outside. 2 wild dogs were tearing at something. Captain Karen led a group to chase the dogs away and entered the house. Almost instantly, sounds of a struggle and screams echoed within. Moments later, a shadow dashed out the door. He had tried to intervene, only to be hurled aside, colliding with an object before everything went dark. What was that creature that injured the captain? He had not seen it clearly. It had moved too swiftly. All he knew was that it was a dark, 4-legged beast. "Is that so?" Greta murmured, as several voices around him chimed in. Indeed, it was large and ferocious. It was about as high as my waist. "Like a cat?" "Don't be absurd. No cat is that big." "It must have been a leopard. A black panther?" "It looked just like a cat." "Exactly. That creature scratched me with its claw," Captain Karen added weakly. Greta nodded, crouching low in contemplation. Given that it was a wild animal, pursuit was unnecessary. The immediate priority was to find a suitable place for the injured to rest. Where to go? Greta scanned his surroundings, mustering the strength to rise and make his way toward a nearby thatched hut, eager to assess the conditions within for recuperation. He pushed open the door, which was merely a frame of 4 sticks bound with branches, and leaned in to take a look. Upon a quick glance, he recoiled in dismay. Good heavens! I should never have held any expectations for such a dwelling. Greta's features contorted in dismay. The structure was so low that one could not enter upright. This was already daunting enough. The cramped space, less than 20 square meters, had been anticipated. Yet the absence of even a single bed was shocking. In the center of the room, a circular pit had been fashioned from stones, with smoke curling upward, as freshly ignited kindling crackled nearby. White smoke billowed intermittently, stinging his eyes and drawing tears. In the flickering light, he could discern a few pitchforks leaning against the wall on the left, while in the corner lay 2 bags, one nearly deflated, the other still plump. On the right, a mound of earth bore a disheveled pile of sheepskins and burlap, presumably the sleeping quarters of the owner. Was this ghastly place suitable for healing? Surely, it would only worsen the condition. "We must leave." "We have to go?" Greta insisted. "Lift the captain. We shall depart." "No need. I can walk on my own." Captain Karen protested, attempting to rise. Greta swiftly intervened, pressing him back down. "Uncle Karen, stay down. Don't get up. Bring me that spear. And find a stick to fashion a stretcher. We'll carry him." Everyone pitched in. As warriors, they possessed a fair understanding of how to construct a stretcher. A nearby spear was readily contributed, and a small tree was cut down, with some grass rope tied in the middle to create a makeshift litter for Captain Karen. Previously torn leather armor and shredded clothing were hastily thrown over him, and they prepared to move out. Greta endeavored to join the stretcher bearers, but as he reached out, it was snatched away. The red-haired archer, Thorn, shouldered him aside, grasping the spear in one hand and a stick in the other, turning his head to smile at him. "Little Greta, we'll carry the stretcher. You just follow along." Greta thought to himself, "I remember now. You were the one who knocked the original body down, causing me to traverse into this world. Had I not reacted quickly to steady myself, would I have had to experience that again?" However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Laughter erupted among his comrades, all echoing their agreement with the archer's suggestion. "Indeed, little Greta, you needn't bear such burdens. Soon, we shall be calling you Lord Greta." Raymond, the spear wielder, clapped him on the shoulder and casually took his dagger. Thorn and Raymond positioned themselves at either end of the stretcher, bending down to lift it. Valley, the shield bearer, seized Greta's pack and slung it over his shoulder. Greta even began to suspect that if he were to twist his ankle or declare himself unable to walk, this band of warriors would swiftly gather vines to fashion a makeshift litter to carry him. Is this truly the treatment afforded to a spellcaster? Chapter 9. The treatment of a proper healer is so high it was a grave, shallowly buried, merely a 2-foot deep pit, bordered with stones. At this moment, A considerable portion of the already interred body lay exposed to the elements. They had arrived in haste, lacking the necessary tools, and could only proceed onward. After crossing a ridge, the group settled down to rest and hydrate, and Captain Karen propped himself up from the stretcher. "Little Greta, give me some water," he uttered, a knowing sigh escaping Greta's lips. In a past life, prior to and following an abdominal surgery, he would have educated patients and their families on various essential knowledge. Here, however, the usual protocols were entirely disrupted. He was left to roll up his sleeves alone. "No. You cannot eat now, nor can you drink water. Are you truly thirsty? You still cannot. Then, when can I drink water?" Greta replied. According to standard procedure, after 23 days post-surgery, when the gastrointestinal tract resumes peristalsis and gas is expelled, one may begin consuming liquid diets. However, the cessation of peristalsis is largely due to anesthesia, with some contribution from surgical trauma. The recent operation was conducted without anesthesia, although the intestines sustained damage. The treatment fluid was administered, facilitating rapid recovery. Then how long until peristalsis resumes? Surgical science, physiology, textbooks, and various papers flooded Greta's mind, along with guidelines from the European and American Societies of Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, version after version. Countless references whirled through his thoughts. Before him, Uncle Karen gazed expectantly around them. The soldiers held their breath, watching. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under the early summer afternoon sun, a bead of cold sweat stealthily slid down Greta's spine. For nearly a century, no one had performed intestinal surgery without anesthesia. Lacking theoretical foundation and experimental data, how could one determine the fasting duration? By instinct. With a firm resolve, Greta knelt on one knee, hands on the ground, leaning closer to Uncle Karen. "Do not rush, let me listen." He lifted the leather armor and clothing covering the wounded man, turned his head, and pressed his ear against Captain Karen's abdomen. The acrid scent of sweat mingled with the metallic tang of blood assaulted his senses, causing Greta to recoil slightly, nearly fainting. Why is there no stethoscope? He lamented the loss of the 3M stethoscope he had purchased with great expense, the vibrant red beauty. Even the inferior quality of the EUS stethoscope issued by his hospital, worth merely a tenth of the 3M, was far better than having nothing. "Little Ewa, come back to me. I shall no longer look down upon you." Desperate, he thought. If only I had a chip bag, at least I could use it as a stethoscope. On the first day of his journey through time, tears streamed down his face once more. The sorrow was overwhelming. He mustered strength to comfort the injured man. "Uncle Karen, do not worry. When your intestines start gurgling, then you may drink some water. And food, that is out of the question. Absolutely not. Please endure a little longer. Once you have recovered fully, I shall personally prepare a feast for you." "Little Greta, are you trying to poison me?" Captain Karen laughed heartily. Greta retorted, "Do not underestimate one. Just because the original owner was a poor cook does not mean I will be as well." He vowed to find an opportunity to redeem himself. However, redemption was not feasible at present. Greta held his breath, straining to listen for a moment longer, yet he could still not detect the gurgling of the intestines. He straightened up, gasping for air, and reassured the injured man. "Uncle Karen, you still cannot drink water. Hold on a little longer. I estimate it will be no more than 2 or 3 days. If you are truly parched, here, use a cloth to dab some water on your lips." After resting, they resumed their journey. Delayed by battle and tending to the wounded, they arrived at the campsite by the farm as darkness enveloped the sky. As Greta followed the group out of the woods, he spotted the farm radiantly lit, illuminating all the buildings in sight. "How odd, so many lights," murmured Valley, the shield warrior at the front. Upon drawing closer, everyone suddenly realized a luxurious carriage stood silently in the granary outside the farm, an incongruity to the otherwise simple rural setting. The dark walnut carriage, adorned with silver decorations shaped like daffodils, featured a large sapphire glimmering resplendently in the light. It was evident that only the wealthy could afford such a conveyance. No, more than just wealthy. That crest indicated nobility, did it not? Greta promptly directed his team to turn away. The young priest John, also of humble origins and newly appointed as a priest apprentice, wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements with the nobility, and thus followed the group around the side without uttering a word. The farm was substantial, comprising several buildings that formed a low, irregular cluster, encircled by a fence of sharpened wooden stakes, closely planted and spaced just a fist's width apart, indicating the owner's keen sense of security. The team skirted the perimeter of the fence until they reached the back entrance, where the owner greeted them and led them into the kitchen. The farm owner, previously a squad leader of the city guard, was well acquainted with Captain Karen. Upon seeing him injured, he was taken aback, pulling everyone aside to inquire, "How were you injured?" "Oh, your life is spared, thank goodness." "In that case, do eat well. We have guests today, and the kitchen has prepared lamb soup." "What? We cannot eat?" "Very well, then the others shall eat well." As the kitchen bustled with preparations for dinner, Greta stood outside the doorway leading to the hall, quietly peering in. The hall was long and wide, yet remarkably low, a disproportionate relationship to its area. The ground was firmly packed, exhibiting a grayish-white hue, evidently a mixture of local lime and earth. The inner quarter was raised as an earthen platform, one level above the exterior, upon which a table was laid with a plain tablecloth. Another table, longer yet lower, stretched from the center of the platform to the entrance, forming a T-shape with the elevated table. The lower table was rough-hewn, the wooden planks barely planed, clearly designated for laborers and the lower class. Greta recalled a similar arrangement from films and documentaries of yore. At Oxford, Cambridge, and in Harry Potter, such configurations were commonplace. The main table had already hosted a feast. A young priest in his 20s leisurely sipped wine, surrounded by an array of forks and knives. At the priest's side sat a knight, his armor gleaming, with a sheathed sword resting beside him. The long table below was in disarray, with half of the escorting soldiers having dispersed. A few young lads, dressed in coarse burlap tunics, presumably farmhands, were devouring their meals ravenously. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, it is the priest of the water spring goddess. Did you see? This is the treatment of a true healer. Carriage, silk robes, silver bowls, plates, and wine." "Little Greta, do not fret. Your time shall come soon." Chapter 10. What the healing arts cannot accomplish, I shall. A carriage, silk robes, silver bowls, and wine? I shall soon possess them, so there is no need for haste. Greta offered a bittersweet smile. Did I choose the path of a physician for the sake of rewards? If rewards were my pursuit, why would I have rooted myself in the emergency department, ascending from a resident to an associate director over the span of a decade? Night and day, enduring 3 consecutive night shifts, feeling my heart race at the sound of an ambulance siren? Moreover, my department is among the poorest in the hospital. I shall refrain from discussing my meager salary. To speak of it would only bring forth tears. Why do I not transfer departments? Why not switch jobs? Is orthopedics not appealing? Is oncology not enticing? Private hospitals, surely, offer greater allure? And let us not even mention the current state of this wretched Otherworld. What rewards could it possibly offer? First-class seats? High-speed train tickets? Air conditioning? Mobile phones? Gaming? Online literature? Billy Doeen? This desolate place lacks even a proper toilet. He shrugged, intending to crack a joke, but was interrupted. A piercing scream erupted in the hall, as a peasant woman rushed in, cradling her limp child, heading straight for the priest. "Please, save him. I beg you, save him. There is a patient." Greta sprang into action. He was swift, yet the seasoned warriors outpaced him. Brother Raymond, the archer Tone, and the spear-wielder Vala dashed ahead, one after another, surpassing him. By the time Greta arrived, a considerable crowd had assembled. The young priest knelt, hands clasped before his chest, gazing down at the child cradled in the woman's arms, softly chanting as a pure white light descended silently. No response. The 7 or 8-year-old boy lay limp against his mother, showing no signs of improvement. As the white light enveloped him, the child strained to tilt his head backward, gasping for breath. The sound, a harsh, hollow wheeze, pierced through the throng, reaching Greta's ears. In an instant, his hair stood on end. A wheezing sound. That noise, so loud it could be heard across the crowd, indicated that the patient's condition was dire. He forced his way through the throng. As he managed to peer in, he saw the boy's face a shade of blue, limbs thrashing helplessly. With every gasp, the skin above his collarbones, below, and beneath his neck caved in. The suprasternal notch, supraclavicular fossa, and intercostal spaces all sank in. 3 recessions. Inhalation-induced soft tissue retraction. Not to mention the unmistakable wheezing sound. This was laryngeal obstruction, at least 3 degrees. No, judging by the child's appearance, it had reached 4. The child was already on the verge of asphyxiation. Without effective treatment, he would succumb to hypoxia within mere minutes. The healing arts yielded no results, and the priest appeared equally astonished. He knelt once more, scrutinizing the struggling boy, resuming his chant. "It is an antidote." Greta overheard someone murmur. Yet the antidote proved ineffective. The boy's struggles weakened, sweat pouring from his brow and face. Even the wheezing sound diminished. The child, suffering from laryngeal obstruction, was losing the strength to breathe. Greta could no longer wait. If the healing arts and antidotes, the various divine spells, could not resolve this dilemma, then it was up to me. He seized the child from the distraught woman, laying him flat on the ground. With a swift motion of his left hand, he tore off his shirt, crumpling it to stuff behind the child's neck. Then, half kneeling, he swiftly drew a dagger from Brother Raymond's belt. "What are you doing, little Greta? Stop him! Stop him!" Cries of alarm erupted from all directions. Greta ignored them, his left hand resting at the center of the boy's neck, gently probing downward. "Yes, here is the thyroid cartilage, and here is the cricoid cartilage." Though the child was smaller and shorter than an adult, lacking an Adam's apple, mere localization posed no challenge for him. He was, after all, the associate director of the emergency department at the First People's Hospital of H Province, boasting over a decade of clinical experience. His index and middle fingers parted to stabilize the skin on either side of the cricothyroid membrane. As his right hand gripped the dagger, plunging it downwards with precision, the peasant woman's scream mingled with the blood spurting from the child's neck. "Don't come near! Don't come near!" Greta focused intently on the child before him, calming himself as he felt the blade pierce. "Please, do not interfere at this critical moment. Grant me but a second. Truly, I need just 1 second." He applied pressure. The blade sank, hesitated slightly. Then he felt a faint sense of emptiness as the dagger breached the cricothyroid membrane, reaching the airway. Without hesitation, he withdrew the dagger, flicking it outward. A hissing sound of escaping air filled the air. Greta relaxed, his task complete. The cricothyrotomy was performed, the airway opened, and the emergency was averted. As he let his guard down, a sudden blinding light flashed before him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a sharp pain pierced his chest, propelling him backward. He rolled several times, tumbling down from the elevated ground. Was I kicked down? Just as he contemplated, he caught sight of the priest bending down, murmuring incantations. The pale blue robes of the priest rippled under the candlelight, his clear gaze fixed upon the child, utterly undistracted. "Don't move," Greta shouted. The priest paid him no heed, his lips moving silently, as a flicker of white light danced at his fingertips. In a moment of desperation, Greta grasped a shoe from the ground and hurled it with all his might. Smack! The shoe flew wide, missing the priestess' robe. However, the priest was startled, stepping back as the white light extinguished silently at his fingertips. The knight beside him glared furiously, raising his unsheathed sword, pointing it squarely at Greta. "You!" The knight's roar summoned the warriors from the temple, their combat prowess far superior to that of the city guards. In an instant, Greta found his arm twisted behind him, forcefully pinned to the ground. The knight approached slowly. Greta paid him no mind, straining his neck to shout towards the priest. "Don't treat him. Do you wish for the child to suffocate?" "What did you say?" they exclaimed in unison. The priest, perplexed, the knight, angrily interrogating. Greta strained to lift his head, shouting once more. "His airway is obstructed. The incision in his neck is necessary for him to breathe. If you heal that incision, he will suffocate. That carries some weight. Let him go." Chapter 11. The simplistic tracheal intubation from the arrangement of seats in the hall. It was evident that the priest held the highest status among the assembly. With a commanding voice, he dismissed the crowd, and even the knights did not dare to protest. Stepping aside with solemn expressions, the restraint on Gret's body was instantly lifted, and he staggered to his feet, nodding slightly to the priest before scrambling toward the child. "Humph! Such rudeness," the knight scoffed. The priest interrupted him softly. "Silence. Observe." Just then, Gret dashed forward, and as he approached, the boy, who had suffered a cut to his neck, seemed to awaken from a trance, thrashing his limbs and crying out in despair. Although his cries were fierce, they emitted little sound, intensifying the child's terror as tears streamed down his face, his limbs twitching as if he might lose consciousness again. In that moment, Gret lunged forward, collapsing onto the child and using his weight to pin down the boy's flailing legs. He grasped the child's arms with one hand while gently stroking his cheek with the other, soothing him repeatedly. "Do not be afraid. You are safe now. You are safe. Once you catch your breath, all will be well. Do not fear. Do not fear. Breathe with me. In, out. In, out." His voice transitioned from high-pitched to deep, from urgent to calm, infused with profound concern. The child truly began to settle, his wide eyes following Gret's voice as he synchronized his breathing, inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. Before long, the convulsions began to subside. Though still crying pitifully due to the pain in his neck, the child's expression had calmed significantly. This technique was not found in surgical textbooks or treatment guidelines. It was a lesson imparted by Gret's previous mentor, the head of the emergency department. After performing a tracheostomy without anesthesia, one must always soothe the patient's emotions. And indeed, it is essential to comfort the family and bystanders as well. Otherwise, one might be met with hostility from the crowd or even handcuffed by the authorities. Gret's thoughts swirled. He felt a deep sense of reflection. It was not that he had forgotten his mentor's admonition. Rather, he had simply been unable to act before being struck aside by the knight. Fortunately, the knight had shown restraint and did not slay him on the spot. Otherwise, he mused, he might have had to traverse dimensions once more. As he contemplated the knight, he overheard the knight speaking in a hushed tone to the priest beside him. Can cutting the neck really save a life? Yet there was an air of confidence in his voice. Moreover, the child had indeed stopped holding his breath. Despite the incision, he had not bled out immediately. Certainly, the anatomical structure of the neck was something Gret had mastered thoroughly since university. If a cricothyrotomy were to inadvertently sever the carotid artery, he mused, he might as well resign himself to death. Having calmed the boy, Gret exhaled in relief and straightened up. The priest, observing with keen interest, inquired, "Is that sufficient? Bring me a tube. A rigid one. Clean. Quickly. Have you heard? A rigid tube. Clean. Hurry and fetch it." A deep voice interjected. It was Uncle Edmund, the farm owner who had ushered them in earlier. With a commanding presence, he directed several individuals to sprint off in search of the required items. Gret felt a slight sense of assurance. Turning to see a tear-streaked woman, the child's mother, hesitating beside him, he gently asked, "When did your child start feeling unwell?" "During dinner. It progressively worsened, and then, it began about an hour ago," she replied. Gret mentally recorded this medical history and continued, "What did you have for dinner? What did you drink? Was there anything unusual?" "Black bread and beans. We all ate together. It's a daily occurrence. And there have been no issues before." "Did you encounter anything uncommon? Was anyone nearby painting? Did you pick any unusual fruits? Did you touch any flowers?" He recalled a time when a severe allergic reaction had occurred due to a gust of wind blowing past a fruit stall. Peach fuzz allergy. The doctor had become an unwitting detective in that instance. "What do you need the tube for?" She pressed. "To insert it into the trachea." "Where's the tube? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" "Here it comes," shouted someone as they rushed from the kitchen. With their left hand outstretched to clear the way, and their right hand raised high, they approached Gret, panting heavily, and thrust an object into his hands. "The tube is here. See if it will work. I cleaned it as best I could." Gret looked down to find a chicken leg bone resting quietly in his palm, both ends cut off, revealing a hollow interior. He inspected the bone. The marrow had been nearly cleared out, and light shone through from the other end. Well, this will do in a pinch, he thought. Lacking sterile packaging and PVC tubing, they would have to make do with this hollow chicken bone. The edges are too sharp. We need to smooth them out. It's quite challenging, Uncle Edmund admitted. A deft hand reached out, and it was the priest who took the chicken bone from Gret's palm. Turning to the knight and requesting, "Roman, could you lend a hand?" Roman's expression darkened momentarily, but he remained silent as he accepted the bone. With deliberate care, he rubbed his thumb over the sharp edges, flipping it over to smooth the other side. Bone fragments fell away as the previously jagged cuts became visibly smoother. Gret's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to suppress a soft gasp. Using one's hands directly, the thumb as a makeshift whetstone. Such effortless precision. Could the knights of this world possess such formidable physical prowess? Insert it into the trachea? How? Why must we insert it? Lo and behold, it has truly been inserted. Chapter 12. Can the divine art alleviate laryngeal swelling? Gret's previous life had involved the procedure of tracheal intubation innumerable times, if not 1,000, then certainly 8,000. This particular operation was predominantly performed in 3 departments within a hospital: anesthesiology, otolaryngology, and, of course, the versatile emergency department, which prided itself on a broad skill set. For elective surgeries requiring intubation, one could summon an anesthesiologist or request assistance from otolaryngology, as their expertise in the anatomy of the larynx made them adept at such procedures. With the surgical schedule arranged and evaluations completed, timely arrival was all that was needed. However, in emergencies, the situation was far less forgiving. When a patient was on the brink of asphyxiation, there was no time to call for consultations or await the arrival of specialists, whether via elevator or stairwell. Precious moments could spell the difference between life and death. Thus, Beleaguered emergency physicians often found themselves rolling up their sleeves and taking matters into their own hands. The predicament was that Gret had encountered a myriad of intubation techniques in his past: oral intubation, nasal intubation, and even procedures involving tracheostomy. Yet, he had never before substituted a tracheal tube with a mere chicken bone, its ends severed and smoothed, with questionable sterilization. Gret lamented that if he had any choice in the matter, he would eschew this makeshift alternative. Yet, when faced with a lack of proper equipment, a chicken bone would have to suffice as a last resort. As he worked, he endeavored to explain to the priest, "The cricothyrotomy has been completed." "What is the cricothyroid membrane?" you ask. "It is the very site of my incision, and not every area of the neck is safe to cut. This location is the most secure. Once opened, I must swiftly insert a tube into the trachea to prevent damage from pressure on the cricoid cartilage, which could lead to laryngeal stenosis." What is the cricoid cartilage? Why is it vulnerable to damage, and what causes laryngeal narrowing? I simply lack the time to elaborate. He continued, "The laryngeal cavity of a child is quite narrow, so the tube cannot be inserted too deeply. Otherwise, it may inadvertently enter the esophagus, creating a far more complex situation." He muttered to himself, chastising any hypothetical student who dared to raise such foundational queries. Yet, the priest, unfamiliar with these medical intricacies, required his patience. Amidst this, Gret had to divide his focus, explaining while operating under the flickering light of candles and torches, devoid of any assistance to reflect light. "Silence now. I am commencing," he commanded, startling the priest into silence. With his gaze lowered and amidst the erratic illumination, he aligned the chicken bone with the incision at the cricothyroid membrane, steadied his hand, and pressed inward. After a slight resistance, he felt the familiar sensation of emptiness as the chicken bone breached the incision, entering the laryngeal cavity. A faint whistling sound of airflow echoed through the bone, reaching Gret's ears, signifying the completion of the intubation. Next came the pressing need to secure it. Alas, he found himself bereft of adhesive tape or any means to anchor the bone to the patient's neck. What could he possibly use in this dire situation? On the very first day of his otherworldly journey, and in the midst of his second emergency procedure, tears brimmed in Gret's eyes once more. It was evident that in the noble pursuit of healing, a physician's imagination and ingenuity knew no bounds. In an instant, Gret resolved to act. He seized the child's hand and placed it into the farmer's grasp. "Edmund, hold him tightly," he instructed, simultaneously placing the farmer's other hand on the child's shoulder. "Do not let him move. Not even a fraction, especially the neck, where this tube is inserted. Absolute stillness is imperative." The bearded farmer nodded earnestly, summoning several other men to assist in restraining the boy. The priest, who had been holding his breath, now dared to exhale and eagerly inquired, "Is this sufficient?" "Not yet," Gret replied with a pained smile as he gestured toward the child's throat. "Observe, the larynx remains swollen. Until the swelling subsides, the child cannot breathe normally, and only then can we deem him safe." The priest leaned closer, attempting to peer into the child's throat, encouraging him to open his mouth. However, the dim light rendered his efforts futile. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a burst of light that floated towards the child's mouth. "Wait, do not treat him yet," Gret exclaimed urgently. "This is not the moment for hasty remedies." The priest flinched at his outburst, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Meanwhile, Sir Roman, sword in hand, cast a fierce glare at Gret. Oblivious to the knight's ire, Gret leaned closer to the priest, gesturing emphatically. "Look at the child's throat. The interior is entirely swollen, is it not? Where there should be an open passage, there is now nothing visible. Furthermore, the deeper structures are also affected, impeding airflow. He nearly suffocated moments ago. As a priest of the water goddess, can you manipulate the flow to reduce the swelling?" "What does it mean to reduce swelling?" The priest pondered, perplexed. "To draw out the accumulated fluids and prevent obstruction of the throat?" The priest, visibly troubled, furrowed his brow in deep thought. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head. "There exists a formidable high-level divine art that can extract all bodily fluids in one fell swoop, but I am far from that level. To remove fluid from such a small area, I cannot say. I will pray and see if divine favor can be invoked." Once more, all eyes turned expectantly to Gret. He remained silent, realizing that his initial intention to bypass the complexities of the situation and directly employ divine magic had proven futile. The limitations of divine arts were stark. When faced with an immediate solution, it was readily available, yet without it, not even a hint of a path forward existed. "Very well, I shall take charge of this matter. Let modern medicine prevail." Chapter 13. Allergy Skin Test. Let the pharmacist adjust it. Since modern medicine is to handle the situation, it is only natural to adhere to the principles of contemporary medical practices. Gret steadied himself and scrutinized the child once more. His initial observations were indeed correct. The child's face exhibited swelling, with visible hives on both his face and hands, leading to a primary suspicion of an allergy. He turned to the peasant woman who had brought the child in and continued his inquiries. Has he consumed anything unusual? Or picked any flowers? Where did he play this afternoon? How could he play? The little Remy was quite sensible. 2 years ago, he had already been helping with household chores. My apologies. Gret wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His recollection of childhood was still incomplete, and he couldn't quite remember how he had spent those years. However, in his previous life, at the age of 7 or 8, he had certainly been a primary school student, carrying a small backpack and attending school daily, with not even a thought of how to blow up a school. Nonetheless, he was well aware of how mischievous children of that age could be. During his time in the emergency department, parents would frequently burst in with their injured or ill children for reasons that defied imagination, truly testing the limits of human creativity. Are there any other children who played with him? Can we call them in for questioning? Yes, there are. 2 or 3. Without hesitation, someone dashed off. Gret furrowed his brow, continuing to ponder what other potential causes for the ailment might exist. Meanwhile, a rather bored physician, having finished examining the child's throat, sauntered over. What are you asking all this for? Gret replied, to identify the allergen. He was 100% certain that this curious physician would delve into the matter thoroughly. If pressed for an explanation, how would he articulate it? Anaphylactic reaction, also known as hypersensitivity, refers to an abnormal adaptive immune response characterized by physiological dysfunction or tissue damage upon exposure to certain antigens. Quite simple indeed. But to explain it fully would be a Herculean task. Even in his previous life, had he asked a layperson to elucidate the term allergy, they could have spent half an hour flipping through a full set of 53 medical textbooks without ever determining which one addressed allergies. I inquire about these matters to ascertain whether the child has ingested, drunk, or touched anything he might be intolerant to. Poisoning? No, not poisoning. Who cast the detoxification spell just now? Was it not you? After a lengthy effort, he finally managed to clarify the manifestations of allergies. The companions who had played with the child were summoned, 3 in total, with the eldest not yet 10 and the youngest appearing merely 4 or 5. Gret repeated his earlier questions and, indeed, elicited some differing information. It was salted fish. I saw Remy break off a piece from the fish hanging from the beam. You lie. Our Remy is the most well-behaved. He would never steal food. The peasant woman leapt up like a protective beast, baring her teeth and screeching. The mother screamed. The children ran, and a man shouted to restore order, causing the hall to descend into chaos, the volume soaring once again to 120 decibels. Gret was drenched in sweat. Amidst the clamor, he shouted, "Everyone quiet down. Who can fetch that salted fish?" Despite his suspicions about the salted fish causing the issue, no modern physician would dare to make a diagnosis without conducting tests. Gret held a piece of salted fish in one hand and a bowl of clear water in the other, examining it closely. What kind of fish was this? Forgive him, for in his previous life, he had only known how to eat fish. He had never bought or prepared it. While he could recognize a cooked dish, identifying a raw fish before him was beyond him. He simply could not manage it. Fortunately, someone else was able to identify it. The priest of the water goddess leaned in, intrigued, and after a moment of study, confidently declared, "It is cod." Is this the source of the trouble? Cod is indeed the culprit. Gret nodded silently. It was quite normal for people in inland regions, who seldom had access to seafood, to develop an allergy after occasional consumption. He smiled at the priest and said, "I suspect the likelihood is considerable. However, we must verify it." How do we verify? Should we let the child eat it again? Gret was drenched in sweat. His throat is already swollen. If you make him eat it, he must swallow it. Then what shall we do? How to conduct the experiment? Generations of physicians before him had paved the way for their successors. Doctors need not worry if an allergy was suspected. They could simply send the patient for a skin test, a procedure costing mere several coins, where 2 needles would be pricked into the arm, with a drop of antigen administered, yielding results within half an hour. But now, to perform a skin test, one must first have the antigen, aseptic, devoid of significant toxic side effects, and with verified protein content. Antigens were readily available in the laboratory, seemingly within reach. However, without ready-made antigen products extracting from raw materials, Greta had trained in clinical medicine, not pharmacology. Yet he had heard his pharmacology classmates lament about the laborious process of extraction, which involved chopping fish flesh, grinding it with liquid nitrogen, defatting with acetone, stirring, settling, and centrifuging. The entire procedure took days and nights, leaving one disheveled and weary. As for the amount of reagents and equipment required during this process, that need not even be mentioned. In his previous life, various seemingly ordinary conditions were underpinned by the robust industrial capabilities of the state. In this foreign realm, the only thing Greta could ascertain was chop the fish flesh and soak it in water, and that was it. Then, he would leap directly to the final step of the skin test. Bring me 2 needles, and fetch another bowl of clear water. On the child's left and right forearms, a drop of clear water and a drop of water mixed with fish flesh were placed, followed by a gentle prick of each needle through the droplets, breaking the skin without drawing blood. Greta pressed his wrist, silently counting to 60, wiped the droplets from the child's arms, and then asked, "What now?" "Wait." The prick test and the skin test, type 1 hypersensitivity, related to seafood allergies, nut allergies, and paint allergies, required observation of results 20 to 30 minutes post-antigen stimulation. The child was temporarily out of danger, and the next steps in treatment awaited the test results. All that could be done now was to wait. Looking left and right, seated idly, with nothing to do, Greta thought to himself, "Really? We must wait half an hour, and no one has sent me for a meal?" Chapter 14. No adrenaline? Then, we must use the adrenal gland. 20 minutes can feel both fleeting and prolonged, particularly when one is accompanied by an incessant questioner, whose inquiries seem to stretch the fabric of time, making each moment feel like an eternity. Greta's gaze flickered between the child's throat and the esteemed priest, gesturing fervently, nearly exhausting his words. At long last, a voice rang out. "It's red. It's a significant redness." Peering closer, Greta observed the boy's left forearm, smooth and unblemished, while the right was marred by a large, inflamed patch, swollen with discernible welts. Surrounding the crimson area were thin, erratic lines resembling insect legs, the presence of a rash accompanied by pseudopodia and wheals. Indeed, it was an allergic reaction, and a severe one at that. The intensity of the reaction could very well be attributed to the unadulterated fish extract he had prepared. Despite his inner turmoil, Greta maintained an outward facade of confidence, clapping his hands together, confirmed. "It's the codfish that caused this." But what followed? Greta faltered. The cause of the child's distress had been pinpointed as acute laryngeal edema due to an allergic reaction. He was intimately familiar with emergency protocols, able to recite them from memory. Even now, a seasoned emergency nurse was efficiently preparing the necessary medications, a subcutaneous injection of 0.1 adrenaline, a mixture of 10 milliliters saline with 1 milligram adrenaline and 10 milligrams dexamethasone to be gargled for 3 to 5 minutes, followed promptly by nebulization of 20 to 40 milliliters saline with 12 milligrams adrenaline and 10 milligrams dexamethasone. Yet, what did he possess at this moment? Nothing at all. No adrenaline injection, no dexamethasone. And even the saline that he had instructed the staff to prepare was likely imprecise, rife with impurities, and far from sterile. How could he endure such circumstances? Fortunately, Greta had devised a contingency plan. He feigned contemplation before turning to the farmer. "I noticed there was mutton stew in the kitchen. Do you still have the sheep's entrails?" "Indeed, we do." The farmer, Uncle Edmund, nodded vigorously. Greta exhaled in relief. Had they not been available, he would have had to negotiate with the workers to slaughter a sheep on the spot. He rose and directed, "Bring me the entrails." Having established considerable authority on the farm, Greta's command was promptly obeyed. Shortly, a basin of fresh entrails was placed before him with a thud. Without hesitation, Greta crouched down, plunging his hands into the wooden basin amidst the curious onlookers. The priest, who had been shadowing Greta, squatted down out of curiosity. After a moment of observation, he could not suppress his inquiry. "What are you doing?" "Searching for an organ." "Which one?" The priest leaned in closer. The ever-watchful knight Roman, who had dutifully guarded him, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "My lord, your esteemed status." "Bah!" The priest waved his hand dismissively, craning his neck left and right, only to be overwhelmed by a nauseating stench. Fortunately, knight Roman steadied him to prevent a fall. Still enveloped in curiosity, he pinched his nose and continued to press. "Which organ are you seeking?" "Surely it is merely entrails. Let them search for it." They wouldn't know. Greta, engrossed in his task, murmured to himself, "Kidney, kidney. Found it." And another. "Ah, you mean the sheep's kidney." The priest's head reappeared, Greta raised his bloodied hand as if to push him away. Quiet. Very well, I shan't ask again. I merely suggested that you let them search. Ignoring him, Greta remained focused, rummaging through the basin. The sheep that had been slaughtered had its anatomical structure completely compromised. Finding one kidney did not guarantee the other's presence. After an extensive search, he successfully retrieved both sheep kidneys, sighed in relief, and carried the bowl containing them to the table, meticulously beginning to separate them. From the outset, Greta sought not merely the kidneys, but the adrenal glands. Adrenaline constricts blood vessels, while dexamethasone serves as an anti-inflammatory agent to combat allergic reactions. Dexamethasone, a synthetic chemical compound, was out of the question, but adrenaline, at the very least, it could be contemplated. Possessing this substance could alleviate the laryngeal edema, enabling the child to breathe normally. As for the chicken bone lodged in the airway, it could be swiftly removed. Theoretically, adrenaline is a protein hormone that cannot be ingested due to degradation by gastric proteases. However, historical accounts exist of oral administration of adrenaline. Greta recalled reading about an account from autumn 1893. When British physician George Oliver discovered that when subjects ingested a substance extracted from goat adrenal glands, their blood pressure readings reflected significant arterial constriction. This experiment became early evidence of the hypertensive effects of adrenal extracts. Yet, for Greta, it signified something more crucial. Oral administration of adrenaline, or adrenal extracts, could indeed yield effects. Of course, the child was currently unable to swallow. Yet, Greta held on to another glimmer of hope. While adrenaline and noradrenaline cannot be administered sublingually, isoprenaline could. Thus, the adrenal extract, more accurately, the mashed adrenal gland mixed with water, perhaps it could yield some benefit. Greta, tense and speechless, carefully peeled away the outer membrane of the sheep's kidney under the dim light, snipping, pulling, and gently separating. The crude iron scissors glimmered in his hands, almost mimicking the finesse of surgical instruments. The adrenal glands, small and nestled atop the kidneys, were enveloped in renal fascia. The human adrenal gland weighs roughly 57 grams, and a goat's would not differ significantly. He had to exercise utmost caution to extract the adrenal glands intact, avoiding any rupture. The amount of effective components within the two adrenal glands was uncertain, as was the extent of absorption possible through sublingual administration. He needed to be meticulous, ensuring no waste occurred. It was only once Greta successfully extracted both adrenal glands, placing them in a clean bowl to be chopped and ground, mixing with clean water for the child to gargle, that the priest released a deep breath and leaped up, inquiring, "Is this sufficient? Will there be no further issues? Let us wait and see." Greta's gaze remained fixed on the boy's neck, vigilant for any shifts in the chicken bone's position. Fortunately, the child gargled for 1 minute, then 2, then 5. The bone remained steadfast, while the edema in his throat gradually subsided, the sound of airflow across his vocal cords becoming increasingly pronounced. Remarkable. It truly works. Indeed, it was effective. Greta discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, extracting the chicken bone, and, feeling somewhat fatigued, smiled wearily at the priest. "Now, I kindly request your expertise to tend to his wounds." "Not a problem. Watch me. Greetings, young healer." In order to compose a discourse on adrenal extracts, I dedicated 20 minutes to researching various breeds of goats in the United Kingdom. The weight of these goats varies significantly. For instance, the mature Romney ram weighs approximately 80 kilograms, while the ewe weighs around 41 kilograms. In contrast, the Lincoln ram's weight ranges from 73 to 93 kilograms, and the mature ewe weighs between 55 and 70 kilograms. Additionally, the Southdown ram weighs between 80 and 88 kilograms, while the ewe's weight falls between 60 and 88 kilograms, among others. Chapter 15, The Diviner or the Blasphemer. Greetings, young healer. The priest smiled and extended his hand. Greta lifted her gaze slightly, observing the priest, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, with sparkling blue eyes reminiscent of the spring waters of the goddess. Clad in a light blue robe and a deep blue embroidered belt adorned with 3 white daffodils, indicative of a third-tier cleric according to the memories of the original owner, his demeanor radiated warmth. Despite Greta's rough, blood-stained attire, his expression remained unfazed. "I am Noah Donald, servant of the water goddess. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I am Greta Nordmark. The pleasure is mine." Upon shaking hands, Greta noted the priest's smooth, delicate skin, with only a few small calluses where the pen was held, contrasting sharply with her own rough and hardened hands. It seemed Donald sensed this disparity too, as he briefly lowered his gaze before promptly raising it again. Continuing to smile, "I misunderstood you earlier. My sincerest apologies. And Sir Raymond, Knight of the Realm, please extend your apologies as well." Following his gaze, Gret turned to see the knight standing stoically beside him, his face stern, adorned with a breastplate featuring a glimmering rose entwined with thorns. The knight, wearing plate armor, gripped a great sword, its scabbard lined with round blue gems. It was evident that even temple knights could not possess such splendid equipment, suggesting noble lineage. Perhaps he ranked even higher than Priest Donald, possibly being a fourth-tier knight or the like. No wonder he held himself with such pride, disregarding Donald's request for an apology. Gret's expression remained unchanged. Priest Donald maintained his genial smile and raised his voice slightly, calling out once more, "Sir Raymond," no longer able to ignore the summons. The knight stepped forward, his demeanor still composed, and nodded slightly towards Gret. "Apologies. It's all right. My previous actions were indeed prone to misinterpretation," Gret replied with a smile. She considered herself fortunate. After all, the knight had restrained his strength, sparing her ribs and not ending her life on the spot. There were tales of unfortunate colleagues who, while performing tracheostomies on asphyxiating patients, had been reported by the unaware crowd and subsequently arrested by the police. Though Raymond's demeanor was far from cordial, Donald seemed unconcerned. Seeing the two had reconciled, he turned gracefully towards the main table, gesturing, "Good evening, Mr. Nordmark. May I invite you to dine with me? The previous treatment was quite enjoyable, and I have much I wish to discuss with you." At that moment, Gret's companions, including the young priest John and Captain Karen, who had just managed to rise with the aid of a cane, gathered to watch the unfolding scene. Donald, spotting the young priest, maintained his polite smile, extending his hand. "And you, esteemed priest of the war goddess temple, please join us as well." John stood frozen, his head bowed as he awkwardly shuffled forward, unsure of what to say. Donald, taking the initiative, pulled him along, seating them both beside him, with Gret on one side and John on the other. In contrast, Sir Raymond found himself relegated to a lower seat among the healers. The farmer's wife, accompanied by several women, busily brought dishes to the table. The priest's utensils were of his own provision: silver plates, cups, and a gem-encrusted silver salt cellar. Gret and John, however, had only a bowl of mutton soup and a basket of dark bread between them. Yet, to Gret's delight, the soup contained visible chunks of meat. Unfazed, Gret dove into her meal. To her surprise, Donald soon followed suit, requesting 2 silver goblets be found, pouring each of them a glass of wine. The rich crimson hue and fragrant aroma suggested it was of excellent quality, something even Gret, who had abstained from alcohol in her past life, could recognize. Ah, how delightful! Though the carriage, silken robes, and silverware had yet to materialize, the wine had arrived. Gret stifled a chuckle. Sir Raymond, however, could contain himself no longer. His indignation flared as he observed the priest mingling with those he deemed beneath him, and now, seating them at the head of the table. With a thud, he slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. "My lord, with your esteemed status, how can you dine with these commoners?" The hall fell into stunned silence. Gret blinked in surprise, while John's face flushed crimson as he set down his bread. Donald, after a brief pause, responded with his characteristic calm, "Please refrain from such remarks. We are all healers, servants of the divine." "He is no healer." Raymond's tone grew more agitated. He stood tall, looking down at Gret. "He has yet to perform a single healing spell. Furthermore, I have never seen him as a cleric apprentice in this town." Gret opened her mouth, ready to defend herself, but found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she understood her abilities. Her medical knowledge was genuine, but her healing spells felt conjured from thin air. The divine calling was merely her own fabrication. Now, with her credibility in question, she realized the truth in Raymond's accusation. Moreover, the original owner did recall that no cleric emerged without extensive study and piety. The moment for her to refute had passed. Sir Raymond stepped closer, the clanking of his armor echoing, his sword drawn halfway, its gleam piercing Gret's gaze. "Speak. Whose servant are you?" "I am the diviner of the nature god." Voices from the long table chimed in unison. "A diviner? One who cannot heal? A diviner who cannot even mend his own companions?" Before the last words faded, Raymond unsheathed his sword, pointing it towards Captain Karen, who leaned heavily on his comrades. "Prove your divine favor, or you are a blasphemer." Chapter 16, The Essence of Health. The trust of life. A sudden chill enveloped Gret, who had encountered countless instances of medical disputes before. ranging from unreasonable quarrels lasting 4 hours to emergency rooms filled with mourners bearing wreaths and burning paper offerings. He had witnessed everything from intravenous stands being wielded as weapons to outright stabbings. The latter, he had only seen after the security had tidied up the aftermath. Yet, never had he felt so close to death. Blasphemy, the Inquisition, the stake. On the very first day of his arrival, having just escaped one crisis, was he to face another fiery demise? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he longed to flee the scene. However, upon witnessing the glint of the knight Roman's cold sword and Captain Karen's pallid visage, a surge of anger ignited within him, dispelling all fear. If there's an issue, confront me directly. What do you mean by drawing your sword at my patient? Gret stood tall, his heart pounding fiercely within his chest, the sound of blood rushing in his ears. Before he could utter a word, the cleric Donald beside him frowned and barked, "Roman, sheath your sword." Given the authority of his own cleric, Roman reluctantly complied, though he still bore an unyielding expression. Opposite Gret, the young priest John also rose, leaning over the table with fervor in his voice. "Gret possesses healing abilities. I swear by the god of war that I witnessed it today. You claim not to know him. How could you, lords of the city, recognize the servant of the god of nature?" Gret was taken aback. Could it be that the church of the god of nature was so impoverished? A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled why he felt the absence of a temple dedicated to the god of nature. Indeed, such a church lacked grand temples like those of the god of war or the water goddess. They often merely designated a small hill, encircled it with stones, and worshipped therein. If even a stone circle were absent, they would simply gather beneath an oak tree to pray. The clergy of the water goddess donned silk robes and traveled in carriages, while the temple of the god of war was situated behind the city guard's barracks, where the high-ranking priests, clad in gleaming armor, wielded shields and war hammers, blending seamlessly with the ranks of warriors, appearing more warrior-like than the soldiers themselves. In contrast, the servants of the god of nature wore drab, coarse linen robes, wielding oak staffs adorned with tender sprouts, traversing the streets from slums to fields, and then into the woods. In a word, they were destitute. Even the elders fared little better. Gret recalled someone gossiping that when the Lord's Manor summoned high-ranking spellcasters for a council, the elder of the god of nature's congregation arrived in a linen robe, carrying his oak staff and walking on foot. No wonder when he claimed to have received divine inspiration from the god of nature. His companions displayed not a hint of surprise, but rather a sense of disappointment. What parent would not feel disheartened to learn their child had joined a profoundly impoverished organization, regardless of any potential promotions? It was akin to his mother's mixed feelings upon discovering he had accepted a position in the emergency department, torn between concern and reluctance to oppose him. You witnessed him perform healing magic, yet you assert that the god of nature granted him divine inspiration? Do you not fear the blasphemy? Gret flinched at the outburst. Roman towered over him, his rugged visage accentuated by short, dark hair standing on end, and his booming voice commanded a formidable presence. Instinctively, Gret recoiled, but before he could retort, young John boldly stepped forth. "So, your denial holds no weight." The young priest stood resolute, though one was a powerful knight and the other merely a priest apprentice. The knight of the water goddess had no authority over the priest of the god of war. It was unnecessary to offend for no reason. When it came to defending a companion, young John was unyielding. "Gret has demonstrated extraordinary skills, yet you cannot accept that this is a divine revelation? Do you doubt the grace of the great god of nature?" A chorus of snickers erupted in the room. The farm boys laughed, and the older farmers turned their heads to stifle their amusement, while Gret's companions grinned openly. Unlike the steadfast guardians of the god of war, or the humble clergy of the god of nature, who often tended to livestock and imparted agricultural knowledge, the temple of the water goddess was filled with city elites who held themselves in high regard, seldom engaging in meaningful labor, leading to a general disdain for them. Roman's expression darkened. Even cleric Donald appeared somewhat strained. It was one thing for a knight and a priest apprentice to engage in a petty squabble, but when accusations of blasphemy arose, it became a matter of serious concern. Donald cleared his throat softly, rising with poise and elegance, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the room. The laughter gradually subsided, and he turned to Gret, leaning forward slightly. "Mr. Nordmark, to be frank, I am quite intrigued by your healing abilities. As it happens, your companion is injured." He stepped away from his seat, guiding Gret toward Captain Karen. "I trust you would wish to heal him. Might you demonstrate your healing magic for us to observe?" Gret hesitated. The young priest interjected once more. He has already used it today. How could he possibly cast it again at this hour? Tonight's inability to cast spells is inconsequential. Donald replied with a smile, unfazed. Tomorrow will suffice. However, do ensure that I am present to witness it. The two subtly engaged in a verbal duel. Gret, however, remained deaf to their exchange, his gaze vacant as he pondered. Healing magic. Healing magic. How did I perform it? Ah. It was when he wished fervently for Uncle Karen's swift recovery. Silence. He tried again. Still no response. If only Uncle Karen's injury would heal swiftly. Still nothing. Clearly, such metaphysical pursuits were not his forte. Objective, method motivation. 1. A fervent desire. This was likely met. Yet the absence of a response indicated it was a necessary but not sufficient condition. 2. Method, understanding the spell model. When he first cast healing magic, he had not contemplated the spell model. Thus it likely was not a necessary condition, at least not within the realm of basic healing spells. 3. Motivation. If a car's power source is gasoline, the power source for magic is mana, then the power source for divine magic. Perhaps it is faith? What is my faith? The omnipotent God of nature. After a silent prayer, still, no response. The God of nature remained indifferent to him. The notion of divine inspiration was indeed a mere fabrication of his own. By the gods Apollo, Asclepius, and all the deities of heaven and earth, I solemnly swear. No response. In the dimly lit hall, only the torches on the walls crackled softly, as if mocking him. A sheen of sweat formed on Gret's brow. Why was there no response? Why could he not cast healing magic? Was it truly as those in the West claimed, that the Chinese possessed no faith? Impossible. The Chinese have faith. I have faith. Calm down. Think again. What is my faith? Is it Marxism? He had never joined the party, and his beliefs were not pure enough to reach such heights. Is it ancestry? Is it history? Gret also did not feel that ancestry or history were the driving forces propelling him forward. So what then is it? If I possess faith, if I truly possess faith, then it ought to be in the healing and saving of lives. Day after day, through countless shifts, I often find myself utterly exhausted. Yet, upon hearing the siren of an emergency ambulance, a surge of energy propels me forward. Occasionally, I witness miraculous recoveries, frequently offer assistance, and always provide comfort. This is the culmination of all my passion and dedication, forged over 7 years of integrated medical studies and over a decade of clinical practice. Unbeknownst to me, Gret raised his right fist to his ear, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. As though a vibrant red flag were fluttering triumphantly in the void before him, the essence of health, the trust of life. A pure and abundant white light descended silently. In that moment, Gret was overwhelmed with tears of emotion. Chapter 17, Can Healing Arts Rely on Imagination? Well, the healing arts are truly unleashed. Gret, you are magnificent. A low murmur of excitement filled the hall as children aged 5 to 8, along with farmers and their spouses, eagerly pressed forward. Gret's 3 companions, Raymond the spear wielder, Thorn the archer, and Valid the shield bearer, had to join hands to form a protective semicircle around their captain to fend off the crowd. Little Priest John wore an expression of sheer exhilaration, his freckles glowing like stars. In stark contrast, the countenance of the Roman knight darkened further. Divine grace may boast, but divine art cannot afford to be false. If genuine healing magic emanated from the hands of this youth clad in coarse linen, it would indeed confirm that he was favored by the gods. Among the clergy, at least in principle, there existed equality. As the priest Donald had previously stated, we are all servants of the divine, especially since they were devotees of different deities. None could exert authority over the other, and it would be utterly absurd for temple knights to command priests. Alas, the insolent peasant boy could no longer trouble him. The Hippocratic oath has been upheld for nearly 2.5 millennia, from ancient Greece to the present day, embraced and practiced by countless generations of doctors. With health at stake and life entrusted, since 1991, successive cohorts of Chinese medical students have recited this oath as they embark on their medical journeys. From that moment on, healing became their sacred duty, and in times of calamity, they donned white coats like valiant warriors, fearlessly advancing. Year after year, the accumulated strength of this faith is formidable. If it were possible, if fate would bestow even a drop upon me, it would suffice for me to establish my footing in this unfamiliar realm. Gratitude to Hippocrates, to my predecessors, and to the doctors who have tirelessly fought in the past, present, and future. The healing magic, once finally unleashed, must be utilized with precision. It cannot be squandered. Sterilize and cleanse the abdominal wounds. Achieve the effect of antibiotic irrigation. prevent postoperative infections, ensure the healing of the rectus abdominis, the greater omentum, the peritoneum, and the superficial fascia. If there remains any strength, let the other wounds on the body heal as well. So, how does one compel this healing magic to obey and perform as desired? Gret was utterly at a loss. Had he been an ordained priest, or even a priest apprentice, a mentor would have guided him from the outset on the methods and key points to focus on, allowing him to observe and learn before casting his first healing spell. The issue was that Gret was a complete novice in the healing arts. Any divine inspiration from the nature god was merely his own boast. There was no alternative. He had to improvise. Sacred light flooded through the abdominal cavity. Wherever it flowed, golden staphylococci, E. coli, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa, various pathogens were annihilated. Gret even envisioned images of these bacteria. Under the radiance of white light, blood platelets congregated in droves at the sites of injury, causing coagulation and sealing the wounds. Just like when applying healing potions, the deep red rectus abdominis, pale white rectus sheath, and the loosened greater omentum, along with the torn mesentery, were quickly mended layer by layer, whether sewn or not. Granulation tissue proliferated, blood vessels sprouted, and epithelial cells began to climb, ultimately restoring the once injured tissue to a pristine state. The efficacy of such imagination was unknown to Gret. He simply closed his eyes, concentrating intently on envisioning everything that was to unfold, or ought to unfold, within the abdominal cavity. Fortunately, every surgeon is an artist, or at the very least, a soul artist, often sketching anatomical diagrams to explain to patients. To delineate all of this in his mind posed no challenge for Gret. Lost in his concentrated reverie, the hall gradually fell silent. The warriors and farmers, who had been nudging each other, ceased their whispers. The very act of breathing became a conscious effort to muffle. Only a few children, blissfully ignorant, continued to giggle and frolic, soon embraced by the rough hands of their mothers, who hushed them firmly. Silence enveloped the space. Gret could hear only the crackling of the torches and the heavy breaths, deliberately subdued, surrounding him. In the stillness, a sudden sound pierced through. The sound was undeniably loud, elongated, and unmistakably distinct. The soldiers encircling Captain Karen froze momentarily before erupting into raucous laughter. Ha! The captain farted. The captain actually farted. Amidst the merriment, Gret's eyes flew open, and he leaped up in excitement, reminiscent of his first appendectomy as a resident, when he heard his patient pass gas. It worked. He raised his fists triumphantly, waving them towards the heavens. The operation was a success. Recovery was promising. His imaginative visualization seemed to have borne fruit. Uncle Karen, your intestines have healed. Captain Karen, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. It was not until Gret repeated himself that he came to his senses, still in disbelief. Really? All healed. At least it's starting to work. The passing of gas signifies that your intestines are resuming peristalsis. Uncle Karen, you can eat now. Splendid. Boys, bring forth the food. Fine wines and dishes, generous portions of lamb. All of it. Sweat. Gret hastily interjected, no, he can only have some milk. At most, thin porridge. Nothing else. What? Didn't you say he was all healed? The recently healed areas cannot endure disturbance. Calls of excitement, protests, and explanations mingled into a chaotic uproar. Amidst the clamor, the Roman knight crossed his arms, casting a cold glare at Gret, his eyes icy. Health is paramount, and life entrusted. A salute to all healthcare workers. Chapter 18. The skeleton knocks at the door before drifting into slumber. He implored the child to awaken him immediately should any discomfort arise. Perhaps it was due to his role as a healer, or perhaps gratitude for saving the child, but Uncle Edmund, the farmer, had graciously arranged a private room for him instead of forcing him to share a cramped space with his comrades. The fine linen sheets and the soft quilt welcomed Gret, who sighed in contentment as he reclined. The first day of crossing over had finally passed. From this day forth, he would have to navigate this unfamiliar realm alone. All he could rely on were his extensive scientific knowledge, the healing arts he had recently mastered, and he touched his chest. Around his neck, a wax-coated linen string held a pendant that had never left him throughout his life, a translucent, leaf-shaped, pale green charm. It was neither metal nor jade, neither wood nor stone. He had no idea what it was, but whatever it was, he decided to wear it. Gret murmured softly. Closing his eyes, he fell into darkness almost instantly. Gret enjoyed a deep, fulfilling sleep. Having traversed countless miles and endured 2 emergency rescues on his first day in this new world, he slept soundly. The moment his head hit the pillow, He was whisked away into the embrace of slumber until dawn, without waking even once. The only disturbance to his restful night was the recurring dream where he tirelessly wrote a paper. Patient, male, 37 years old, treated for trauma. Diagnosis: liver rupture grade 3, 1 intestinal rupture, length 5 centimeters. Performed intestinal repair surgery without anesthesia, utilizing healing potions and arts for recovery, and reintroduced the intestine. The patient passed gas 6 hours post-surgery. Discussion: after intestinal surgery, due to anesthesia and surgical trauma, the recovery of intestinal motility is typically slow, generally requiring 48 to 72 hours. In this case, the patient's recovery of intestinal motility took merely 6 hours, a significantly shortened duration. It can be inferred that employing healing arts post-surgery has a remarkable effect on the restoration of intestinal function. Further clinical research is recommended based on this case. The wretched paper. Gret groggily sat up, slapping his forehead with a resounding thud. I have crossed over. There's no need for me to toil over papers for promotion anymore. Spare me. Awakened from this nightmarish non-nightmare, Gret felt somewhat disheartened as he rose to wash up. He dressed in a daze, had breakfast, and was just about to regroup with his comrades when he received news. They had been summoned by the temple guards to participate in an upcoming search operation. Gret was perplexed. The young priest John became flustered, exclaiming, Gret, you can't go. That night, the one from yesterday, despises you. This summons must be directed at you. If you go, who knows how he'll deal with you. Really? Gret scratched his head. The priest appeared quite reasonable, and he had a favorable impression of me. But we are the city guards. We still have patrols to conduct. However, that knight is the Lord's nephew. Captain Karen sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. The temple of the water goddess is a noble temple. Most of the priests and knights within are of noble birth. Summoning the city guards is merely a formality for them. But Uncle Karen, your injury isn't healed yet. I will speak to them. Little Gret. Ignoring the captain's plea, Gret turned and rushed into the hall. Knight Roman stood at the entrance, patiently listening to his request before smiling. As a healer, you indeed possess the privilege to abstain from participation. As for Captain Karen, isn't his injury already healed? Gret lowered his gaze slightly. Knight Roman's words seemed to extract him from the situation, providing ample justification for his non-participation. Of course, he could choose not to go. But what fate would befall his comrades if he did so? The knight's malice was glaringly evident. A small squad of city guards, alone in the wilderness, would not dare oppose such a summons. If he abstained, the knight's wrath and malevolence would undoubtedly be unleashed upon them. The search mission would encounter various dangers. Their presence could very well cost them their lives as they served as fodder before the temple guards. Setting aside the bonds of camaraderie and Captain Karen's past kindness towards him, as a physician, he could not abandon his companions in the face of potential peril. What to do? What to do? He ceased to argue, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. After taking a few turns, he found a temple guard in the barracks opposite the barn and inquired, "Excuse me, where can I find the priest? Could you help me notify him? The priest is still in morning prayers." The temple guard regarded him with a peculiar expression, a mix of disdain and suspicion, as if to say, "Do you not pray in the morning, Gret?" It seemed he had heard that priests prayed each morning to restore their healing arts for the day, right? Just after waking up and washing his face. Little Freckles was mumbling to the son about what he was doing. The names of the nature gods, their doctrines, and prayers were all lost to him. "I truly am a false prophet," Gret lamented. Even so, giving up was not in Gret's nature. He steadied himself and sought out Uncle Edmund the farmer, beseeching him to send word to the city at once. Then he approached Knight Roman again, continuing to argue his case. Gret pleaded and reasoned until, finally, he resorted to a bold ultimatum. "Let me go in place of Uncle Karen. After all, I am a healer, I have privileges, and if you don't agree, I simply want to go. Fine. It's a deal." A resounding clap of hands sealed the agreement. As he clapped, Gret discreetly tightened his fist at his side. This fellow surely harbored ill intentions. He needed to be cautious. With his backpack secured and a water skin slung over his shoulder, Gret set forth once more. Just as he was about to depart, the young priest rushed out with his own pack, standing resolutely beside him. "Gret, I'm going with you. What are you doing? You can't ditch me." With no choice, Gret extended his hand, giving it a firm shake. Although summoned for the search team, Gret remained utterly bewildered about what they were actually searching for. He followed the group, trudging over 3 hills and wading through 2 streams until they finally camped for the night in a dilapidated ancient castle. Half awake, He was jolted upright by a piercing scream. A skeleton. The clattering sound of swords unsheathing echoed sharply. Though the castle was remote in the mountains, it was quite expansive, featuring a main keep, a hall, a watchtower, and various buildings, though much had collapsed. Fortunately, the hall remained mostly intact, and a few of the surrounding buildings had roofs still standing. Only the southeast and northeast towers appeared habitable. The temple guards occupied the main hall, while Cleric Donald and Knight Roman did not stay with them, but instead cleared 2 rooms on the upper floor of the hall for themselves. The horses were settled in the surrounding buildings, and Greta's squad, not wishing to crowd them, decided to set up camp in the southeast tower. Meanwhile, the northeast tower erupted with cries, footsteps, and the sound of blades striking bone. Chapter 19. Fearsome Foes. Having dispatched 2 skeletal warriors and shattered a magical sigil with divine prowess, Greta found himself unwittingly swept into the northeastern tower, plunging into the depths of the basement. The underground chamber revealed an unexpected expanse. As Greta descended the spiraling staircase, he beheld 3 heaps of skeletons and 2 ambiguous forms that appeared to be zombies. Turning halfway down, he entered a grand hall, where a sharp gust of wind suddenly bore down from above. "Beware! Someone's behind you!" A voice cried out in alarm. Instinctively, Greta darted to the right just as a figure lunged at him, tackling him to the ground, rolling twice before coming to a halt. No sooner had they stopped than a dull thud resonated above, as another shadow plummeted down. "Ouch! Valley, watch out!" The world spun dizzyingly. Greta shook his head, slowly piecing together the chaotic scene. Upon entering the hall, an enemy had descended from above, catching him off guard. It was only thanks to the archer, Thorn, who had shoved him aside, and the shield warrior, Valley, who had raised his shield in vain, that he had avoided a direct blow. Amidst the cacophony of shouts and cries of pain, the voice of Donald the priest rang out with particular clarity. "Roman, be aware." Greta scrambled to the side, taking refuge behind a shield, where he witnessed a knight wielding a longsword in a fierce clash with a grotesque, winged creature. The blade clashed against claws, sparks flying in a dazzling display. "What in the world is that?" Vala murmured, the shield warrior standing protectively in front of Greta. Greta blinked, struggling to comprehend the monstrosity before him, and gasped in realization. "By the gods, that is a formidable beast." The creature, with its lizard-like visage, hooked claws, and bat-like wings, bore an uncanny resemblance to the gargoyles etched in his memory. Surveying the battlefield, he noted Donald the priest stationed across the hall, shielded by a small battalion of warriors, while the outer ranks were engaged in dispatching lesser foes. It was evident that the battle had advanced deeply into the hall. Greta pondered the circumstances that had led the gargoyle to the entrance and why Knight Roman had charged in from that direction. He resolved to bide his time. The knight exhibited remarkable prowess, his sword dancing as he exchanged blows with the gargoyle. At the opposite end of the hall, the temple guards labored to reach them, their large shields parting like the sea as 2 spear-wielders advanced behind them, poised to encircle the gargoyle. "This creature is doomed. Do not be complacent. Take cover." Yet before the warning could fully escape his lips, the gargoyle unleashed a shrill, ear-piercing scream that pierced the air. The sound was excruciatingly high-pitched, akin to nails scraping glass amplified 100-fold, or a rasping file against eardrums. Greta instinctively cupped his head, grimacing in agony. "Why such a raucous howl? You are a gargoyle, not a banshee." The screech halted the advancing warriors in their tracks, faces contorted in pain. Seizing the moment of confusion, the gargoyle unfurled its wings and leapt into the air. "Watch out! It's escaping!" Shouts filled the hall. Not only the temple warriors, swords raised, but Greta's own party readied themselves for the oncoming threat. Valus slightly bent his knees, raising his shield protectively in front of Greta. Raymond, the spear wielder, adjusted his stance, spear angled menacingly, while Thorn, the archer, gripped his dagger tightly, positioning himself defensively at Greta's side, prepared to intercept the gargoyle's assault. Greta himself clutched the small, freckled figure behind him, straining on tiptoe to keep a vigilant eye on the monstrous creature. As the gargoyle ascended to its peak, beginning to flap its wings, a brilliant beam of white light suddenly shot forth from the far end of the hall, striking it with force. Though merely a beam of light, it bore the weight of substance. The gargoyle faltered mid-flight, smoke billowing from its form. A charred mark instantly marred its flesh where the beam had struck. Seizing the opportunity, Knight Roman sprang into action, sword raised to deliver a decisive blow. Greta abruptly turned his head, following the trajectory of the light. At the opposite end of the hall stood Donald the priest, elevated among the warriors, his golden locks flowing like a banner. Illuminated by the flames, he appeared radiant, as though haloed in divine light. The priest of the water goddess was focused, his hands forming a triangle before him, the beam of light emanating from the center of that triangle. So this is the power of divine attack. Greta marveled inwardly, astonished at the might of a third-tier cleric in this world. Not far away, Knight Roman had felled the gargoyle, swiftly severing its wings. The warriors surged forward, swords and spears clashing, rapidly reducing the creature to fragments. Reluctantly, Greta approached, moving slowly toward the end of the hall, just as a temple guardian reported to the priest. "My lord, there is another door here." Before he could finish, a dark flash zipped past him. Greta instinctively lurched to the left. This time, the speed was far greater than the previous tackle. He was certain he had been yanked, perhaps to serve as a shield once more. The force that seized him offered no support, and Greta lost his balance, crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. "Ah, it's Knight Roman." Greta's hair stood on end. Despite his suspicions regarding the knight, he was compelled to acknowledge that he was the strongest among their group. Now, hearing Roman's anguished cry, he dreaded the identity of the foe. Propping himself up with his elbow, Greta strained to see. To his astonishment, the adversary assailing Knight Roman was not human but a magnificent large cat. Its coat was jet black, with snow-white paws and a pristine white chest and belly, as if adorned with a white cravat. The great cat darted around Knight Roman, leaping with astonishing agility. The knight roared in fury, yet his sword continuously met only empty air. With each of the cat's strikes, blood inevitably splattered from the knight. The feline leapt with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. The hall was briefly enveloped in a shadow as it soared over the heads of several individuals. Targeting the priest, Donald was momentarily stunned. Seizing the chance, the cat pounced, sinking its teeth into the priest's throat, growling lowly. As the dark figure passed, Greta, who had just managed to rise, felt a chill sweep through him, causing him to tumble down once more. In the hall, 2 or 3 dozen warriors, including the young priest John, fell like wheat before the scythe. Chapter 20. The necromancer and his skeleton, a black cat, gravely injured, lay among the strongest of the Roman knights. A flash of black light filled the entire arena. Greta's heart sank relentlessly. The newly arrived adversary possessed formidable combat prowess, capable of annihilating them all with ease. Even more terrifying were the elements at play: the black light, the black cat, skeleton warriors, zombies, and gargoyles. The consequences could not bode well. Greta attempted to subtly crawl into a corner, striving to project an air of innocence, as if to say, "I am not involved in this." However, as he shifted, a chill crept up his spine, akin to being doused with a bucket of ice water. He raised his eyes to survey the fallen warriors around him, their faces marked by sheer terror. Tap, tap, tap. Someone approached from behind. The footsteps were peculiar, striking the ground with a hard thud, reminiscent of small claws scraping against the floor. Greta stiffened, lowering his head, and slowly turned his face just enough to catch a glimpse. Before him stood a long, flowing black robe that nearly swept the ground. The fabric was indiscernible, heavy and draping, reflecting not a glimmer of light. All illumination seemed absorbed by the robe, a fabric that any fashion designer from a past life would covet at any cost. Greta shivered and looked up further. The robe billowed ominously, revealing no hint of a human form, save for a skeletal hand gripping a bone staff. Before he could discern the visage of the wearer, the Roman knight, now rolling on the ground, began to scream, "Necromancer! You are the necromancer!" The figure in the black robe paused, the long garment swirling momentarily before settling silently. The knight, in agony, raised an arm to point at the necromancer, his hand trembling violently. Greta noted the knight's wrist contorted unnaturally, the fingers twisted, the thumb unable to straighten, perhaps an injury to the extensor tendons. As Greta speculated silently, the knight, despite his trembling, managed to extend a finger, directing it defiantly at the necromancer's face. "You, an outsider necromancer, dared to harm the priest of the water goddess. Do you not fear retribution from the temple?" "Forgive me, I only just arrived in the city this afternoon and reported to the mage tower," the necromancer replied with an air of confidence. As he spoke, he took a step forward, the black robe billowing dramatically, like the furious waves of a storm at sea. "You shall not," the Roman knight roared, pushing against the ground in a desperate attempt to rise. Struggling unsuccessfully, he ultimately decided to launch himself headfirst into the fray. Ah! Clang! A flash of golden light erupted. The knight was sent flying, crashing against the wall. The structure trembled as the knight slid down, lifeless after rolling twice. Tap, tap, Tap. The footsteps continued, and the necromancer pointed his bone staff at the priest, sneering. What do you have to say? Oh dear, this is heading toward the priest. Every grievance has its source. Turn left out the door, and you shall find the temple of the water goddess. I am merely a lowly minion, forcibly summoned. I have not lifted a finger against these skeletons or zombies. Surely the necromancer is reasonable and will not hold me accountable? Injured, perhaps unconscious, considering the recent crash. He might have sustained a concussion. The possibility of internal bleeding loomed. Unable to rise, Gret contemplated the injuries inflicted by the cat's claws. It was possible that his wrist and ankle suffered tendon ruptures. With so many scratches, external infections were a certainty, and tetanus could also be a concern. Since it was a domesticated pet, rabies could likely be ruled out. Gret focused intently, mentally documenting each case. Once he finished, he turned his gaze back towards the necromancer, and lo, walking in tandem with the necromancer was a resplendent golden skeleton, radiating an aura of fortune, the very skeleton that had just sent the Roman knight flying. Gret's eyes sparkled with excitement, captivated by the animated skeleton. They had a skeleton in their life sciences lab, yet it remained immobile, encased behind glass, surrounded by velvet ropes, treated with utmost reverence by the instructor. While there were manipulable skeletons in the anatomy building, they were merely disjointed parts, lacking a complete form. A fully touchable skeleton was only found in plastic replicas. But this one was real. Indeed, in contrast to the shattered skeleton warriors, this golden skeleton was far more exquisite and agile. Gret examined it closely. The bones were not metallic, but rather authentic human bones, with fractures visible on the left tibia and the pelvic ridge distinctly apparent. It appeared to be a normal human skeleton, radiating a brilliant golden glow. He yearned to observe more closely, to touch, to engage. Gret was so enraptured that he forgot the necromancer's threats. Unbeknownst to him, he had risen from the ground, leaning forward, wishing he could press himself against it for a better view. How did this skeleton move? The necromancer interjected. What do you see? This skeleton is unusual. Gret exclaimed. Unusual? What do you mean? Your inquiry has dispelled my fatigue. Gret pushed himself up from the ground, straining to stand. As he rose, he swayed slightly, and the golden skeleton, perceptive to his struggle, extended a hand to assist him. The skull is male, while the pelvis is female. This is clearly a mismatch. Chapter 21. I picked up my own head. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. The temple guards wore expressions of bewilderment. The necromancer had effortlessly incapacitated everyone with a single spell, clearly a formidable adversary, especially considering the temple's prior missteps. Just as the priest and the opposing party were on the brink of reaching a compensation agreement and preparing to depart, this unfortunate fellow chose to nitpick about the discrepancies in the skeletons. What on earth was he thinking? Young Priest John opened his mouth, raised his hands, and quickly covered his face, emitting muffled sounds as his freckles twisted in turmoil. Lance-bearer Raymond gaped in astonishment, while Shield Warrior Valley widened his eyes, and Archer Ton, with his fiery red hair, looked as if it might ignite from frustration. Wake up, Gret. This is a necromancer. A necromancer. What are you arguing about regarding the skeleton? Such a bright child, watched over as he grew up. How could he suddenly become so eccentric after being enlightened by the god of nature? Priest Donald lay flat on his back, immobilized by the weight of a large cat. The cat, however, lifted its head, its golden eyes glimmering as it glanced between Gret and the golden skeleton, its tail swishing with evident curiosity. If the pet was intrigued, the necromancer was even more so. He stepped closer, inspecting the skull from above and bending down to scrutinize the pelvis. After a thorough examination, he turned to Gret and inquired, how should one assess this? Well, it's quite simple, Gret replied, standing on tiptoes to examine the tall golden skeleton with some effort. The skeleton turned its face towards him, suddenly raised its hand, and removed its own head, presenting the skull to Gret. Two flickering flames danced within the dark eye sockets, ominously staring back at him from the palm of the skeleton's hand. Gret stammered, please, don't do that. You're making me anxious. He made an effort to compose himself. No matter how the skeleton could retrieve its own head, the gender of the skull would remain constant. As long as that did not change, he would have something to discuss. Of course, the anatomical features of beings from another realm might differ, but that was a separate matter altogether. He refrained from reaching out and instead stepped aside, gesturing toward the skull as he elaborated. Observe the forehead and the crown. The curvature indicates that if it were female, the forehead should be vertical and the top flat. Now, look at the brow ridge. It's distinctly pronounced with numerous small holes. Do you see? In females, the brow ridge is less pronounced, and there are virtually no holes. Now, consider the nasal root. He spoke with an eloquence reminiscent of his studies in forensic medicine during his 3rd year, recalling every detail without omission. He should have forgotten it all by now, having buried it after the exam. After all, he was studying clinical medicine, not forensics. Such trivial matters were unnecessary to occupy his mind. Yet, as he recalled, everything was vividly clear, down to the page and line, and the illustrations in his textbook were etched in his memory. Greta even remembered doodling a ghostly face in the corner of one page. It seemed that this journey to another world had its unexpected benefits. A flicker of joy ignited within him. With renewed hope for survival after his transmutation, he felt a surge of positivity. Good news always lifted one's spirits. Greta found himself smiling involuntarily as he accelerated his explanation to the necromancer and the golden skeleton. Adopting a tone reminiscent of a senior physician instructing students during his time at medical school. In response to this uptick in pace, the skeleton's expression remained unchanged, as it had no expression to convey. Yet the flames within its skull transitioned from flickering to absolute stillness. It appeared to have entirely surrendered, resigning itself to being a mere emotionless prop, while the necromancer's eyes exhibited evident ripples of intrigue. His legs trembled, teetering as if they might collapse under him. Having concluded the examination of the skull, let us now turn our attention to the pelvis. This is the hip bone. The pubic symphysis is quite broad and flat, indicating an angle greater than 90 degrees. It is undoubtedly female. Oh, let us take a look at the back for further signs. This woman has borne children. He bent down, and the necromancer mimicked his movement. Greta leaned forward to peer upwards, while the necromancer stood straight, raised his left hand, and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the previously upright golden skeleton collapsed before Greta, who jumped back in surprise. In a flurry of chaotic imagination, he watched as the phalanges, ulna, radius, vertebrae, thoracic, cervical, and rib bones, like a slow-motion animation, began to reassemble themselves. The vertebrae stacked one upon another, the ribs affixed front and back, the scapulae aligned, and the arms and fingers extended one by one. At last, a half-headless skeleton stood upright, its upper body straightened against the ground. One hand pressed down, while the other explored until it found its pelvis. Wobbling as it lifted it high, Greta pondered. Is this skeleton suggesting that we were straining our necks to observe and decided to disassemble itself to showcase its bones? But the height was still insufficient. He glanced at the necromancer, who returned his gaze. After a moment of silent contemplation, the necromancer snapped his fingers once more, and the golden skeleton's toe bones, tibia, and femur began to piece together. The lower half of the skeleton stood firmly on the ground. The upper half, devoid of a head, reached out with one hand to grasp the femoral head and hoisted itself up, placing itself upright. One skeletal hand held the pelvis, while the other fumbled on the ground until it located the skull, lifting it in perfect symmetry. Then, without the pelvis to support it, the upper half wobbled and toppled to the side. With a loud, resounding cat cry, Greta turned to see the black cat in white boots leap gracefully off the priest's body. The cat's tail swished against the ground as it rolled about with its paws in the air. Hey, this laughter is a bit excessive, don't you think? You are but a cat. Shall we step inside to converse? Greta nodded with a smile. The necromancer advanced, the black cat leading the way with its swaying tail, while the golden skeleton followed with a clattering sound. After taking a few steps, the necromancer suddenly halted and barked. None of you are permitted to escape. Chapter 22. Ignoring the doctor's advice brings suffering. In the end, the movements of the temple guards instantly froze. The necromancer's bone staff struck the ground with force. With a swish, dozens of skeletal pillars rose from the floor of the hall. The fallen temple warriors, including Priest Donald, Knight Roman, and several members of Team Gret, found themselves encircled in 5 or 6 different enclosures, gazing at each other from a distance. Gret's eyelids twitched. So this is the infamous bone cage. A sight I have long heard of, now witnessed for the first time. He examined the structure closely. The bones were eerily pale, each exceeding a meter in length, some even surpassing 1.5 meters. His interest waned immediately. These were not human bones, thus lacking allure. What they were specifically, he could not determine. He was neither a forensic expert nor a paleontologist. Instead of pondering such matters, he would rather plead for the release of his team from the necromancer. Gret attempted to speak. The necromancer interrupted him sharply. Rest assured, I shall not kill them. I merely wish to prevent them from causing further destruction. They will be released first thing in the morning. With a wave of his hand, he turned to face the hall and began murmuring an incantation. Amidst the enigmatic sounds of the spell, Gret perceived dark energy coalescing inward, and in a moment, the shattered gargoyle statues restored themselves, rising to begin their patrol. With the presence of the gargoyles, it was safer for everyone to remain within the confines of the cages. Moreover, there were advantages to resting below. Shielded from the wind and rain, the ground offered ample space. Considering the recent chaos caused by this group in the Necromancer's Hall, Gret found it difficult to voice any objections. Exchanging glances with his teammates, the young priest John and brother Raymond discreetly gestured for him to remain silent. Feeling somewhat reassured, Gret took 2 steps forward with the Necromancer, only to suddenly see priest Donald lunge towards the bars, shouting, "Wait. He needs healing. Let me treat him first. Otherwise, he will die? Please." A dozen paces away, Knight Roman lay unconscious in another skeletal cage, silent and still. Nearby, 2 warriors trapped together were shaking and slapping him, yielding no effect, only causing the knight to lose more blood. Gret fell silent. To be candid, witnessing Knight Roman's plight brought him a hint of satisfaction. As for treating the knight, that collision likely hadn't caused any severe internal bleeding, right? The Necromancer turned to glance at him. Seeing that Gret showed no sign of pleading, his expression hardened. No. The priest recoiled. The Necromancer, lacking any deep animosity towards him, paused, contemplating. "Do you have healing potions?" Yes. Priest Donald nodded vigorously. He produced 3 vials of healing potion, extending his arm to offer them through the bars. The golden skeleton stepped forward to receive the vials, and the Necromancer pointed to one, instructing, "Pass that one to him." The black cat leaped gracefully, snatching the potion before delivering it to Knight Roman's cage. The 2 warriors, astonished and overjoyed, seized the potion and poured it into the knight's mouth. The healing potion carried by the priest was far superior to young John's basic healing draft. As it flowed down Roman's throat, his breathing grew heavy. He groaned twice and opened his eyes. Sir, you're awake." The 2 warriors exclaimed joyfully. Knight Roman, upon seeing the healing potion before him, was elated, grabbing it and pouring it onto his wrist. "Stop," Gret blurted out. Roman nearly dropped the vial, glaring at him in anger. "What are you doing?" Gret instinctively shrank back at the shout. He had no desire to meddle in Knight Roman's affairs. It was merely that he had been lost in thought, jolted by the cries of the city guard, and spoke without thinking. Now that he had spoken, he stood firm against the knight's fierce gaze, continuing, "You cannot treat that wound like this. Merely healing the exterior is insufficient. You must first mend the internal damage." "Who listens to your nonsense?" Roman huffed, flipping the vial and carefully dripping the healing potion onto his wound. The light golden liquid instantly healed the injury, leaving his skin smooth and unblemished, just as it had been before. However, his right thumb remained slightly bent, its form appearing unnatural. Gret sighed, turning to leave. The Necromancer observed their interaction with interest, chuckling softly as he leisurely followed behind. The stone door creaked shut behind them, and with a snap of his fingers, the Necromancer illuminated the chamber, smiling at Gret. "So, what do you say? Would you like me to eliminate him for you?" Gret was taken aback. The proposal was not without its allure. He was well aware of who had orchestrated the summons of the city guard. He also understood that the gargoyle had not merely appeared above him by chance. Yet, when it came to actually eliminating that individual, perhaps not? Really not? The Necromancer raised an eyebrow. His brown hair and blue eyes, combined with his gaunt frame, made his expression eerily reminiscent of a specter. Moreover, the black cat, now perched on the shoulder of the golden skeleton, interjected, "That fellow has no good intentions towards you. When I leaped at him, he was using you as a meat shield." Gret, a cat that can talk. Though this was a magical world where skeletons could walk and reattach their heads, the notion of a talking black cat was utterly astonishing. Gret instinctively retreated until his back met the cold stone door. He had always harbored a slight fear of cats in his previous life. The hospital had numerous strays, which the nurses often fed, yet he never dared to approach them. Now, encountering a formidable black cat that could speak was overwhelming. Gret braced himself against the stone surface. The black cat leapt down, landing directly in front of him. It flicked its tail against the ground and stepped forward, lifting its head proudly and baring its teeth. The cat's whiskers twitched, appearing rather displeased with Gret's earlier address. "So rude. I am the esteemed Mr. Traka. Do not call me just a black cat. An intelligent being capable of communication." Gret felt a surge of adrenaline course through him, but gradually calmed. It was not the talking cat he feared, but rather a creature devoid of intellect, yet possessing formidable strength. If it were to attack without warning, that would indeed be troublesome. Nevertheless, this was a world filled with magic and divine arts. Skeletons could reattach their heads, so why should it be surprising for a cat to speak? Thanks to countless animated shows and various games he had experienced in his former life, Gret quickly accepted the premise of a talking cat. He stepped forward, gracefully nodding at the black cat. "Greetings, esteemed Mr. Traka. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." "Oh, it's nothing." The black cat waved its paw dismissively. As it raised its paw, its pink pads were adorably squishy, making Gret's fingers itch with the desire to pinch them. The black cat seemed particularly sensitive to such intentions, nimbly jumping away, raising its head with a wide grin. "Honestly, do you truly not want me to eliminate him for you?" "No need." Gret gradually regained his composure. He gazed down into the black cat's golden eyes, exhaling slowly as a confident smile graced his lips. "That fellow is already incapacitated. If he does not tend to his tendons and merely heals the wound, whose fault is that?" Chapter 23, A Forensic Lesson for the Necromancer? Clap, clap, clap. To think you were merely a good-natured fellow, yet here you are, delving into darkness. Ha ha ha. Dear friend, your insights are truly impressive. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Andrew Lin, a necromancer hailing from the Black Crow Marsh. And you? Ah, by the way, would you care for a drink? Perhaps some mint water? Or honey water? Troka recently procured a beehive, and let me tell you, he might have fought off a honey-thieving bear. His words flowed rapidly, and the topics leaped from one to another with astonishing speed. It seemed as though his thoughts raced uncontrollably. Perhaps he should consult a psychiatrist, if such a profession existed in this world. "I am Gret Nordmark, a local. My profession is still uncertain. I would love some mint water, and do you have anything to eat? I'm absolutely famished after getting up in the middle of the night to work." "Troka," the necromancer Andrew called out loudly. The golden skeleton clattered away, while the necromancer, having washed his hands, turned to me with enthusiasm. "Hi. Do you think having the skeleton soldiers wield their own bones would offer better control?" He fixated on the golden skeleton. In contrast to the idle black cat sprawling on the table awaiting food, the skeleton had been industriously busy since its arrival, searching through cupboards, retrieving trays, tea sets, pouring water, and fetching food. It even flipped over a stone slab with a clatter, from which flames erupted, toasting muffins. Were it not a skeleton, one might mistake it for a robot. "I don't know." Gret struggled to suppress his response, but the question posed was far too complex. "You ask me, but where should I direct my inquiries regarding your skeleton?" He attempted a smile. "I believe the skeletons might not even realize which bone belongs to them." "Exactly." The man nodded vigorously. "This set of bones is indeed crafted by them. It seems utterly unreliable. So how can one discern which bone belongs to whom?" "Gret, should I have declined the invitation?" This necromancer, while seemingly benign, appears somewhat unhinged. He glanced around, visibly flustered. How does one differentiate which bone belongs to whom? He indeed had a method, such as conducting a DNA test. Analyzing each bone individually, categorizing them based on results would be remarkably swift, highly accurate, and cost-effective. The issue, however, lies in the fact that this is a foreign realm. Even if he wished to conduct such tests, he would need the means to do so. There were less precise classification methods. For instance, by examining the timing of epiphyseal closure, one could infer the age of the bone's owner and subsequently separate them according to age. For example, a radius head whose epiphysis had fused while the distal epiphysis remained open. Conversely, another pelvis had its epiphyseal fusion fully completed. The radius head would have closed at an age of 15 to 17 years, while the distal epiphysis would have closed at 16 to 18 years. Thus, the owner's age would likely be between 16 to 17 years. The pelvis, having fully fused at 20 to 25 years, indicates the owner must be over 20. These two bones undoubtedly belong to different individuals, without question. However, observing the epiphyseal lines requires X-ray imaging, which does not exist in this realm. Gret, the former emergency department doctor, lamented once more, collapsing in despair on the ground. Who can provide me with an X-ray machine? In dire straits, he thought perhaps acquiring some radium or would suffice. He could find someone to handcraft it. The necromancer Andrew continued to gaze at him expectantly. His complexion was sallow, and his hair greasy, a clear indication of his neglect of personal hygiene. As for his physique, he resembled a mere stick, and if he lost any more weight, he could undoubtedly be mistaken for a brother of his skeleton. By the way, the golden skeleton held a tray adorned with water vessels, porcelain plates, cups, and glass jars, all filled with mint water, white bread, and honey. Standing at the cabinet's edge, it held its posture upright, arms elegantly extended, yet it did not approach. Gret found himself circling in frustration at the necromancer before him. The circumstances dictated his actions, compelling him to delve into the depths of his memory for relevant knowledge from forensic textbooks, attempting to extract some valuable information. Actually, one can also discern the age of bones. For instance, the skull and teeth provide prominent indicators. Gret paused, scanning the area for a skull to facilitate his impromptu teaching session. Regrettably, despite being in the residence of a necromancer, bones were not plentiful. At the very least, Gret observed the singular skull that resided atop the golden skeleton's head. Thus, the skeleton, under his eager gaze, clattered over. It first set down the tray, poured the mint water, arranged the snack platter, and then removed its own head, cradling it in its hands, and offered it towards Gret. Its dark eye sockets lifted, revealing two flickering flames of soul within, as it engaged in a gaze with Gret. Gret, what is this? What are you implying? Do you expect me to hold a muffin in one hand, smear honey on it, and eat it, while using the other hand to lecture you on the cranial structure? He leaned back, evading the skull thrust towards him. Stretching across the table, he seized a fork from the necromancer and gave the skull a firm rap, open wide. The golden skeleton's jaw promptly opened in response. Gret raised the necromancer's fork and pointed at the dark, uneven teeth, elucidating. The older the individual, the greater the wear. Look, the tips of the teeth are worn down, and the crowns of the molars have lost considerable mass, exposing the dentin. TSK. He must have experienced significant pain in life. If the crown is merely slightly worn, or the tips remain intact, the individual is likely younger. Please, go ahead. Gret, unreserved, unleashed the rapid eating speed he had honed during night shifts as an emergency doctor, grasping a muffin in his left hand while pouring honey with his right, eagerly combining the two and sending them into his mouth. Upon the first bite, as his tongue brushed against the roof of his mouth, he couldn't help but murmur in delight. The muffin was delicate and rich, the honey sweet, and the mint water refreshing. Although the golden skeleton's muffin-making skills paled in comparison to those of master chefs from his previous life, in the dead of night, when hunger struck, it was more than satisfactory. This is what sustenance ought to be. I refuse to subsist on black bread daily. In high spirits, his lecture became increasingly elaborate. The degree of tooth wear not only correlates with age but also reflects the dietary habits and economic status of the individual. For instance, those who frequently consume black bread will undoubtedly exhibit more wear on their teeth than those who prefer white bread. Beyond the teeth, the pelvis can also serve as a gauge for age. The pelvis. Chapter 24. I will not use medicine to harm others. A necromancer and a former deputy chief physician of the emergency department engaged in an animated discussion about bones, exuding a sense of mutual admiration that suggested they had met too late in life. After conversing for half the night, the necromancer, Andrew Lin, momentarily lost his composure and reached across the table to grasp Greta's wrist. My dear friend, you are truly suited to be a necromancer. What do you say? Would you like to join us in the Black Raven Swamp? I can introduce you. I shall consult my mentor. My mentor is an 11th level archmage, and once he surpasses his limits, he may even assist you in becoming a lich. Greta replied, Thank you, but I am not particularly interested. I feel I have yet to fully embrace life. I am far more intrigued by elemental magic. Mr. Lin, you previously mentioned the Mage Tower and the Council of Mages. Could you kindly recommend me? Esteemed Mr. Lin, I prefer elemental magic. Esteemed Mr. Lin, I am more inclined towards alchemy. Aside from those harboring profound sorrow, yearning to resurrect loved ones, no adult would willingly choose the path of necromancy. Greta felt utterly flustered. Observing the theatricality of the necromancer from a distance was amusing, but being subjected to it up close was undeniably stressful. He dodged the spittle flying from the necromancer's mouth, while his mind raced with thoughts. Is this fellow exhibiting a performative personality? Or perhaps he is in the throes of mania. The rapidity of his thoughts. Could there be other indicators to support this? Might necromantic practices affect hormonal secretions, thereby influencing one's mental state? In this foreign realm, there was no means to conduct an EEG or even carry out standard biochemical tests. If it's not convenient. Convenient. Of course it is. The enthusiastic Lin stepped forward. Greta barely had time to evade as he was seized by the arms. with the necromancer's saliva splattering his face. Though the northern fellow in charge of the mage tower is overweight, irritable, and fond of drink, he once explored the Hall C with me and fought alongside the iron shell of the Radiant Church. My dear friend, rest assured that with my letter of recommendation, he will undoubtedly accept you. In a whirlwind, the necromancer dashed to the desk, unfurled a piece of parchment, and with a flourish, declared, "Here you go." Thank you so much. A mere trifle. Lynn waved dismissively. He glanced toward the door and suddenly grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Greta. By the way, that knight's hand, it's utterly ruined, isn't it? Beyond repair? He hasn't had his tendons sewn, has he? Greta shrugged. Can you treat it? He hesitated, neither nodding nor shaking his head. While he could indeed perform tendon suturing, it primarily required the precision of hand surgery, where tendons, blood vessels, and nerves must be meticulously stitched together under a microscope. After several hours of such work, the world would spin when one removed the microscope. Moreover, this wretched place lacked a microscope or specialized suturing instruments. The efficacy of the treatment, while better than leaving it untreated, could be readily imagined. The strongest student in the class was the one later snatched away by hand surgery, a record of 12 tendons. Yet, in the eyes of the necromancer Lin, Greta's lack of denial was clearly interpreted as affirmation. The necromancer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then how shall we treat it? Would you like me to bring him in so you can treat him on the spot? Without anesthesia, sterilization, or hemostasis, just dive right in? That would be far too brutal and entirely unacceptable. Before Greta could protest, a flash of darkness whizzed past him. The creature known as Mr. Traka, a black cat, leaped, initially appearing of normal size, but upon landing, had transformed into the size of a lynx, and as it dashed toward the doorway, it grew to match that of a leopard. A deep growl erupted from the beast, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking bones, followed swiftly by the anguished screams of Knight Roman. "Let me go! Let me go!" Knight Roman struggled desperately, his voice growing louder. Gasps filled the hall as onlookers were startled by the sudden turn of events, with the voice of Priest Donald ringing particularly loud. "Release him. Mage, I beg you. Release him. Greta. Greta." Greta stood frozen. In merely 2 days in this alternate realm, he had been pinned to the ground, his throat threatened by a sword, forcibly conscripted and attacked by monsters. The peril he had faced eclipsed even the past month or year of his life. Yet, never had he felt such a chill as he did now. The very individual who had once towered over him, capable of threatening his existence, was now being dragged in by a magical pet, all because of the necromancer's curiosity to witness an unorthodox surgical procedure. The roles of predator and prey could shift in an instant. One moment the knife wielder, the next, one could easily become the meat. Surely this cannot be right. Greta shook his head vehemently. The necromancer, misinterpreting his reluctance as enmity toward the knight, urged him, "Just perform the treatment for me to observe. At worst, you can heal him first, then I can." With a decisive wave of his hand, Greta broke into a sweat, shaking his head vigorously. His mind buzzed, feeling as though his eardrums might rattle loose. "Do you not wish to save a life? Then, treat him first, and afterward you can sever his tendons?" In the span of mere moments, the black cat transformed into a leopard and had already dragged the knight to the stone door. In a life-or-death struggle, the severely injured knight summoned every ounce of strength, desperately clawing at the edge of the stone door with his hands. Lifting his chin, he locked eyes with Greta, his gaze a tempest of rage and despair. Crack! The edge of the stone door splintered beneath the knight's fingertips. Greta trembled, exclaiming, "No!" He turned, stepping in front of the necromancer, locking his gaze with Lynn's, his eyes resolute. "I will not do such a thing. I have sworn an oath to never use medicine to harm others." Chapter 25. I aspire to be an elementalist, not a necromancer. The smile of the necromancer froze on his face. Greta's heart quivered. The necromancer was far superior to him, with a mere pet capable of overpowering him effortlessly. Rejecting his request might lead to dire consequences. Would he be bound and dissected? Greta trembled internally, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Yet he steadfastly met the necromancer's gaze. Clenching his fists, he pressed his knees back firmly, determined to keep his legs from quaking. A doctor's principles must be upheld. It is utterly unacceptable to wield a scalpel on a patient for selfish reasons. The stone door closed, sealing away all the shouts, gasps, and sighs of relief outside. The necromancer, Lynn, glanced at the stone door before turning back to Greta. "But what if he intends to harm you?" "I shall never use my medical skills to harm another," Greta replied firmly. That was the vow he made on the day he embarked on his journey as a medical student in his former life. Lin fell silent, observing Greta's youthful and impassioned face. After a moment, he sighed, I once had a friend who thought just like you. And then, later, after I became a necromancer, I avenged him. I'm sorry, Greta quickly apologized, pondering for a moment before adding, how about I perform a tendon suturing operation for you? Just bring me a larger animal. Uh-huh. Lin chuckled. Half an hour later, Greta's spirits soared. Before him lay a live sheep, bound to a platform, which Mr. Tralka had somehow procured, bleating plaintively. A small table nearby was lined with an array of surgical instruments, various sizes of scalpels, surgical scissors, retractors, and drilling bows. Although the sharpness of the blades left much to be desired and the sanitation was questionable, they were, after all, surgical instruments. He had finally found a scalpel. His happiness soared to new heights. Can these be used? Lin asked eagerly. Greta examined each instrument carefully, glancing at the ceiling and sighing. We are missing something. Missing what? Lin inquired. Curved needles, an electrosurgical knife, forget it. I'll just burn a cautery, and we can skip the needle holder. Ugh, this is so inconvenient. Bring me 2 pairs of forceps. If not, tweezers will suffice. Preparing the skin and ensuring cleanliness. Greta grasped the skin of the sheep's leg with tweezers in his left hand, while his right hand held the scalpel's handle with his thumb, middle, ring, and little fingers. Pressing his index finger against the back of the blade, he began to provide a running commentary. This way of holding the knife is called the bow grip. Why is it called the bow grip? Wait, are there violins in this world? Greta's mind raced. Well, even if there weren't violins, there was surely the horsehead fiddle. If that didn't exist, perhaps there was the eru. In any case, every culture has its own stringed instruments. Greta quickly gestured. It's just like holding a bow for an instrument. This grip allows for greater force when cutting through skin and muscle. Is that so? Let me take a closer look. Lin's fluffy head leaned in closer. A shadow immediately fell over the sheep's leg, obscuring Greta's view entirely. Could you step back a bit? Ugh, I still can't see. Your lighting is inadequate. Can we get a shadowless lamp? What? There are shadowless lamps. Greta reluctantly set the scalpel down to satisfy Lin's curiosity. After an hour of sketching and tinkering, they finally constructed the most peculiar shadowless lamp that Greta had ever seen. For skeletal arms intertwined at the spine, forming a cross. Each arm grasped 2 rib bones, creating a large circle that 2 people could embrace. Within this circle hung dozens of skeletal hands, each clutching an enchanted glow stick. Greta thought to himself, well, at least the light source meets the requirements, doesn't it? Moreover, the skeletal hands holding the glow sticks can be adjusted as needed. The following morning, Greta departed with 2 leather suitcases, the necromancer bidding him a reluctant farewell. One suitcase contained the surgical instruments he had used, while the other held far more precious items. Each piece was nestled in red velvet padding, glimmering with brilliance. Beakers, flasks, crucibles, mixers, balances. It was a complete set of basic alchemical tools. Though the suitcase contained no herbs or powders, this set of alchemical equipment was already of considerable value. Greta felt uneasy. This is far too valuable. No, it is nothing. The necromancer insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Among mages, there is a saying, no knowledge is without price. Last night, you generously shared so much knowledge with me. Allow me to share something with you in return. Every mage should possess a set of these. Every single one. My dear friend, trust me, should you join our school, the tools you receive will be far more exquisite. More exquisite? Greta mused. Do you have a microscope? A centrifuge? A UV spectrophotometer? If not, I would settle for a pipette. Greta silently critiqued the lack of equipment. If they had nothing of worth, he might as well find a way to gather his own. In comparison, joining a school that genuinely piqued his interest was evidently of greater significance. My sterilizer, my petri dishes, my equipment for separating, purifying, analyzing, and synthesizing various potions. My X-ray, ultrasound, and MRI. Elementalists, alchemists, I depend on you. But truly, I am interested in becoming an elementalist. Chapter 26. Have I become illiterate in another world? Gret stepped purposefully towards the mage tower, clutching a letter of recommendation. The ensuing exploration, revenge, or any other matters were to be dealt with in due time. As he swiftly made his way through the city, he parted ways with his companions and turned towards the mage tower. In Heartland City, there existed but a single mage tower, not nestled within the city itself, but majestically perched atop a hill on the outskirts. The hill was densely wooded, and when one craned their neck, Only the faintest glimpse of the tower's spire could be seen. It bore a resemblance to a hidden temple deep in the mountains, evoking a certain poetic imagery. Gret murmured to himself as he shook the reins. His chestnut mare snorted obediently, turning her head to ascend the hillside. The main road leading out of the city branched into a path that wound directly to the summit. This trail was broad and level, marked by deep ruts, indicating frequent passage of horse-drawn carriages. Gret found the ascent effortless, reaching the top in less than 15 minutes, arriving before the Mage Tower. Though the tower's name included the word tower, it resembled a formidable castle, encircled by a substantial wall. Dismounting, Gret took a few steps back. Gazing upward, the structure was indeed quite lofty, 3 stories. 4 stories suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed. Birds took flight, horses neighed, and the stout Mage Tower trembled. From a 4th-floor window, a thick plume of smoke billowed, and with a whoosh, a figure was hurled into the air in a parabolic arc. Gret exclaimed in astonishment. The height, the speed. Should that figure collide with the ground, with a stroke of luck, they might merely suffer a fracture. With less fortune, a fatal impact awaited them. He sprinted faster, his heart racing as he dashed, almost reaching the urgency of a crisis patient being rushed to the operating room. Yet, with each stride, he found himself slowing, finally halting to lean against his knees, gazing skyward in a daze. It was not that he could no longer run. At present, Gret's physique was that of a newly recruited city guard, barely qualifying as a level 1 warrior. The issue lay with the figures soaring from the window. Their every movement rendered his frantic escape seem utterly unnecessary. That individual flailed about, shouting as they ascended, reaching the zenith of their trajectory. Suddenly, they produced an object from their pocket and tossed it into the air. Instantly, their rapid descent ceased, and they floated downwards as if beneath the embrace of a parachute, drifting languidly towards the ground. Gret, gripping the reins, stood agape as he observed. The figure wobbled, descending from a height of 3 yards to 2, then 1, until, upon spotting Gret, they offered him a smile. Elliot. A furious bellow erupted from the window above. The airborne individual trembled, inexplicably losing their ability to float. And with a thud, they plummeted. Can you still walk? With Elliot's introduction, Gret effortlessly met the master of the Mage Tower, the 5th-level mage, Germain Klaus, to whom he presented the letter from the necromancer. Gret Nordmark? Germain, embodying the complete opposite of the necromancer, was a rotund man clad in a deep red robe that strained against his belly. His dark brown hair was neatly combed back, and a bushy beard extended from his ears to his chin, cascading down to obscure his throat. At a glance, Gret nearly mistook him for a character from a political textbook he had encountered. Standing beside him, Germain perused the letter with remarkable speed, then lifted his gaze to scrutinize Gret from head to toe. Andrew mentioned you wished to study elemental magic? Yes. What is your prior foundation? What level of spells can you cast? Level 1. Level 0? I cannot cast any. How much do you comprehend of the principles of magic? Basic incantations? Runic structures? Elemental fundamentals? Alchemy? Surely you can recognize basic magical texts? Actually, I cannot recognize those. Gret's head drooped lower. He could manage a few Latin terms from his medical studies, and he had minored in German. He frequently engaged with English literature for his publications. However, magical script, how could he possibly be familiar with such a thing? Yet, lacking knowledge of magical text implied that he would struggle to comprehend the vast majority, if not nearly all, of the tomes on magic. Was it true? After years of diligent study, had he truly become illiterate in this new world? Observing his ignorance in various aspects, Germain's thick brows knitted together in irritation. Despite the endorsement from a friend, his patience wore thin. You cannot possibly be illiterate in the common tongue. Moreover, I can cast healing spells. Germain's demeanor softened slightly. The ability to cast healing spells indicated a foundational aptitude for magic, suggesting that his mental acuity and perception were at least adequate. As for the rest, in light of my friendship with Lynn, since it is Andrew who has recommended you, you may audit classes at the Mage Tower. The tuition is 10 gold coins per month, but in consideration of Andrew, I shall waive it. Gret sighed with relief, nodding eagerly. 10 gold coins per month? At present, he could not even muster a single silver coin. The salary of a city guard was reportedly 5 silver coins a month, was it not? Thus, you may visit the Mage Tower daily, freely accessing the first-level S collection, but you are prohibited from copying or removing any materials. You may attend my lectures. And if my students, such as Elliot, are willing, you may inquire with them as well. To transcribe spells, You must provide your own materials, and without my permission. You are not allowed to use the alchemy lab. We shall discuss further matters once you become an apprentice mage. Chapter 27. The Peril of Tension Pneumothorax. As soon as Gret descended from the mountain, his companions rushed to him, eager to inquire. With his head bowed, Gret felt a pang of disappointment as he recounted his experience of being permitted to audit the lessons of the esteemed Master Gelman. To his surprise, his companions reacted with enthusiasm, particularly Captain Karen and the young priest John. Captain Karen, well versed in the ways of the world, was the first to offer consolation. This is quite a privilege, young Gret. You may not realize it, but many noble scions in the city are not even granted the opportunity to audit classes at the Mage Tower, and you have been spared the tuition fees. The young priest placed greater emphasis on the latter point. He even recounted the experiences of his own companions to further comfort Gret. Within our temple, numerous offshoots of nobility and knights have been unable to afford the study of magic, resorting instead to training at the temple. Unable to afford magic? Gret managed a faint smile. While the tuition for auditors was waived, he still needed to procure materials for spell transcription. Attending Master Gelman's lectures came at no extra charge. Yet who could say whether his students would offer guidance without compensation? He could swallow his pride and subsist on black bread alone. But how could he traverse the distance between the city and the Mage Tower on foot? Every aspect of life incurred expenses, and the original Gret's monthly salary amounted to a mere 5 silver coins. After satisfying his hunger, he could scarcely afford coarse linen for clothing. Filled with worry, Gret concealed his emotions, fearing that Uncle Karen and the others would share in his concern. He rode alongside his comrades into the city, directing his horse toward the military camp while observing the streets. The more he saw, the more troubled he became. The city guard's barracks were situated near the north gate, and as Gret and his companions entered through the west gate, they took a circuitous route. Though the streets they traversed were not the most bustling, they certainly were not devoid of life. However, Gret's gaze met dilapidated wooden houses lining the streets, with gaps in doors and windows allowing the wind to whistle through. The bakery at the corner of the street displayed an array of nearly black bread. The streets were not paved with cobblestones, nor were there drainage systems or any public sanitation facilities. Refuse lay strewn about, and wastewater flowed freely, turning the ground into a quagmire with each hoofprint. The muck splashed up in dark, yellowish clumps, and Gret was reluctant to contemplate what lay within that mire. In a word, poverty. In such a destitute city, how could he possibly earn enough to sustain himself? Gret felt utterly uncertain. He could only hope that the military camp would provide some relief. Yet, even if it did, what could it mean for him? Would he be promoted or receive a raise? He would likely spend his days in the Mage Tower, and it would be a blessing if the city guard did not dismiss him altogether. With trepidation, Gret followed Captain Karen into the barracks. While he retained some memories of what the barracks resembled, he was still taken aback upon entering. The city guard of Heartland was not particularly large, comprising only around 200 men, hardly comparable to a county police department from his previous life. Of course, whether the small town's population could match that of a county was a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, 200 men gathering for training and combat in this space was no trivial matter. Gret had witnessed the prowess of knight-level warriors in Sir Roman. Yet in such a confined area, their potential for chaos seemed limited, as evidenced by the current scene. On a training ground larger than a schoolyard, 2 knights were engaged in a fierce duel, the sounds of clashing weapons resonating even from half a field away. Captain Karen abruptly halted. The captain and Knight Ciro are sparring. Our squad leader is there as well. Let us proceed. Within the 200 members of the city guard, there was a captain, Stephen Nolan, a level 7 knight, for squad leaders, all possessing knightly strength, equating to level 5 or higher in warrior terms. Gret vaguely recalled that the original Gret's father had been a squad leader before his untimely death in battle. As for seasoned warriors like Uncle Karen, who had never quite attained knighthood and were now aging and declining in health, they remained as squad leaders. The squad that Captain Karen belonged to was led by Knight Flynn, who appeared to be in his mid-30s, the prime of his life. Upon hearing Captain Karen's report, Knight Flynn cast a glance toward the temple of the water goddess and scoffed. Do they think our city guard is to be trifled with? Gret felt a sense of relief wash over him. Knight Flynn beckoned him closer, inquiring with a smile. Have you grasped the art of healing? Are you planning to study magic? How often will you be attending? Knight Flynn, may I ask a favor of you? What is it? Knight Flynn inquired with keen interest. Gret struggled to suppress his blush. I will be occupied with studying at the Mage Tower these days and cannot participate in patrols. Would it be possible to refrain from deducting my salary? The notion of wanting to retain his salary while not participating in patrol duties was an absurdity Gret had never encountered in his previous life. He stumbled over his words, finally managing to express his request, only to have Knight Flynn erupt into hearty laughter. Young Gret, you. Gret was taken aback. Knight Flynn laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, wiping them away as he exclaimed, "You're actually worried about a salary deduction? Silly child you. Ha ha ha." The uproar of laughter was contagious, drawing the attention of the two knights engaged in combat. Knight Ciro faltered, unable to block a strike, and was sent flying. The onlooking soldiers gasped in shock, and a crowd surged forward. Gret barely managed to take a few steps before he heard frantic shouts. "Priest! Call the priest!" The urgency and desperation in their voices echoed the cries of family members calling for doctors in an emergency room, igniting a sense of alarm within Gret. He hastened his pace, pushing through the throng to catch a glimpse of the injured. His breath hitched as he beheld the sight. The wounded man lay curled on the ground, his lips a shade of blue, hands grasping desperately at his chest. His eyes bulged, resembling those of a fish, as he struggled to draw breath, veins in his neck protruding like writhing worms. Sweaty and in agony, he fought for air. "Remove his clothing. Quickly." Without needing to voice his command, the surrounding soldiers instinctively began tearing away the injured man's garments. It was an unspoken consensus among the warriors that, for external injuries, the first step was to remove clothing to facilitate the priest's treatment. As the clothes fell away, revealing the injury, Gret's brow furrowed instantly. The man's chest was unnaturally contorted. Broken ribs led to a sunken chest wall, jagged bone fragments pressing against the skin. More alarmingly, the right side of the chest appeared unnaturally distended. The spaces between several ribs were conspicuously widened. With each breath, the right side of the chest alternated between caving in and bulging out. Coupled with the previous signs of cyanosis, distended carotids, and difficulty breathing, Gret immediately recognized the condition: tension pneumothorax. Chapter 28. Emergency Rescue. The pastor heals tension pneumothorax refers to the rupture of a large pulmonary bulla, or a significant lung laceration or bronchial tear. The tear connects to the pleural cavity and forms a one-way valve, also known as high-pressure pneumothorax. Once tension pneumothorax occurs, the pressure in the pleural cavity decreases during inhalation, allowing air to enter, while during exhalation, the pressure rises, closing the valve and preventing air from escaping the pleural cavity. With each breath, the pressure within the pleural cavity escalates, compressing the lungs relentlessly. Eventually, the lungs become completely collapsed, unable to expand. No matter how desperately the patient tries to breathe, they cannot draw a single breath. This is one of the most life-threatening emergencies. Aside from a deep laceration to the carotid artery or a rupture of the aorta in the chest or abdomen, no other internal bleeding can claim a life as swiftly. Asphyxiation can lead to death in an instant. "Pastor, a 50 milliliters syringe." Gret shouted. There was no response. No one handed him anything. No syringe, no needle, no drainage tube. No one knew what he needed, why he needed it, or even what the injured person's condition indicated. This was another world, not their hospital, nor the emergency department he had worked in for over a decade. Gret looked around, spotting anxious faces surrounding the patient, gazing at the distant temple, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the pastor. Some even called for planks to be removed, wanting to lift the injured man towards the temple. "By the time you get him there, he'll be dead," Gret exclaimed urgently. He stood resolutely in front of the patient, one arm outstretched, the other reaching forward to grasp Sir Flynn's arm. "I am the healer. I can save him. Captain, help me." "You can save him?" Sir Flynn halted immediately. Gret nodded fervently. "He's dying. I can save him. I'm missing something. Captain, please help." Sir Flynn hesitated. Gret had just learned healing techniques from Captain Karen, yet no amount of trust in Karen could substitute for witnessing it firsthand. Moreover, the healing arts of the war goddess temple were something they had observed clearly for decades. "Look at his face. It's turning purple. He can't breathe. He's dying. I can buy him time. Until the pastor arrives." His tone grew increasingly urgent. Sir Flynn paused, glancing at the struggling patient, then fixed his gaze on Gret. The boy spoke the truth, his intuition told Sir Flynn. But could the healing technique he had just grasped, along with whatever 50-50 he mentioned, truly be effective? "Captain, trust him." Karen squeezed through the crowd. "Meanwhile, The patient's struggles became more frantic and feeble. Sir Flynn resolved instantly. What do you need? Greta received a shake of the head. Undeterred, he exclaimed, a thin steel tube. None. Iron. Copper? Any rigid tube will suffice. The size of a pinky finger. There's one. Finally, someone reacted and sprinted away. Moments later, they returned, handing Greta a bone from a chicken leg that he had just used 2 days prior. Greta thought to himself, am I now reliant on chicken bones? The critical issue was that the previous procedure was a cricothyrotomy, where he could directly insert the chicken bone. Today, he needed to perform a thoracentesis to relieve pressure, and they expected him to use a chicken bone, which was dozens of times thicker than a needle, to puncture the chest? Do you think I'm Superman? Greta seethed internally. With nothing at his disposal, this operation was a true test of desperation. Give me a dagger. Quickly. Without hesitation, Greta plunged the dagger into the second intercostal space at the midclavicular line. It wouldn't penetrate. Were the warriors of this world, or rather, knights, that strong? Someone help me. Greta shouted. He measured with his pinky. Just this deep? Pierce it. Pull it out, then insert the chicken bone. I'll do it. Sir Flynn immediately took the dagger. The blade entered, exited, and the chicken bone followed suit. A tremendous pressure with a hissing sound erupted from the center of the bone. Success. Greta felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knelt beside the patient, observing his breathing, listening intently to the airflow within the chicken bone. His thumb pressed against the top of the bone, occasionally applying pressure and then releasing it. After relieving the pressure in the pleural cavity, a one-way valve device should ideally be connected to facilitate the expulsion of high-pressure gases while preventing external air from entering. In emergencies, seasoned healers had used surgical gloves, soft plastic bags, or balloons, cutting a small opening to fit over the needle handle as a makeshift valve. I remember old Sheko died this way. His ribs were crushed, and within moments he was gone. The pastor hasn't even arrived yet. The onlooking warriors murmured amongst themselves. Sir Flynn's gaze softened as he looked at Greta, asking him, Little Greta, what should we do next? Next, insert a drainage tube, perform closed thoracic drainage, take x-rays, align the ribs, and if luck runs out, we may need to open the chest to repair the lungs. But right now, I have nothing. Greta internally rolled his eyes. Well, if this were the modern world, the emergency department would pass it to thoracic surgery, but now, in this foreign realm. Summon the pastor? A cacophony of footsteps finally approached. Greta glanced sideways, noticing the crowd suddenly bowing their heads. Your Excellency, the bishop. Curious, Greta turned his head to look. Since he was already kneeling beside the patient, he was already at half height, so he refrained from further gestures. Huddled in the center was a robust middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and stout, with a shiny bald head. If one disregarded the Western features, this bald head could easily be mistaken for that of a character from a tale. The bishop's white robe bore an embroidered shield, not in deep brown but outlined in radiant silver thread. Upon the shield, a war hammer and a staff crossed each other. Beyond that, there were no other adornments. Only a fist the size of a sand bowl gripping a staff adorned with jewels, signifying the bishop's esteemed status. Surrounding the bishop were several priests, tall and short, all muscular, appearing more like warriors than clergymen. Among them was the young priest John, the smallest and slenderest, proving he could only be a priest apprentice. A crowd of people gathered around the bishop, who first assessed the injured man, then turned his gaze to Greta and the chicken bone in his hand. After a moment of observation, he smiled gently. Child, I have arrived. You and your chicken bone may now relinquish your responsibility. Please, proceed with your treatment. At the appropriate moment, I shall extract it. Chapter 29. The efficacy of healing arts is truly admirable. Little Gret, be careful. Captain Karen whispered reproachfully. Captain Flynn stepped forward, seemingly intent on shielding Gret from view. Around them, the soldiers of the city guard murmured in astonishment. Young priest John gasped softly. He quickly covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes darting between Gret and the bald bishop, his freckled face a canvas of concern. The bald bishop, taken aback, scrutinized Gret from head to toe, noting his coarse burlap tunic, the right hand clutching a chicken bone, and the left hand resting on the wrist of the injured, fingertips delicately poised on the pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired gravely, Child, do you comprehend what you are doing? I understand. And do you grasp the severity of this man's injuries and the necessary treatment? Then why do you hold that object? To maintain the balance of thoracic pressure. Gret thought. However, To explain this adequately would require a detailed anatomical illustration and perhaps 10 minutes to elucidate the concept of pressure. Should they fail to comprehend, he might have to resort to conducting a Heidelberg experiment, which would be quite troublesome. Brother, the man is in dire need of rescue. This is a lengthy explanation. Gret blinked fervently. Please treat him first, and I shall elaborate afterward. Rest assured, I am right here and will not flee. Oh. Very well then. The bald bishop acquiesced with a cheerful smile. He ceased his inquiries, clasped his hands before his chest, and bowed his head in prayer. This prayer lasted far longer than the time it took young priest John to initiate his healing arts. Gret felt it stretched to at least 10 minutes. While listening to the injured man's labored breaths and maintaining pressure with the chicken bone, he internally sweated. Thank goodness I refused to let go. If he had been left to their treatment, he would have perished long before their incantation concluded. Indeed, the bishop's skills were remarkable. Upon the conclusion of the incantation, rather than a beam of white light, a gentle shower of milky luminescence descended, imbued with a touch of tenderness. As the light cascaded, the injured man's chest rose. Muscles relaxed and ribs realigned, as though invisible hands were manipulating him. His breathing stabilized, and after a moment, he gasped deeply, expelling a bloody phlegm with force. Gret hastily withdrew the chicken bone. The light indeed fell softly, and the wound inflicted by the dagger vanished in an instant. The efficacy of the healing arts was truly impressive. Gret felt a genuine envy. Had he possessed such abilities in his former life, there would have been no need for patients to clutch oxygen tubes in their mouths, nor to be tethered to drainage bottles, constantly monitored for their output. If 3 to 5 such patients arrived in a single night, he would have to vigilantly attend to them, forsaking even the slightest rest. The effects of the healing arts were immediately evident. Once the bald bishop concluded his treatment, the previously gravely injured Sir Silo pushed himself off the ground, stood upright, took a few deep breaths to savor the sweetness of the air, and bowed deeply. I thank the great god of war. I thank the great god of war. The soldiers of the city guard and the priests of the god of war echoed the prayer in unison. Instinctively, Gret lowered his head and clasped his hands. Just as he intended to emulate their prayers, he was struck by the realization of his own identity as one favored by the god of nature. Expressing gratitude to the god of war felt somehow amiss. He felt like an outsider. Gret's mind raced as he pondered how to avoid being burned alive. Meanwhile, the bald bishop, having graciously accepted Sir Silo's gratitude, stepped forward, drawing Gret into the night as presence. In truth, you should extend your thanks to this young man. If not for him, we would have arrived too late. Sir Silo breathed a sigh of relief. He had not been unconscious, merely struggling to breathe. He had heard everything: Gret's cries for help, his fervent arguments, and his quest for assistance. The immediate improvement in his breathing after being stabbed was undeniable. However, to express gratitude to a mere city guard recruit in front of the bishop of the god of war, was that a sign of his own disregard for his standing or a gesture to spare the boy from embarrassment? Fortunately, the bishop intervened. Sir Silo turned to grasp Gret's arm. I meant to say this earlier. Little Gret, I am profoundly grateful to you. It was nothing. It is what I ought to do. Thank you, Gret. This evening, you must visit my home so I can properly express my gratitude. That may not be necessary. Gret endeavored to decline, but Sir Silo insisted repeatedly. The bald bishop observed their exchange with a smile before his expression shifted to seriousness as he turned his attention to young priest John, who lingered at the back of the group. John, is this the young healer you spoke of? Gret was momentarily taken aback, swiftly glancing at John. The freckled boy nodded vigorously, beaming with a radiant smile. Then, he made a playful face and gestured toward the temple of the water goddess. Gret felt a warmth in his heart. The Roman knight had returned grievously injured, clearly leaving behind a potential threat. Though the man was incapacitated, his connections remained intact. Who could say whether he bore a grudge against Gret, or if he would seek revenge? Of course, to have Gret employ an assassin to eliminate him was out of the question. He had always been a law-abiding citizen in his previous life. Gret gratefully nodded at young John. The bald bishop observed their interaction without pressing for further details, instead offering an invitation. Greetings, young healer. What you did earlier was intriguing. We have encountered many soldiers who, regrettably, perished before they could receive treatment. Could you elaborate on your method? Of course. Chapter 30. Teaching battlefield first aid to the war god priest. As it was a lecture, it was only fitting that it not be held on the playground. Captain Leon, the knight, raised his hand in a courteous invitation, and the bald bishop smiled in agreement as they walked together towards the assembly hall of the military camp. The priests followed closely behind. Greta took a few steps back, falling to the rear, and joined young priest John. The young priest immediately leaned closer. Speaking in a hushed and urgent tone, I spoke to the bishop about it. The knight's situation? Yes. The young priest nodded vigorously. Greta smiled and patted his shoulder firmly. Thank you. The assembly hall of the city guards was neither large nor small. Inside, a long table was made from a solid tree trunk, with its surface smoothed but devoid of varnish. A large map hung on the wall directly opposite the entrance, and if everyone squeezed in, it could accommodate around 20 individuals. The bald bishop and the captain of the city guards entered first, followed by 7 or 8 priests who quickly filled half of the room. Greta naturally followed in among 4 squad leaders. The soldiers at the back also wished to squeeze in, but the last squad leader shot them a glare and was about to close the door. Wait, Kalen, you should come in too. A small commotion arose. The soldiers, not having received permission, began to jostle and half-jokingly complained. Captain, this isn't fair. We want to listen too. This is crucial for saving lives. Captain Kalen made his way forward amidst the envious gazes of his comrades. Greta glanced around, noticing that Brother Raymond and the others were far back in the crowd at the entrance and could not squeeze in. He pondered for a moment and turned to the captain. Captain, what I have to share is invaluable for everyone. It could help save lives in case of injury. Would it be possible to? He gestured outward, find a larger space? That should certainly be feasible. The captain readily agreed. And the bald bishop had no objections either. A throng of people, in an imposing procession, exited the assembly hall and made their way to the dining hall. Even before they arrived, the tantalizing aroma of freshly prepared food wafted from the direction of the dining hall. Greta's stomach audibly protested. How could he have forgotten? The largest room within the city guards was the dining hall, used for ceremonies but functioning as a dining area otherwise. Soldiers and priests settled in to listen, and Greta confidently ascended the podium. Lacking a blackboard and chalk, he adapted by using gestures to illustrate on his own body. We breathe using our lungs. When the lungs are functioning, they operate like a bellows. Pulling the bellows opens the lungs to inhale, and pushing it out allows exhalation. If the lungs are damaged, they may form a one-way flap, leaking air into the chest cavity when inhaling and becoming unable to expel air when exhaling. He explained simply how tension pneumothorax occurs and how to manage it in emergencies. Before the bald bishop could pose further questions, Greta's tone grew serious as he accelerated. On the battlefield, there are numerous causes of death. However, aside from being killed instantly, many fatalities result from severe injuries that are not treated promptly by priests. Now, I will discuss how to provide first aid for specific injuries. The soldiers perked up. The squad leaders and regular soldiers were particularly excited. The captains and lieutenants, being noble knights and the backbone of the battlefield, found it relatively easier to receive treatment. The common folk, however, did not enjoy the same privilege. At times, a minor injury on a noble's hand was deemed more important than a peasant's severed limb. Lives that could have been saved. Some comrades could have survived if they had received timely treatment. Young Greta is quite impressive. A squad leader beside Captain Kalen nudged him, speaking softly, just like his father. Another squad leader added, Indeed, the captain was like this back in the day, always finding ways to care for us. A group of middle-aged men murmured, their gazes toward Greta filled with admiration and nostalgia. Greta nodded to them and continued his discourse. The causes of death on the battlefield can primarily be categorized into 3 types. First, excessive bleeding. Second, cardiac arrest. Third, inability to breathe. Let us first discuss how to quickly stop bleeding on the battlefield. A stir arose in the hall. Cardiac arrest and inability to breathe were viewed by the soldiers as virtually certain death or nearly conclusive signs of mortality. In such dire circumstances, most people's first reaction is to surrender. However, bleeding. How many have witnessed comrades bleeding profusely, unable to staunch the flow or apply pressure, ultimately growing weaker and closing their eyes forever? Young Greta is going to teach how to stop the bleeding? Fantastic. Suddenly, 2 or 3 voices shouted simultaneously. Everyone turned to see 2 squad leaders from the second row jumping up in a frenzy. Young Greta, slow down. We need to take notes. The hall erupted in laughter. Greta couldn't help but chuckle as well. He waved at the excited Sir Flynn and tried to keep a straight face. Uncle Flynn, please help me get some large sheets of paper and a board to hang up. I will need to draw some diagrams for clarity. He began illustrating while explaining. occasionally calling on others to assist with bandaging demonstrations. The audience was utterly captivated. As mealtime approached, the kitchen sent in bread and cured meats, and everyone had a quick meal with vegetable soup while continuing to listen. Just as they finished discussing methods for stopping bleeding from the head and arms, a distant clamor arose, growing louder and closer. Greta looked up toward the entrance of the hall, and at that moment, several knights stood abruptly, hand on sword, turning their heads. Who goes there? What is happening? Captain, Captain! A soldier from the city guards rushed in, breathless and leaning against the door frame. The Lord S. Manor is here to arrest people. What? The hall erupted in a cacophony of discussions. Over 100 soldiers whispered among themselves, some in shock, others in anger, with a few utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Isn't that our job?" Greta stood firmly at the podium. At this moment, he could roughly speculate the reason for the Lord S. Manor's arrival, and indeed, the doors swung open with a resounding crash. A finely dressed envoy accompanied by 2 guards strode into the hall with an air of superiority. By the command of the temple, I summon Greta Nordmark to answer questions. Chapter 31. Has the temple of the water goddess come to capture me? A subtle stir arose among the warriors. The temple? The adjacent war god temple was filled with bishops and priests, making it implausible for them to suddenly produce more individuals. The nature god had no temple at all, and his followers were generally amiable folk, lacking any arrogance. Hence, the only possibility for the arrival of these individuals was the temple of the water goddess. How vexatious, indeed. They were the most demanding, requiring the largest donations, and when assistance for healing was sought, they would feign reluctance, their eyes solely fixed on the affluent nobles. Alas, despite my disdain, one must not show disrespect in the midst of battle. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Gret was indeed relieved. Fortune smiled upon him as he fortuitously rescued Sir Zyro, which consequently drew the attention of the war god temple more favorably when the temple of the water goddess arrived to apprehend him. Both the city guards and the dignitaries of the war god temple were present. With their presence, it was unlikely that he would suffer unjustly. Gret descended the platform with composure. Before Sir Flynn and Captain Nolan could speak, he turned to the temple envoy and said boldly, "You seek Gret Nordmark?" "That would be me." His calm demeanor momentarily caught the envoy off guard, who scrutinized him closely. A youth of merely a dozen years, with black hair and eyes, clad in a rough brown burlap vest, appearing as a lowly soldier of the city guard. From his appearance to his attire, he matched the description of Sir Roman perfectly. Although it seemed somewhat odd for a mere soldier to stand on the platform, well, a soldier is a soldier. Very well. The envoy raised his wooden staff and gestured with force. Behind him, 2 burly guards stepped forward. "Come with us." Gret neither complied nor resisted, standing still and casting an inquiring glance at Captain Nolan. As expected, Captain Nolan rose, hand on sword, brow furrowed, questioning the envoy. "Gret? What business does the temple have with him? Let us go." "Oh, wait. I have yet to finish my duties. Could we possibly wait a moment?" "The dignitary is waiting. Move quickly." Gret hesitated, reluctant to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Flynn squeezed past, whispering rapidly to Captain Nolan about prior events, how their squad was summoned, how Sir Roman sought personal vengeance, how Gret was grievously injured, and how he gained the favor of the necromancer. Captain Nolan listened intently, nodding as he absorbed the information. "I understand. Gret, come, I shall accompany you." "Sir," the temple envoy exclaimed, ready to protest. Captain Nolan waved his hand dismissively. "Young Gret is my subordinate, and I have always held him in high regard. Since the temple has summoned him, it is only fitting that I accompany him." The envoy was taken aback. Having anticipated the summons of a mere soldier would not provoke the involvement of the city guard-esque captain, a 7th-level knight. The envoy, despite his surprise, was met with the genial smile of the bald-headed bishop of the war god temple as he approached Gret. "This boy is intriguing. I too wish to see what the temple of the water goddess wishes to inquire of him. Surely, your esteemed temple would not mind my presence?" Whether they welcomed him or not was not for a mere envoy to decide. Moreover, when the bishop of the war god temple visits the temple of the water goddess, even the high priest would have to extend a welcoming gesture. What could he say or dare to say? The envoy, with a rueful expression, bowed and gestured for them to proceed. The bald-headed bishop, embodying a robust physique, jovially wrapped an arm around Gret's neck, nearly constricting his breath. A throng of individuals ambled out of the barracks. The temple of the water goddess lay behind the Lord's manor. a distance neither too far nor too close to the city guard's camp. Walking seemed a tad distant, while riding or taking a carriage felt excessively grand. The bald-headed bishop strode ahead. The representatives of the water goddess temple, having arrived on horseback, were left no choice but to lead their steeds alongside, grumbling as they trudged behind. What a peculiar situation. Why was this man so unpretentious? The envoy silently lamented. The bishop's reputation for being combative and fond of arm wrestling was well known throughout the city. There was a tale of him defeating a fifth-level knight in a contest of strength, adhering only to physical prowess. Now that the bishop opted to walk, there was no alternative. They all followed suit. As they proceeded, an unexpected figure darted past, one of the temple guards he had brought along for support. In a few swift steps, he sidled up to Captain Nolan, whispering urgently, "Sir Roman has lodged a complaint against you city guards." The envoy stiffened. He glanced left, observing two of the 4 city guard captains flanking Gret, casting him hostile glares. Turning right, he noticed a cluster of 7 or 8 priests closely trailing the bald bishop, creating a sense of overwhelming numbers. In terms of sheer numbers, it appeared as though those they sought to apprehend were not the city guards, but rather the priests of the war god temple. Behind him, a long line of city guard soldiers followed, their expressions betraying a mixture of concern and anticipation. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon the envoy. "I am merely a messenger. I hold no grievances with the city guard or this young man. I have not received any favors from Sir Roman. What harm is there in simply fulfilling my duty?" He hastened ahead, passing Gret, and whispered to Captain Nolan, "Sir Roman accuses your city guard's Gret of colluding with a necromancer, resulting in his grievous injury. Sir Donald has testified on behalf of Gret, stating that he was already in the hall below before the necromancer appeared, and they were both incapacitated together. Due to ineffective searching and considerable losses incurred, Sir Donald has been summoned for reflection. Sir Roman's injuries are severe, and despite the High Priest's personal healing attempts yielding insufficient results, some leniency has been extended towards him. The High Priest opined that the knight's delayed treatment last night contributed to the poor recovery." Behind Captain Nolan, Gret's eyes flickered momentarily, a silent smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Ignoring medical advice. Serves him right. Chapter 32. I am Greta Nordmark. Backed by great powers, the Roman knight was in a state of agitation, plagued by anxiety. Ever since the city guard youth had been summoned by the necromancer the previous evening, he had discovered a troubling issue with his right hand. His thumb could neither straighten nor bend properly. While the inability to extend it was one thing, the inability to exert force while bending it was a devastating blow. He could no longer wield his sword. The knight clenched his right hand repeatedly, only to release it in despair each time. Initially, he held a glimmer of hope. After regaining his freedom that morning, the cleric Donald had promptly treated him, yet to no avail. Not a trace of improvement. The sacred white light descended upon him time and again, blood surged, and a warm energy flowed from his arm to his wrist. Yet, when he tightened his grip, his thumb remained utterly useless. In his darkest moment, the knight recalled the youth's urgent interjection before the healing potion was poured. "You cannot treat this wound in such a manner. You cannot merely heal the exterior. The interior must be mended first." Why did he say that? What did he know? Was it intentional? It was all the fault of that wretched commoner. All of it. The Roman knight hissed softly in rage. He turned to the squire standing nearby, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Has the person been apprehended?" "No, I don't know. I'll go check." The squire dashed out. How many times had he sent someone to inquire since the temple had dispatched individuals? This was the umpteenth time. It was merely a soldier. Could the temple truly fail to capture him? Time and again, he dispatched someone to investigate, and their legs grew weary from running, yet they were still inquiring about this. "They're coming through the front door." What? The youth was taken aback. When the temple apprehended individuals, especially powerless commoners, they never utilized the front entrance. They would be brought in through the side door, thrown into the dungeon, and their return to the light of day depended on how quickly their families could pay for their release or when the nobles might remember them. Yet this time, Greta was accompanied by the captain of the city guard and the bishop of the war goddess temple. Would they allow these two to enter through the side door? The temple envoy asserted that he had not lived long enough to partake in such folly. Moreover, it was not within his authority to decide. The bald-headed bishop strode forward with purpose, and Knight Nolan followed without hesitation. Greta trailed behind them, feeling akin to the fox borrowing the tiger's might. No, he should liken himself to a resident physician accompanying the chief on rounds. The fountain goddess temple was modest in size, a mere trifle compared to the war goddess temple and the now-deserted cathedral of the Radiant Lord. It was early summer, and the temple's exterior was cloaked in vines, enveloping the structure in verdant tranquility, enhancing its delicate charm. Is this an artificial fountain? What drives it? A water tower, a pump, or perhaps a magical array? Surely it cannot be divine grace. Greta observed with curiosity. Even if it were powered by a water tower or pump, that would be quite commendable, at least ensuring a limitless supply. Yet, he wondered if the water had undergone treatment, coagulation, filtration, sedimentation, and disinfection. TSK, they probably lacked bleaching powder. Perhaps a touch of holy light would suffice? After all, in this wretched place, even the streets were a mix of dust on sunny days and mud in the rain. The absence of a sewer system raised serious concerns about the quality of drinking water. An outbreak of cholera could easily ensue. Death would come swiftly and in droves. As a former emergency surgeon, just the thought drove him to madness on behalf of his colleagues in internal medicine. His musings were abruptly interrupted as two lines of guards hurriedly emerged from the temple, parting to form a queue. Next, the priests of the fountain goddess filed out in succession. Greta's eyes brightened. At the forefront stood a figure adorned with a silver crown, clad in a light blue silk robe, with two daffodils embroidered in silver thread on his belt, signifying his status as a 7th-level priest. A pair of round spectacles perched on his nose, sparkling in the firelight. Glasses. The craftsmanship of this era had advanced to the creation of spectacles. Where there are glasses, there are lenses. Where there are lenses, there is a foundation for medical observation. Here I come, microscope. Escherichia coli, Staphylococcus aureus, antibiotics. I am on my way. He gazed intently at the priest, while no one seemed to notice him. The high priest of the fountain goddess hurried down the steps, moving with urgency before coming to a composed halt. Raising his hands, he formed a gesture of prayer. Smiling at the bishop of the war god a mere 10 steps away. May the fountain goddess bless you. May the war god bless you. The two clergy exchanged greetings, and the priest's gaze shifted to Knight Nolan beside him. Greta distinctly saw his eyes glide past him, casting a brief glance at the temple envoy and the two guards sent to seize him. Yet the priest maintained an expression of feigned ignorance, smiling as he once again bowed. May the fountain goddess bless you. Thank you for the goddess's grace. Ahead, to the left and right, the warriors echoed in unison. Greta mimicked their gestures, bowing his head, clasping his hands, and murmuring in response. He pretended to be just an ordinary soldier, utterly inconspicuous. Yet he failed miserably. Half of the procession consisted of war god priests, all clad in robes, from Captain Nolan downward, although the knights were not robed. The craftsmanship of their armor far surpassed his own. Even the guards of the fountain goddess temple, dispatched to apprehend individuals, were at least clad in respectable uniforms, maintaining a semblance of dignity. One glance at him in his rough burlap vest and knee-length shorts, and he stood out like a sore thumb. Moreover, upon entering the temple, Captain Nolan pulled him over and presented him to the high priest. This lad is a newcomer in our city guard, recently awakened to healing magic, and I have high hopes for him. I heard that your esteemed temple summoned him for a few inquiries, so I accompanied him to listen in. You wouldn't mind, would you? Greta, I am not a child. Chapter 33. Brother, this fellow wishes for your demise. Were it not for the intervention of the city guards, Gret's fate would likely have been to languish in a dungeon, accompanied by a meager meal of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat or some other dismal fare. As for when he might see the light of day again, that would depend entirely on Captain Carlin's ability to persuade the city guards to intervene on his behalf. Without the backing of the temple of the war god, Gret would probably have been cast into a lesser chamber, where a priest would interrogate him with relentless fervor. If fortune favored him, he might have had the chance to confront Knight Roman for a brief exchange. As per customary protocol, within the same rank, a spellcaster's status supersedes that of a warrior. The high priest of the water goddess temple holds a position equivalent to that of the lord of Heartland City, while the city guards merely serve under the lord's authority. Even though Captain Nolan, a 7th-level knight, shares the same rank as the high priest, he is undeniably subordinate in stature. Yet, at this moment, the bald-headed bishop walked alongside the high priest with an amiable demeanor, regardless of their ranks or combat capabilities. The leaders of the two distinct temples were, in name, of equal standing. The bald bishop expressed a desire to observe, compelling the high priest to guide them into the main hall, where he begrudgingly arranged their seating. The high priest stood tall upon the pulpit, flanked by several lower-ranking priests, who formed a line behind him. Knight Nolan settled into his seat on the right side of the main hall, while the bald bishop, despite repeated insistence to the contrary, chose to occupy a position in the audience reserved for the faithful. As for Gret, he glanced around and realized, to his dismay, that he was positioned at the defendant's bench. Indeed, the defendant's bench in a criminal proceeding. Was this a blatant disregard for his dignity? Could he not request legal counsel? Alas, there were no lawyers present. Knight Nolan occupied the role of defense, exuding a formidable presence, though his legal expertise remained uncertain. Even more disheartening for Gret was the sight of Knight Roman seated on the left side of the temple, directly opposing him. That was the prosecutor's seat. How could he sit there while Gret stood in the defendant's position? I am innocent. I truly am innocent. Gret's frustration mounted as he observed Knight Roman, summoned from the side hall, whose eyes blazed with fury. Gazing at Gret, who stood nonchalantly, devoid of fear, the knight trembled with rage, seemingly wishing to pounce upon Gret and tear him to shreds. You. It is you. You are the cause of my suffering. My hand, my hand. Gret was taken aback. In just one day, Knight Roman appeared utterly transformed. His complexion was ashen, his cheeks hollow, and his chiseled jawline was now overgrown with stubble. His once lively short hair lay listless upon his head. Gret cast a sympathetic glance and sighed inwardly. This transformation was all too familiar. In the hospitals of his past life, he had witnessed patients who learned of their terminal illnesses, or families receiving dreadful news, or those who, lacking sufficient funds, could not afford treatment for themselves or their loved ones. In a mere night, or even just an hour or two, one's spirit could so swiftly collapse. In comparison, Knight Roman still retained a semblance of vitality. Yet, even this vigor was fleeting, upon surveying his surroundings and spotting Knight Nolan seated across from him, as well as the bishop of the temple of the war god below. A wave of emotions washed over him, anguish, resentment, disbelief, causing him to tremble. After a moment of stunned silence, he gradually sank into his seat, his back arching with despair. Gret observed him discreetly. A closer look revealed that Knight Roman's right thumb remained in the same condition as the day prior, unable to fully extend or bend. An experienced physician would easily discern the unnatural shape. It seemed that even high-grade healing potions were not omnipotent. The high priest sighed as he regarded Knight Roman, then turned to the left and nodded. Behind him, a fifth-level priest stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Gret Nordmark? That is I. Knight Roman accuses you of colluding with a necromancer and inflicting grave injuries upon him. What do you have to say?" Gret was taken aback. He fixed a steady gaze upon the priest who had posed the question, then glanced at the now crumpled Knight Roman, whose very spine seemed to have been extracted, and slowly opened his mouth. "Brother, is your reputation truly so tarnished?" With the presence of prominent figures, the priest tasked with the interrogation dared to ask such a question. This was not merely an attempt to condemn him. It was an endeavor to bring ruin upon Knight Roman. Reflecting momentarily, Gret remained steadfast in his position. He raised his gaze and addressed the high priest with conviction. "I did not." Gret Nordmark, the fifth-level priest, acting on behalf of the high priest, bellowed, "Be forthright. Knight Roman is a noble temple knight. Could he possibly be fabricating accusations against you? What significance does fabrication hold?" Gret retorted, rolling his eyes inwardly. There are countless instances of patients being discharged after treatment, only to file complaints against their doctors. How does Priest Donald weigh in on this matter? Priest Donald is currently reflecting in solitude. Do not involve others. Speak of your own actions. Gret sighed as he looked toward Knight Roman. It seemed that Knight Roman had indeed leveraged substantial connections to ensure Priest Donald's confinement for reflection as a means of retaliation against him. Why go to such lengths? Why not simply ensure a comfortable life for himself, given that Knight Roman had met with such a fate? Moreover, if one were to leverage connections, one ought to do so wisely. Observe, at this critical juncture, someone has thrust a dagger into your back, has they not? My squad and I were conducting our routine patrol when we were summoned by the temple guards to join the search operation. After retiring for the night, a temple guard discovered skeletal soldiers. Together with my entire squad, we assembled and invaded the castle's basement. After Knight Roman vanquished the gargoyle, as he prepared to open the inner door, the necromancer appeared, incapacitating everyone present, including myself. Gret paused, spreading his hands in exasperation. When I descended, the necromancer had yet to arrive, and by the time the necromancer made an appearance, I was already incapacitated. If you accuse me of collusion, I would need time to conspire. He surveyed the room, noticing the high priest stroking his beard, nodding in silence. Captain Nolan offered him a gentle smile, conveying encouragement, as if to reassure him that no one could falsely accuse him. As for the bald bishop, though his expression remained concealed, his voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. I have heard from young John, who also participated in this search. Oh, young John is a newly appointed priest apprentice, and his report aligns perfectly with Gret's account this afternoon. Gret exhaled a long breath. Thank you, Your Excellency the Bishop. I am grateful for your support and for your willingness to vouch for me. I appreciate young John's timely report. With the temple of the war god backing him, the credibility of his statement soared, and he no longer feared their scrutiny. Chapter 34. I only need a few months. The countenance of Sir Roman had turned ashen. When he dispatched someone to apprehend Gret, he had given little thought to the matter, believing it to be a trivial task, merely capturing a lowly soldier, administering a beating in the temple, and detaining him for a few days. What could be difficult about that? Surely, the city guards would not rouse themselves to question him over such a minor character. Yet, to his astonishment, the city guards indeed arrived, not just any guards, but a captain and 2 lieutenants. Furthermore, the bishop from the temple of the war god came as well, willing to testify on behalf of that insignificant fellow. How could this be? How could it be? Sir Roman ground his teeth in frustration, an involuntary fist clenching, only to realize his thumb lacked any strength. Suddenly, an inferno of rage surged within him. He was utterly doomed to falsely accuse an innocent, violate the chivalric code, and commit such a transgression in the presence of esteemed guests. His best outcome would be to start anew as a common soldier on the battlefield, cleansing his sins with the blood of enemies. Yet, he was rendered useless. He could not even take to the field of battle. Thus, if that were the case, if that were indeed the case, then he was the one who had wronged me. Sir Roman abruptly raised his gaze, fixating on Gret. His eyes bloodshot. When I was healing, he prevented me from pouring the healing potion. After he entered with the necromancer, he sent that black cat out, attempting to drag me in. If it weren't for my desperate grip on the doorframe. Gret sighed deeply, reminiscing about the stout and solid director you from their medical department. A short man, he was adept at quarreling, slamming tables, and standing firm against the health committee, capable of weathering medical disputes. With him at the forefront, any unreasonable complaints would barely reach the doctors. But now, he found himself in another world. The tempests outside were his to endure alone. Gret lifted his gaze. Like any youth newly acquainted with the world's treachery, he looked upon the captain of the city guards with clear eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Captain, if the accusations against Sir Roman are substantiated, what will become of me? What would become of him? A common boy, colluding with enemies, causing a knight to be gravely injured. Whether pursued by the temple or the Lord's mansion, it would not be surprising if Gret were struck down on the spot. Yet he was innocent. Sir Nolan had long been seething with anger. To barge in and apprehend, to engage in such blatant defamation, even against a knight of the temple, the city guards were not to be trifled with. Moreover, young Gret's father had once been a captain in the city guards, and he had just rescued Sir Silo. Sir Nolan furrowed his brow, poised to speak. But the high priest of the water goddess sighed, interjecting, "Child, do not fret." The high priest's voice was gentle, his demeanor dignified. Even when the wrongdoer was one of their own knights, his composure remained unshaken. The clear gaze of the water goddess can see through all. She will not allow the innocent to suffer injustice. All hail the water goddess. All hail the water goddess. The priests and knights bowed their heads in reverence. Following suit, Gret lowered his head, silently murmuring a prayer, as if to signify his own devotion. When he spoke again, his tone was resonant, his words sharp. Then, do you believe those who have wrongfully accused me in the past can be trusted now? Like a knife suddenly thrust from beneath a thick cloak, like a grazing sheep revealing its fangs, Sir Nolan widened his eyes in surprise, as though seeing Gret for the first time. He soon broke into a pleased smile. But the high priest's expression darkened, his countenance becoming grim. Sir Roman bellowed in fury. "You lie? It is you who has caused this. It is you. Enough." The high priest's wrath flared suddenly. With a thud of his staff, a surge of water-like luminescence erupted from its tip, instantly silencing Sir Roman. The high priest slightly shifted the staff, pointing in Roman's direction. "Take him to the lowest chamber of the temple for penance. He may not emerge until he has transcended." Penance? Gret felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, the decree had been made, and given his status, any protest would be futile. He glanced towards Sir Nolan, who subtly shook his head, prompting him to remain silent and stand respectfully. Appearing to pay homage, he was, in fact, distractedly examining the floor. Goodness, this floor is remarkably smooth. It might not be marble, but it rivals polished stone. A thorough disinfection would render it suitable as an operating room floor without a doubt. Oblivious to his surroundings, he delighted in the floor's sheen, while on the other side, Sir Roman struggled desperately. However, under the high priest's magical restraint, the might of a knight was rendered ineffective, and he was swiftly subdued. The high priest then softened his expression, engaging in polite conversation with Sir Nolan before sending them on their way. "Captain, what lies in the depths of the temple?" As the temple's lights extinguished, Gret eagerly inquired. Sir Nolan chuckled softly, tapping his forehead. "Still defiant? I've never seen the high priest wield such severity. That place I've only heard of. It is said to be devoid of light and sound, where even the attendants remain silent. It is a sanctuary for high-ranking knights to meditate and endure trials. Even a level 5 knight like Roman would require at least a year and a half to achieve a breakthrough. What if?" Sir Nolan raised an eyebrow. Gret hesitated. Then he might never emerge. "What?" Sir Nolan exclaimed in disbelief. "I sensed something amiss about him, particularly his right hand." He turned to the bald bishop. "Is it beyond healing? I haven't examined it closely, so I cannot draw conclusions. However, that old fellow's healing skills are comparable to mine. If he could not heal him, I likely cannot either. Higher-level divine grace, such as that from our archbishop, might be able to assist, but whether an archbishop of level 11 or above would intervene for a level 5 knight is another matter." Gret glanced around, his mind racing. High-level divine magic could potentially facilitate the reattachment of severed limbs and regeneration. He must remember this. If the opportunity arises, he should study the principles. He silently established a long-term goal for himself. Meanwhile, Sir Nolan remained silent for a moment, then drew Gret closer, cautiously advising, "If Roman truly becomes incapacitated, the temple will not keep him confined forever. In a few months, or perhaps if his family pleads for his release, he may be freed. This fellow harbors a deep-seated grudge. He might seek revenge upon his return. Is your lodging secure? For safety's sake, might you consider residing in the barracks? Under the moonlight." Gret slightly raised his head, a smile illuminating his face. "A few months? I too require but a few months. I shall swiftly become an apprentice mage, rest assured." Chapter 35. Among the thousands of lights, one is left for me. Greta strolled along the narrow street, glancing about. The houses on either side loomed dark and silent, devoid of any light, suggesting their occupants had long since succumbed to slumber. The occasional bark of a dog punctuated the stillness, sounding as if it were caught between dreams and reality. In the enveloping darkness, Greta attempted to reconcile his memories, striving to identify his own home. Unfortunately, the surrounding gloom rendered all the houses indistinguishable, low and cramped, with eaves so close that they could be touched with a hand. After wandering for a considerable time without locating a house resembling his own, he could not help but feel a pang of irritation. How reliable were the memories of his previous life? To make matters worse, at that moment, his stomach audibly growled. Gret sighed inwardly. Though he had indeed dined earlier, it was evident that by this hour, he had exhausted his sustenance. Where could he possibly find food in the dead of night? Had the previous self stashed away any provisions before going on patrol? Even if there were, after 2 or 3 days, would the stale bread still be edible? As various thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, he turned a corner and was suddenly met with a soft glow. A window, 20 or 30 paces away, emanated a warm light, though dim. It stood out remarkably in the oppressive darkness. Instinctively, Greta made his way toward the house. Just as he took a few steps, the door creaked open, and a slender woman emerged, cradling an oil lamp, her movements cautious. Upon noticing Greta standing nearby, her face lit up with joy, and she waved enthusiastically at him. With a flurry of commotion, a group of people rushed out from the house, led by Uncle Karen. Greta stood frozen, an inexplicable emotion swelling within him, causing his heart to ache and his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. His parents had divorced when he was very young, and his mother had worked tirelessly, selling hot dry noodles in the morning and congee at night to raise him. He had pursued a career in medicine, enduring grueling study periods each semester as if preparing for an examination, and later, enduring relentless work hours, which left little time for his mother. Just when he had finally been promoted to deputy director, allowing him a modicum of relaxation, it was too late to repay the sacrifices she had made. From that point onward, in the sea of lights, there had been no lamp left burning for him. Until today. "Aunt Eileen," he murmured. The woman rushed over, her gaze darting from side to side, and she began pulling him into the house, chattering away. Greta obediently followed her inside, where she seated him at the table. With a resounding thud, a steaming bowl of meat soup was placed before him, filled with succulent bones that protruded enticingly from the broth, releasing an aroma that made his mouth water. "And Eileen, I've already eaten." Greta attempted to decline. However, before he could finish speaking, his stomach growled once more. Embarrassed, he felt his face flush crimson. Aunt Eileen burst into laughter, tousling his hair affectionately. "What else with the formality? You've eaten at my table countless times since childhood, and I've never seen you shy away. Besides, you saved Uncle Karen's life. Should I charge you for treatment?" As she spoke, she busied herself in the kitchen, slicing bread and retrieving strips of cured meat hanging from the ceiling, deftly assembling a sandwich and placing it beside Greta. "A growing boy like you should eat. It's a blessing." Greta smiled sheepishly, no longer able to refuse. He took a piece of bread in one hand and a bowl of soup in the other, lowering his head to indulge in the meal. Aunt Eileen watched him with a gentle smile, then turned to her sons, shooing them away like chicks. "Off you go. What are you staring at? Get to bed. If you don't sleep, you won't grow." Uncle Karen's two sons were younger than Greta. Edward was 13, and David was 10. The two boys gazed hungrily at Greta, longing for a taste of his food, but they were swiftly ushered off to their bedroom by their mother. Greta felt a twinge of guilt and opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a gentle tug at his clothing. "Brother Greta." Turning, he found a frail little girl of 5 or 6 standing beside him, her clothing thin and her form slight. In the glow of the light, she looked up at Greta with timid eyes, her pallor slightly ashen, as she held something out to him. "Brother, eat." Greta searched his memories and recalled that this was little Avril, the youngest daughter of Uncle Karen, now 6.5 years old. With a pang of affection, he lifted her into his arms and seated her beside him. "Avril, why are you out here? It's chilly at night." As he spoke, he gently pressed down on her raised arm. The little girl squirmed, reluctant to relent. "Brother, eat. If you don't eat, I will." Greta found himself at a loss against her persistence. He recalled that she had always been frail, easily fatigued, and he didn't want to tire her out. He turned to Aunt Eileen, exasperated. "Aunt Eileen, why tell Avril about this? She shouldn't have to worry." "Of course, I must tell her," Aunt Eileen replied, grinning as she observed from the sidelines, even gesturing for Greta to accept the offering. With no other choice, Greta opened his mouth, allowing Avril to place the treat inside. Upon contact, a sweet flavor blossomed on his tongue. It was a piece of malt candy. In his previous life, such confectionery was trivial, yet in this world, it was a rare delight for children, often cherished for months. "Thank you." As early summer warmed the air, the little girl had dashed outside in her slippers. Her tiny toes peeked out, and what should have been a soft pink on her toenails appeared somewhat darkened in the light. Cyanosis. A warning bell rang in Greta's mind. He rubbed his eyes, half in disbelief, fearing he had misjudged. Adjusting the oil lamp to cast its light directly upon the girl's feet, he focused intently. There was no mistake. Avril's toenails indeed bore a purplish hue. Cyanosis. "It's nothing," he reassured himself. "Avril simply doesn't like to move. Her health is delicate, and she tends to cough when the seasons change." Greta's heart sank as fragments of memories began to surface. Avril had always been weak, easily fatigued, and prone to coughs with the changing of the seasons. She was smaller than her peers. After a considerable time, Avril's cough subsided, and her flushed cheeks gradually returned to a healthier hue. Seizing the opportunity, Greta observed closely. Her lips were a soft pink, slightly pale, but showed no signs of cyanosis. Lifting her tiny hand, he noted her fingernails also displayed a delicate pink hue. Lower body heavier than the upper. Greta's heart plummeted. The signs collectively pointed to a diagnosis he dreaded to contemplate. Don't worry, it's not certain," he desperately reassured himself, forcing a smile. "Aunt Eileen, you know I've recently become a healer. Avril has been coughing quite a bit. Could you provide me with a stethoscope? I'd like to listen to her breathing." Chapter 36. Patent ductus arteriosus, a tube? Aunt Eileen inquired, perplexed. Greta gestured with his arm, estimating its length, then formed a circle with his thumb and index finger to indicate its diameter. "This thick, this long. It needs to be hollow. Just listen." Aunt Eileen waved her hand grandly. "Avery is so small. Besides, she has grown up under your watch." Greta felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He resolved never to press his ear against someone's chest to listen to heartbeats again. If conditions permitted, he would avoid it entirely. Noticing his steadfastness, Aunt Eileen rummaged through the kitchen and produced a pitch-black hollow tube, which she cleaned and handed to him. Greta examined it, The tube was longer than his entire arm. Its end charred and marked with burn scars. It was evidently a fire-blowing tube. Very well then, I shall make do for now. In due time, I shall craft a proper stethoscope, he thought, gathering his composure. He positioned one end of the tube to his ear and placed the other against Avery's chest. While he aimed to listen to her breath sounds, the tube gradually shifted until it settled at the apex of her heartbeat. Steady and silent, he listened intently, occasionally adjusting his position, his expression growing increasingly grave. He detected murmurs in the apex region, moving to the left sternal border. In the second intercostal space at the pulmonary valve area, the diastolic murmurs became more pronounced, resembling a continuous mechanical sound. Shifting to the aortic valve area, the murmurs diminished. The tricuspid valve area yielded almost no sound, and after circling the heart, he moved to the left subclavian area, where the mechanical murmurs re-emerged distinctly. At the left sternal border of the second rib and beneath the left clavicle, continuous mechanical murmurs were audible during diastole, indicating a wide conduction range. Patent ductus arteriosus, one of the classifications of congenital heart disease. In mild cases, individuals may exhibit minimal symptoms throughout their lives, while severe cases can lead to pulmonary hypertension, heart failure, and ultimately death. Gret shut his eyes tightly, enduring the anxiety of listening to her lungs. He confirmed that her breath sounds were normal and set the fire-blowing tube aside. Contemplating with a glimmer of hope, he turned to Aunt Eileen and asked, "Aunt, has Avery seen the pastor regarding her condition?" "What did the pastor say?" His serious demeanor evidently startled those around him. Under the flickering oil lamp, Aunt Eileen paused momentarily, forcing a smile as she sent Avery off to sleep. Then exhaled deeply. "The bishop mentioned that Avery is merely weak. She should rest more and avoid catching cold. To treat her condition to be as healthy as others would require a high-level divine magic, which he cannot perform did they merely perceive her as weak." Gret felt a pang of sorrow, yet a flicker of relief. It was somewhat comforting to know this. Sometimes, ignorance could indeed be a form of bliss. Knowing it was congenital heart disease, what difference did it make? Performing surgery on the heart was a sacrilege to surgical artistry. Anyone daring to attempt heart surgery would inevitably face disgrace. Rather than this, it may be better for Uncle Karen and Eileen and the others to remain blissfully unaware and continue their lives as they always had. Gret persuaded himself and shifted his gaze back to Avery. After her coughing subsided, the little girl's complexion had improved significantly. The slight purplish hue on her toes had faded, returning to a delicate pink. This blush of pink was, in Gret's eyes, the most exquisite color in existence. Thank heavens. The cyanosis was merely a result of severe coughing and hypoxia. Normally, there was no bluish tint. With this degree of patent ductus arteriosus, developing pulmonary hypertension and severe heart failure leading to death was a possibility, but with good fortune, she could have more than 10 years. Gret sighed with relief. He struggled to suppress his unease, offering a gentle smile to little Avery before engaging in small talk with Uncle Karen and Aunt Eileen before taking his leave. As the door closed behind him, enveloping him in darkness, Gret shut his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. Patent ductus arteriosus was treatable. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless patients with such conditions and had referred many to his colleagues in cardiology. This ailment was not considered terminal. Treatment did not necessitate financial ruin. For a child like little Avery in his former world, an interventional procedure would suffice. A device could be used to occlude the ductus arteriosus between the aorta and the pulmonary artery, and the entire operation would take only an hour and a half. Heart sounds would return to normal on the same day, and within days, she would be lively and active. Yet, such a procedure was not easily accomplished. It required an electrocardiogram to assess cardiac defects, X-ray examinations to rule out other illnesses, echocardiography to identify conditions, cardiac catheterization to understand pulmonary vascular resistance and shunting, and to exclude other malformations and confirm surgical eligibility. One would need guide wires of varying diameters, ranging from 0.88 mm to 0.45 mm, to navigate through the patient's femoral artery and into the heart under X-ray guidance. A superelastic nitinol occluder, embedded with a high-polymer biological membrane, would then be delivered to the ductus arteriosus defect, where it could be deployed to seal the gap. Additionally, a contrast agent of sufficiently high purity would need to be injected into the bloodstream to visualize blood flow under X-ray, confirming the success of the procedure. Each step, each component, represented the pinnacle of modern medicine and industrial advancement. a culmination of countless years of technological evolution from the Industrial Revolution through the electrical and digital ages, effectively bridging the chasms of life and transforming once terminal conditions into commonplace occurrences. But now, Greta Nordmark possessed nothing. This was a different realm. There were no guide wires, occluders, echocardiograms, X-rays, anesthetics, blood transfusions, or contrast agents. Divine magic had proven unreliable. The bishop had declared it beyond his capacity to treat, as evidently. Lower-tier divine magic could not contend with congenital diseases. Magic. Could magic emit ultrasound? Could it produce an electrocardiogram? Could it conjure guide wires fine enough to enter the human heart and repair defects? Could magic unveil the mysteries within the human body? Greta was uncertain. However, he knew that starting tomorrow, he would strive to unlock the doors of magic. With sufficient effort and imagination, anything was possible. In 10 years, he would achieve this. Uncle Karen, Aunt Eileen, Little Avery, wait for me. Chapter 37. This is a humble abode. This modest dwelling is the home of Gret, an inheritance from his father. The only real estate he possesses. The house is small, comprising merely a single room of approximately 20 square meters. As Gret surveyed his surroundings under the faint glow of an oil lamp, he quickly discerned its entirety. Despite its limited space, the quality of the house was surprisingly good. The windows were adorned with wooden shutters, which, over time, had developed numerous gaps. A gentle breeze wafted through the crevices, sending a chill down Gret's spine. The interior was modestly furnished with the essentials: a double bed, a wardrobe, and a small cabinet by the bedside that held a basin. A square table by the window served as a dining area, accompanied by 2 chairs, one of which had a broken leg and leaned precariously against the wall, propped up by 2 bricks for balance. On the opposite wall stood a wooden rack, displaying a finely crafted set of leather armor, embellished with numerous copper pieces. Beside it rested a large sword, which Gret attempted to lift but found too heavy, presumably a weapon once wielded by his father. Bending down, he spotted a wooden box wedged against the wall beneath the bed, his father's collection of books. There was no need to take them to the mage tower. Reflecting on this, Gret dragged out the box and rummaged through it, uncovering a half-used feather quill and a nearly dried ink bottle. He pushed aside a few books and extracted a small roll of coarse linen paper, which unfolded to reveal 5 or 6 sheets. Was this all that remained from his predecessor's attempts to learn reading and writing? With strict rules against copying, merely taking notes would suffice for the first day. Barely. He had become a homeowner. In his previous life, he never married, earning a meager salary that increased linearly, while housing prices soared. It was only after much deliberation that he decided to purchase a home, making the down payment and repaying half a year's mortgage before being transported to this new world. It was indeed a disheartening fate. Fortunately, he had arrived with a roof over his head. Regardless of its dilapidated state, it was still a house, a brick and wood structure, far superior to the ramshackle wooden shack he had encountered the day before. Your residence has surpassed 85 of urban dwellings. Please maintain this standard. Gret slept soundly until the piercing crow of a rooster shattered the morning tranquility, prompting him to awaken abruptly, sitting up in bed. An apprentice mage. I am to learn magic. Perhaps it would be prudent to wash my face with cold water first. He jumped out of bed, humming a tune as he began his morning routine. The small abode lacked any semblance of a washroom, and the basin was empty. Straining his memory, he recalled that the well was half a street away. He examined his 2 long-sleeved shirts, one dark, one light. The lighter one was too small, fitting him snugly, while the darker one was the right size, but bore several patches on the elbows and cuffs. Gret hesitated, holding one in each hand. The remaining garments in the wardrobe were vests. Recalling the robes worn by the mage Germain and the blasted Elliot, even the servant had donned a shirt and waistcoat. Since he was heading to a place of learning, particularly to the lowest tier of the mage tower, it would be wise to dress more formally. There were already enough challenges. He need not create additional difficulties. So which shirt to wear? After much deliberation, he resolutely chose the darker, older garment. Just as he was about to put on his shoes, a series of knocks echoed from outside the small dwelling. Little Gret. Little Gret. I'm here. And Eileen. Little Gret. Aren't you going to the mage tower today? Why are you dressed like that? Here. Wear this. It's a new outfit made by your brother Raymond. Never worn before, and I've made some adjustments for you. Have you eaten breakfast? I've also prepared lunch for you. Don't forget to take it. And Eileen. Gret exclaimed, warmth flooding his chest. He took a deep breath, then murmured softly, forget about that lad. Aunt Eileen thrust the clothing into his hands. ushering him to change with a firm grip, spinning him around, and giving him a hearty pat on the back, urging him to hurry. The slap was unexpected, and Gret couldn't evade it. His shoulder tingled immediately. Grimacing, he reflexively yelped, "Ouch. This isn't scientific." This body, after all, was still that of a level 1 warrior. It became evident that even a legendary warrior was not immune to the affectionate yet forceful strikes of a beloved aunt. Gret was knocked about, retreating to the corner to hastily change into the new clothes. Aunt Eileen inspected him from all angles, growing increasingly pleased. "Oh my little Gret, you look splendid in this outfit. I've always believed you would achieve great things." Gret grasped her rough, calloused hand, noting the roughness of her fingertips, marked with small scars, a testament to her labor through the night, likely pricked more than once. He sighed gently, enveloping her warm, weathered hands within his own, closing his eyes. "Health is paramount. Life is entrusted," he silently intoned. A faint white light emanated from between his palms, gently flowing along her fingers, palms, and wrists, healing the wounds and smoothing the skin. Where the hands had daily endured cold water and labor, warmth spread through them, dispelling the lingering chill. "Little Gret, you shouldn't." Her voice trembled slightly. Gret opened his eyes, gazing at her now soft, smooth hands, and smiled sincerely. "Aunt Eileen, thank you for all your hard work." Chapter 38. Is this librarian work physically demanding? The journey of the mage Greta commenced in an atmosphere of tranquility. Unlike the tumultuous rivalries, face-slapping incidents, and the oppression of commoners by noble scions depicted in countless web novels of his past life, there was none of that here. The elusive Germain, the mage, was nowhere to be found. The last time the mage tower was rocked by an explosion, the mage Elliot was also absent. The exterior of the mage tower was so serene that the chirping of birds could be heard, leading Greta to speculate that perhaps the experiments were progressing smoothly, or that the aforementioned mage was engaged in a different experiment, one that would not erupt in chaos for the time being. The other low-ranking mages or apprentice mages who had arrived the previous day were likewise unaccounted for. When Germain had referred to them as his disciples, it suggested there was more than one, yet their presence was still absent. Considering that the explosion had occurred on the 4th floor and Germain had only permitted him access to the 1st floor's library, Greta reasoned that there must be a dedicated library for mages and apprentices located upstairs. These extraordinary individuals, having crossed the threshold into the realm of magic, were likely active on the 2nd floor and above, with no need to descend. As for classes, it could only be said that today was not a day for lessons. The library on the 1st floor was desolate, with only Greta occupying the space. The servant stationed at the entrance of the mage tower had escorted him to the library, dismissing him with a warning not to ascend the stairs before turning away. Greta intended to inquire about the location of the washroom, but before he could utter a word, the servant had vanished. Not even a drop of water was provided. In the past, the school library also did not supply drinking water. He had grown accustomed to it. Greta set down his satchel and approached the towering bookshelves. Upon entering the library, his eyes were immediately drawn to the splendid deep chestnut wood shelves that reached from floor to ceiling. The intricate carvings adorning the tops of the columns and shelves suggested that the volumes contained within were of considerable worth. This single bookshelf could very well be worth a year's salary, Greta mused as he quickly surveyed the titles. The collection was modest, consisting of only 2 shelves. The tomes were thick and hefty, each measuring the length from his elbow to fingertips and nearly as thick as a fist. Given their considerable size, the combined total of the 2 shelves did not exceed 100 volumes. Greta mentally calculated, relieved to find that the quantity was comparable to the textbooks from their 7-year integrated master's program. After all, the medical textbooks were humorously dubbed Blue Life and Death Romance by later cohorts, totaling 53 volumes, along with political science and foundational courses, plus a host of elective courses, which brought the total number of textbooks close to 100. Moreover, in the realm of medicine, there existed a plethora of workbooks, reference materials, clinical guidelines, and other necessary resources that required memorization. Greta reassured himself that they were professionals in their studies. There was no reason to fear. Now, it was time to select the books he needed to read. The titles provided by Germain: Fundamentals of Spellcasting, Constructing Magical Runes, Elementary Elemental Theory, Alchemy, and the most fundamental, Magical Script. As for the other volumes on the shelves, they may not be unimportant, but starting with the foundational text seemed prudent. Greta tilted his head to examine the spines of the books, but the titles eluded him. He tilted his head left, then right, unable to discern whether the inscriptions were written vertically or horizontally, ultimately resigning himself to the necessity of examining the content within. He rose on his toes and carefully retrieved a tome from the shelf. As he lifted it, his arms sank slightly, requiring him to exert additional effort to stabilize it. How heavy it was. In this day and age, being a librarian truly seemed to be a physically demanding occupation. He could not decipher the text. Flipping through the pages yielded no clarity. Even the words on the cover were indecipherable. The sole advantage was that this hefty volume was a manuscript, with letters far larger than the printed text of his former life. The extent of its content was, at most, a mere fraction. Not even a tenth of the information was present. The pages were significantly thicker than those of his previous life's books, yellowed and marked with visible fiber textures. Given the thickness of the pages, it was unsurprising that the number of pages was limited, and therefore the recorded information was scant. Gret sighed in relief, only to feel a pang of anxiety. The paper-making techniques of this era were grossly rudimentary, clearly suitable only for recording mundane knowledge. It was evident that transcribing spells in the future would require materials such as parchment, beast hides, or specialized paper, each of which would command a price many times greater than this crude paper. If the quality were too subpar, the magical energies would likely combust upon contact, rendering his efforts futile. Consequently, he would have to supply his own materials for spell transcription. He would need to purchase paper, ink, and quills. Oh, how impoverished he felt. He moved on to the second book. Indecipherable. The third book. Indecipherable. The 10th book. Indecipherable. A fine sheen of perspiration began to form on his brow, a combination of fatigue and urgency. He had arrived early, and his stomach had yet to grumble. But the exertion had left him drained, leaving him to experience the weariness of labor. It was no wonder that the role of librarian was a hidden vocation. There must be great accomplishments to be found in this line of work. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued to sift through the volumes. At the 17th book, he finally encountered a title written in the common tongue, The Miraculous Journey of the Archmage. A foreboding feeling washed over Gret as he opened the book and read a couple of lines, only to discover it was a novel. A subpar adventure novel at that, one that would not even secure a publishing contract on a popular platform. So, after all my hard work and sweat, how many of these volumes are mere novels? Oh no, Gret lamented. The bad news was that he would have to contend with these novels for an indeterminate amount of time. The good news was that the number of textbooks he needed to study had diminished. You cannot proceed like this. A voice suddenly resonated from behind him, causing Gret's hand to freeze mid-reach for another book. Chapter 39, Healing Guidance. Who speaks from the shadows? Hey, little one. The esteemed mage, Mr. Elliot, greeted with a nod, leaving Gret bewildered. Who is this overly familiar character? As he lowered his head, he noticed the visitor leaning against the doorframe, his right foot poised delicately, a posture that suggested he dared not exert himself. Suddenly, it dawned on Gret. No wonder I couldn't recognize him yesterday. This fellow had been blasted out of the mage's tower, his face completely charred. The only familiar aspect was his prominent white teeth. Mr. Elliot, is your foot still not healed? How could it heal so quickly? The visitor grimaced, gingerly making his way to a chair at the table, evidently suffering from a significant sprain sustained the previous day. Gret approached, a look of curiosity on his face. Did you not receive any treatment? Are you joking? Healing potions are exorbitantly priced, Elliot exclaimed. After realizing he had been a tad too candid in front of a newcomer, he offered a sheepish smile. Gret maneuvered around the long table to stand before him. May I take a look? Oh, right. You are a healer. Here. Gret crouched down beside Elliot's foot, scrutinizing it closely. He observed that the outer side of the right ankle was swollen like a dumpling, while the inner side appeared relatively normal. The dorsum of the foot also noticeably inflamed. Gret grasped Elliot's ankle with his left hand, placing his right thumb on the outer ligaments and applying pressure. Ah, aren't you a healer? Where's your healing spell? Elliot attempted to escape, but with one leg injured, his speed was compromised. He tried to cast a spell, yet the pain continually distracted him. Gret lunged forward, seizing him and kneeling by the outer side of the right ankle, pressing down one by one, then rotating the foot. Does this hurt? How about here? What about this way? Ah, that's tolerable. Ah, it hurts. Let go. The remaining issue was a soft tissue contusion and edema. Gret steadied his mind, mentally sketching an anatomical diagram of the foot. As his fingertips began to emit a soft white glow, he set about mending the damaged ligaments, accelerating local tissue metabolism, swiftly absorbing the edema. and healing the injured soft tissue. Gradually, the swelling in Elliot's right ankle subsided. Elliot exhaled gently. Ah, it no longer hurts. Wait, let me check again. He pressed, twisted, and even had Elliot jump a little. After this thorough examination, Gret finally confirmed that the sprain had been adequately treated. He sighed with relief, pushing himself up from the ground, only to find Elliot bounding over, seizing his hand with fervor and shaking it vigorously. Thank you so much. His demeanor had transformed entirely. No longer condescending and critical upon entering, he now treated Gret as an equal. Gret acknowledged him with a thoughtful his mind racing. In the mage community, no knowledge comes without a price. Therefore, it was evident that healing spells were not free either. Since Elliot deemed healing potions too costly, it would be prudent for him to request something of significant value to himself, yet easily offered by Elliot. Mr. Elliot, you just mentioned that my approach was incorrect? Oh, Elliot exclaimed, smacking his forehead. After the round of examination and treatment, he had completely forgotten why he had come. He gestured toward the bookshelf. I said your method is flawed. Flipping through one book after another aimlessly is a waste of time. Didn't you mention yesterday that you have not even studied magical script? Indeed, Mr. Elliot. Gret felt a wave of relief. Thank heavens, a savior had finally arrived. He no longer needed to squander his efforts on the heavy novel. God knows, that book was particularly cumbersome, the spine wrapped in copper. He sincerely sought guidance. I have not received any foundational magical education. Mr. Elliot, could you please advise me on the order in which I should read these books? The sequence of learning in any discipline is of utmost importance. Just as in his past life studying medicine, he first learned anatomical systems, followed by regional anatomy, then embryology, physiology, and subsequently pathology and pathophysiology. Once these fundamentals were grasped, he would study diagnostics, surgery, and various specialties such as gynecology, pediatrics, infectious diseases, dermatology, neurology, and psychiatry. After traversing through all these fields, he would rotate through a hospital. Failing to master the basics before attempting to learn the advanced is akin to building a tower on sand. Without the winds and waves, given a little time, it would collapse in a heap. And what of magic? This art draws power from within oneself, without clarity of sequence. Diving into any book indiscriminately is tantamount to courting disaster. Gret had initially planned to sift through the books he recognized and seek out a magical apprentice, preferably a mage, to inquire about the proper reading order. Before he could devise a way to approach someone, however, Elliot himself presented the opportunity. Splendid. The reading order? Elliot's eyes brightened. Healing potions are expensive, and healing spells certainly do not come without cost. Yet, to offer direct payment would seem too brusque. Thus, the request for guidance on the reading order was perfectly timed. He silently chanted, waving his right hand. With a whoosh of wind, all the tomes flew from the shelves, hovering in midair, forming several semicircles around Elliot. He surveyed the collection and pointed. You can start with these few. Yes, magical script in basic meditation. Begin with these two. The order of runes, spells, elements, and potions is inconsequential. If you tire of them, history of magic, introduction to alchemy, and illustrated beasts can serve as leisure reading. Chapter 40. Learning magic begins with compiling the alphabet. A stack of a dozen tomes awaited him, all demanding his attention, or rather, his memorization. Having felt he had repaid his debts, the wizard Elliot took his leave. Greta stood before the desk, gazing at the substantial pile of textbooks, and let out a soft sigh. He extended his hand to measure the height. A dozen books, larger than the A4 size of his previous life, towering from the sturdy oak tabletop up to his neck. Leaning forward, he tilted his head down, his chin resting perfectly upon the surface of the books. This thickness, merely a trifle. What medical student-esque textbooks, exercises, or atlases do not stack up to a person's height? Following Elliot's guidance, Greta leafed through the stack. The first book revealed unfamiliar characters. The second book yielded the same result, and the third too. Ugh, are they all written in magical script? So, in order to learn magic, I must first acquire a new language, and a mute one at that. A vocabulary list of 500 words for level 4. I memorized it in a month back then. Level 6, with 500 words. How long did that take? I've forgotten. In any case, amidst the rigorous demands of my major, I managed to breeze through level 6. Magical script. How many words does this dictionary contain? Greta had never counted. Nor did he wish to. What he could ascertain, however, was that this tome on magical lexicography was the thickest among nearly 100 volumes on the shelf. While the others were at most the thickness of a fist, this one was nearly 2. The text was minuscule. If the letters in the other volumes were of a standard size or slightly larger, the characters in this tome barely resembled size 2. The content volume was almost comparable to a comprehensive dictionary. Gret sighed silently. Gritting his teeth, he opened the first page, only to feel as though he had been struck on the forehead with a heavy object. The arrangement of this book was haphazard, seemingly written as thoughts occurred, or organized by the author's perception of importance. The first page commenced with the 4 elements, listed in order: fire, water, wind, earth. Turning to the next page, magic. Dragon, spirit, primordial, Mars, Venus, Sun, Saturn. The third page followed suit with the great universe, the small universe, birth, death, sage, devil. Greta, I demand a dictionary. I require all vocabulary arranged alphabetically. At the very least, grant me the alphabet. Without a dictionary, without phonetic symbols, no one to bestow upon him the ability to instantly comprehend the magical script, nor a smart brain to scan all information and inscribe the unfamiliar language into his memory bank. Greta, having lamented in despair, could only rummage through his satchel for a pen, spread out some paper, and begin his arduous self-education. First, he needed to catalog all the letters he had encountered. After approximately half an hour, having flipped through 30 to 50 pages, the paper was covered in scribbles. Confirming no new letters appeared, Greta took a deep breath and began to organize them. Luckily, the appearance of this magical script bore some resemblance to the Latin alphabet. Greta, relying solely on visual similarity, placed the letter resembling A first, B second, and those that did not resemble English letters were arranged according to Germanic and Roman letters, in sequence. What if a letter appeared utterly unique? Toss it to the end. Upon completing this round of work, he discovered that the script he needed to learn was not overly complex. There were around 60 letters. Considering some appeared only at the beginning of words, he could roughly deduce the existence of upper and lower case, suggesting a total of about 30 letters. This entire book required reorganization. The task of compiling a dictionary was truly monumental. No wonder the dictionary publishing house revises the comprehensive dictionary every decade. Merely updating this volume could sustain half the staff. The workload was indeed immense. And now, all this burden fell solely on his shoulders. Nevertheless. Reflecting on his past experiences reading online literature, some predecessors had to decipher magical languages through code-breaking methods. In comparison, having ready-made books to copy from felt rather fortunate. Greta painstakingly transcribed the words from magical lexicography alongside their corresponding meanings in the common tongue beneath their respective initial letters. To his surprise, he found that transcribing significantly enhanced his memory. At the very least, upon copying an entire page, he realized he had memorized its contents. After laboring diligently for most of the day, his eyes were weary, his wrist ached, and he suspected he might be developing tendinitis. As he contemplated casting a healing spell on his wrist for relief, Greta encountered his first obstacle. He had run out of paper. He had brought 5 or 6 sheets, both sides densely written, leaving no space to continue. Which book could he tear a blank page from? Greta felt he could not commit such an act. Borrowing paper? He dared not. Master Gelman had strictly prohibited copying. Seeking assistance now would be akin to walking into the line of fire. Asking for help or pleading with Master Gelman. Greta believed he had not yet exhausted his life and did not wish to be reduced to ashes by a fireball. 2 silver coins, 7 copper coins. At the far end of the street, Uncle Simon's bakery offered dark bread for a copper coin each. If he conserved, it could last a day. 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 10 copper coins. This small pouch of money represented an entire month's worth of expenses for his previous self. His salary as a city guard amounted to 5 silver coins a month. While patrolling the city, he could always stop at the barracks for a free meal. Calculating it out, he could still save 2 silver coins a month to cover other daily expenses. However, purchasing paper, this amount of money would hardly suffice. The productivity level of this alternate realm was not much better than that of the medieval era. He recalled that in this age, paper and writing instruments were exorbitantly priced. Greta hesitated for a moment, crawling beneath the bed, pushing aside the book box, and unearthing a small chest from underneath. Chapter 41. How is the character for poverty written? As soon as the box beneath the bookshelf was opened, a dim light emanated from within, revealing a thin layer of coins. Greta carefully poured them out, sorting them by color, laying them out one by one to count. After completing one tally, she counted again, 10 gold coins and 8 silver coins. Among the gold coins, One stood out with a distinct appearance. Greta picked it up for closer inspection. Of the 10 gold coins, 9 featured the visage of a beautiful woman adorned with a crown on the obverse, while the reverse displayed intertwining roses. This, she surmised, must be the currency of her homeland. The obverse resembled the portrait of a queen, and as for the reverse, it was said to symbolize the royal crest. The last coin, however, bore the likeness of a bearded man wearing a crown on its obverse, and a two-headed eagle with outstretched wings on its reverse. The insignia and portrait were different, leading her to speculate that this uniquely designed coin might be of foreign origin. As for how it had come to be here, its value, or whether it could be spent outright, Greta searched her memories but found herself in the dark. Nevertheless, these 10 gold coins and 8 silver coins represented the last savings left to her by her father, hidden beneath the bed and buried within the box, with strict instructions not to touch them unless absolutely necessary. The presence of gold and silver coins was a precaution against the recklessness of a child, who might unwittingly invite trouble by spending a gold coin carelessly. How much should she take out this time? At the shop's entrance hung 2 lanterns, illuminating half the street. Beneath the lanterns stood a doorman dressed in a white shirt and suspenders, laboriously lifting a wooden board measuring 1 meter wide and over 2 meters tall to affix it to the storefront. Upon Greta's arrival, the doorman cast a surprised glance at her. His eyes darted over her obviously mended linen shirt, mud-spattered trousers, and patched backpack, and after a moment's hesitation, he set down the board and opened the door for her. Stepping into the shop, she was met by a wooden counter that divided the space into 2 sections. Behind the counter sat a young clerk, dressed in a white shirt and black vest, with a neatly tied black bow tie. He wore an expression of despondency, as though he longed for the end of his shift. The outer side of the counter held nothing of interest, while the inner side showcased an array of paper rolls, quills, ink, and stationery boxes that filled an entire wall. Greta stretched her neck to examine the paper rolls. The clerk glanced up briefly, lazily inquiring, "What would you like to buy?" "Paper," Greta began, only to be interrupted. Without lifting his eyelids, the clerk continued, "Parchment is 2 silver coins per sheet, and plain paper is 4 silver coins per sheet. How many would you like? Is it really that expensive?" Greta was taken aback. 2 silver coins for a sheet of parchment was reasonable enough, given its source, but 4 silver coins for plain paper? Surely, that was exorbitant. How could ordinary paper be worth double the price of parchment? How was the paper industry surviving if ordinary paper was so costly that it had been driven to bankruptcy by parchment? 10 sheets minimum. That's 20 silver coins, or 2 gold coins. How many sheets does it take to copy a book? Would 1,000 sheets suffice? That would amount to 200 gold coins. Apart from the alchemical equipment and surgical instruments, selling her home, furniture, and everything she owned would barely cover that expense. Greta pondered, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Is there anything cheaper? Cheaper? The clerk raised an eyebrow. Just then, an elderly gentleman emerged from the back of the shop, his attire more lavish than the young clerk's. His coat was trimmed with velvet, and the buttons on his bulging belly gleamed as if ready to burst. Upon entering, he shot the clerk a fierce glare before putting on a smile. "We have all sorts of goods here. The cheapest is writing paper from Valvec, for silver coins per ream. A slightly whiter, smoother paper from Northumberland costs 1 gold coin per ream. The plain paper you just heard about is custom ordered by the magical tower outside the city. It's said to enhance the success rate of copying scrolls, making it superior to parchment. It's only 4 silver coins per sheet, which is quite a bargain." So it was specialty paper for copying magical scrolls. Greta realized that although papermaking had become widespread, high-quality paper was not easily produced. After all, just as fine rice paper in her previous life could fetch a fortune, so too did magical paper represent tangible power. "How many sheets are in a ream?" she inquired. The young clerk smirked, but the old man, undeterred by the simplicity of her question, continued to beam. 25 sheets, no less. Greta quickly calculated in her mind. A ream of 25 sheets for 4 silver coins meant that 1,000 sheets would cost 160 silver coins or 16 gold coins. She had only 10 gold coins, 8 silver coins, and 7 copper coins in total. Surely, that would not be sufficient to copy an entire book. Moreover, a newly enlisted city guard like herself earned a mere 5 silver coins per month, while a squad leader made 15 silver coins. 16 gold coins for 1,000 sheets was nearly equivalent to a squad leader's annual salary. Yet, would a child learning to read and write consume 1,000 sheets in a year? Certainly not. In this era, reading and writing were indeed privileges reserved for the upper class. Greta sighed, lamenting the situation. After her moment of reflection, she inquired again. Is there a discount for bulk purchases? For 20 reams, it's 7 gold coins and 5 silver coins. The shop even delivers. What about pens? Ink. Feather quills cost 2 silver coins each and can be sharpened at least 20 times. The refined goose quill is 4 silver coins each and can be sharpened 50 times. With a pencil sharpener included. Regular writing ink is 2 silver coins for a 1-ounce bottle and 8 silver coins for a 5-ounce bottle. What a savvy businessman. Greta chuckled wryly, recognizing the pricing strategies reminiscent of family packs and bulk purchases in supermarkets from her past life. Weighing her needs, she pulled out her purse. I would like to purchase 4 reams of ordinary writing paper and 1 refined goose quill. I only have 2 gold coins and 5 silver coins. Could you sell me a bottle of the larger ink? The total came to 2 gold coins and 8 silver coins. Greta attempted to negotiate, hoping to shave off a bit from the price. The young clerk, observing her, could not help but scoff. If you can't afford it, then don't buy. Can you even produce gold coins? Chapter 42. Indeed, the healing arts can be quite lucrative, Henry. The old man furrowed his brow. While scolding, he could not help but covertly scrutinize Gretel. Gretel paused, his fingers hesitating on the purse's strap. It seemed the old man was beginning to harbor suspicions about him. It was hardly surprising, given that his attire was a perplexing blend, neither noble nor servant, nor even employee, but rather suggested a self-funded endeavor. Such incongruities between identity and income would invite skepticism anywhere. Although he could withstand scrutiny, it was unnecessary to invite trouble. Without uttering a word, Gretel continued to extract coins from his purse. 1 gold coin, 2 gold coins. The old man's eyes widened, and he immediately forced a smile. Oh, dear guest. You jest. In such a modest enterprise, charging too little would surely lead to losses. If you are short on funds, perhaps purchasing 2 smaller bottles would suffice? As he spoke, he examined a gold coin, turning it this way and that, blowing on it, and even biting it. Gretel watched in astonishment. At such an advanced age, he still bit coins? Did he not fear breaking a tooth? Moreover, these coins had been buried underground for years. Having touched them, he wouldn't even dare eat without washing his hands. Yet here the old man was, placing it directly in his mouth. Thoughts of intestinal infections, diarrhea, vomiting, and fever tumbled through Gretel's mind as he stared at the coin, his expression growing increasingly bizarre. The old man's face turned odd as well, his body leaning forward, arms instinctively raised in a defensive posture. In this tense moment, as he inhaled sharply, the gold coin rolled down his throat. The old man's face contorted in agony. He coughed and grasped his throat, his eyes bulging like a frog's. Was he choking? Gretel gasped. The young assistant nearby was equally startled, flailing as he attempted to pat the old man's back. Sir. Mr. Hogan. The patting proved futile. The old man, stout and struggling, leaned over, gagging, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The young assistant wrapped one arm around him while the other attempted to pry his mouth open and reach his throat. Meanwhile, he shouted outside, Quick! Fetch the apothecary. Understood. The doorman acknowledged, sprinting away. In times of illness or injury, one would typically summon a priest, but wasn't the apothecary right next door? After all, when the townsfolk couldn't afford a priest or the priest was otherwise occupied, they would often resort to the apothecary for assistance. The efficacy of the treatment could be debated, yet it was better than nothing, even if it meant administering medicine at a slower pace. As the young assistant shouted, Gretel suddenly vaulted over the counter, landing gracefully on the other side. What are you doing? The young assistant yelled. Torn between helping the old man and driving Gretel away, he became flustered. Unable to free his hands, he resorted to shouting. What are you doing? Get out! Get out! Ignoring him, Gretel stepped forward, shoving the young assistant aside, wrapping his arms around the old man from behind. He was, after all, a first-tier warrior, compared to knights. He was less formidable, yet he could easily overpower a shopkeeper. The young assistant was sent crashing against the counter, curling up in agony as he yelled, Help! Thief! Footsteps echoed as a middle-aged man rushed in, a glass vial in one hand and a wooden spoon in the other. Gretel surmised this was the apothecary. Following closely behind, the doorman burst in, searching the floor for a stick while shouting at Gretel. What are you doing? Let Mr. Hogan go. Gretel had no time to respond. He stood in a wide stance, arms encircling the stout old man, applying pressure as the old man sank lower. His rotund body slid down, landing on Gretel's thigh, his upper body leaning forward under the weight. What are you doing? The apothecary shouted. He was no spring chicken and could not leap over the counter like Gretel. He hurriedly moved his legs, trying to reach the old man with the medicine. Panting heavily, he yelled, "Let him go! Let him go! Why are you squeezing him when he is choking?" Having taken a few steps, Gretel had already assumed a rescue position. He wrapped his arms beneath the old man's armpits, his left hand forming a fist, while his right hand grasped the left wrist. He pressed the heel of his left hand against the old man's upper abdomen, exerting force inward and upward. Damn, too fat. It slipped away. He despised the overweight. It took at least 2 people to lift them, and performing chest compressions was challenging. During abdominal surgery, others could slice open the abdomen and see the cavity, but he would only encounter layers of fat. Even the dosage for anesthesia required recalibration. The anesthesiologist had to be extraordinarily cautious. Look at the predicament now. The Heimlich maneuver could easily slip off. The assistant and the apothecary continued to shout. Frustrated, Gretel roared, "Silence! You! Get out!" The doorman, glancing around, finally grabbed a door bolt, ducking under the counter. Gretel shouted, "I'm saving him." His left fist rose as his right hand moved up, pressing against the old man's sternum. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force once more, compressing. 1, 2, bang. The door bolt struck heavily. Gretel barely managed to dodge, tilting his head slightly, and the blow grazed his left shoulder. In pain, he summoned a surge of strength, forcefully pushing against the old man's chest for a 3rd time. Cough. Cough, 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 cough. The old man erupted into a violent coughing fit. After a thunderous round of hacking, he suddenly opened his mouth, expelling something that clinked and rolled across the table under the flickering light, glimmering like gold. Gretel relaxed, releasing his hold and rubbing his left shoulder, casting a resentful glare at the doorman. The doorman, mid-swing with his 2nd strike, froze in shock, hand raised, mouth agape. Is that even possible? The apothecary stood motionless. His grip slackened, and the glass vial fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. Cough, cough, cough. Phew, phew, phew. After a prolonged bout of coughing, the old man finally managed to catch his breath, turning his head. Upon seeing the doorman, frozen with the stick, and Gretel, rubbing his shoulder, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The apothecary, disregarding everything, rushed forward, frantically rummaging through his pockets. He grasped at his coin pouch, gold chain, and even attempted to yank buttons from his coat, but to no avail. Sweat poured down Gretel's brow. His right hand was busy tending to his shoulder, so he extended his left hand, attempting to gently pull the apothecary back. "You needn't do that. It's merely a small technique, quite simple." "Damn it. I was targeting the diaphragm. Who told you to squeeze the chest? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Finally, the pain in his shoulder subsided. With a free hand, Gretel began to gesture and explain to the apothecary. Under the dim light, it was evident that the middle-aged apothecary was nodding vigorously, gradually bending from a 5-degree lean to 10, and then 15. The stout old man opened his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Why had he ever doubted the man's financial standing? Why had he suspected the legitimacy of that gold coin? Now he found himself in the unfortunate position of offending a genuine healer. Even the neighboring apothecary was now dutifully listening to the lesson. As it stood, the healer had completely disregarded him, engrossed in conversation with the apothecary. The old man was quick to react. As soon as Gretel paused, he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. The pressure on his belly caused him to fold slightly. "Esteemed healer, thank you for your life-saving grace. I beg your forgiveness for the shop's rudeness." Gretel hastily interrupted his lecture to assist. The old man straightened up with a grunt, his hand resting on his waist, repeatedly shouting at the young clerk, "Rog, bring over what the healer requires. Frank, fetch me a bundle of the finest white paper. No, 2 bundles. And 10 quills, along with 2 large bottles of ink. Hurry. No need for that. I cannot afford these. How could I let you pay?" The old man chuckled heartily, puffing out his chest and thumping it with a resounding thud. "Esteemed healer, you are my savior. I must at least cover the treatment costs, if not express my gratitude. But the application of the Heimlich maneuver, the consultation fee. Well, typically, treatment cannot commence without prior registration and payment, yet for such a straightforward procedure, it should cost no more than a few dozen coins at most. No buts allowed. This establishment belongs to me. Surely my life is worth a few pieces of paper? At the very least, let it be ordinary paper. Magical paper is far too costly. Then add 2 bundles of ordinary paper as well. Rog, pack everything up and deliver it to the healer's residence." Before him lay a plethora of goods, covering nearly every inch of the family's square table. 2 reams of writing paper or stationery. Unable to differentiate between the two without a reference, Gretel could only discern that the paper was of significantly higher quality than the hemp paper he had brought that day. 2 reams of parchment for magical scrolls, supple, pristine, and smooth. While not quite up to the standards of modern A4 paper, it was still a substantial improvement over the pages he had seen earlier in the day. 10 quills, each meticulously sharpened to a fine point, with long, straight cuts along the center of the shaft. A penknife accompanied them, its edge gleaming with a promising sharpness. 2 5-ounce bottles of ink, roughly 3 times the size of the hero ink bottles from his previous life. They seemed sufficient to last for at least half a year. Gretel inventoried his bounty. If the cheaper paper was indeed stationary, at 1 gold coin per ream, that would amount to 20 gold coins. The 2 reams of magical parchment, each containing 20 quires, with 25 sheets per quire at 4 silver coins per sheet, a staggering 400 gold coins. The exquisitely crafted quills were priced at 4 silver coins apiece, and the large bottles of ink at 8 silver coins each, adding up to another 5 gold coins and 6 silver coins. In total, the cost of the treatment came to 425 gold coins. He wondered about the stationery store's profit margin. Even at a break-even price, the old man had just shelled out over 200 gold coins. Gretel scratched his head, perplexed. He wasn't entirely sure of the answer, but he recalled from web novels that treating life-threatening injuries often required 4th, 5th, or even 6th-level divine magic, certainly costing upwards of 1,000 gold coins. Such sums were beyond the means of commoners, and even the average middle-class family. He reflected on his previous life, where it was common for families to spend exorbitant amounts in the ICU when faced with life-threatening illnesses. Being choked by gold coins was a matter of luck. One might swallow them, or they might obstruct the esophagus, leading to asphyxiation. His prompt intervention had saved at least a portion of the man's life, if not his entire existence. Therefore, it was reasonable for a shopkeeper to reward him with some of his wares, wasn't it? After much mental deliberation, Gretel finally felt at peace. He gazed at the towering stacks of white paper on the table, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and raised them high in the air. Yes, I'm rich. No, I have paper and pens. I can copy books without worry. I can even copy scrolls in the future. Gretel, Gretel. Someone was pounding on the door. The voice sounded familiar. Gretel opened the door to find 2 familiar faces. Flynn, the knight who was the superior of his superior, and Ciro, the knight whose life he had saved at the training ground yesterday. Gretel invited them in. Flynn surveyed the table and exclaimed, Gretel, you've struck gold. So much paper and pens. Gretel recounted his recent adventure. Before he could finish, he noticed Flynn and Ciro exchanging peculiar glances. After a moment, Flynn forced a smile and handed him a small pouch of coins. This is your salary for the month. The captain said your salary will be the same as a squad leader's for now, and will apply for a raise when your rank goes up. You don't have to stand guard. Just come to the barracks when you have time. Gretel nodded vigorously. Not having to stand guard was a promise Nolan had made yesterday. The pay raise was an unexpected bonus. He glanced at the table, resolving to write the battlefield first aid manual as soon as possible. If it were widely adopted in the military, it could save many lives. He accepted the pouch. Flynn stepped back, and Ciro stepped forward. The knight looked visibly embarrassed, scratching his head for several seconds before producing a silk pouch. Thank you for yesterday. I should have given this to you yesterday, but it was too late. And you left early today. No need. Gretel reflexively recoiled, looking around nervously. Accepting a gift, especially one he needed, was one thing. Receiving money directly was alarming, especially when it was being given to him the day after treatment. It felt like accepting a bribe from a patient. Would the medical department cause trouble for him? Gretel's heart pounded. It took him a moment to realize that he was in another world, where hospitals and medical departments did not exist. This realization brought a pang of sadness. Flynn, noticing his unease, took the pouch and pressed it into Gretel's hand. Don't think it's too little. Ciro's family has many burdens, and he married off 2 daughters this year. He also had to make donations to the temple. These 10 gold coins are all he could spare. He'll have to give you the rest little by little. 10 gold coins. That's a lot. It seemed like his predecessor's savings were only about that much. Was his predecessor also a squad leader? Gretel's mouth slowly widened, then quickly closed. He vaguely remembered that his predecessor had come from out of town and had no roots in Heartland City. Housing, armor, and weapons all cost money. This box of books alone must have been incredibly expensive, enough to drain a person's savings for years. In any case, 10 gold coins was not a small amount. It was a lot. He shook his head vigorously, refusing. Saving lives is what I should do. Besides, when the temple took me in for questioning yesterday, didn't Uncle Ciro go with me? Having you speak on my behalf is priceless. The two knights exchanged smiles. Flynn stepped forward, placed the pouch in Gretel's hand, and squeezed his fist tightly. Just take it. If you don't accept this money, we won't dare to ask you for treatment in the future. Patience. Gretel perked up. Flynn hesitated. You said yesterday that Roman knight's wrist shouldn't have been treated that way. Could you cure him with your method? Gretel's face fell. Flynn waved his hands vigorously. Not him, not him. Do you remember Baron Knight? The best archer in the city? 3 years ago, he was cut here on his wrist. Flynn pointed to his wrist. The battle was intense, and he could only bandage his wrist and fight. The next day, he couldn't use his strength and couldn't draw his bow. Could you treat something like that? It sounded like a tendon injury, but it could also be nerve or blood vessel damage. Gretel pondered. I need to examine him. If it's what I think it is, I might need a lot of equipment. No problem. I'll have him come to you tomorrow. Chapter 44. Your hand. I can heal. Aside from the three of them, there was an unexpected visitor, persistently lingering at the door with an insouciant grin. Without approaching, Greta could see the bald head gleaming brightly, particularly conspicuous. Your Grace, the bishop? You intend to treat his injury? Greta replied. Could you first enlighten me as to who that individual is? He stepped forward to greet them, casting an inquiring glance at the two knights. As he drew near, a rather familiar odor emanated from the middle-aged man. This scent is oddly familiar. Greta wrinkled his nose, suddenly taken aback. You smoke? Has tobacco arrived in this world? Has the age of exploration begun? Have rubber, quinine, coffee, cocoa, and the doctor's love-hate relationship with coca also made their way here? And what of the three bountiful staples? Corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Have they also arrived? Your Grace, what brings you here? This injury has eluded my treatment. Now that little Greta claims he might heal it, I simply had to see for myself. Do you truly believe he can cure it? Oh, little Greta's methods are rather unconventional. He says he can heal it. So naturally, I came to witness for myself. Years ago, when Sir Baron injured his wrist, he had sought treatment far and wide, even donating a substantial sum to the temple of the god of war. Yet, despite the myriad treatments, the bald bishop could only convey the unfortunate truth. The tendon was severed, and there was nothing to be done. Watching the knight depart in despair, never to draw a bow again, weighed heavily on the bishop's heart. Thus, upon hearing of a potential cure, he shamelessly pushed his way in, despite the impropriety of inquiring into other secrets. As the five of them crowded into the tiny 20-square-meter room, 3 were knights, and the space felt as though it might burst at the seams. To make matters worse, there were only 2 chairs in the room, one of which was broken. Greta surveyed the surroundings, realizing that in order to conduct the examination, he could only offer the intact chair to the patient. He gingerly settled onto the broken chair, while the others would have to make do with an apologetic smile. They could sit on the bed or stand as they wished. Greta steeled himself and began his inquiries. Sir Baron? That is I. You sustained a wrist injury 3 years ago. What is the current state of affairs? It is the right wrist. As Greta questioned, he discreetly observed the knight. Visually, Sir Baron appeared at least 7 or 8 years older than the other 2 knights, with a weathered visage, scruffy beard, and an air of fatigue. His complexion was dim, with sagging bags under his eyes, and only when Greta inquired about his name did he raise his gaze, revealing a flicker of light within. Upon further inspection, despite the 3 years since his injury, Sir Baron's physique remained robust, with no signs of a protruding belly. His left bicep was well-defined, while the muscle in his right arm appeared visibly slack. The patient has evidently maintained his fitness and exhibits a strong desire for rehabilitation. Greta, former emergency department physician Nordmark, silently noted this in his mind and extended his hand. Please show me your right hand. Sir Baron obediently extended his hand, palm up, resting it on the table. Greta leaned closer under the oil lamp's glow, observing the knife-like scar on his right wrist, a vivid red, protruding like a worm against the skin. The bald bishop's large hand reached out, eager to point at the wound, but Greta had already sighed in relief. What sensations do you experience in your wrist? It cannot bend inward, but it can extend outward, correct? How do you know? Sir Baron instinctively glanced to the side. On his left, Sir Flynn, and on his right, Sir Ciro, both denied in unison. We did not inform him. Greta pursed his lips. He had intended to continue his inquiries, but the bald bishop interjected, blocking the space between him and the patient, determined to extract answers. How do you know? Greta rolled his eyes. He glared at the bald bishop, but alas, he could not outstare him and had to concede defeat. Taking a breath, he pointed at Sir Baron's wrist, explaining, "It is rather obvious. The injury is on the inner side of the wrist, not the outer. The tendons on the inner side are responsible for bending the wrist inward. Since the outer side is unharmed, it can certainly extend outward." Oh. The bald bishop withdrew his hand. "Then where exactly is the injury? Why was I unable to treat it back then?" Gret wiped the sweat from his brow. How could he ascertain which tendon was injured without an examination? Nevertheless, as long as it was not the right hand, he could manage, although he was capable of performing surgeries for hand tendon injuries. The issue lay in the current surgical instruments being rather rudimentary. He brushed aside the bald bishop and focused intently on Sir Baron, initiating the examination. In the cramped 20-square-meter room, the knights huddled together, even their breaths subdued to a whisper. Under the dim light, Greta's clear commands rang out one by one. Now, flex your wrist. Straighten your wrist. Extend outward. Bend inward. Flex your elbow. Rotate your arm forward. Yes, just like that. Bend your thumb. Good, now straighten it. Index finger. Middle finger. Flex and extend. Rotate. Press. Greta conducted a meticulous examination, and Sir Baron was exceptionally cooperative. The only headache was the bald bishop hovering nearby, questioning after each assessment. Why are we doing this? What will be the outcome? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the examination concluded. Greta exhaled deeply, filled with confidence as he announced his conclusion. The flexor tendon on the radial side of the wrist is ruptured. What? The knights glanced at one another, their faces a picture of confusion, staring vacantly at Greta. The bald bishop leaned in once more, bombarding him with questions. What was ruptured? What were you having him do when you asked him to turn and twist? Is it treatable? So many questions. Greta felt overwhelmed, unable to endure any longer. He slammed the table, erupting in frustration. The bald bishop paused, taken aback by the sudden outburst, staring at Greta with disbelief at his unexpected fervor. Blinking in surprise. It took a moment for him to respond, dazedly uttering, "Oh." Chapter 45. Do you think treating a hand is merely about cutting and stitching it back together? Such scrutinizing gazes are all too familiar. Patients, their families, regardless of gender, age, or social status. Many individuals regard him in this manner. Gret instinctively felt compelled to assert that healing was possible, yet the words transformed into, "There is a possibility of recovery." Upon reaching this conclusion, Gret immediately recoiled slightly, even while seated on a broken chair against the wall, with no space to retreat further. It did not deter him from inching toward the corner. In his previous life, such statements as "there is a possibility" would often leave patients and their families dissatisfied, leading to probing inquiries. How great is the chance of recovery? How long will it take? How much will it cost? Ultimately, they would express frustration at the physician's unwillingness to provide a definitive answer. And if they happened to be ill-tempered, complaints would certainly follow. Even if these noble knights were in good spirits, merely shaking him would be unbearable for Gret. He cautiously observed his audience. To his surprise, after a moment of confusion, Knights Flynn and Ciro erupted in joyous exclamations. One of them clasped Sir Baron's shoulder, shaking him vigorously, proclaiming, "It can be healed. Can you hear that, old Baron? It can be healed. After so many consultations, so many. 3 years, 3 years." The two robust men shouted with fervor, their voices gradually descending into hoarse tones, echoing through the night like wolf howls. "Then please, hasten the treatment. Yes, quickly treat him." Knights Flynn and Ciro suddenly came to their senses. The three formed a semicircle, leaning forward, their intense gazes fixed upon Gret, as if they intended to devour him. Under their burning stares, Gret instinctively shrank back. "It isn't possible, yet how is it not possible? Did you not say it can be treated?" Sir Baron's voice rose an octave. Gret turned to Knight Flynn for support, quietly arguing, "I cannot treat him just yet. I still lack certain materials." His voice was nearly drowned out by the clamor surrounding them. Sir Baron, Knight Flynn, and Knight Ciro each clamored to speak. The bald bishop's voice rang louder than the rest. "Young Gret, can you truly treat this injury? What do you still need? Is it the materials for casting spells? If your healing magic is insufficient, tell me how to proceed, and I will assist." Once again, eager eyes fixated on Gret. "I am confident in healing him to a degree. However, to restore his wrist's dexterity, enabling him to exert force without causing further injury, I must assess the tools at my disposal to ascertain my level of confidence. Cannot the treatment commence now?" Both the bald bishop and Sir Baron appeared somewhat disheartened. After a moment's contemplation, Gret grasped Sir Baron's arm, gesturing to explain. It is this way. Your arm comprises numerous muscles, each tethered to the bones by tendons, which you refer to as hand ligaments. I surmise that the tendon you severed is the radial flexor muscle, connecting here to here. It was precisely here that the rupture occurred. The tendons bear significant strength, causing your muscles to tense. Once severed, the entire muscle retracts. My task is to incise the skin, extricate the contracted muscle, elongate it back to its original position, and allow the tendon to heal. He endeavored to simplify his explanation. Yet, before he could finish, Sir Baron abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed." With a clatter, a dagger was thrust onto the table. Glinting ominously. "Great. I need forceps. I require hemostatic clamps. I need a retractor. This operation may even require a microscope, if there is none. At least provide me with a magnifying glass." A lump lodged in his throat, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Before he could regain composure, the bald bishop pressed on. "I have treated injuries similarly before. Yet, they did not heal. You have attempted this as well." Gret regarded him with newfound respect. "My word. You are quite bold. How many years have you studied medicine? How many corpses have you dissected? Do you grasp how to wield a scalpel without severing blood vessels or nerves?" How to explain this? Gret produced paper and pen, swiftly sketching on the tabletop. In a matter of moments, the ulna, radius, and phalanges were clearly delineated, accompanied by a detailed representation of the forearm's musculature. This was a task he had performed countless times in his past life. While achieving perfect likeness was unattainable, clarity and conciseness were standard. As he drew, for heads leaned closer for a better view. The bald bishop, dissatisfied with the dim light of the oil lamp, cast a spell to illuminate the room brightly. Gret thought, "Your head already shines brightly enough." Within 2 minutes, the diagram was complete. Gret quietly murmured that those without medical training would not comprehend, slowing his speech to explain. "Do you see? This arm alone contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I shan't count anymore. You can do so yourselves. Besides the muscles, there are blood vessels and nerves." The bald bishop nodded vigorously. Gret turned to Sir Baron, exasperated. "What use is merely a knife? Do you think this is akin to slaughtering a pig or butchering a sheep? A cut here, reach in and pull out the tendon, sew a few stitches, and all will be well. I ask you, if I make an incision on the wrist, will you not feel pain? Will you not move? What good is your endurance? If you hold still, will your arm not tense? With such tension, I cannot manipulate the muscle." One by one, he pointed at Knights Flynn, Baron, and the outermost Knight Zero. "Just days ago, while performing a thoracotomy on Knight Zero, my scalpel barely penetrated his chest. It was Knight Flynn who intervened. Each of you is a knight, and I, with a knife, I could not even penetrate." Sir Baron was momentarily silenced by his fervent outburst. At that moment, a flash of light caught Gret's eye. He turned to see the bald bishop, quick as lightning, snatch the diagram and tuck it into his robes. Upon noticing Gret's gaze, he cheekily winked and flashed a broad grin. Chapter 46, "Then let me perform a surgery for you," he declared. "What does my illustration count for? Is it not theft to capture a sketch? Or is it merely a brazen act of appropriation?" Gretel opened his mouth, choosing not to engage further with the esteemed bishop. He turned his voice towards Sir Baron, exclaiming, "Moreover, even if I were to make an incision, what would I use to manipulate your muscles? My hands. Why not use my hands?" And yet the bald bishop seems to have comprehended the matter. How come these knights still do not? Never mind. The comprehension of a brute should not be compared to that of a spellcaster. But how to explain this? Could it be that I should perform the surgery on site? What a splendid idea. A spark of inspiration ignited within Gretel. He composed himself, rising gracefully, and smiled at Sir Baron, saying, "How about this? I will fetch a pig leg or a lamb leg, and you shall witness how the treatment is conducted. Your Grace, could you kindly wait a moment? At this hour, where do you propose to find a pig leg?" The bald bishop furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he seized Gretel and declared, "Forget it. Follow me. Wait. My surgical knife. The knife." The bald bishop strode ahead with purpose, dragging Gretel along, who stumbled in his haste. In his other hand, he swung the surgical instrument, until finally, Sir Flynn could no longer bear to watch and swiftly stepped forward to seize the surgical kit from him. As they followed the bishop, the surroundings grew increasingly vibrant and animated. They soon arrived at a tavern, illuminated and filled with the sounds of laughter and banter from a multitude of men. The bald bishop barged in, demanding, "Old man, do you have any pig legs? Raw ones. Take me to the kitchen. Inside the bustling kitchen, a chef and several assistants were darting about, nearly as if they were traversing under a speed-enhancing spell. The bald bishop rushed to the meat counter, grasping a pig leg, turning to Gretel and inquiring, "Is this usable?" "Put down my leg," came a furious shout from across the room. The chef brandished his knife and rushed toward them, just stopping short at the last moment. "Your Grace," he exclaimed. "Do you have any lamb legs?" "None." The bald bishop frowned. The chef peeked around and snatched the pig leg, dashing away as though fearful it might be taken from him. The bishop paid him no mind, pondering for a moment, then asked Gretel, "Would a live one suffice?" "Very well. Your Grace, you truly mean to catch one?" "What of it?" Gretel extended a hand. The live sheep, startled, kicked at him, nearly striking his hand, prompting him to retract it and turn to the bishop, spreading his hands in exasperation. "Then, how do you expect me to operate? A live creature will only complicate matters." The bald bishop laughed heartily. He bowed his head in prayer, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, a cascade of white light enveloped the sheep, binding it firmly to the meat counter. The sheep, now on its back, kicked its legs in panic, its nose quivering, yet it could not utter a sound. "Oh, this will make the surgery much more comfortable," Gretel sighed contentedly, taking his position before the meat counter and glancing around. "Uncle Flynn, please pass me the kit. Uncle Zyro, you will have a clearer view from the left. No need to tiptoe. Your Grace, it is somewhat dim here. Could you perhaps cast a light spell?" At that moment, the tavern owner peeked in, accompanied by the chef, both curious about the bald bishop and the sheep he had brought. To their surprise, the bishop stood to the side, while Gretel confidently stood before the counter, opening the wooden box and retrieving the surgical knife. As the knife fell into his grasp, a sense of unwavering authority enveloped Gretel. As if recalling countless past surgeries and his mentorship of aspiring doctors, he began to work with precision, issuing commands. "Before we begin treatment, we must first shave the surrounding wool. Sir Baron, do not laugh. When the time comes to shave, you would do well to find a blade to make a small incision in your skin without cutting too deeply." At this point, the tip of the knife had already pierced the skin of the lamb's leg, delicately slicing through. The skin yielded to the blade, and beneath it, the blood seemed to hesitate momentarily before oozing forth a fine line of crimson. "Wow!" A murmur of astonishment rippled through the kitchen. The tavern owner and the assisting kitchen staff gaped in awe as they witnessed the bald bishop execute commands with such finesse, binding the sheep and casting spells. The owner even poked the chef, exclaiming, "Who is this young man? Do be silent. His technique is exquisite. With a single stroke, he cuts the skin without harming the flesh beneath, and scarcely any blood has flowed. Truly remarkable." Yet, Gretel was not entirely satisfied. To be frank, he was far more familiar with human skin. A single incision could be made without damaging the underlying fascia. He had dissected mice and rabbits in his previous life, but had little experience with sheep. Observing the bloodstain on the surgical knife, he sighed softly. "This blade lacks speed. Sir Baron, if the knife were a touch swifter, I could minimize the bleeding by half when I cut your wrist." "I shall find a suitable knife," Sir Baron replied promptly. Gretel sighed. "Not just any knife will do. It must be of the specific shape I require. Next, pull the skin to the sides, minimizing damage. Your Grace, would you kindly hold the hook?" With a commanding tone, he instructed, and the bald bishop obediently accepted the hook, pulling it back. Gretel divided his attention between the hook and his task, directing, pull back, a bit more force." "Good, just like that. Hold steady." The chef and tavern owner stood in stunned silence, while the bald bishop remained resolute, diligently pulling the hook. Chapter 47. Defeating the Tyrants. Distributing surgical knives under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bald bishop strained to grasp the hook. His body leaned back while his head stretched forward, attempting to discern every movement of Greta, contorting himself into a C shape. Sir Zyro, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to take the hook, only to hear Greta call out, "Bring me a few fine needles. Toothpicks will suffice." Greta meticulously separated each muscle of the lamb's leg, inserting toothpicks between the muscle fibers to mark his points of interest. He then beckoned everyone to observe. "My Lord Baron, look here. There are numerous muscle strands. One of the tendons in your arm has ruptured. We must locate it now." Greta tilted his head, gesturing towards the lamb's leg with a clear implication. "You need to extract it." "Sir Baron." "Sir Flynn and Sir Zyro." The bald bishop leaned in closely, scrutinizing the muscles from every angle. After a prolonged examination, He rolled up his sleeves and began to dig into the separated muscle fibers. After much effort, with bloodied hands, he astonishingly found the retracted muscle, pinching it between two fingers and pulling outward. It slipped. It slipped again. On his third attempt, having learned from his previous mistakes, the bald bishop clamped down with his fingernails, his wrist veins bulging, and with a loud rip, he created a gaping hole in the once intact lamb leg. Stop! Stop! You mustn't use brute force here, my lord bishop. We need proper tools. Greta interjected. Can someone fetch organized tweezers? No. Do we have any tweezers? None. Bring 2 narrow flat iron strips, and more hooks. The bald bishop and several knights issued commands simultaneously. In an instant, the kitchen bustled with activity, and after a brief interval, Greta's requested items were delivered one after another. Although the long iron strips were irregular and the hooks were hastily fashioned by 2 knights, Greta weighed his options and reluctantly resigned to use them as they were. He cautiously parted the muscle strands, securing them with the hook, and instructed the 2 knights to pull them apart. Deep within, he located the ruptured tendon, clamping it tightly with the narrow iron strips, signaling to Sir Baron. Pull back. With a taut arm, Sir Baron exerted force, and the lamb's flesh emitted a series of cracking sounds, gradually elongating without further tearing. As the ruptured tendon aligned with its counterpart, Greta immediately commanded, Good. Right here. Hold steady, do not move. My lord bishop, please perform a healing spell to reconnect the tendon. A radiant light descended. A cluster of onlookers leaned in, and to their relief, the severed tendon indeed rejoined. So this is how it is treated. It becomes clear from this perspective. Old Baron, see. Your tendon can be reattached in the same manner. Young Greta, you are remarkable. The knights exclaimed in admiration. The bald bishop, invigorated by the success, proceeded to heal the entire sheep, and upon lifting the confinement spell, the lamb scampered away, albeit with a slight limp. Young Greta, why does it still limp? I told you we needed proper equipment. What do you require? The bald bishop asked sternly. Greta's eyes sparkled. The surgical instruments gifted to him by the necromancer Lin were hardly adequate. The knife's blade was wavy, the surgical scissors dull enough only to cut flowers. And there was but a single hook. What is a vessel clamp? In terms of variety and precision, Greta, with his 21st century experience, found them lacking. Yet, the thought of commissioning someone to create them made Greta hesitate, considering his meager finances. Initially, he had planned to save and gather items piece by piece, but now, the temple had spoken up. The temple was affluent, defeating the tyrants, distributing surgical knives. Do not hesitate with the wealthy. After a meal's worth of time, the bald bishop gazed at a large sheet filled with intricate drawings and densely annotated surgical instruments, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? The handle of the surgical knife. This, a round blade. Here is a curved blade, a triangular blade. Various sizes are needed. What about this? A vessel clamp. Why are there 2 identical ones? Oh, this is not a vessel clamp. It's a needle holder. These are fine tissue tweezers, large flat tweezers, small flat tweezers. This is a mosquito clamp. This is a pointed mosquito clamp. These are serrated scissors, curved scissors, straight scissors, large, medium, small. Indeed, the mosquito clamp, pointed mosquito clamp, fine tissue tweezers, and vessel clamp are relatively small. It would be best to have a jeweler craft them. All of this. The bald bishop was left speechless. Greta sighed. This is merely what is urgently needed. It will be a while before we can gather all the necessary tools. How could any surgical procedure proceed without a myriad of instruments on the nurse's cart? The sense of security would be non-existent. Sir Baron glanced at the sketches on the paper, then at his own injured wrist, gradually lowering his head. His expression fluctuated, at times bright, at times dim, until he finally clenched his fist tightly. Greta had been observing his expression closely. Such internal conflict, wavering, and the eventual determination were familiar to him from his past life. Families struggling financially often face these dilemmas when deciding whether to liquidate their possessions in hopes of healing, pacing back and forth in emergency rooms, at payment counters, and in lobbies. In those instances, he had been powerless. With 365 days a year, dozens to hundreds of patients daily, some inevitably faced economic hardships. But this time, he could intervene. Greta promptly placed a hand on Sir Baron's shoulder. He lifted his chin, offering the bald bishop a radiant smile, his tone resolute. My lord bishop, could you arrange for a set of these instruments to be made? Afterward, I will bring Sir Baron to the temple to complete this treatment. I can also document these diagrams and the entire treatment process in detail. The bald bishop's brows gradually relaxed. He feigned a shake of his head. Just these? Is this not enough? Greta was filled with confidence. My lord bishop, among the faithful of the war god temple, there are many warriors, correct? How many of them suffer from old injuries that remain unhealed? I may not know them, but you surely do. The bald bishop nodded gently. Indeed, among those he knew, there were more than a dozen high-ranking warriors who had retired due to lingering injuries. Many of these warriors are well off, aren't they? Just imagine, if they knew their old injuries could be healed and they could return to the battlefield, what would they be willing to do for the temple? Only the war god temple can heal what others cannot. Are you suggesting that only the war god temple has this capability? The bald bishop was moved. Greta shrugged. In any case, I have no desire to teach the spring water temple. As for the Church of Nature, well, the identity of that prophet was a sham. He would avoid it at all costs. The bald bishop lowered his head in contemplation. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he found the proposal. He turned to Greta and burst into laughter. You little rascal. You plan to teach us how to heal so you can get a set of knives for free? Just say whether it's possible or not. Greta chuckled slyly. The bald bishop clapped a hand on his shoulder. Could I possibly say no? Oh, don't hit me. If you break it, no one will be able to operate. Chapter 48. Oh no, I got caught copying. Sir Baron departed with heartfelt gratitude. Even though no cure had been rendered, and treatment had scarcely commenced, the effort expended by Gret deserved his genuine appreciation. Gret, however, remained indifferent to his thanks. Before his departure, he clasped Sir Baron's hand, repeatedly insisting, Why? Just eat my words. Gret exerted himself to push him out the door. Tobacco and nicotine induce vasospasm, hindering wound healing. Most notably, fingers after limb reattachment are prone to necrosis. Although Sir Baron was to undergo wrist tendon surgery, minimizing any adverse effects was always preferable. But do you expect me to explain what nicotine is? No, thank you. Just follow my instructions. He organized his thoughts and swiftly transcribed the medical records. Then, with a flourish, wrote line by line on the manuscript. Anesthesia, hemostasis, disinfection, surgery. Anesthesia. Inquire if the temple of the war god possesses any ready divine spells. If so, conduct experiments to ascertain results. If not, consult the apothecary. Hemlock, mandrake, angel's trumpet, belladonna. Ask if there are corresponding magical remedies. Hemostasis. Tourniquet, hemostatic forceps, divine spell for hemostasis. Disinfection, wash hands. Prepare strong spirits. Pre-sterilize all instruments and garments at high temperatures. Gret placed a question mark next to the word instruments. I swear by Hippocrates, I truly did not over-request. Only 2 hemostatic forceps were prepared, and merely 3 tissue forceps were on hand. What if an unexpected incident occurred, and the instruments became contaminated but still needed to be used? Divine light disinfection? Flame disinfection? If only a mage's hand could substitute for the tissue forceps. That entity is not corporeal. Contamination concerns might not apply. I must diligently pursue the study of magic. He recited the vocabulary list he had transcribed over the past 2 days before collapsing into slumber. The following morning, he visited the city guard's barracks to procure a steed, mounting with fervor and heading straight for the magic tower. Financial stability at last. I can afford to keep a horse. Furthermore, my standard of living has risen. My monthly salary increased from 5 silver coins to 15, and a one-time income of 10 gold coins alleviates any immediate worries regarding transcription costs. Gret savored a bite of cheese-stuffed white bread, followed by a piece of cured meat, relishing the moment. After finishing this delightful lunch, he hastened to continue transcribing the dictionary. He aimed to complete the dictionary, followed by translating the spellbooks to explore what magic might be applicable in surgery. Noticing Gret watching him, the boy immediately slowed his pace. Adopting a stern expression with his hands behind his back, despite being barely 10 years old, he bore an air of premature seriousness that made Gret want to laugh. A newcomer? Alas, I cannot transcribe today. How long will this child stay? If he remains here, I must devise alternative methods for copying. Fortunately, I had already tidied away my materials during lunch. Gret thought quickly and casually greeted him. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted the man following the boy and promptly stood. Mage Elliot. Mage Elliot nodded at Gret and turned to leave. The boy watched him depart and suddenly dashed to Gret's side, making a face. Who are you? What are you doing? Wow, you're copying books. Shoo. Gret felt a flicker of relief. Glancing around the room, he saw the boy bursting into laughter, shaking several sheets of manuscript noisily. He held them in front of him one moment, then hid them behind his back the next, running around the room. You're copying books? You're finished. The mage said only to look, not to copy. Hey, give it back. He lunged to snatch them. The boy dodged left and right, laughing, then suddenly squeaked as he dove under the table. Before Gret could bend down, the child shouted, "Dare you snatch it? Copying, you dare to copy. Mage Elliot. Someone is secretly copying." Gret halted and turned. Outside, Elliot had already bowed in greeting, "Master." "Oh no." Caught red-handed. Gret silently lamented, also bowing in return, "Your Excellency, Mage. What are you two arguing about?" Mage German entered, still clad in his form-fitting red robe, his sharp eyes scanning the room. With a mere glance, several scattered sheets of manuscript floated into his grasp. There was no escape. I had hoped to accomplish something substantial before seeking assistance. Yet it has only been 2.5 days. Can one discern what I am doing in such a brief span? Will it impress this mage? Or perhaps it is not too late to seek the necromancer. Might I be obliterated by a fireball? No, the fireball is likely not yet within reach. After all, this is a library, and they must fear flames. Gret's thoughts whirled chaotically. His heart raced, breaths quickened, and a cold sweat began to beat on his back. Evidently, he was indeed nervous. Adrenaline surged through him, constricting blood vessels and elevating his heart rate. Gret marveled that he still had the capacity for such reflections. He stepped forward, standing tall, meeting Mage German's gaze with unwavering resolve. In a steady tone, he defended himself. "I am not merely copying from the book. I am simply organizing and summarizing for my own retention. That is still copying," the boy declared loudly. However, Mage German raised a hand, silencing the boy's protest. Furrowing his brow, he perused the sheets of manuscript before him, then suddenly commanded, "Where are the others? Bring them forth." Chapter 49. The commissioned copyist he is outright plagiarizing, the boy exclaimed loudly. When he noticed that Master German was unresponsive, he jumped in frustration, his face flushed with anger. "Oh, so you choose to ignore this? I shall report to my grandfather. Does your magic tower still hope to pass this year's assessment? Who is this audacious child? Such bravado. Could he possibly have the power to influence the magic tower's evaluation? He must be a legacy of a mage, perhaps even a third-generation mage." Greta hurriedly bent down and retrieved all the writing paper from his satchel, quickly organizing it before presenting it to Master German. The master perused each sheet, suddenly snorting coldly before slamming the manuscript onto Greta's desk. "Is this how you organize it when I asked you to tidy up? Oh, when did I ever say you could copy?" Greta was taken aback. However, the master's words clearly absolved him of the unauthorized copying, working greatly in his favor. Not one to be foolish, Greta promptly bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. "I was careless. I couldn't differentiate between upper and lower case. The order of the letters is utterly chaotic. I shall rewrite it." Yes," Greta exclaimed, elated, and hastily agreed. The master, no longer paying him any mind, walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. After a few steps, he issued a second command. "Copy 2 volumes. Keep one for yourself. Submit it within half a month. Indeed, dictionaries are invaluable. I always said that anyone learning a new language cannot resist the allure of a dictionary. Now that you have mastered the magical language, will you not also learn Elvish? Or the language of dragons? Wait, do dragons and elves even have their own languages in this world?" Regaining his composure, Greta quickly chased after Master German, walking respectfully behind him. After a few moments, Master German suddenly halted and addressed his disciple. "Keep an eye on him." His tone was somewhat stern. Elliot promptly agreed, while Master German ambled away. Lost in his own thoughts, Elliot maintained a respectful posture until his teacher's figure vanished into the lift, before turning to look at Greta. "I apologize for the trouble," Greta quickly said. Earlier, when the boy had been shouting, Elliot had pretended not to see and had walked away, something Greta had observed clearly from the library. In hindsight, Elliot's deliberate leniency had evidently caught Master German's attention, and Greta truly felt a twinge of guilt. At Greta's apology, Elliot, who had initially seemed disheartened, now appeared somewhat more at ease. He flipped through the manuscript and suddenly raised his hand to give Greta a hearty pat on the back. "You are quite fortunate." "Indeed," Greta replied with a relieved smile, feeling a lingering sense of anxiety. Elliot cast a glance at the boy beside him, shaking his head. "You have arrived at a fortuitous time, you know. The Magic Council conducts assessments of each magic tower annually, evaluating how many mage apprentices they produce and whether any new spells have been developed. Low scores result in reduced funding, leading to financial constraints for the following year. With the assessment period approaching in June and research not progressing well, you, my little friend, have proven to be rather interesting and can serve as a temporary solution. Thank goodness. Copying the dictionary truly proves useful. Gret sighed with relief, his shoulders slumping in relaxation. Master Elliot flipped through a couple more pages of the manuscript, then suddenly tilted his head back and sighed deeply. My teacher instructed me to keep an eye on you. Sigh. Teaching you will be quite troublesome since you don't even know the letters. I need to rush to conduct experiments, so... He mumbled to himself, then abruptly raised his hand and pointed at Gret's forehead. A cold, luminous essence flashed, and Gret felt a sudden pressure in his head, as if he had just absorbed an overwhelming amount of information. Elliot waved his hand. Read on your own. I'm off. First level magic. Comprehension of languages? The phrase flashed through Gret's mind. In his previous life, he had encountered this spell in online literature and games, which seemed to have a time limit determined by the mage's level. In other words, once the time expired, all would be forgotten? Thank you, Gret shouted as he clung to the doorframe. He turned and rushed to the bookshelf, racing against time, swiftly pulling out basic meditation. As he opened the cover, Gret's eyes scanned the pages, and a wave of relief washed over him. Meditation is the lifelong pursuit of a mage. Hela Yuliel, year 382 of the magical era. Thank heavens, I can understand it. This book is written in magical script rather than some bizarre characters. There is no need to decode it. Every word is familiar to me. The author of this tome, I am truly grateful to you. Gret focused intently, reading word by word. Whether intended for novice apprentices or simply written in an approachable manner, basic meditation was exceedingly clear and comprehensible. It elucidated the essence of meditation. Meditation is the means by which a mage hones their mental strength, allowing them to observe and reflect upon the world through that mental prowess. Every word is recognizable. Every term is comprehensible. Yet, when pieced together, what exactly is mental strength? Is it my attention? My capacity for thought? The degree of activity of my brainwaves? Invisible and intangible. Would a brain skin be of any assistance? Or could brain-computer interfaces, as developed by Musk and others, extend mental capacity beyond oneself? Or perhaps it is not brainwaves at all, but rather the magnetic field of brain neurons? Suppressing his myriad of musings, Gret calmed his mind and continued reading. Time was limited, and uncertain if he could manage to transcribe everything. He resolved to memorize as he read. After one round of reading, he began again. However, halfway through the pages, his mind suddenly fogged over, and then the text transformed into vast, swirling patterns, occasionally interspersed with a few familiar words. The spell's duration had expired. With an over, he felt a complete reset, devoid of any lingering fragments of memory. Gret sighed in frustration. He unfolded a fresh sheet of paper, flipped basic meditation back to the first page, and began to transcribe line by line, relying on the illustrations and scattered words for guidance. The essence of meditation. What is meditation? How does one commence meditation? How does one quiet their mind to enter a state of semi-sleep, first focusing, then dispersing? How does one utilize mental strength to engage with the world? What sensations accompany initial meditation, and what are the taboos? Line by line, page by page, unbeknownst to him, a stack of filled paper began to accumulate on Gret's left side. A most unexpected harvest. Tonight, I shall attempt my first meditation, the world of magic. I am coming. Chapter 50. Is my mental power enhanced by medicine? On his way home, excitement enveloped Gret. He even braved the night to fetch several buckets of water, chop wood, and build a fire, allowing himself a proper hot bath, consuming half of the firewood stored in his home. Life in ancient times was indeed cumbersome. If only there were running water, a water heater, or even, if he could wield magic, directly using it to heat his bathing water. Alas, in pursuit of elevating his standard of living, he must hasten to become an apprentice mage. As Gret reclined in the bathtub, he lamented the inconvenience. Regardless of the hassle, a bath was essential. To enhance the success rate of his meditation, cleansing oneself was a necessary step. Once he had tidied himself up, he climbed into bed and sat cross-legged. This body's flexibility is lacking. At merely 16, he could not manage to press his left leg over his right foot and vice versa, achieving the perfect 5 points towards the sky. Although basic meditation did not specify the need for a lotus position, as a person of Chinese descent, it felt unsettling to commence meditation without attempting this posture, leading to a perceived success rate reduction by a significant margin. Gret twisted his left foot and then his right, making repeated efforts with no success. He attempted to relax his feet, forming a loose quadrilateral, but found it unstable. Then he tried extending his legs straight, forming a triangle, only to find himself leaning backward. With no other options, he collapsed onto the bed, rolling against the wall and settling there, legs outstretched. Now that feels comfortable. He closed his eyes, dismissing distractions. Breathing deeply, he envisioned himself enveloped in darkness, shutting down his sight, his hearing, his sense of smell. Following the steps outlined in basic meditation, he engaged in mental preparation, urging himself to quiet, to relax, to empty his mind. Perhaps self-hypnosis yielded some effect, or perhaps the experience of traversing worlds had indeed augmented his ability to learn magic. When Gret concentrated his spirit to a singular point, something appeared to illuminate in the darkness. What is this? Neither above nor below, neither left nor right, neither internal nor external. This is me? Gret trembled violently, nearly losing his current state of clarity. He shut his eyes tightly, striving to calm himself for a considerable time until he finally regained composure. Entering meditation, he proceeded to the next step. According to basic meditation, the cultivation of mental power first necessitated the construction of a virtual self. Next, he would draw strength from the external world, gradually solidifying his essence. Once refined to a certain intensity, he could emanate his mental energy, beginning to influence the surroundings. As this thought crossed his mind, the point of light in the darkness began to morph, following the illustrations in basic meditation. A small figure, complete with limbs, a head, facial features, and flowing blood within its skeletal structure, was outlined by rays of light, silently standing in the void. Is this me? Is this ethereal figure of light my mental power? Gret felt a slight disorientation. In an inexplicable manner, a connection seemed to convey to him. Yes, this is you. This is your mental power. It crystallizes based on your physical form and fluctuates with your will when it becomes sufficiently potent. It can nourish the body and intervene in the material world. The muscles are incorrect. The blood flow is misguided. The arteries and veins are not separated. And the left atrium, left ventricle, right atrium, and right ventricle are entirely misrepresented. The nervous system, the lymphatic system, the capillaries, all these details are absent. Gret felt a surge of frustration. The illustrations in basic meditation were woefully inadequate. There were numerous omissions and errors. He could readily identify 7 or 8 mistakes. Betting on his reputation as a medical student, 206 bones, interconnected through over 300 joints, are solidly and resiliently linked from bottom to top. 640 muscles, affixed to the skeleton via tendons, or directly connected to other muscles. The nervous system, respiratory system, digestive, urinary, endocrine, lymphatic, immune, reproductive. Finally, the skin envelopes everything. Hair grows, and nails emerge. This is how it must be. Even in another world, the human structure ought to remain unchanged. Gret contemplated with certainty. He had treated patients with his own hands, performed abdominal surgeries, applied pressure to stop bleeding from the liver, incised tracheas, and penetrated thoracic cavities. Each successful treatment affirmed his understanding was not erroneous. When he returned to his senses, the figure in the void had become infinitely more refined than the illustrations. Upon closer inspection, it mirrored precisely what Gret had studied in human anatomy. The heart, composed of white light, pulsed vigorously. Thump, 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 with each beat. An ethereal halo emanated outward, and this newly formed figure radiated light far stronger than before. Is it so? Must mental power align closely with the body to resonate maximally, garnering support and reciprocating to the physical form? Gret was unsure. Yet, an inexplicable feeling surged within him. His mental power had indeed grown significantly since its initial manifestation. Thus, the next endeavor would be to perceive this world. What manner of existence lies within the realm of mental perception? Continuing to adhere to the guidance of basic meditation, Gret actively controlled the ripples emitted by his figure, extending outward. Suddenly, the entire world, under the perception of his mental power, transformed. A steady, substantial force grounded the essence of this world. A light, airy force danced freely, never pausing. A fiery, restless force, untamed, unleashed its full might. A gentle, nurturing force quietly spread life. Earth, water, fire, wind, the 4 elements? Gret was utterly astonished. As his emotions fluctuated, the figure within the meditative realm trembled violently, nearly dissipating. This is the world as perceived by my mental power? After the initial shock, Gret felt elated. According to basic meditation, being able to vaguely sense the four elements signifies my mental power has reached the level of an apprentice mage. From this day forth, can I begin to unravel the mysteries of magic? Chapter 51. Can I accelerate copying books with in-game currency? Gret's mental prowess had reached the standard of a mage apprentice, which did not particularly surprise him. After all, he had already cast a healing spell. By the classification of priests, he should at least be considered a priest apprentice. Although the nature of the powers differed, the level of mental energy required for spellcasting was roughly similar. However, the world perceived through mental energy, earth, water, fire, wind. Was this his own perception or a reflection of the world as understood by mages as described in basic meditation? Born in New China and raised under the red flag, Gret found it exceedingly difficult to accept that this world was composed of the four elements. He had at least studied medical physics. Concepts such as the four fundamental forces: strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. The first three could be unified into a single interaction: geometric optics, wave optics, special relativity, quantum mechanics. He had even scored a commendable 93 on the exam, although he had forgotten it all afterward. Yet, as a time traveler, he could now recall it. With this thought, the long-forgotten textbooks began to materialize before him, flipping open page by page. Definitions, theorems, formulas, hypotheses, all surged forth, leaving Gret slightly dizzy, nauseated, and on the verge of retching. The meditative environment trembled violently. Quickly, Gret waved away the textbooks to regain his composure. Once again, he extended his mental energy to observe his surroundings and was astonished to discover that the world he perceived through his mental energy had transformed. A pitch-black starry sky appeared overhead, with brilliant stars twinkling, connected to the earth beneath him by an inexplicable force. The four elements seemed to linger. Yet the distinctions between fire and wind, fire and water, had blurred somewhat. So, was this meditative environment a reflection of the world as he perceived it? Or was it merely a manifestation of his understanding? Gret felt somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, these changes did not impede him. Rather, the enhancement feedback from the meditative environment remained unaffected by the fluctuations. For now, he decided to set aside his doubts, calm his mind, and begin training his mental energy. Following the methods outlined in basic meditation, he meditated until his head felt slightly swollen, before collapsing onto his bed and closing his eyes to sleep. He completely disregarded the vocabulary list he had copied during the day. He had no intention of reviewing it. Who knew if an increase in mental energy could replace the function of brain cells? What if it couldn't? Upon awakening the next morning, as he flipped open his notes, Gret's eyes lit up. He remembered everything he had copied the day before. Not a single word was forgotten. Learning to meditate had not only enhanced his mental energy, but also provided this unexpected benefit. His vocabulary memorization pace would accelerate. He could start learning magic sooner. With such joy, Gret felt lighter as he copied books in the magic tower. Unfortunately, his writing speed did not improve as easily. After a day of laborious copying, he estimated his progress at a mere 5. Oh, and previously, Master Germain had assigned him the task of copying 2 books. Calculating it all, his progress was suddenly halved to only 2. 5. The sense of achievement vanished entirely. Gret shouldered his satchel, rubbing his wrist, and ambled outside. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted. Master Elliot leaned against the ascending staircase, tossing a small pouch in his hand, grinning at him. How's the copying going? Your speed is quite slow. To be honest, his current writing speed severely hampered his cognitive speed. If he were to rely solely on memorization, he could potentially complete the vocabulary within 10 days. However, writing it all down would take at least 20 days. Well, you need to pick up the pace. The teacher is waiting for it. Elliot encouraged him earnestly before turning to leave. Despite his serious demeanor, Gret couldn't shake the feeling that Elliot was secretly reveling in his plight. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he called out, "Master Elliot, does the mage require it urgently?" "What do you mean?" Elliot indeed paused. His reaction swift, as if he had been anticipating this question. Gret immediately pursued, "If it's urgent, I have a method that might expedite the copying process. But I would need your assistance." He paused for effect, gazing at Elliot expectantly, remaining silent. Elliot raised his chin. "What do you plan to do? Gather more people to copy?" "No, that's not it. Are you suggesting I stay here and copy overnight? I must inform you that this isn't permissible. You aren't a mage apprentice and cannot reside in the tower indefinitely. Nor is that the case. So what is it? Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me." Gret struggled to suppress his amusement. This Master Elliot was undeniably competitive. Although he was eager to disclose his plan, he insisted on guessing first. Perhaps all mages possessed such confidence in their intellect? Lowering his head, he adopted a respectful demeanor and inquired, Master Elliot, may I first ask if there is a spell for copying books? There is, indeed. What is your plan? That is good to hear. Gret raised his head, meeting Elliot's gaze, and spoke confidently, I would like to request your assistance in copying magical linguistics once. Then, I will cut the pages and arrange them in alphabetical order before pasting them together. Once organized, you can copy it again, fulfilling Master Germain's request. Elliot fell silent for a moment, then paused once more. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and extended his hand. Good idea. That will cost you 10 gold coins. What? You want me to pay you? Gret was taken aback. Elliot chuckled at Gret's stunned expression. When hiring someone to cast spells, one must pay a fee. Didn't you know? The materials required for the copying spell are paper and ink. Since you're copying for the magic tower, I'll waive the material costs. Oh, and I'll also waive the consultation fee for that previous question. 2 casting spells at a discounted rate, totaling 10 gold coins. Once the payment is received, I will cast the spell immediately. Gret found himself speechless. The previous day, when Elliot had effortlessly cast a language comprehension spell, he hadn't asked for any payment. Now, as Gret sought assistance in casting a spell, it was only natural to pay. In the game, speeding up construction also required in-game currency. The issue was that 10 gold coins constituted half of his current wealth. Exchanging that sum for an acceleration of 10 days or half a month seemed like an exceedingly poor value. With a hearty laugh, Master Elliot departed. Chapter 52. Curious about how to meditate? Allow me to enlighten you. Gret, having failed to find shortcuts, patiently dedicated himself to transcribing notes for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he returned to the magic tower. As his horse approached, he heard a familiar explosive sound. It was once again from the 4th floor of the tower, from the same window, and there was that familiar robed figure. Gesticulating wildly as he flew out in a parabolic arc, Gret slowed his horse considerably this time. Arriving at the landing spot, he found Elliot, disheveled and covered in dust, floating down while muttering curses. That little brat. When he can't win an argument, he just blasts people away. Doesn't he fear blowing himself up? Oh, what are you doing here? Mr. Elliot, Gret said helplessly. I came to see if you needed assistance. He sought no trouble, yet trouble seemed to find him. Suddenly, a window on the 4th floor of the tower banged open, and a youth leaned out, golden hair shimmering, shouting in a peculiar tone, if you have the guts, come here. Elliot glanced up but remained silent, continuing to walk with his head down. Gret accompanied him around a quarter of the circle, watching as the youth's golden hair vanished from sight, and quietly inquired, can't you win? Who said I couldn't? Elliot's voice suddenly rose. That little brat is only at my level. How could I possibly lose? Gret remained silent. After a few more steps, Elliot's shoulders slumped, and he sighed. I was just a hair's breadth away. He comes from a prestigious family, has had the best meditation methods since childhood, and his mental strength surpasses mine. Just a tiny bit more, and I could cast 4 spells like him. Meditation methods? Gret's heart raced, seizing the opportunity to ask, what kind of meditation methods are considered good? You little schemer. Elliot raised an eyebrow at him. Before Gret could feign repentance, Elliot sighed. Since you came to fetch me, I'll share a bit with you. It's not exactly a secret anyway. With your mental strength, becoming a mage is only a matter of time. And this information isn't hard to come by. Gret perked up his ears. Elliot continued, listen carefully. Meditation methods consist of 3 parts, core, shell, and line. The core is about shaping a mental nucleus. The closer it resembles yourself, the better, as this provides support from the physical body. The shell is about creating an exterior. The better its form, the more it can attract and filter useful energies while resisting external impacts. The line teaches you how to extend your mental strength, perceive the world, and influence it. A good meditation method will have unique techniques in these 3 aspects. Ordinary mages either use the book Basic Meditation or learn from their teachers or exchange knowledge with the Magic Council. It sounded rather like foundational theory. Gret was fully engrossed, eager to hear more when Elliot paused, his voice trailing off. Indeed, Elliot sighed. But who can achieve it? Our senses, limbs. The positioning of bones and organs, just shaping those is no easy feat. I'm unclear on the more intricate details. By the way, why are you asking about this? In the morning light, before the magic tower, Gret stood straight, reins in hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. You. Elliot's eyebrows shot up. He abruptly grabbed Gret. hurrying away until they reached the stable, where he finally released him. What do you know? You can't even meditate. I meditated last night, Greta insisted. He broke free from Elliot's grasp, sidestepping a pile of horse manure. Elliot frowned, his gaze fixed on Greta, his body instinctively leaning forward. Fists clenched tightly. The way he looked at Greta was as if he could slice him open with his eyes to examine his mental core closely. Greta stood firm, allowing Elliot to scrutinize him. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Suddenly, Elliot jolted, as if awakening from a dream. He took a step back, regarding Greta with newfound clarity. Exhaling deeply. Yes, you are a healer. You already know what the human body looks like. Elliot murmured, mulling over a torrent of thoughts. He felt compelled to extract information from Greta, who was just beginning to learn magic and knew nothing about it, likely unable to produce even 10 gold coins. Offering him some benefits or requesting a few copies of spells would surely entice him to speak. If he feared exposure, he could simply inform his teacher about Greta's meditation methods. Everyone would benefit and certainly keep the secret together. No knowledge comes without a cost. And the meditation methods, foundational to a mage's power, are valued even more than many spells. Within the magic tower, all level 3 spells are accessible to the mages there. However, apart from the introductory book Basic Meditation, no other methods are mentioned even in passing. The price was beyond his means. Yet, setting aside the fact that Greta was a healer, someone who had also stepped into the realm of magic, Elliot's sense of morality and integrity would not permit him to resort to such underhanded tactics. No matter how much Greta might be willing to share, Elliot had nothing of equal value to offer in return. The young mage walked swiftly, his black robe swirling dramatically, almost creating a wave behind him. Greta smiled faintly, watching the black-robed mage who had always looked after him hastily depart. Once Elliot had taken a few steps away, Greta called out, "Hey, don't try it on your own. Let me tell you." With a thud, Elliot stumbled, landing flat on the ground. Chapter 53, The Meditative Method of Medicine. The power of immediate effect master Elliot clumsily rose to his feet, his visage smeared with dirt and streaked with a trace of blood from his nose, while a considerable amount of manure clung to the front of his robe. Yet, he appeared utterly oblivious to his disheveled state, fixating intently on Greta's eyes. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply. "Greta, thank you. However, I cannot learn." "Cannot learn? Why?" Greta inquired, astonished. "Are you afraid you won't be able to grasp it?" "I can simplify it. I'm quite adept at explaining things. I always manage to articulate the condition and surgical options to patients and their families until they understand perfectly." He took a step forward, prompting Master Elliot to instinctively retreat, his gaze lingering with a mix of regret and sorrow. "I cannot learn. The rules of a mage dictate that all knowledge and services come at a cost, and the price of this meditative practice is beyond my means. But you have helped me so much before. You've already imparted enough knowledge." Elliot's eyes softened as he gazed deeply at Greta. Then, seemingly fearing he might relent, he grit his teeth and turned away. Greta stood there, momentarily taken aback. He understood Elliot's reluctance to speak. As a mage, one naturally possesses a sense of pride and dignity. Despite his repeated entreaties, Elliot steadfastly clung to the principle of equivalent exchange, utterly unwilling to budge. "You could take it on credit and pay in installments." Greta lamented, almost ready to throw a tantrum. The more Elliot declined, the more determined he became to impart the knowledge, for it was nothing extraordinary. Anyone studying medicine in his past life could learn it. In a sudden flash of inspiration, he proposed, "Well, the price I seek is not what you think." "What do you mean?" "When I was learning this knowledge, I took an oath." As he spoke, Greta's words began to flow more smoothly. After all, the existence of the oath was real, and the process of swearing it had been genuine. Perhaps it had been revised multiple times, but it was not the original version. "I vowed to impart all the knowledge I acquire, without reservation, to my teacher's children, my own, and to any disciples who are willing to uphold the same oath. Therefore, as long as you are willing to take the oath, please agree. It is not because you have helped me that I would teach you these things." Greta thought he might be a bit too eager. However, Elliot pondered for a long while before raising his head, his first question being, "What kind of oath?" All right. In the magical realm, one ought to take oaths seriously. Otherwise, one might not even know how they perished." Greta inhaled deeply and began to recite a version of the Hippocratic oath that had been adapted to suit the characteristics of this world. "I pledge to the best of my ability and judgment to uphold the principles of beneficence for my patients and to restrain all forms of harm and malevolence. I shall not administer harmful substances to others, nor guide them in such practices, even if requested. I shall treat all patients equally, regardless of gender or status, seeking the well-being of my patients. I shall govern myself and refrain from all harmful acts, particularly those of seduction. Throughout my practice, I shall maintain the utmost confidentiality regarding all that I see and hear, irrespective of its direct relevance to my medical duties. Elliot listened intently, growing increasingly astonished. Upon reaching the end, he fell into a contemplative silence, sighing deeply. The predecessor who established this rule must have been a sage. Indeed, Hippocrates, of course. Not just him. Bien Ke, Hua Tuo, Zhang Zhongjing, Sun Simiao, Li Shizhen, and even the great physicians of modern China. All are worthy of the honor of the divine farmer's hall. Under Greta's guidance, the young mage earnestly recited the adapted Hippocratic oath. Soon after, the two stealthily slipped into a small room opposite the library, where Greta unfurled a large sheet of paper and began sketching a human anatomical diagram. Bones, muscles, blood vessels, heart. The flow of blood, aorta, pulmonary artery, pulmonary vein, superior vena cava, inferior vena cava. Greta bent over the table, laboring for a full hour. As he sketched and spoke, his wrist ached and his throat parched. The paper was replaced time and again, filling the entire tabletop from left to right. This time he truly exhausted his artistic prowess as a physician. Previously, his drawings had been mere illustrative sketches, sufficient as long as the concepts were conveyed clearly, without a demand for precise shapes or proportionality. Generally, he would sketch a few organs or bones, hoping that patients and families would understand. If they did not, well, they could deepen their understanding through treatment. But this time, he needed to produce something of quality, as it was to be exchanged for knowledge and information. On my back. Greta straightened, massaging his lower back. To his left, Master Elliot mirrored his posture, peering intently at the drawing, his face nearly pressed against it. Had he not just stood up, their upper bodies would have formed a right angle. Hey, if you lean down any further, you'll end up inside the drawing. Greta chuckled lightly. He instinctively inquired, as he had done countless times in his past life with patients and their families, "Is there anything you don't understand?" Master Elliot lay entranced upon the latest anatomical diagram, seemingly spellbound. Greta patiently waited a minute, then another, before finally giving up on waiting and began rolling up his sleeves to copy vocabulary lists. After transcribing about half a page, Elliot suddenly leaped up, darting out like a startled rabbit. "Hey, the anatomical diagram. Don't just leave it behind," Greta called out. Elliot soon returned, clutching an ink bottle in one hand and a large roll of paper in the other, slamming it onto the table. Without further ado, he snatched the magical philology book from Greta, pressing it down with one hand as he murmured incantations. A flash of light illuminated the room, transforming the blank roll of paper into a thick stack of copies. Copying spell complete. Wow, quite impressive. Greta's eyes sparkled. He smiled and nodded at Elliot's retreating figure. The young mage seized the anatomical diagram from the table and dashed out once more, this time with even greater speed, tucking the papers tightly into his embrace as if fearing they might be seen. I hope he can remember it all. Initially, he had studied anatomy for a full 120 hours. Even with this stack of paper streamlined, memorizing it all at once would be quite a challenge. Greta chuckled and began his work, with scissors in one hand and glue in the other. He meticulously cut the copies produced by the copying spell into strips and adhered them sequentially onto a blank sheet. After a full day's labor, as he stepped out of the mage tower at dusk, a loud crash echoed above as another figure was hurled from the fourth-floor window. Glancing up instinctively, Greta saw the same boy who had flung Elliot out that morning, now flailing his arms and shouting, "Elliot, you have no regard for the rules." Standing at the entrance of the mage tower, Greta gazed upward, his mouth gradually falling agape. Could it be that the effects of this meditative practice manifest so swiftly? Chapter 54, the first spell, X-ray? With the enhancement brought by the meditation technique and the assistance of the transcription method, Greta's progress accelerated significantly. In just 2 days, he had pieced together the dictionary. And then, eager with anticipation, he pulled out foundations of spells, ready to discover which magics he could currently learn. The answer was all level 0 spells. The foundations of spells clearly stated, as long as one's mental strength reaches the apprentice level, a newly initiated spellcaster can learn all level 0 spells. It sounded quite generous. However, without even turning the page, Greta noticed a marginal note written in red, level 0 spells, also known as tricks. Congratulations, from now on, you can be a street performer. Greta. He took a deep breath, inhaled again, and then closed his eyes. Adjusting his emotions, he repeatedly murmured, "There are no useless spells, only useless mages. There are no useless spells, only useless mages." After reciting this until his emotions stabilized, he opened his eyes and continued to read. According to foundations of spells, depending on their mental strength, apprentice mages can cast between 1 to 5 level 0 spells each day. A novice can only release 1, while a high-level apprentice on the brink of becoming a full-fledged mage can cast up to 5, unless potions are used to replenish energy. Generally, mastering more than 3 level 0 spells and being able to cast 5 spells daily qualifies one to challenge the rank of first-level mage. At this point, the author of Foundations of Spells pointed out in a serious tone, which means only 3 can be learned in the early stages? Gret, thinking this through, did not feel that he belonged to the category of those lacking aptitude. As a transmigrator, he was accustomed to breaking through to the pinnacle of magehood, effortlessly handling 9th-level spells and creating a myriad of his own magic, which was a given. Moreover, he had grasped healing magic on his very first day after crossing over, immediately qualifying as a priest apprentice. Gret, filled with confidence, flipped through Foundations of Spells, beginning to sift through the spells. The book contained only a handful of level 0 spells, about 8 or 9. However, as Gret perused them, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the choices. Reading magic, used to interpret magical inscriptions on objects, scrolls, weapons, etc. This spell was evidently an essential tool for learning magic, but it required transparent crystals or mineral prisms as casting materials. Gret felt his pockets and realized he would have to set it aside for now. Light Dance, which creates a light source. Brightness spell, which makes an object glow like a torch. Spark spell, which ignites a tiny flammable object. Frozen Ray, which shoots forth a cold ray, causing damage or perhaps creating an ice pop. These all appeared to be practical little spells indispensable for daily life and travel. Mage's Hand, which uses telekinesis to move a lightweight object at close range. Arcane Mark, a magical trick. Foundations of Spells particularly emphasized that these two were common tricks for apprentice mages, fundamental to their training. There was even a red note annotation. If you cannot even learn these, give up. You are not suited to become a mage. As Gret continued to read page after page, he suddenly trembled, his hand shaking slightly as he froze in place. Struck as if by lightning. Level 0 spell, Detect Magic. This spell senses magical auras on objects or within specific areas. The name and function seemed unremarkable. However, as he read further, Gret's heart raced upon encountering a line that ignited his excitement. This spell can penetrate barriers. However, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of ordinary metal, 1 thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or earth can obstruct detection. This is. Gret's heart raced. With the ability to penetrate barriers, being blocked by lead and other materials to varying degrees, upon reaching this point, every fiber of his knowledge, intuition, and every neuron in his brain screamed, X-ray, X-ray, the miraculous tool for medical examinations, X-ray, ultrasound, CT, MRI, of these, the earliest and most affordable, I have arrived. Without hesitation, Gret grabbed a piece of paper and prioritized adding the Detect Magic spell to his list of spells to decipher. Learning level 0 spells was not particularly difficult. Gret focused his mind, sensing the wondrous world he had touched during meditation. As his spirit entered a state of clarity, earth, water, fire, wind, and the stars gently arose. He followed the descriptions in Foundations of Spells, gesturing to cast the spell, reciting the incantation word by word. As the incantation escaped his lips, Gret felt his mental energy gently ripple with the sound waves. The mysterious force he had touched during meditation was disturbed, slowly transforming under the guidance of his mental energy. Gret quickly concentrated, using his mental power to navigate through the meditative world, beginning to sketch the runes as described in the book. 1 stroke, 2 strokes. Damn it, it's crooked. The runes and the meditative imagery quivered and dissipated helplessly. Gret felt a slight weariness in his mental energy and let out a long sigh. Indeed, learning magic was not so simple. An apprentice mage could only cast 1 spell per day. This meant that without spending money, he had only 1 attempt each day. How many attempts does it take to successfully learn a new spell? 3, 5, 10. If it took 10 attempts, that would mean 10 days had passed. Mastery would require even more time. 3 spells could easily span a month or 2. No wonder Foundations of Spells advised apprentice mages against learning too many spells. Gret felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He closed his eyes for a moment, carefully sensing, can my mental energy attempt a few more times? If his intuition was correct, perhaps 2 to 3 more attempts were possible. Does this imply that I start as a high-level apprentice mage? Or at least a mid-level apprentice? Is this a benefit of being a transmigrator or a perk of being a priest apprentice? Regardless, as long as it is useful, that is enough. Greta excitedly pumped his fist, then composed himself and began to try again. This time, he made considerable progress, guiding the rune through to the 9th stroke. Just 1 step away from completion, Greta gritted his teeth and tried once more. This time, within the enhanced vision of meditation, a faint magical aura illuminated. Success! Greta suppressed his excitement and approached the bookshelf, emanating the magical glow. The light was dim, hardly brighter than the oil lamp at home. Probably just sufficient for minor spells like pest control or dehumidification. Greta steadied himself, extending his right hand to gather the light. It seemed as though he could see the faint glow filtering through, or perhaps not. Was the glow too dim? Greta pondered for a moment and dashed out of the library. He rushed up to the 2nd floor, and as he stepped onto the landing at the turn of the staircase, he was greeted with a sharp voice. Hey, how did you get up here? Chapter 55. Can magic detection truly see bones? Gazing at the speaker, there was no one in sight. Lowering his head, he tilted it at 15, 30, and 45 degrees. On the floor ahead, the mischievous child he had encountered days ago was jumping up and down, his face flushed with anger. Waving his arms in front of him. Here? Who are you looking at? It was that little rascal again. Gret felt a slight headache and vaguely nodded at him before striding upward. The child closely followed, incessantly shouting, What are you going up for? Hey, what are you going up for? That's a place for official wizards. You're not even an apprentice. Above the 2nd floor of the magic tower, Gret previously lacked the qualifications to ascend. The tower's 1st floor housed the hall and library, where wizard apprentices like the little boy, despite being merely 10 years old, had already stepped into the realm of magic. The 2nd floor was for apprentices, while official wizards resided on the 3rd. The 4th was designated for alchemy and spell experimentation. And the 5th floor was the dwelling of Master Gorman, the head of the tower, who also managed its operations. From the 2nd floor onward, no ordinary person, regardless of wealth or influence, was permitted entry without invitation. Gret had no right to ascend either. However, just moments ago, he had successfully cast his first spell. He was now a wizard apprentice. Ascending to the 2nd floor was justifiable. Climbing to the 3rd floor to consult a familiar wizard for a few questions was also of no consequence. Ha ha ha. The little boy chased after him, incessantly shouting, causing the stairs to echo with noise. Gret wished he could physically silence him. As he paused, a loud roar erupted from the 3rd floor. Absolutely not. Was it Master Elliot? What was he arguing about? Gret immediately perked up his ears. A hand slammed down on the table. And what about you? You think you can improve spells without materials? Without scrolls? At least I've produced something. What about you? How many scrolls have you wasted copying these days? When the Magic Council comes to assess, how will you explain? I have no issues. Oh, no issues? Relying on that little brat's copied books? Don't joke around. The letters are the same as before, merely rearranged. Will the Magic Council even consider such a meager achievement? That seemed to be referencing my dictionary? Gret froze momentarily, stealthily stepping back to avoid an awkward encounter with the wizards. Unexpectedly, the stairway door burst open, and the golden-haired boy who had been hurled from the window days ago stormed out, glaring at them. What are you doing up here? This isn't a place for you. I couldn't stop you. Mr. Kalen, this guy isn't even a wizard apprentice. He has no right to be here. You? The furious gaze of Master Kalen immediately shifted to Gret. He pointed at him, his fingertips sparkling with light, evidently intending to vent his frustration on Gret. As for whether the spell was ice, fire, wind, or earth, Gret's limited experience left him unable to discern. This is bad. The staircase was narrow, leaving no room for escape. Gret did not wish to become a punching bag. Before any spell could be cast, he took a deep breath and shouted, Mr. Elliot, I have learned my first spell and have questions to ask you. Learn magic? The light at Master Kalen's fingertip flickered and then extinguished. Learning magic meant he was a wizard apprentice, and occasionally accessing the 3rd floor of the wizard tower was permissible. Moreover, he was seeking out Elliot. With a snort, Kalen turned to ascend the stairs, intending to continue his alchemical experiments. However, just as he took a step, the little boy shouted, You learned magic? Impossible. Just days ago. You couldn't even read. Master Kalen paused. In the room, Master Elliot had already called out, Gret, come in. From not being able to read just a few days ago to having learned magic today, curiosity piqued. Master Kalen followed him inside. Elliot was busy gathering scattered papers and pens, his anger still evident, but his expression softened slightly upon seeing Gret, revealing a hint of joy. You successfully cast a spell? What was the first one? Do you have any questions for me? He must be bragging. The little boy tugged at Master Kalen, complaining. He insisted on coming up here, and when you catch him, he claims to be a wizard apprentice. He.S. lying. I saw him just days ago. He couldn't even recognize all the magic characters. Is that so? The golden-haired boy glanced inquisitively at Elliot. Elliot, feeling somewhat awkward, recognized the boy as the grandson of Master Gorman, the great wizard representing the Magic Council, who had left him here under the care of his disciple due to his mischievousness. Despite being official wizards, they felt it inappropriate to reprimand the child. Elliot pretended not to hear, cleared his throat, and turned to Gret. What spell did you learn? Cast it again, let me see. Detection magic? Whether this spell succeeds or not is not for you to decide, right? You wouldn't use it to dodge, would you? George. Master Kalen reprimanded sharply. He then turned to Gret, commanding, here's the deal. You will cast the spell right here and see how many magical items are in the hall. If you can accurately name 3 or identify the strongest one, it will count as a successful casting. Gret slightly inclined his body in agreement. He stepped back 2 paces, pressing his back against the wall to maximize his field of vision, and began to concentrate on casting the spell. The hall was approximately 30 square meters, with 6 wooden chairs surrounding a rectangular table, occupying most of the space. Above hung a chandelier, tapestries adorned the walls, and at the end of the hall stood a fireplace. At a glance, the decor was not much different from the library on the ground floor. Gret softly recited the incantation. As his voice resonated, the depths of magical light flickered to life in his meditation. Brilliant white, earthy yellow, soft cyan, deep blue, and more. A sidelong glance revealed something remarkable. The mischievous child's robe, the circlet upon his head, and the necklace around his neck all shimmered with light, far more radiant than the furnishings in the room. The magic of the 3rd generation was indeed formidable. Gret silently swallowed his grievances against the child and began to list the magical items one by one. Chandelier, the tapestry on the left, the fireplace. Though the glow was dim and the enchantment's level was low, likely similar to the bookshelf downstairs, he had identified 3 items. With each item mentioned, the boy's mouth gaped wider. By the end, his eyes and mouth had formed 3 circles. Impossible. You actually. How about that? Someone learned faster than you, right? The golden-haired boy, unable to resist, bent down and intentionally asked in the little boy's ear. The boy stared for a moment and then shouted, I don't believe it. He turned and dashed out of the hall, slamming the stairway door behind him. With a loud bang, even the vase on the table trembled. A vase? A vase. Gret's heart raced. He hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out the fresh flowers from the vase and tipping it over. A gemstone rolled out, gleaming brightly in the vision of magical detection. Gret reached out to grasp that light. However, what lay before him remained shrouded in a haze. Chapter 56. The thread in the shadows. Gret entered the summons within half an hour. While magical research is commonplace, the summoning of a mage apprentice is rare. In a mage tower, the number of apprentices cultivated in a year barely reaches single digits. If fortune does not favor, there may be years of barren results. Master German, whose research had hit a bottleneck, was eager to meet the newly minted apprentice, if only to refresh his mind. Upon verification, Gret's status was instantly elevated to that of a mage apprentice, bringing with it a host of new privileges, a fresh robe, a private chamber within the tower, paper, quills, candles, and a complete set of personal supplies. Little Gret, in that robe, have you ascended to the ranks of a mage? Congratulations, little Gret. As Gret approached his home, about to retrieve his keys, a figure suddenly dashed from a side alley. Their shoulders collided, causing Gret to stagger back, letting out an ouch. The other individual winced as well, retreating further and nearly losing balance. With a menacing glare, he raised a dark fist. You. He abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on the mage robe adorning Gret, scrutinizing the staff emblem on the sleeve. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Gret quietly examined his sleeve. Oh, the benefits of being a mage apprentice. Quite splendid indeed. What happened? Did you manage to handle it? You want to kill me? That lad is a mage apprentice. A mage apprentice? The drunkard exclaimed in shock. You must be mistaken. That kid has only been at the mage tower for a few days. I cannot be mistaken. He wore a robe, with a staff embroidered on the sleeve. I saw it clearly. The drunkard pondered. The assailant had already extended his hand, fingers splayed, pointing directly under his eyelids. Pay up. Expecting money without doing anything? How audacious. You never mentioned that lad was a mage apprentice. If you ask for more money, I will report you to the city guards for hiring a hit. You. The two men erupted into a scuffle. Meanwhile, Gret remained oblivious. He first reported his newfound status as a mage apprentice to the military camp and announced that he would be residing in the mage tower. Then he proceeded to the temple of the war god to inquire about the progress of the surgical instruments. Not yet completed. Moreover, it seemed it would take another 10 days to half a month. So long to wait. Gret sighed with exasperation. But I must move into the mage tower starting tomorrow. Ah, I've seen your mage robe. Congratulations. The bald bishop chuckled heartily. Since you will be residing in the mage tower, let us rehearse the healing process once more. You will stay at the temple tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall send a carriage to take you to the mage tower. Gret's objections fell on deaf ears. The bald bishop seized him, robe and all, as if lifting a small chick, and whisked him away to the back hall. Gret toiled in the temple for the better part of the night. When the carriage from the temple of the war god set off to take him out of the city the following morning, he was in a deep slumber, too weary to even open his eyelids. Thus, he failed to notice two figures outside the city gate pointing and whispering, their faces etched with malice. Nor was he aware that later that evening, a middle-aged woman stormed into the Lord's manor, her face streaked with tears, wailing, "Roman is your son too. The temple has confined him. You claim there is nothing you can do to save him, yet you refuse to act against a vile commoner who has harmed him. Are you still the Lord of Heartland? Do you even care for him? That boy has become a mage apprentice. He has harmed Roman. My poor Roman. His hand is ruined." The woman grew even more agitated, her once lovely visage contorted with rage. "First you say he is under the protection of the city guards. Then that the temple of the war god values him. Yet you forbid me from seeking vengeance. Time has dragged on, and now he has become a mage apprentice. Just when I thought I could finally have him punished, he is beyond reach. You sought to punish him?" Lord Zhou suddenly lifted his eyelids. "Fool, do you not understand why the city guards protect him? Why the temple of the war god holds him in esteem? He has healed wounds that the bishop could not. A healer must not be offended. But my Roman," the woman sobbed. Lord Zhou sighed, patting her arm gently, speaking in soothing tones, "For Roman's sake. You ought not to pursue that boy. Do you know what he has been doing recently? He is working on a method to heal Baroness' hand." Baron's hand? The woman ceased her tears abruptly. The knight's archery skills were unparalleled in Heartland, but an injury sustained 3 years prior had rendered him incapable of drawing his bow. That commoner claims he can heal it? The temple of the war god has stated he can. Lord Zhou sighed again. The woman gradually collected herself. Yet a hint of panic remained. What if he refuses to heal? Previously, I had him summoned for searches, dragging him to the temple. Every action was one that could provoke animosity. What if that commoner holds a grudge and refuses to heal? Then why did you seek to punish him? Lord Zhou felt another sigh building. However, the affection for his lover and his son, albeit illegitimate, lingered. Roman was the only knight among the illegitimate offspring, generally likable, and worthy of protection. Fear not, I will ensure things proceed smoothly. If Baroness' hand cannot be healed, so be it. If it can be healed, I shall enlist the assistance of the temple of the war god. With both the temple and the Lord's manor backing him, that boy would dare refuse treatment? Chapter 57. Reattaching the wrist tendons. For a time, Greta's life settled into a tranquil rhythm. He nestled quietly within the mage's tower, engrossed in reading, memorizing vocabulary, and delving into the arcane arts. 2 days later, he completed the analysis of the spark spell. After another 2 days, he successfully unleashed the mage's hand. The following days were devoted to meditative exercises to enhance his mental fortitude and to refine the precise control of the mage's hand. Most importantly, he sought daily opportunities to cast detection spells thrice, hoping to discover a magical aura capable of illuminating the human skeleton. Half a month swiftly passed. Greta was summoned once more to the war goddess temple, this time in concert with the priests and knights. He executed an unprecedented surgical procedure in this world, the suturing of the wrist flexor tendons. Clad in a makeshift surgical gown that had just dried after half an hour of steaming, and wearing faux gloves crafted from sausage casings, he stood ready. Assistants were present, and instruments were passed to him from the side. Above, a large circular disc measuring 1 meter in diameter cast down a constellation of white lights. illuminations conjured by the priests on site. Now, this was a proper surgery. The contrast with the crude operations performed in the wilderness was stark. Greta inhaled deeply, savoring the air of the temple. Admittedly, the scent was less than pleasant, with an abundance of people contributing to a rather strong body odor. Other priests, acolytes, and sufficiently curious knights crowded the temple, aside from those assisting him, all eager to witness the procedure, carrying chairs and tables to form 3 concentric circles around the surgical table, observing their attempts to stretch their necks to catch a glimpse. Greta couldn't help but think, please, don't fall. And if you do, don't land on the surgical table and disrupt my work. Not everyone was permitted inside. Knights Flynn and Zyro, along with other friends of Baron, were relegated to the temple's exterior, straining on tiptoes to catch a glimpse. Knight Flynn even called out, "Little Greta, please." "Understood. Almighty War God, I beseech you to show mercy to your devotee and spare him from pain." No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of white light enveloped Baron, securing him to the surgical table. The knight's head drooped, and he almost instantly succumbed to slumber. Greta, although accustomed to this sight, still wished to inquire, is this a form of anesthesia, hypnosis, or magical confinement? The specifics mattered not. After all, he had previously experimented on live pigs with great success. During those trials, the pigs had remained perfectly still, not even tensing their muscles. Perfect. As Greta grappled with a lingering sense of unease, the bald archbishop summoned over 10 healthy volunteers, fervent in their faith, willing to offer themselves for the blade. With divine anesthesia as a foundation, the success rate of the surgery soared by at least 30%. Greta nodded appreciatively to either side, lowered his gaze, and made the incision. Fortune favored him. Whether due to the newly sharpened scalpel or the divine anesthesia, Baron's taut skin yielded to the blade. Greta sighed in relief. Thank the heavens, there was no embarrassing scenario of being unable to cut through the skin. If such a situation arose, what would become of his dignity as the lead surgeon? Although the temple knights were prepared to assist him, standing by, the incision yielded minimal blood, merely a slow seep. Surrounding him, a murmur of astonishment arose. Wow, so little blood. How is he achieving this? Hey, share your secrets. The bald archbishop urged, his voice muffled beneath his mask, booming like thunder. Grateful for the patronage, Greta simultaneously worked and educated the onlookers. Observe the depth of the incision. By merely cutting through the skin without penetrating the underlying muscles and blood vessels, significant bleeding can be avoided. Hooks were deployed. 2 unfamiliar priests rushed forward, each grasping a curved hook to gently retract the incised skin. A freckled priest named John positioned himself at the patient's feet and promptly offered a pair of forceps before Greta could even speak. Their coordination was commendable. All those days of training had not been in vain. Greta accepted the forceps with satisfaction, deftly avoiding the patient's blood vessels and nerves, meticulously searching through the reddened muscles. Simultaneously, he mentally counted 1, 2, 3. Ugh, someone retched. This simply would not do, brothers. You are in the war god's temple. If merely observing the surgery induces vomiting, how will you ever save anyone? Inwardly berating himself, Greta failed to recall how he had reacted during his first human anatomy class. He cast a sidelong glance at the bald archbishop, only to find him turned away, his cheeks bulging beneath the thin mask. Hey, Greta quietly called. The archbishop's Adam's apple bobbed as he seemed to swallow something. Then he finally raised his head and bellowed, "Get out and vomit." A thunderous uproar followed. Surely, the war god's temple could not be so brutal? Cautiously, Greta resumed his operation, carefully navigating around blood vessels and nerves while employing the hooks to grasp the muscle strands. He murmured incantations, activating the mage's hand to pull laterally. Yet, it wouldn't budge. According to the fundamentals of spellcasting, the mage's hand could manipulate objects weighing no more than 5 pounds. The force required to retract the hooks appeared to exceed that threshold. A cold sweat trickled down Greta's spine as he handed the hooks to his assistants, instructing them to apply traction while he continued his search, delving into the deeper muscle layers until he located the retracted wrist flexor tendon and clamped the tendon's end with the forceps. The procedure flowed smoothly until Greta encountered his first significant obstacle. I pull, but I cannot move. Curse it, during the last thoracentesis. He had struggled to puncture the chest, and now, while attempting to stretch the tendon, he found it equally immovable. Were the knights of this world truly so robust? Muscle relaxants, I need muscle relaxants. However, In this otherworldly realm devoid of pharmaceutical marvels, even if one had the riches, there was no place to procure such remedies. Instinctively, Greta glanced backward. In his previous life, the anesthetist would be positioned in a clear space. But here, he found only a jumble of tables, chairs, and priests in white robes standing atop them. As for the individual truly responsible for administering anesthesia, a spark of inspiration struck Greta. He tightened his grip on the forceps with his right hand, gestured to the bald archbishop with his left. Grasp this. Pull back. I'll say stop when to cease. 1, 2, 3. Ah, stop, stop, stop. Lo and behold, this archbishop had indeed taken on the role of a knight. The wrist flexor tendon, which he could scarcely budge, became taut in an instant. Greta secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortuitously, the archbishop executed his commands with precision. At the word stop, he halted without extending another millimeter. The archbishop's strong arms methodically aligned the ruptured tendon, reshaping it and bringing the ends together. Finally, he raised both hands before his chest, palms outward, adopting the posture of a surgeon awaiting the operation, centering his focus, and silently reciting, "The health of the many rests upon the life of one." Chapter 58:2-3. The blinding light cascaded from his fingertips. The severed tendon twitched slightly, inching forward as if yearning to unite once more. Greta watched intently, secretly elated. Suturing has always been one of the most challenging aspects of tendon surgery. A stitch too tight or too loose, a thread drawn with excessive tension or too slack, can drastically affect the healing process. Not to mention the delicate sutures, ranging from 4 to 0 or 5 to 0 down to the finest 10 to 0, which must possess adequate tensile strength. The curved needle, with a diameter of 100, must have a precisely acute tip at 23 degrees, no more, no less. The needle's body needs to be shaped into a perfect arc while its cross-section must remain square for easy handling by the needle holder. The materials used for the curved needle must possess sufficient strength and resilience, impervious to bending or deformation. Given the current level of industrial advancement in this world, Greta doubted they would be able to produce such instruments in the next decade. Yet, a treatment method now exists. No suturing required. No need to don a microscope and painstakingly stitch 6 or 8 stitches on a blood vessel the size of a millimeter. Although the suturing techniques he had diligently honed on grapefruits, oranges, and grapes since university seemed rendered obsolete, he felt exhilarated. Under the brilliant light, the tendon gradually began to fuse. 1 strand, 2 strands, then it halted. Could it be that the treatment was insufficient? During simulations with pigs and sheep, healing the tendon had been a trivial matter. Greta paused to contemplate, suspecting that the knight's robust vitality demanded more energy for tendon healing. Very well. Let us proceed again. The light descended once more, and the tendon grew, but it stopped again. As he wished to continue the treatment, he began to feel a slight dizziness, a throbbing pain at his temples. This sensation was all too familiar to Greta since becoming an apprentice mage. His mental energy had been depleted to its limits, rendering him unable to cast further spells. Alas, being at a lower level is indeed sorrowful. Even performing a minor tendon suturing operation, he could not manage it solo. With a decisive glance, Greta signaled to the lead surgeon to handle the critical tasks while delegating everything else to the assistants. The bald bishop. It was time for him to take the stage. As expected, the bishop's intervention proved powerful. A fine, concentrated beam of white light descended, and in an instant, the severed tendon was restored to its original state. Without a trace of damage, Greta tugged at it with a hook, then again, feeling the muscle stretch as the tendon firmly united with both muscle and bone, showing no signs of rupture. How is it? A chorus of voices inquired simultaneously. Greta scrutinized once more, lifting his head with a smile. It should be fine now. Pour the holy water. Wash it thoroughly from top to bottom. Although they lacked saline solutions, antibiotic rinses, or heparin saline, they had holy water for cleansing, which was better than nothing. The advantage of collaborating with the temple is that there is an abundance of holy water. Large jugs of holy water cascaded down, pooling on the ground. After a final inspection, Greta confirmed that no small blood vessels were bleeding. Straightening up. Excellent. The surgery was a success. Will it be all right? A chorus of anxious voices echoed. Around the surgical table, the crowd of priests and knights, each having undergone rigorous selection to become assistants, hung their heads, avoiding Greta's gaze. I can use the hook now, a voice murmured timidly from behind him. Greta rolled his eyes. Oh, so you're proud of being able to use a hook? Feeling superior, are you? One day, I shall have you hold the threaded iron rod inside the patient while the firefighters saw it off. And you mustn't move. Opposite him, the assisting bald bishop glared fiercely. His eyes, reminiscent of both Lu Zhishan and Zhang Fei, conveyed a message. I can't do it. And you promised to teach me thoroughly. Gret couldn't suppress a chuckle. He cast a calming glance and continued issuing commands. Release the hooks. Let go of what you're holding. Release. Release. All right. Healing spell. Mend the skin. Once more, the white light descended. This time, what lay before everyone was flawless skin. Devoid of any wounds. Except for the absence of body hair, it appeared much cleaner than the other hand, with no trace of surgical intervention visible. Gret nodded in satisfaction. The existence of a healing spell is indeed a blessing. Concerns about post-operative infections, poor healing, or inadequate blood supply seemed to vanish. He personally loosened the tourniquet, observing the blood perfusion, and then, no, that's not the anesthesiologist's task. Release the binding spell. Gret's clear voice rang out. The white light swiftly dissipated, and Knight Baron sat up, leaping off the surgical table. Wow, this is much quicker than waking up from anesthesia. I wonder if it hurt when they cut his wrist, or if he felt anything else. I must remember to ask him later. Gret was always apprehensive about the volunteers recruited by the bald bishop. Their excessive piety could lead to them withholding complaints about pain, which could complicate matters. As Knight Baron jumped down from the surgical table, he immediately flexed his wrist vigorously. I can move. I can exert force. I'm healed, he bellowed. In that moment, Gret felt as though the very hall trembled, the roof shook, and dust cascaded down. Even more alarming was that the exuberant Knight Baron, having just shouted, turned to embrace him. Gret instinctively stepped back. Wait. Let me check if your hand can exert force. Let us do a strength test. His voice trailed off. Knight Baron glanced around, grasping the edge of the surgical table with his right hand. His arm muscles bulging as he exerted force to lift it, but it didn't budge. That surgical table was firmly embedded in the ground. Gret felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, Knight Baron remained unfazed, reaching for a curved hook, gripping it tightly with his left hand while pulling down on the curved part with his right, exerting all his strength. Hey. The sound of metal deforming echoed as Gret's meticulously designed hook was straightened by Knight Baron's efforts. No, that's mine. He stared at Knight Baron, who looked back at him with an innocent expression. Moments later, the knight tossed aside the hook and rushed to embrace Gret tightly, tears streaming down his face. I'm healed. My hand is better. My hand is healed. Gret desperately turned his head to avoid the cacophony. Suddenly, he felt himself lifted high into the air. Knight Baron, Knight Flynn, Knight Zero, along with a group of familiar temple knights, caught him with a flurry of hands, tossing him up once, catching him again, tossing him up yet again. Put me down. Let me down. Don't throw me around here. There are surgical knives everywhere. Help. In the temple, Gret's cries of distress echoed endlessly, reverberating throughout. Chapter 59. Eliminate the false oracle. Have you heard? Knight Baron's hand has healed. Yes, indeed. This is the same knight who injured his hand 3 years ago, rendering him unable to draw his bow. It is said that the temple of the war god performed the miracle. Apparently, it was the bishop himself who healed him. Oh, you are so out of the loop. I heard it was a little fellow who did it. Even the bishop had to follow his instructions. Doing whatever he commanded, the news of Knight Baron's miraculous recovery spread like wildfire throughout Heartland City. Those who had suffered injuries themselves, or had loved ones who were injured, and whose treatments had not yielded satisfactory results regardless of their status as warriors or common folk, everyone was stirred. Even the city lord, Viscount Joan, summoned Knight Baron for a detailed account of his healing process. 3 days later, the bald bishop wrote to inquire whether the hand of Knight Roman could be healed. The answer was a resounding no. He refused to treat him? He actually refused. Knight Roman bellowed in anger within his confines. His confinement in the penance room was merely a formality. Within days, luxurious gifts arrived, and the high priestess of the spring water goddess released him, in a place devoid of light and sound, where even the servants remained silent. A knight of lesser rank would go mad after merely half a month. Even so, he was still not permitted to leave the temple, nor even the rear hall, confined to a small room for solitary reflection. If not for the frequent letters from his mother, he feared he would have lost his sanity long ago. I will kill him. I absolutely must kill him. Yes, I shall write a letter now, instructing my mother to send someone to eliminate him. This mother-son duo shared an unspoken understanding. The middle-aged woman, Knight Roman's mother, was currently in the city lord's mansion, seething with rage. This time, she did not even attempt to maintain a facade of composure, pacing back and forth in the small reception room. Smashing decorations to the floor, the commoners are nothing but commoners. I have been more than magnanimous. As long as he heals Roman, I would overlook it. Yet this vile man dares to refuse treatment. I will kill him. I absolutely must kill him. He did not intend to offend, sighed Lord Joan. Before him lay a stack of letter papers, filled with dense writing and detailed illustrations from Greta. Aside from the dizzying diagrams, the letter exuded sincerity and substantial content. It meticulously detailed the number of tendons in the palm, how many times finer they were than those in the wrist, and the precision of the instruments required to avoid worsening the condition. The letter described everything in vivid detail. The bald bishop, perhaps intending to shield Greta from misfortune, forwarded the letter to the city lord without omitting a single page. Even if Viscount Joan could not fully comprehend it, he could discern from the text the healer was genuinely unable to assist. It was not a matter of harboring resentment towards Roman, but rather a matter of capability. Before him, his mistress, or rather, his former mistress, continued her tirade. Viscount Joan, annoyed, rested his forehead in his palm. With what will you kill him? He doesn't even leave the mage tower. The middle-aged woman paused, realizing that even her unreasonable demeanor could not overlook the reality. The mage tower was not something one could recklessly approach. Even though she oversaw her son's knightly domain and commanded several third or fourth-tier warriors, along with 100 peasant soldiers, such force was laughable in the face of the mage tower. I refuse to believe he will stay hidden forever. Do not act. Viscount Joan slammed his palm on the table. After his outburst, he quickly regained his composure, attempting to persuade his mistress. That lad is a healer. A healer. The bishop could not help Baroness' injury, yet he could heal it with a mere touch. Do you know how many are counting on him for treatment? And how many would wish for someone like him if they were to get injured in the future? If you were to kill him and the truth surfaced, I could not protect you. There are no ifs. No ifs exist. For Roman's injury, we shall seek other healers, the archbishop, the high priest. Regardless, you must not act. The middle-aged woman wept bitterly before departing in discontent. Once she settled into her carriage, she immediately concealed her tears and snapped at the steward outside. Investigate. Find that commoner. I refuse to believe there isn't a single weakness to exploit. With the mistress's command, the steward dared not delay, quickly hiring people to conduct a thorough investigation. However, after searching high and low, they found no means to get to Greta. He was all alone, his father had passed away, and his mother had vanished many years prior. In the city, the only acquaintances he had were his father's old comrades. However, to approach Greta through the city guards would be sheer madness. Madam, the steward bowed lower and lower, feeling as if his bones were creaking. Oh dear, my aching back, I must visit the temple for a blessing soon. Though I cannot afford the healing spell, attending a service might grant me a touch of divine light, providing some comfort for a few days. The middle-aged woman's expression darkened. She gently waved her fan, opening and closing it repeatedly. The bright red lacquer deeply embedded amidst the feathers seemed as though it were poised to strangle her enemy. With a sharp crack, a rib of the fan broke, and the woman suddenly exclaimed, "That commoner is a healer? Indeed, an oracle of the nature god? That's what he claims, but it must be true. Many, including the city guards and temple guards, have heard it. Then why has he never attended a service? Exactly. That lad either resides in the mage tower or mingles with the war goddess temple. For all this time, he has never attended a service for the nature god. He has never once uttered phrases like the nature god above, as those priests often do. This oracle of his must be a sham. However, the nature god does not even have a temple. No temple does not mean no sect. The followers of the nature god roam the streets. It is not difficult to find them in the lower districts. If all else fails, find a random hill outside the city. As long as a circle of stones is piled up, surely one could encounter members of the sect. That commoner, relying on his healing abilities, first aligned himself with the war god's temple, then ingratiated himself with the city guards, and has never sought out the followers of the nature god. His status as an oracle is indeed false. He is guilty of deceit. Crack, crack. The sound of the fan bones splintering echoed repeatedly, feathers flying around the room in a flurry of green and gold. The woman stomped her feet on the floor, her tone ecstatic, her eyes sparkling. Seek out the followers of the nature god. Relay the news to them. No church can tolerate a false oracle. That is blasphemy. If we pass the word, The followers of the nature god will surely eliminate that lad. Chapter 60. Stepping outside to encounter a broken bone, the god of nature? Gret had long forgotten about that. For days, he had been immersed in the mage tower, engrossed in the study of magic, meditating, memorizing vocabulary, reading foundational textbooks, and learning spells. How delightful magic was. This light dance spell could create 4 floating light sources. If I could conjure a few more, wouldn't I be able to craft an exquisite shadowless lantern? And this freezing ray could artificially create ice, an essential spell for relief in summer heat. If only the temperature could drop lower. Otherwise, I could produce the most delicate ice cream. This flash spell is also quite remarkable, capable of generating a bright light. Though the materials required are fireflies, which can be detrimental to the ecosystem. I must research alternatives another day. Gret was thoroughly absorbed in his studies. Yet, 2 matters troubled him. First, his mental capacity had reached an impasse. After being able to cast spells 5 times a day, he found himself stuck, unable to progress further. Second, his exploration of detection magic, or rather, X-ray spells, had yielded no results. He had searched the mage tower from top to bottom, scouring every accessible area except for the central hub. Despite his efforts, he had not discovered any magical essence capable of revealing bones, leading him to question the very laws of physics in this world. Are they different from those in my previous life? Or must I find radioactive materials? If I were to discover such materials, could my small frame withstand it? He spent his days eating, living, and conducting research within the confines of the mage tower. It was not merely a 2-point path, it was a singular line. If he were to carry a phone and check his daily trajectory, he would only see a solitary dot. Such comfort, such dreams, such a blissful life. This time, Gret was unceremoniously expelled from the mage tower to inspect the nearby village of Tau. This was property under the mage tower, or more precisely, under the jurisdiction of the Magic Council. While he did not need to personally manage rent collection, it was necessary to send someone monthly to assert the village's ownership. At the very least, the mage must make an appearance. Naturally, this tedious task, which bore no benefit to his magical studies, fell to Gret, the lowest-ranked apprentice. Riding on an old horse, he ambled along with the gatekeeper towards Tau village. The horse was gentle and stable, requiring no effort on Gret's part, allowing his mind to wander aimlessly. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the nearby mountains. Gret, someone is injured? Where? Is the injury serious? He hastened toward the sound. Upon arrival, he found a middle-aged man lying at the base of a small cliff, pale and emaciated, with his left leg grotesquely twisted. A wicker basket lay a few paces away, and the rope that had bound it was frayed, its end rough. The other end dangled from above the cliff, clearly having snapped against the rocks while the man was working. A fall from a height, a fractured left leg, possibly accompanied by fractures in other areas or internal bleeding. Gret assessed the situation at a glance. He crouched beside the man, placing a hand on his right wrist. Did you fall from above? Are there companions nearby? Is your home close? The man nodded vigorously, struggling to grasp Gret's sleeve. Help me, help me. Excellent. The patient is conscious, with a strong pulse and steady breathing, indicating stable vital signs for the moment. Gret glanced at the injured man's left calf, where the white bone protruded through the skin, blood gushing forth. An open fracture. Significant hemorrhage. First, stop the bleeding. Gret instinctively lunged forward, pressing his right hand firmly against the man's femoral artery. Turning his head, he shouted to the gatekeeper, "Do you have any long strips of cloth?" "No." "Yes, yes, yes." A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached as several farmers, carrying baskets and tools, stumbled down the side of the cliff, evidently the man's companions. One shouted while sliding down, "Sixth brother is injured. Quickly call the master. Hurry." One farmer dashed off while another, hearing Gret's request for a bandage, frantically tore a long strip of cloth from his clothing. "Bring a stick, about the thickness of a finger, and as long as my hand." "Good. Place the stick on his leg, where my finger is, and tie the cloth tightly." "Is it tight enough?" "Good. Now twist the stick around." Again, the rough twine creaked ominously. The injured man screamed in agony, while his companions struggled to hold him down. "Don't move, don't move. Your leg. The bleeding has lessened. Young sir, you are impressive." "What young sir?" "It is Master Mage." One farmer, sharp-eyed, noticed Gret's wand peeking from his sleeve, correcting his companion. The one tightening the stick nearly toppled into the mud. "Master Mage. Do not move. Hold it tight." Gret shouted at him. After issuing the command, he crouched down to feel for a pulse further down the artery. When he confirmed he could no longer feel a pulse, he commanded the one holding the stick, "Grip tight. Do not move. If the bandage loosens, call for me. Damn it. Without a proper tourniquet, I must make do like this." The farmer trembled in agreement. Gret then turned his attention back, instructing others to lay the injured man flat and remove his clothing. He himself squatted beside the man, questioning both him and his companions. How did he fall? Did he fall straight down or roll sideways? Where did he first hit the ground? His hands, legs, or back? Did he fall face first or land on his back? There are no other apparent external wounds. Upon pressing the abdomen, there is no noticeable pain in the upper left quadrant, middle left, upper right. Just as he was checking, hurried footsteps echoed from the mountain path. Gret turned to glimpse an elderly man with white hair, one hand gripping a wooden staff and the other supporting the previously dispatched farmer. The elder rushed forward with remarkable speed, his brown robe billowing behind him. The hefty man he carried seeming weightless in his grasp. This old man is impressive, Gret silently admired. Nearby, several farmers bowed their heads in uneven reverence. Elder, 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 save me, save me. Who are you? The elder had reached the scene, setting down the farmer and leaning over to examine the injured man. Gret did not look up. Gret Nordmark. Did you create this stick? Quite an ingenious idea. Now step aside. I will heal this leg. Can a single healing spell truly mend a fracture? That would surpass my abilities. Gret glanced sideways. However, upon seeing the elder reaching out to pull, he instinctively recoiled and shouted, "Don't touch him." The elder was taken aback. Gret's rebuttal came in rapid succession. "I have not finished my examination. To heal now? Do you know if there are any internal injuries?" The elder paused, contemplating, then inquired, "I have treated individuals with broken legs before. Sometimes, while the leg heals, they die days later. Could it be that their internal organs were injured?" "Perhaps," Gret murmured. "There are numerous reasons for death from a fall, including ruptured organs, brain injuries, or even a dissection of the aorta if luck runs out. Without examining the patient, how could one ascertain the situation? Then how do we proceed?" Chapter 61. X-ray. I've discovered it. How does one identify internal ruptures? This inquiry, when thoroughly examined, could fill an entire tome. X-rays, ultrasounds, CT scans, abdominal punctures, and if deemed necessary, exploratory laparotomy. How to conduct an examination. Pay close attention. The fundamental aspect of abdominal examination is palpation, with different areas corresponding to various internal organs. The left upper abdomen. Gret spoke volubly. The elderly man, bent over, listened intently, eager to take notes at any moment. Gret deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the old man to observe more clearly, explaining as he proceeded. The elder nodded attentively, his gaze fixed, lips slightly moving as if reciting the lesson. Gret continued his assessment. A preliminary judgment revealed no obvious internal ruptures. The spinal column appeared normal, showing no significant curvature or deformation. The head exhibited no external injuries or hematomas. The left arm, the right arm. Excellent, excellent. Aside from the inability to assess the internal damage caused by the explosion, the only matter requiring attention was the open fracture of the left leg. Gret felt invigorated. He shifted slightly on the ground, examining the skin at both ends of the fracture, then stood up. Well then, now we only need to treat the left leg. He turned to glance at the elder, observing the old man, his white hair flowing and his robust physique suggesting the strength to fell a bear. Gret felt a surge of inspiration and casually cast a detection spell. "Oh," Gret exclaimed. So bright, especially the staff in the elder's hand, which shone in his meditative vision like a 500-watt high-pressure sodium lamp. Reflexively, Gret raised his hand to shield his eyes. Yet, as his hand lifted, he abruptly froze, lunging towards the oak staff, trembling as he placed his palm upon it. I can see. He had finally discovered it. The mutated version of the detection spell, the X-ray technique. He had finally found it. Gret stared in awe at his own palm. Had this been in his previous life, witnessing such a visual phenomenon, he would have fled at once, not wishing to engage in frivolous X-ray play. Yet now, as he gazed at the magical radiance penetrating his palm, it resembled the most precious treasure. In this desolate otherworld, X-rays were invaluable to a surgeon. The white-haired elder gazed at Gret with a warm smile. As he stepped back, Gret advanced. When the elder turned his staff in one direction, Gret followed suit, carefully avoiding stepping on the injured individual beneath him. Until the detection spell's duration expired and the magical radiance dissipated, Gret suddenly jolted back to reality. You are the one who healed Night Baron? The elder waved his staff, interrupting his words. I have heard that your healing abilities are rather unique. It is your healing techniques that are special. Gret mused inwardly. He maintained a facade of a smile. Elder, I would like to inquire about healing spells for such fractures. Gret lowered his gaze, pointing to the pale-faced, injured individual on the ground. Is it difficult to align the bones? After healing, will there be a limp? The elder appeared moved. He pondered for a moment. Indeed, it is challenging. An experienced healer may manage, but a novice often succeeds in healing the wound, yet misaligns the bone. Do you have a solution? I have a solution. Gret's eyes sparkled with determination. Coincidentally, this injured person was from Tal village. And Gret was escorting the wounded while surveying the village, thus serving two purposes. Elder, you have arrived. Elder, thanks to you, Lauren has been saved. The mage's servant who accompanied Gret frequently glanced at him. Gret pretended not to notice, feeling justified as he remained in the background. Instead, it was the white-haired elder who reached out, pulling him forward. You have all erred this time. It was this lad who saved him. You should be thanking him. We still need to perform surgery. Keep your filthy hands away from me. He tightly grasped the elder's collar. Let us hasten to save the man. Find a clean, large room and carry the patient inside. Boil water, strong liquor, soap, knives, hooks. The largest and cleanest house in the village was, naturally, the village chief's residence. Once the items were delivered, Gret learned from experience and shooed away all the onlookers to prevent any unnecessary panic. After washing his hands, he took the knife and hook and casually cast a spell. The elder's eyes lit up. A magical trick? Indeed, it serves as a cleansing spell. Gret's eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill was exceptionally useful, lasting for an hour, allowing for cleansing of items within a cubic foot every second. It was an unparalleled tool for washing flasks, test tubes, or surgical instruments. However, he wondered about its sterilization efficacy. Perhaps he would conduct a bacterial culture experiment another day. Gret picked up the sharp knife, observing it momentarily before making a decisive incision. Before the elder could express his astonishment, Gret's knife danced swiftly, exposing the blood vessels. With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering, translucent clamp appeared in midair, closing around the somewhat shriveled blood vessel. The mage's hand? The elder marveled for the second time. You are employing mage's hand in such a manner? What are you doing? Clamping the blood vessel. All right. The tourniquet on the leg injury can now be loosened. Next, I must rely on your assistance. What would you have me do? The elder generously thumped his chest. Gret nodded in gratitude. Please place your staff behind the injured leg. Find 2 individuals to hold the sides of the leg. When I say pull, you will pull to the sides. When I say stop, kindly align the bone as instructed. You want to misalign it? Absolutely not. Gret replied confidently. Indeed, I possess a spell that allows me to see the bone within the flesh. 1, 2, 3, pull. The sound of muscles being strained filled the air, accompanied by an unpleasant screech. Gret hastily activated the detection spell, brilliant white light piercing through the flesh, illuminating the curvature, fractures, and breaks of the bone. Gret focused intently on the fracture site. Pull more, pull more. All right, stop. He rushed forward, grasping the broken ends with both hands, straining to push them back into their proper position. Ouch, so heavy. I am not an orthopedic surgeon. Chapter 62. When Li Gui encounters Li Kui, Gret resolved not to exert himself in this laborious task. In truth, if he mustered the determination to try, he might indeed manage to move it. After all, his original form was that of a first-rate warrior. Both strength and combat prowess were significantly superior to those of an ordinary civilian. However, why should he? I am a mage. I am an elegant mage. I have already transitioned from my former role. I am no longer a warrior nor a physical class. I should merely wave my staff and chant incantations. Anything exceeding 5 pounds, which the mage hand cannot lift, should be left to others. He stepped back, conceding his position to the white-haired elder, signaling him to grasp the broken ends. With such a capable individual who could sprint while lifting someone single-handedly present, why should he exert himself? The magical glow illuminated the scene brightly. Gret placed his hands atop the elder's, gently guiding him, commanding him to exert effort, while his mouth issued continuous orders. The elder's arm muscles tensed imperceptibly. He turned his head, casting a curious glance at Gret. Gret sheepishly smiled back. The duration of the detection spell had ended. This was too brief. Each casting of a spell, depending on the mage's level, could last only 1 minute per level. Currently, Gret was a mage apprentice, considered to be at 0, 5 level, and thus his detection spell lasted a mere 30 seconds. Gret took a few deep breaths, closed his eyes, and focused anew to recast the spell. The magical light flared once more, revealing the fractured bones within his meditative vision and guiding him in the realignment process. Gret pushed and pulled with his hands, issuing commands, and the elder complied splendidly, finally repositioning the fractured tibia and fibula just before another 30 seconds elapsed. All done. Gret released his grip and fell to the ground with a thud. The consequences of casting 4 spells in quick succession became apparent. His forehead throbbed, his head buzzed, and his temples pulsed with pain. With his eyes closed, he took a moment to rest, only to hear the elder exclaim in astonishment. Remarkably precise. How did you achieve this? I can see. Using magic. Gret truly wished to retort. You cast a healing spell, so do not bother me. However, with the patient lying there, precision in treatment was paramount for a favorable prognosis. He had no choice but to muster himself to direct the process. Gret opened his eyes, exerting effort to sit up and lean forward to inspect. Wait. Fortunately, the mage hand's duration has not expired. Gret gathered his focus, continuing to manipulate the spell. Gradually, the major blood vessels were gently drawn out and pulled together. Gret turned his head and gestured to the elder. Now, connect those blood vessels. Oh, what are you doing? The elder looked utterly astonished. He leaned down for a closer inspection, even reaching out to touch the mage hand. Use this way? Indeed, Gret replied with a modest smile. It is convenient and, moreover, hygienic. Surgical tweezers require sterilization and must be carried at all times. The elder repeated softly, convenient, hygienic, while pointing. A beam of white light shot from his fingertip and landed upon the blood vessels. Instantly, the millimeter-diameter vessels healed completely, and Gret released the mage hand. Soon, vibrant red blood began to flow freely. So be it. I truly cannot manage the nerves anymore. Gret sighed inwardly. He continued directing. Align the internal bones. Yes, precision in the healing spell is essential. First, realign the bones. Let me see. No issues there. Now, allow me to arrange the muscles. Mage hand. Up. The semi-transparent, tangible yet intangible hands rose once more, meticulously combing through the muscles. Damaged muscles, pierced by bone fragments, were individually sorted. Gret and the white-haired elder worked in perfect harmony. He separated a strand, and the elder cast a healing spell. Once all was sorted, Gret closed his eyes, his back slumping once again. All done. No need for me to say it. The elder cast another beam of white light, healing the damaged skin. Following that, he pressed and kneaded the injured leg, growing increasingly astonished. The consumption of the healing spell has been reduced by half. How did you manage that? Manual alignment of bones, decomposition of tasks. Gret's voice grew softer, his speech slurring, appearing on the verge of sleep. Even in his precarious state, he remembered to advise. Ensure to cast a few healing spells on his chest and abdomen. Falling from such a height. I worry about internal injuries. Many things cannot be discerned through physical examination alone. The elder complied diligently. After several healing spells were cast, the patient appeared revitalized, sitting up unaided. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he screamed. Ah! Gret was immediately jolted awake. He lunged forward. With the strength of a mere level 1 warrior, managing to reach the injured person before the elder, conducting a rapid assessment. After a moment, he sighed in relief. No major issues, just some injuries on the foot. Likely a fracture of the calcaneus. Another healing spell should suffice. Another fracture? The elder paused in his casting of the healing spell. Can you still see the fracture? Gret's face contorted in dismay. He looked up, feebly gazing at the elder. The spells have been exhausted. Currently, Gret's mental capacity allowed for the casting of 5 0-level spells in a day. And he had just used them all. 3 variants of the detection spell, 1 mage hand, and 1 magical trick. To cast another, his only recourse was to wait until tomorrow. Oh, and he must sleep for 8 hours that night. Indeed, mages are not suited for sleepless nights. Thank heavens. He could avoid the 996 work schedule. All used up? A glimmer of mirth flickered in the elder's eyes. The earlier information indicated that this young man was merely a mage apprentice, and indeed, having just become one. After experiencing 5 waves of magical energy upon meeting, it was clear he had exhausted his spells and could cast no more. A single drop will suffice. The elder presented a small vial, slender as a finger and thick as a thumb. Gret took it in his hand. Examining it, the mouth was corked, and the potion within shimmered with a captivating green hue. But this is green. Life potions are red, Mana potions are blue. What on earth is this green one? It can't possibly be poison, can it? He glanced at the elder for assistance, but received no answer. Removing the cork, he waved his hand over the opening to allow the air to circulate, cautiously inhaling. A refreshing scent wafted forth, causing Greta's nose to tingle, nearly provoking a sneeze. It seems it is not poison. Moreover, his mind felt a bit clearer. Greta's eyes brightened. Following the elder's instructions, he carefully tilted the vial, striving to consume just a single drop. Why would you not provide a dropper for such a minuscule dosage? It is all too easy to gulp it down in one go. A drop of coolness burst upon his tongue, rapidly expanding, filling his mouth, surging up into his nasal passages, permeating his brain. Greta shivered. The fatigue and dizziness from his earlier casting were instantly washed away. I am ready again. He sprang up. Hold his foot steady. Prepare, I will cast. In the meditative environment, the brilliant magical light shone once more. Greta and the elder cooperatively repositioned the injured person's calcaneus, completing the treatment. The patient and his family expressed their heartfelt gratitude, yet the elder remained indifferent, whisking Greta away from the throng with a firm grip. Noting Greta's willing compliance and following him, the elder patted his shoulder in satisfaction, smiling as he inquired, "Are you the child who has received the divine inspiration of the nature god?" Chapter 63, Joining the Cult of the God of Nature. Greta's smile immediately froze. Goodness, what have I done? I lied for a fleeting moment, and now I find myself in a predicament. Why did I fabricate such a tall tale? Why did I attribute it to the God of Nature? He scrutinized the elder's attire, a deep brown robe, an oak staff, a robust build, and a kindly demeanor. He appeared to be a devoted servant of the God of Nature. The villagers even referred to him as the Elder. He is the leader of the cult. What have I gotten myself into? Would I be seen as blasphemous? Would I be burned at the stake, or worse, devoured by bears, wild boars, or leopards and buried beneath an oak tree? Greta opened his mouth, attempting to defend himself, yet found himself utterly speechless. The elder continued to gaze at him with a benevolent smile, resembling an old bear observing a beehive from a distance, seemingly harmless yet imposing. Cold sweat trickled down Greta's back. Thoughts of fleeing, defending himself, and vehemently denying his words swirled in his mind. Finally, with a steely resolve, he confessed, "I was merely boasting." He recounted the events as they transpired. Uncle Kalen was gravely injured, and in a moment of inspiration, he grasped the healing arts, fabricating a divine revelation to alleviate the worries of his comrades. At that moment, he believed the God of Nature to be exalted and the cult approachable. The elder's eyes widened with astonishment, regarding Greta as if he were something unfathomable, perhaps taken aback by the peculiarities of his imagination. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Is this truly so amusing? I can see your little tongue." Greta shifted anxiously on his feet. This did not bode well. While the elder seemed in a jovial mood and might not pursue him too harshly, it appeared he was poised to become a part of his dark history. The elder continued to observe him, laughing like a bear that had feasted on honey, now informed that the bees were willing to offer their bounty. The sunlight streamed from behind him, casting a colossal shadow over Greta, rivaling that of the nearby oak tree. Greta subtly stepped back, only to hear a crunch beneath his heel, a crushed acorn. "Just the other day, I heard of a young mage who claimed to have received divine inspiration." The elder suddenly spoke. Greta's heart raced as he listened to his slow, deliberate words. The manner in which the news reached me was rather curious, as if it were intentionally meant for my ears, yet the messenger's identity was shrouded in secrecy. After several days of inquiry, I sought out the mage tower to consult Germain, to seek out Germain directly. Well, the elder of the local cult certainly possesses the right to approach the head of the mage tower. Greta shuddered and whispered, then. A gentle hand pressed upon his shoulder, interrupting his words. The elder fixed his gaze upon Greta, as though peering into the depths of his soul, his voice solemn. "I have witnessed your willingness to assist the wounded and impoverished with all your might, without seeking fame or fortune thereafter. Such character aligns with the teachings of my God. Thus, I wish to ask you, are you willing to learn the doctrines of the God of Nature and understand his blessings?" This. Greta was taken aback. He stared wide-eyed at the white-haired elder, scarcely believing his ears. Such a fortuitous opportunity? Instead of punishment or ridicule, he was being invited to join the cult? What of faith? What of reverence for the divine? Could this possibly be genuine? "Oh, haha, I nearly forgot to introduce myself." The elder chuckled heartily. The oak staff struck the muddy ground, causing Greta's eyelids to flutter as he noticed the nearby grass had grown a bit taller. "I am Elvin Wilkinson. the elder of the local cult of the god of nature. You may call me Elvin. So, young man, are you willing to learn from me? But why? The elder spoke slowly, his expression earnest, as if every word came from the depths of his heart. Greta remained somewhat skeptical and could not help but probe further. But what of faith? Faith? Elvin could not help but smile. He murmured those two profoundly serious, weighty words while scrutinizing Greta, growing increasingly satisfied. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and walked a few steps away, beckoning Greta to follow. Come. Greta hurriedly trailed behind. Elvin ascended the hillside, gazing at the distant village and its rising smoke, suddenly inquiring of Greta, "What is your faith? What power enables you to focus your will and invoke healing magic?" Greta paused in reflection. Standing beside Elvin, he too gazed at the children frolicking in the village, the elderly laboring with hunched backs and the vibrant life surrounding them. He murmured softly, "It is tied to health, entrusted with life." What those who teach us medicine have conveyed, Greta began to recount. In this distant realm, where all his mentors and colleagues were separated by dimensions, recalling the teachings and oaths of yesteryear stirred deep emotions within him. They said our mission is to save the lives of patients and care for their well-being. Patients entrust their lives to us. Their health depends on us. Therefore, we must never betray this sacred duty. The gravity of this teaching and oath resonated profoundly. Elvin pondered deeply, lost in thought for a long while. What kind of individuals establish such oaths and impart such principles to their disciples? Then, would you proclaim that you have received divine inspiration from our God and convey his messages? Absolutely not. Greta shook his head vigorously. I will not. I absolutely will not. Elvin chuckled, amused. Although he was unaware of Greta's thoughts, the fervor of his reaction was not only resolute, but somewhat endearing. He laughed and gestured for Greta to calm down, then spoke earnestly. Your faith and principles do not conflict with those of the cult. Hence, if you are willing to learn the doctrines and blessings of the God of nature, and if you find them acceptable, will you not join us and allow us to learn from your healing methods? I would be most willing. Chapter 64. Journal? Paper? Thus, Greta found himself inadvertently entwined with the cult of the nature god, becoming a disciple of Elder Elvin. Of course, to be called a disciple merely denoted a change in title. No formal ceremony was conducted, nor were guests invited to witness the occasion. What? You wish to take Greta as your disciple? Wizard Germain exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets in astonishment. He leaned forward, causing his red robe to billow out like a life preserver. I recognize he is a healer, but surely you do not intend to take him on as your own disciple? Ah, this little fellow is quite intriguing. Elder Elvin chuckled, his white eyebrows dancing. He has spun new tricks with 2 spells. You have yet to witness them, I presume? Remarkably, these new tricks prove rather effective in healing. Wizard Germain was taken aback. You study magic solely for healing? How enamored are you with healing spells? If you cherish healing so much, why not pursue the path of a priest? What do you seek at the Mage Tower? Nonetheless, curiosity piqued within Wizard Germain, prompting him to request a demonstration from Greta. The mage hand failed to captivate the interest of the esteemed wizard. As he put it, it merely displayed a finer degree of control. However, the detection magic spell brought a spark of intrigue to his eyes. In the meditative vision, Greta's palm, fingers, and wrist bones were vividly detailed against the oak staff he held. Indeed, it is useful, Wizard Germain declared, rising to approach the oak staff, casting the spell himself. Brilliant magical light unfolded in the meditative vision as Wizard Germain reached out to observe. I cannot see clearly. He frowned. Within the meditative vision, the magical radiance failed to penetrate his skin, illuminating only the edges of his fingers. The effect resembled that of cupping one's hands together under the blazing sun, gazing towards its brilliance. I, too, cannot discern, Elder Elvin concurred, extending his hand in unison with Germain. I experimented with this magic last night, using myself and others within the cult. The conclusion is that I can only perceive it clearly with those 5 levels below me. 5 levels, Wizard Germain pondered. The oak staff, having accompanied Elder Elvin through numerous storms for decades, had been nourished by his own energy. The nature god cult possessed a unique expertise in nurturing extraordinary items. Such a personal staff could almost be considered equal to its wielder's level. If he claimed that one must be 5 levels lower to see clearly, did that not imply that only magical items above level 5 could allow the radiance to penetrate the bones of common folk, perhaps at most those of apprentice wizards? However, Aside from commoners, even apprentice wizards seldom encountered high-level magical items throughout their lifetimes. Such magic, do you find it useful? Germain inquired. Indeed. Elder Elven nodded, his white beard stirring as he smiled brightly. It can assist many. He paused, having spoken for quite a while, yet you have yet to declare whether you agree. Wizard Germain retorted, as if my refusal would diminish its usefulness. Nevertheless, given Elder Elven's prowess and the long-standing amicable relationship between the Nature God cult and the Mage Council, Germain found no valid reason to decline. Not only did he intend to acquiesce, but he also planned to make a grand gesture, perhaps by presenting a gift. Greta, he called out with a serious tone. Since you have discovered a new application for this magic, summarize it and compose a paper. The Grand Magus of the Mage Council will arrive shortly. If this paper can be published, it would be splendid, and even if it does not pass, it may still enhance your standing before the Grand Magus. Greta was taken aback. A paper? Does this world even possess papers? Where do I send it upon completion? Are there journals? Is there an SCI? Is there an impact factor evaluation? No need for that. It is merely a paper. I can write it, Greta exclaimed, recalling his previous life where he had authored numerous papers. And why must I toil over papers in this new world after having labored so hard in my past life? He silently shed a tear of sympathy for himself. Beside him, Elder Elven was already amused. A wizard apprentice writing a paper? Young Greta, the esteemed wizard holds you in high regard. Come, I shall share with you the results of several attempts. Let us craft an impressive paper together. Germain, I shall reside with this young fellow. Elder Elven. Wizard Germain jumped up. You are a distinguished guest. Keep it confidential, Elder Elven grinned, placing an arm around the esteemed wizard's neck. You see, this little fellow has drawn attention from others. As whispers filled the air, Wizard Germain's expression grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Elder Elven, having divulged this explosive news, carelessly led Greta downstairs. Right. I shall watch you write. Elder. I have yet to see what a paper looks like. 5 minutes later, Greta sat in the hall on the second floor of the Mage Tower, his eyes widening in disbelief. The title, author name, abstract, keywords. This was the format he was accustomed to for writing papers. Why did the papers here resemble his previous life? Had there been traversers before? If so, why did this world still appear so primitive and uncivilized? With magic limited to mere spark spells, blazing fireballs, and increasingly potent fireball spells, Greta's imagination soared. Elder Elven rapped on the table, urging, quickly, grab a pen and jot down what I say. All right. Greta leaped up, dashing to retrieve one. Case studies. Fresh case studies. When writing papers, aside from theoretical foundations and data analysis, the most crucial element is detailed case studies. And I need not search for subjects myself, nor struggle with my paltry 5 spell attempts per day. Splendid. Greta looked up, asking, Elder, shall I list you as a co-first author? Please don't hit me if you disagree. Elder Elven had resided in a single room on the second floor of the Mage Tower for several days. During this time, the old man relentlessly filled Greta's mind with the doctrines, prayers, methods of divine magic, and all knowledge an apprentice priest ought to possess. The left ventricle connects to the aorta, the right ventricle connects to the pulmonary artery, the left atrium connects to the pulmonary veins, the right atrium connects to the superior and inferior vena cava. Greta watched him recite it 3 times in a row, then reached out and slapped the paper. Fingers spread wide. Where does the left atrium connect? The old man stared blankly at him, resembling a bear awakened from hibernation, oblivious to the absence of its neighboring hive. Greta silently urged him. What was it again? Keep going. If we are to perish, let us perish together. I feel I could memorize all you have taught me in a fortnight, while you are still struggling with material I learned over 7 years. Chapter 65. Why must we harm such adorable rabbits? The elderly man had devoted 3 days in quiet study at the Mage's Tower, then stealthily slipped away with the educational materials gifted by Greta. After nearly half a month, he resurfaced to test Greta once more, confirming his progress before seizing him by the collar and dragging him along. Where are we going? Greta protested, struggling as twilight approached. To the assembly of the order. The old man relaxed his grip, opting instead to support him under his arm. Greta found himself nearly lifted off the ground, moving forward as he listened to the elder's admonishments. The order meets each month at the rising of the new moon. Have you memorized the contents of the booklet I provided? Today marks the new moon, and I shall introduce you to our members. In the future, we can assist one another in times of need. The congregation of the nature goddess order typically convened atop hills of moderate elevation, led by Elder Elven. Greta hurriedly made his way, reaching the summit just as the sun dipped below the horizon and the new moon ascended. "Here we are," Elven declared, releasing Greta, who sank down to solid ground. Surveying his surroundings, Greta found himself on a hillside, enveloped by a dense forest of oak trees. The weary birds returning to their nests chirped softly, their species unknown to him. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, and a faint growth of grass suggested that no one had visited for centuries. "Wait, where is this? There is not even a path. To the top of the hill. You must walk on your own." Elder Elven had already begun to ascend, agile and without the aid of his oak staff, with no choice but to follow. Greta stumbled along, occasionally illuminating his path with a few flickering light spells, until he finally reached the summit. On the open ground at the top, a circle of stones stood about half a meter high, spanning nearly 10 meters in diameter. Within the circle, a bonfire flickered, and a dozen robed men and women stood outside, leaning on their oak staffs. As Greta, panting and exhausted, followed the elder, curious gazes turned toward him. Yet, Elder Elven did not introduce Greta. He placed him at one end of the circle and strode confidently into the center, under the glow of the firelight. The elder's white beard danced in the wind as he firmly planted his staff, declaring, "Today, we gather here to worship the great nature god. Praise be to our divine protector." In harmony with the elder's solemn tone, the others bowed their heads in reverence, chanting in unison, "You are the guardian of nature, the protector of forests and creatures. You bestow life upon all beings, granting abundance to the world." Greta had managed to memorize these prayers, and though he lacked an oak staff, he followed suit, lowering his head and murmuring the verses. He recited them with a semblance of sincerity, stumbling only occasionally, ensuring he did not draw attention to himself. As he prayed, he discreetly observed the congregation. The nearer the individuals were to him, the younger they appeared, their robes adorned with fewer green leaves. Conversely, those farther away were older, their robes embellished with an increasing number of leaves, from 3 to 4 and up to 5. "Ah, I am indeed the youngest here," Greta thought, distractedly reciting the prayer while glancing at his own robe. He had hastily left his home and had not had the chance to change. Still clad in his mage's attire. How fitting. Not only was I the youngest, but perhaps I was like a husky lost among wolves. As his thoughts wandered, the crowd fell silent. Elder Elven raised his oak staff decisively, casting a green light upon himself. "Today, our order welcomes a new brother. This is Greta Nordmark, son of Fred, an apprentice mage, and a bearer of novel healing methods. The illustrations I presented to you half a month ago were crafted by his hand." "What? Him? Such a little fellow." The crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement. Men and women began to bombard him with questions, and a burly figure rushed forward, nearly spitting as he spoke. "How can we trust a child like him?" Greta sidestepped to avoid a collision with a striking red-haired woman, tall and athletic. Her face bore 3 crimson marks that resembled both makeup and tattoos, enigmatic and alluring. As Greta stumbled, she effortlessly caught him, smiling gently, and he was enveloped by a fragrant breeze. "Hello, I'm Joanna. Handsome young man. You previously mentioned that we rely on our minds rather than our hearts? Yet, when I feel sorrow, my heart truly aches." To emphasize her point, she pressed her hand firmly against her chest. Her ample bosom heaved, and the men surrounding her widened their eyes, swallowing hard. Regrettably, the seasoned emergency physician remained unfazed. Greta cast a fleeting glance her way before turning his attention elsewhere, deep in thought. Sorrow? Heartache? Given her vibrant demeanor and perfect physique, she hardly seemed prone to high cholesterol or heart attacks. As long as there were no organic issues or broken heart syndrome, a few pangs of discomfort were inconsequential. Besides, compared to a beautiful woman, the weight of more pressing concerns was far greater. "Greetings, I'm Anthony. Why do you insist that our thoughts are conveyed by our nerves? When I sleep, why does my heart continue to beat?" "I'm William. Little Greta. How do we practice bone setting?" A dozen healers, having accumulated questions over the past fortnight, surged towards him like a torrential flood. Greta, overwhelmed, clutched his head and darted behind Elder Elven. The eager crowd seemed poised to devour him whole. The elder, unable to fend off the throng, struck the ground with his staff, calling out, "Calm yourselves. One at a time. Greta, you may speak first." Taking advantage of the brief pause, Greta leaped onto a rock, shouting, "How do we practice bone setting?" "By using animals. Sheep, dogs, rabbits. They are suitable for practice. Where are we to find so many injured animals? Surely you wouldn't break them. Within and beyond the stone circle, the air was thick with heavy breaths and the rustling of the mountain wind through the oak trees. After a moment, the alluring woman spoke up. Harming innocent creatures? But such actions would violate our beliefs. What? Beliefs? What precisely are your beliefs? Did we not agree to follow the nature god? This isn't Buddhism. We are not forbidden from taking life. Are we not allowed to conduct animal experiments? If that is not permissible, then what of dissecting corpses? With all these restrictions, how can we improve our surgical skills? Perhaps I should have sought affiliation with the war goddess temple instead. Gret Nordmark, the apprentice of the nature goddess priest, who relied solely on rote memorization of doctrine, stood bewildered amidst it all. Chapter 66. The 3 rules for dissecting a rabbit. Gret stood defiantly before the priests, who returned his gaze with equal intensity. A crowd of a dozen or so chattered noisily below, while one individual above clenched his fists and gesticulated animatedly. If one were to disregard the numbers and focus solely on the atmosphere, it resembled a leopard perched in a tree, surrounded by a pack of wolves below, howling as if intent on tearing the leopard apart. Alas, it was merely a juvenile leopard, hardly a match for its adversaries. Gret, comparing his own strength with that of the others, despondently concluded the disparity in power. Cough. Everyone, please quiet down. Elder Elven finally intervened, having observed the farce unfold. Tapping his oak staff, he commanded silence. Being the eldest and the highest-ranking priest, the crowd yielded to his authority and retreated. Elder Elven beckoned to Gret, his demeanor softened. Is there yet another rule? The god of nature did not disclose this to me. Oh, indeed, I am but a false prophet. A cold sweat trickled down Gret's brow as he pondered, cautiously raising a finger to propose. Then, instead of capturing wild rabbits, why not raise them yourselves? Gret, Elder Elven reprimanded sharply. This boy is insatiable. If you wish to dissect rabbits, go to the necromancers. He attempted to assume a fearsome countenance. But Gret remained unfazed, spreading his hands in resignation. If capturing wild ones is out of the question, and raising them is also forbidden, then there is but one solution. Elder, procure a few hundred corpses, and I shall dissect dozens myself. Perhaps I shall master the art in no time. Gret, Elder Elven lamented internally. Why did I ever take him on as a disciple? His fervor for dissection clearly marks him as a budding necromancer. You protect nature, do you not? Indeed, it is the ecological balance you seek to uphold, correct? On the plains, an overabundance of sheep will graze the land bare, providing wolves with ample prey. Yet, as the sheep dwindle, the wolves shall starve, leading to the resurgence of new pastures to nurture more flocks. Is this not the essence of balance? Such reasoning holds some merit. The principles of ecological balance were indeed succinctly encapsulated, reflecting what they revered and endeavored to safeguard. Yet, a sense of trepidation lingered. Elder Elven furrowed his brow. What are you implying? The flocks of sheep and rabbits bred by humans scarcely disrupt the natural ecology. Gret countered boldly. Even if we were to breed a few more or cull a few additional, the impact on nature would be significantly lesser than that of wild animals. To practice healing arts, what harm is there in sacrificing a few animals for the sake of mastery? How does this contravene the principles of nature's protection or your beliefs? However, many still wore expressions of doubt. The priest named William, who had previously inquired about practicing bone setting, raised his voice. Even so, does that grant us the right to harm animals indiscriminately? Can the servants of the god of nature slay creatures? Indeed, Elder Elven took over once more. He advanced, leaning on his oak staff, his silver beard glimmering in the firelight. For our sustenance, for the procurement of furs to shield ourselves, and to protect our people from threats, we may rightfully take the lives of animals. Such acts are justifiable. However, to kill for the sake of display, for amusement, or for any non-essential reason is to invite the wrath of the god of nature, resulting in a forfeiture of the power bestowed upon us. He paused briefly, and Gret seized the moment to retort. Then, do you deem it necessary to harm animals for the practice of healing arts? The elder hesitated momentarily. Gret, not allowing him further opportunity, stepped forward, standing at the edge of the stone, and raised a hand. With fingers splayed, he bent the first finger, declaring, the first principle, substitution. Use rabbit legs in place of live rabbits, rabbits in place of sheep, sheep in place of monkeys. In simpler terms, utilize non-sentient materials in lieu of living creatures, and replace larger animals with smaller ones. Illuminated by the flames, Gret's eyes sparkled with fervor. He continued, bending a second finger, articulating, the second principle, reduction. Strive to use fewer animals to achieve the same number of practice sessions, or, with the same number of animals, garner more practice opportunities. Thus, while we may not lessen the total instances of harm, we can at least minimize the number of animals affected. This reasoning appeared sound. The servants of the god of nature murmured among themselves. Some sought to counter his arguments, yet faced with such a systematic and coherent set of principles, they found themselves at a loss for words. Gret, with solemn expression, bent his final finger. The third principle, optimization. Treat them with kindness, striving to alleviate or diminish their suffering. For instance, before breaking their bones, administer anesthesia when possible, or provide suitable living conditions to ensure they experience a semblance of comfort. Yet, in the end, you still intend to harm them, retorted the beautiful priestess Joanna, stepping forward defiantly. With a shrill cry, she raised her arm, and a hawk descended, alighting upon her shoulder. As she caressed the bird's feathers, her expression softened momentarily before hardening once more. So many justifications, so many rules. Merely to ease your own conscience. You speak the truth, Gret nodded earnestly. Meeting Joanna's fiery gaze, he slowly conceded, we break their bones and dissect their bodies. Not to inflict torment, nor for the sake of cruelty. We are acutely aware that these creatures endure suffering on our behalf, substituting for the pain of the patients we seek to heal. We are grateful for their sacrifice and cherish their benevolence. Joanna's expression gradually softened. The hawk on her arm let out a soft cry, gently brushing its beak against her cheek. Gret lowered his arm and stood resolutely, bowing deeply to the audience below, as well as to the animals that would soon become subjects of dissection. Ultimately, to avoid waste, we shall consume them entirely after the dissection is complete. Joanna was taken aback. A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd, and even the hawk on her arm seemed to flutter its wings in amusement. Nearby, a youth straightened his back and raised his voice. Your questions are far too intricate. It is late. Let us discuss something simpler, like essential life-saving techniques. Let us finish within the hour. I refuse to be confined here for 7 years, lecturing you daily. Chapter 67, The Midsummer Festival Dance, Heimlich Maneuver. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Greta found herself surrounded by a throng of admirers. Anthony and William, among others, eagerly pressed forward, their eyes alight with excitement as they questioned the enchanting Joanna. Elder Elvin, taking advantage of his high status and formidable strength, managed to secure a prime position at the front, only to be jostled by the crowd behind him. Nearly losing his footing, with no other recourse, he resorted to waving his staff, exclaiming in frustration, cheating, Elder. Vines, thick as a bowl, slithered from the ground like serpents, ensnaring every healer present, hoisting them into the air like characters from a children's tale. Greta, unaccustomed to tailoring, dared not purchase garments recklessly. Instead, he procured a fine piece of cotton fabric, intending to promptly return it to Aunt Eileen's family, forever cherishing her kindness in his heart. Thus, he resolved to attend the festival, determined to perform admirably and assist Brother Raymond in winning over a lady's heart. The women donned vibrant long skirts, solid colors, vertical stripes, floral patterns, while even the young men, typically clad in coarse linen or working bare-chested, adorned themselves in fine linen or cotton shirts. Merchants seized the opportunity, particularly the street vendors, who displayed their wares beneath colorful banners, offering an array of enticing goods. Greta held hands with Avril as they meandered through the stalls, purchasing fried fish, decorative flowers, and sweet melons, trinkets easily acquired for just a couple of coppers. Avril clutched her treasures, munching and giggling, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Aunt Eileen had to intervene. That's quite enough, of course. Only the prominent figures of the community were invited to the Lord's banquet. Young mage apprentices like Greta were left to their own devices. The streets pulsed with dancers. The simple steps of the common folk were easy to follow. Alternating men and women formed a circle, hand in hand. To the lively music, they stepped forward, raised their arms, stepped back, lowered their arms, kicked their legs, released hands, and spun in place. Then, the women remained stationary while the men shifted counterclockwise to swap partners. Repeating the cycle, Greta danced in a daze, surrounded by swirling skirts like blooming flowers, the tips of girls' braids occasionally brushing against his face, tickling his cheeks. He exited one circle only to join another. Soon, he spotted Brother Raymond clasping a girl's hand, spinning together in delight. She wore a striking red dress, her tall, athletic figure accentuated by fiery red hair that seemed to blaze. Her fair complexion and sparkling emerald eyes caught Greta's attention. He noticed Raymond discreetly squeeze her hand as they twirled, causing the girl's cheeks to flush a deep crimson upon facing him again. There might be potential here. Greta's heart swelled with optimism. After this round of dancing, it was time to switch partners again. Raymond moved from the girl's left to her right, and Greta stepped into position on her left. Just as he settled, he heard Raymond introduce him. "This is Greta." "Oh, he is Greta?" the girl exclaimed, her surprise apparent. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes sparkling, and then burst into laughter. "Quite handsome indeed." "Indeed. Young Greta is already a mage." Greta thought to himself. What connection is there between being a mage and being handsome? They exchanged a few words before the music surged once more, compelling Greta to join in the dance. Moving forward, backward, raising arms, kicking legs, and rotating once more before swapping partners again. This time, Raymond remained rooted, refusing to budge. A chorus of playful laughter erupted from the circle. Raymond's face was flushed, yet he held onto the girl's hand, and she showed no intention of breaking free. Whistles rang out, and the crowd clapped and stomped, cheering for a duet to emerge from the group dance. The musicians joined in the fun, the tempo shifting to a spirited rhythm. Raymond's right hand interlocked with the girl's, while his left rested on her waist, swiftly spinning her around. The surrounding cheers grew louder. The flutist played with fervor, and the drummer kept an upbeat tempo. Couples of all kinds joined in the jubilant dance. As it appeared, Brother Raymond had successfully captured the girl's attention. Greta, no longer needing to play the role of a mere bystander, discreetly withdrew. Feeling the need to refuel after dancing for so long, the snacks he had enjoyed earlier now a distant memory. Alas, he had barely explored half of the street stalls. Wandering alone, indulging in treats, offered him far greater freedom than when accompanied by Avril. He was unperturbed by the possibility of an upset stomach. Relishing skewers of roasted meat in one hand and tiny roasted birds in the other, savoring every bite. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, followed by frantic screams. "Help!" Greta sprang into action, racing forward. Chapter 68, The Stampede Incident. From a lofty vantage point, a kaleidoscope of humanity writhed below, tangling into a chaotic knot not far ahead. Some sought to push inward, others dashed toward the periphery, while a significant number remained bewildered and motionless, crammed into the space with no room to maneuver. At the core of the throng, anguished cries, some high-pitched, others low, resounded incessantly. Gret's heart raced with urgency. He extended his arms, pushing forward and to the sides with fervor, all the while shouting, "I am a doctor. I am a healer. Let me through." Gradually, a path began to form for him. One person, two, three. Gret expressed his gratitude as he maneuvered deeper into the crowd, amidst the clamorous inquiries of onlookers. What happened? What happened? The platform collapsed. But how could it collapse? They were throwing candies, and with so many people rushing, it turned disastrous. The gravity of the situation dawned on him. In such grand events, the most feared calamities are structural collapses and stampedes. Gret's heart thundered as he entered the inner circle. A swift glance revealed a scene even more dire than he had anticipated. At the center, a wooden platform leaned precariously. Its former stature, a height of roughly a person's length, now compromised. The steps at its edge lay trampled, and the ground was strewn with fallen bodies. Some screamed in agony. Others groaned in pain, while some struggled to crawl away, and others lay curled on the ground, silent. Amidst the chaos, some attempted to rescue others, while others floundered aimlessly, wringing their hands, unsure of what to do. Gret's gaze fell upon a young woman whose right leg was grotesquely bent, blood gushing from the wound. Yet, she seemed oblivious to her injury, propping herself against the ground, desperately crawling toward the remnants of the stage. "Lila. Lila. Is there a child? Is a child hurt?" Gret's hair stood on end. Suddenly, a figure darted past him. Upon closer inspection, it was young John, the first priest he had encountered. John had already thrown himself beside the young woman, his palm glowing with a radiant light as he pressed it against her bleeding leg. However, she resisted his healing touch, gripping his wrist with desperation, dragging him toward the debris. "My child. Save my child." John froze, overwhelmed. In an instant, multiple hands reached out, grasping at his ankles and tugging at the hem of his clerical robe. "Help me. Help me. Please, save me. I'll give you money. I'll give you money. There are 5 silver coins in this pouch, all for you, and I have more at home." John was taken aback. He turned abruptly, spotting Gret beside him, who was now crying out in panic. "What do we do? I can't save them all. I can at most save one. Your pace is too slow. Listen to me." Gret stepped closer, grabbing John, raising his other hand high. the tips glowing with light. I am a healer. Follow my commands. Step back. Step back. Clear the area. After several urgent repetitions, the surrounding clamor began to subside. Gret surveyed the scene and pointed to a seemingly astute youth and a familiar, bushy-browed man. You, go find the city guard. You, go to the war god temple and summon aid. Tell them I am Gret Nordmark. We have many injured here. Everyone else, do not panic. Elderly and children, step back. The rest, form pairs and carry out the injured one by one to a safe location. In the midst of the turmoil, Gret's decisive leadership prompted others to comply. The youth and the bushy-browed man took off running, while other adults, some glancing at young John, began to form small groups to lift the casualties. A shopkeeper emerged, shouting, "My shop is right next door. Bring them inside." "Excellent." Gret nodded at him, pointing as he rushed to the injured, assessing each condition. He deftly employed a low-level spell. "This leg is broken. 2 of you, supported on either side. Avoid the leg." With a swift gesture, a bright yellow mark was emblazoned on the right shoulder, a clear indication. The injuries were critical, yet consciousness remained intact, indicating no immediate threat to life. Thus, the yellow mark signified delayed treatment. Ah, this spell is indeed useful, 0-level magic lasting up to an hour, marking 1 cubic foot every 6 seconds. Without magic, where would I find an abundance of colored tags on such short notice? All right. 2 robust men hoisted the injured individual and began to move. Gret quickly called out, "Wait." He stood still, inhaling deeply, centering himself. After 6 seconds, he raised his hand again, drawing a long yellow line at the proximal end of the fractured leg. "Find a sturdy cloth strap and bind it where I marked. If possible, insert a wooden stick and twist tightly to stem the bleeding." "Understood." Prioritize life-threatening cases. Then severe injuries and lightly wounded individuals can wait. Hurry. Ensure they follow your guidance as they carry the injured in, then return to me for marking. All right. This one has lost consciousness. Let me check. There's a pulse, a heartbeat, so be cautious. Another person, please. 3 of you, lift together. 1 supports the head and shoulders, another the hips, and the last the legs, maintaining a straight line. On 3. 1, 2, 3, lift. With another swift gesture, a vivid red mark was applied. No response. The individual was unconscious, yet had a pulse and was breathing. This was the highest priority for urgent care. Immediate transport was essential, though currently, there was no hospital. After sorting, be ready for resuscitation, or if a priest arrives, they should be prioritized for treatment. Red marks for the most critical, yellow for serious but stable cases. Green and black for the others. Leave 1 person beside each patient to assist me. Gret shouted to the volunteers helping to carry the injured. Once he finished shouting, he turned to examine the next casualty. This one can still crawl? Go, wait on the side. A green mark was applied. These would be addressed last, only when all others had been treated or if resources allowed. Nonetheless, one must remain vigilant, for who knows what hidden physiological changes may arise, like hypoxemia or metabolic acidosis. Neglect them, and they might suddenly collapse. With collective effort, what had once seemed a hellish scene began to clear, the chaos swiftly diminishing by half. Chapter 69. 1 person. 29 lives. Little Greta, we have arrived. The shout pierced the air as a small squad of city guards thundered forward. The captain called out from afar. What are we to do? Maintain order. Report in. Summon the priest. Go to the barracks and fetch my surgical kit. The others, scanning for injuries, asked, Are there any casualties? Do not touch the other wounded. I've marked those in yellow for you to apply tourniquets. Good heavens. How did they all end up on the street? How many priests do we need? Gather as many as you can. Captain Horn cursed, leaving behind the command for them to heed little Greta, and dashed out. He sprinted through the streets, seizing the first comrade he encountered, shouting, To the temple of the war god. To the Springwater Temple. Call for help. The stage on North Street has collapsed, and there are dozens injured and dead. In truth, the followers of the natural god were the most reliable. Captain Horn lamented quietly. The devotees of the natural god were kind and gentle, caring for the poor, never denying treatment due to their inability to pay. Yet, they lacked a permanent temple. At this critical moment, it was exceedingly difficult to find anyone amidst the throngs of people. And you, Horn? I am heading to the Lord's manor. Inside the manor, revelry reigned. Amidst the laughter and song, Captain Horn burst in, rushing towards several seated knights. Captain, there has been an incident on North Street. Dozens are injured and dead. What? Captain Nolan and the other knights sprang to their feet simultaneously. North Street was one of the liveliest areas of Heartland City, and none of the knights dared to assert their families were safe. Dozens injured. Even within the grandeur of the Lord's feast, 2 knights shifted, nearly sprinting away. Lord Joan furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Yes, the stage collapsed, with so many people packed together, trampling each other. Horn quickly recounted the events. Upon hearing the first line, Elder Elvin rose and hurried downstairs. By the end of the second sentence, the bald bishop stood, striding forward while asking, "Who is in charge over there?" "It's little Greta," Captain Horn blurted out, then hastily fell silent. While it was acceptable to mention little Greta in private, given the multitude of ears in the manor, speaking further could invite trouble should anyone harbor discontent towards him. Greta Nordmark? The implication was clear: skepticism. 30 wounded. What could a priest apprentice possibly do? Heal the knight's young squire? Lord Joan frowned. Why was he everywhere? Greta Nordmark? Mage Gelman raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Yet, an elder with a white beard chuckled heartily, turning to him. That young lad? The newly appointed apprentice that the natural god's elder took under his wing? How intriguing. Let us observe. A throng of nobles surged out of the manor. At the rear, Captain Nolan addressed his knights with a grave expression. Flynn, take your men and use the back roads to North Street. Little Greta cannot manage alone. He needs assistance. Understood. Zyro, you remain here to guard the Lord's manor. The rest, gather everyone. Inform them of the incident. No more games. All of you must patrol the streets. An incident has occurred on North Street, and we cannot afford another disaster elsewhere. Yes, be vigilant. If trouble arises on the streets, the Lord will hold us accountable first. Fewer casualties mean lighter responsibility. Little Greta is aiding us. Understood. A horde of city guards rushed out. Meanwhile, on North Street, Greta swiftly sorted the injured, classifying and marking them. Once the last casualty was carried away, Greta turned and, without pause, charged into a shop repurposed as a shelter. The sunlit environment instantly transformed into shadows. Greta came to a sudden halt. 29 injured souls. As a physician, accompanied only by a priest apprentice with limited healing abilities, he found himself surrounded by common folk. Not only was cardiopulmonary resuscitation beyond their understanding, but even basic bandaging and bleeding control would require immediate instruction. In a previous life, at this very moment, the entire emergency department would have been mobilized. Surgeons, specialists in various fields, and support staff would have hurried down from their floors to join in the rescue efforts. Yet now, at this moment, the lives of so many depended solely on him. Greta lifted his head, granting himself a fleeting second to reminisce about the hospital where he had once worked. He longed for the omnipresent scent of disinfectant. While pungent and at times overwhelming, it signaled a reassuringly sterile environment. He missed the beeping of cardiac monitors, though each sound sent a surge of adrenaline through physicians. Their presence ensured constant oversight of the patient's conditions. He even yearned for the stern head nurse. The sharp-tongued and unyielding, during emergencies, she commanded the nurses with fervor, ensuring that instruments, medications, and supplies were always on hand, never delaying the process. He even missed the X-ray machine. Yes, he had devised a substitute. But what of it? Thus far, he had only managed to find Elder Elvin's oak staff to provide adequate illumination. But now, looking left, young John gazed at him with anticipation. Looking right, 2 city guards stood at attention, awaiting his command. The ability to make decisive judgments, to issue orders, and to perform complex medical procedures rested solely upon him. One person, 29 lives. Chapter 70. The arrival of reinforcements in the midst of chaos. One individual stood before 29 injured souls. Among them, 2 marked in black had already succumbed to breath and heartbeat. 3 in red displayed signs of life, but lay in a state of unconsciousness, necessitating immediate resuscitation. 5 in yellow were not in mortal danger, but required prompt treatment nonetheless. He needed assistance, not the kind of haphazard help cobbled together for a single operation, but a fully qualified medical team encompassing internal medicine, surgery, anesthesia, diagnostics, imaging, and nursing. Greta longed for the luxury of a grand healing spell, where a radiant cascade of light could envelop them, restoring vitality to all. Yet, aside from having only read of such wonders in online literature, he lacked the requisite level to wield such power in this world. What then could he do? How could he honor the noble profession of a physician and save as many patients as possible? Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, relying on years of emergency experience to regain focus. His gaze traversed the unconscious victims in the red zone, shifted to the moaning and wailing in the yellow zone, and finally rested on the black zone, where some might still be salvaged while others had likely lost their chance for recovery. In that moment, he felt as though he were torn in two, one half driven by compassion and determination to save every patient at any cost, the other composed and detached, assessing the situation with cold logic, weighing the order of rescue against the likelihood of success. Whom to save, whom to abandon. First, preserve life, then treat the ailment. An emergency physician is never a solitary hero, never a lone wolf. The task of sustaining a patient's life signs, delaying the inevitable, must continue until reinforcements arrive. Here, priests from various temples, in the hospital, colleagues from other departments. Which of the 29 was in the gravest danger? Who would perish without immediate intervention? And who could endure for at least an hour, even if neglected? Gret resolved swiftly. He advanced into the fray, directing the aid to the wounded in the green zone. Provide each of them with a cup of warm water, add a bit of sugar and salt, and have them sit quietly while they drink. Inform them that the priests will arrive shortly. As if summoned by his words, a priest burst onto the scene. Gret recognized him as an apprentice from the temple of the war god, akin in skill to John, who had previously assisted Gret in transporting instruments. The young priest looked around, then hurried over. Gret, what can I do? Excellent, Gret exclaimed. Yet, as the priest turned to leave, he called after him. What about the others? I encountered them on the street, came the reply. The arrival of such a large contingent on the battlefield would take time. Gret shrugged and hastened his pace through the yellow zone, checking on the status of bleeding control. Fortuitously, the soldiers of the city guard, though lacking in medical expertise, had executed orders well, applying tourniquets wherever he had marked. Even luckier, the establishment accepting the injured was a restaurant, with the proprietor bustling about in the kitchen, preparing hot water. Well, should surgery be required later, at least the instruments can be sterilized, Gret mused as he pressed on toward the red zone. There were only 3 victims there. One was a young man, bloodied and battered, though it appeared that the bleeding had subsided. The second was a middle-aged woman, pale and curled up, bearing numerous shoe prints on her body, particularly on her chest and abdomen. The third was an elderly man, whose legs were fractured in several places, lying in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. With a swift glance, the former deputy chief of the emergency department assessed the situation. The young man was highly suspected of sustaining a cranial injury, requiring airway management and monitoring of vital signs. The middle-aged woman likely suffered severe internal injuries, necessitating abdominal puncture and imaging, not to mention exploratory surgery, none of which were feasible at present. The elderly man, suspected of arterial rupture due to fractures, required immediate hemostasis. Gret quickly prioritized the cases. The cranial and abdominal injuries were beyond the current medical capabilities, leaving him to hope for more competent priests to address those. However, the arterial bleeding was precisely within his area of expertise. You, he called to the volunteer beside the young man. Turn his head to the side if he vomits. Ensure it's cleared to prevent choking. If necessary, pry his mouth open to clear it. Understood? The volunteer nodded. Gret's gaze then turned to the middle-aged woman, remaining silent, before rushing to the elderly man, raising his voice. Bring me a sharp knife. The thinner, the better, the quicker, the better. Soon, a soldier from the city guard delivered a knife. Gret, disregarding sterilization, made a swift incision at the fracture site. Ah, the old man screamed. Gret frowned. Such excruciating pain could spike adrenaline, leading to a surge in blood pressure, potentially resulting in cardiac arrest or cerebral hemorrhage. Could fate be so cruel? Yet, there was no choice. Lacking anesthetic, magic, or divine intervention, he had to proceed. Grinding his teeth, Gret hastened his efforts, exposing the ruptured vessel. Then, he cast a healing spell. With no time for suturing, he opted for a magical closure, trusting the vessel would seal itself. The rest could be attended to during bone setting. Little Gret, do you require assistance? A pair of devotees clad in striped garments of red and yellow, adorned with floral crowns, approached. Gret's eyes lit up. Joanna, Anthony, your arrival is fortuitous. These two had been seen at the Crescent Night gathering. The man was at level 3, the woman at level 4, significantly more skilled than he. Gret called out, Joanna, where's your eagle? Can you send it to summon help? We need priests, many priests. After you've called for them, check on the 2 marked in black. If they perish, then come assist. Understood. Joanna turned and hurried away, tearing a strip of red cloth from her skirt. Moments later, an eagle's cry echoed as Joanna affixed the cloth to its talon, stroking its feathers. Good child, fly low. Circle above, so all can see, then guide them here. It's up to you to bring everyone. With fervent instruction, Anthony dashed toward the black zone to assess the wounded. Moments later, he shouted, "The young girl is still alive." Then, after a brief pause, he called out again, "The other one still breathes. Where are the injured? What must we do?" Chapter 71. Reinforcements arrive. Saved. It was none other than Donald, the priest from the Temple of the Water Goddess, an old acquaintance of Gret. He was the only one at the temple to whom Gret had managed to earn goodwill. Previously, due to a mishap with the exploration team, it seemed he had been ordered into isolation for reflection, but now he appeared to have been released. "Donald, has your temple come to assist?" Gret inquired as Donald strode in, surveying the scene. Upon noticing the various markings on the injured, his eyes lit up. "What a splendid idea, little Gret. Where do you need my help most?" "This woman." Gret pointed to a middle-aged woman injured in the abdomen. Donald glanced down and his brows furrowed immediately. "Such a wound. I fear I cannot assist much. I will do what I can. Wait for the elders to arrive." "They will come?" "Of course," Donald replied, falling silent thereafter. He stood alongside the two junior priests he had brought, murmuring prayers. Waves of white light cascaded over the injured, and Gret rushed forward to observe closely. The woman's breathing gradually stabilized under the healing magic. Nonetheless, Gret remained somewhat anxious. Internal injuries can deteriorate rapidly. When will the elders arrive? The elders were indeed on their way. The bald bishop dashed out of the Lord's manor, glancing around as the square filled with a throng of people. And he set off at a brisk pace. In such a crowded situation, nothing could outpace two legs. After a few strides, a gust of wind swept by. An elder elven, his robe billowing, caught up to him. They exchanged a knowing look and quickened their pace, each determined not to lag behind the other. Conversely, the high priest of the Temple of the Water Goddess was not in such a rush. He rose leisurely, accompanied by Lord Joan, stepping outside at a relaxed pace and joining the queue for the carriage. The Lord, the high priest, the mages, and the curious nobles formed an orderly line, departing one by one. Among the crowd, Mage Gelman overheard a woman in the back muttering, "That boy is merely a priest apprentice." With this commotion, perhaps those who need not die will meet their end. In the dark zone, there were only two injured, an adult male and a little girl. The priests of the nature god, Anthony and Joanna, each tended to one, their foreheads glistening with sweat from the exertion of healing spells. Gret quickened his pace. Just a few steps from the dark zone, Joanna cried out, "She has no breath left." "Lila, my Lila." This girl, was she not the daughter of the young woman he had witnessed at the scene of the accident? The same mother who had crawled on the ground, desperately trying to reach her daughter? Was this the child he had deemed lifeless, marked in black, only to be saved in the end? If only they had prioritized her rescue. After all, her heartbeat and breath had once returned. With timely treatment, perhaps. Am I wrong? No, I am not wrong. With a determined grit, Gret hastened his steps. In times of calamity, the principles of triage and the order of rescue are laws forged from the blood and lives of countless individuals, to be adhered to without exception. Continue the healing, he shouted as he sprinted over. "I will attend to her. Has she just lost breath? What about her heartbeat?" Joanna shook her head rapidly. She was too occupied to speak, her face marked with 3 faint, wild streaks of red, now dulled as if mere stickers. She chanted fervently, while Gret quickly checked the girl's pulse and neck arteries. His heart tightened, then relaxed momentarily. "Maintain the healing. I will take over." The young girl lay motionless on the long wooden table of the tavern, her complexion pale and silent, her nostrils remaining still. Gret assessed the height of the table and swiftly pushed himself up, kneeling beside her. "Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. You handle artificial respiration." Thank heavens. He had previously instructed them on CPR. They need only focus on breathing, hoping they would not falter. 1, 2, 3, 29, 30. "Blow," Gret shouted. Joanna promptly leaned down, tilting the girl's head back, pinching her nose. Taking a deep breath, she sealed her lips over the girl's, forcefully blowing air into her. Gret fixated on the girl's chest. Once, twice, and continued with external compressions. 30 compressions, 2 breaths, 30 compressions again, followed by 2 breaths. The cycle continued, unyielding. The table was hard, and after only a minute or two of kneeling, his knees felt as if they were being pierced by knives. He completed 5 cycles. His arms aching and sweat pouring down, yet he dared not cease checking her neck arteries for a pulse, trying to ascertain if her breathing and heartbeat had returned. According to guidelines, CPR should involve a change of personnel every 2 minutes or after 5 cycles. Yet, Gret could not allow even a newly certified doctor to take over. Even the best could falter during their first rescue, especially these priests who had only attended lectures. Persevere, hold on. Little Lila's life is in your hands. Endure, Gret. When will reinforcements arrive? Gritting his teeth, he pressed down with all his weight. Downward, upward, then down again. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead like rain upon the child. Joanna glanced up at him, her prayers hastening in urgency. I'm here. A voice called from the doorway. Elder Elvin rushed in, followed closely by the bald bishop. They glanced around, then both hurried to Gret's side, showering him with a gentle, abundant light. Ignoring their presence, Gret gritted his teeth, continuing his compressions. After completing another set of CPR, he checked the girl's neck artery once more, and an overwhelming surge of joy washed over him. Beneath his fingertips, life pulsated vibrantly, rhythmically beating. The girl's heartbeat had returned. Gret sighed with relief, struggling to leap off the table. However, as he moved, a sharp pain shot through his knees, and he faltered, collapsing towards the edge of the table. Chapter 72. My disciple is a mage and a healer with 2 esteemed individuals present. There was no chance that Greta would come to harm. As he stumbled downwards, Elder Elvin's gaze remained fixed ahead, while a vine stealthily extended from his feet. It coiled around Greta's waist, lifting him high before gently setting him down. Greta plopped onto the ground, drenched in sweat, rubbing his knees as he gasped for air, feeling grateful. Having a powerful mentor is truly a blessing. Having successfully shifted the blame, Greta took a moment to catch his breath before limping off to inspect other wards. Elder Elvin and the bald bishop were busily engaged, while at the other end, Lord Joanne, the city lord, leisurely chatted with a companion in his carriage. Accompanying him was an elderly mage, the same one who had previously sat at the head of Master German's table. The old mage glanced around, suddenly exclaiming, "That eagle?" A falcon circled incessantly above the shop, screeching repeatedly, its red cloth banner fluttering like a flag. Lord Joanne looked up and gasped. As the city lord, indulging in pleasures was commonplace, and having multiple mistresses was hardly a sin, even if his martial prowess left much to be desired. However, one crucial point must be remembered: the existence of extraordinary organizations in the city, their combat capabilities, and the characteristics of their interventions. Animal companions. Lord Joanne murmured, This is a distress signal from the Naturalist Church. They have even sent their animal companions for help. How dire must the situation be?" He tightened his grip on the window frame. The carriage continued onward, and soon reports from North Street began to flood in. 10 injured. 17 injured. 29 injured. All have been transferred to nearby shops, and fortunately, there are no fatalities. 10 severely injured, 19 lightly injured. Among them, 5 remain unconscious. This was troublesome. Lord Joanne furrowed his brow deeply. Meanwhile, the nobles within the convoy were growing increasingly agitated with each new report. "Oh no. My niece is on North Street. My grandson said he was going out to play today. My mother-in-law took my sister-in-law shopping. They wouldn't have crossed paths, would they? Lady Rona, your son is injured. Franz, go to North Street and tell that young priest, what's his name, to treat my nephew first. A generous reward for healing him. But if he fails, I shall break his legs. Make way, clear the path for the city lord. Anyone who doesn't move will face dire consequences." A knight escorting the carriage shouted loudly. Captain Nolan turned to look, but said nothing. The 2 squad leaders also refrained from cracking their whips, merely shouting, "Make way. Hurry up. What a mess." Young Greta was already overwhelmed, and if they continued to bring in more injured, how would he manage? Report to the city lord. At the shop entrance, a city guard stood tall, pride evident in his tone. As of now, there have been no fatalities. Thank goodness. Lord Joanne sighed in relief. He hurried into the shop, where he found Elder Elvin and the bald bishop chanting healing spells. He rushed over, expressing his gratitude profusely. "Thank you both. It is thanks to your efforts that the lives of these citizens have been spared." Elder Elvin nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from speech. The bald bishop chuckled heartily. "It's not solely our merit. By the time we arrived, young Greta had already organized everything. Young Greta, here he comes." A figure dashed from the red zone, a boy of about 16 or 17, his linen shirt soaked through, bloodstains marring various parts of his attire. His damp black hair clung to his forehead, sweat cascading down his face. He was a common lad, Yet the fact that a bishop from the temple of the war god would vouch for him could not be overlooked. Lord Zhou observed him with a nod of recognition, appreciating the boy's effort. "You are young Greta? Well done." Initially intending to shake hands, pat him on the shoulder, and reward him, he decided against it upon seeing the boy's condition, skipping to the third step instead. As he reached for his purse, the high priestess of the water goddess interjected. "Surprised, is that him? Isn't he a mage?" "Oh, he truly is a mage." The old mage observed the injured, noting the vivid red, yellow, green, and black markings on them, clearly the work of magical arts. Nearby, a soldier from the city guard held up a sign, inscribed with brightly colored markings indicating Level 3 and 4 priests to the red zone, Level 1 and 2 priests to the yellow zone, priest apprentices to the green zone, to cleanse wounds and apply bandages. Please follow the directives and treat according to the markings to save the most lives. How intriguing. A true mage? Lord Zhou inquired, frowning. The old mage nodded with a smile. Indeed, he is an authentic mage, a newly initiated apprentice of the Mage Tower. Mages can also oversee healing and command a group of healers? Lord Zhou hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his doubts. The high priestess had already spoken. "You claim all these feats are accomplished by Greta? He is merely an apprentice." In a matter of moments, the nobles had begun to disembark from the carriage, clustering outside the shop. The cramped interior, reeking of blood, deterred many from entering. They merely peeked in through the door. Upon hearing the high priestess's comments, they began to murmur among themselves. An apprentice mage? Performing a healer's duties? Surely not. Didn't the bishop say this apprentice was in charge? Ah, you know the bishop's temperament all too well. A mage moonlighting as a healer? Which temple would permit that? They must be out of their minds. Indeed. After years of training to impart knowledge and cultivate faith, is it easy to see them depart so soon? No temple would allow that. Are you truly a mage apprentice? Or a healer? Lord Zhou questioned, frowning. Greta opened his mouth to respond, but Elder Elvin, having just completed a healing spell, interjected with a smile. Yes, young Greta is indeed my disciple. Chapter 73. My lord, may I exchange the reward for something else? Viscount Joan relaxed. The meat simmered in the pot, and Gret Nordmark was, after all, his subject. As long as there were no issues with identity, how he nurtured them was of no concern to him. However, the high priest of the Springwater Temple raised an eyebrow. Your disciple? Naturally, the adherents of the nature deity are rather misguided. Why throw a perfectly good priest to those sorcerers? A priest seeks devout faith, yet those sorcerers are nothing but unruly, their devotion mere pretense. You allow your disciple to pursue magic? He could not help but question. Elder Elvin's white brows twitched, and beneath the glow of healing magic, the old man revealed a grin, innocent yet cunning. Ah, you know well our sect. The power bestowed by the nature deity originates from nature itself. What is so extraordinary about knowing a bit of magic? If the child wishes to learn magic, let him learn. You. The high priest was at a loss for words. Indeed, the followers of the nature deity were all lunatics. Their reasoning was utterly flawed, engaging with a bunch of impoverished souls, offering treatment without charge, and sending their priests to study magic. With such indulgence, who could say if the child was even a true believer in the nature deity? Sooner or later, you shall regret this. With a stern face, he waved his sleeve and strode deeper into the shop. His gaze swept around until it landed on the most elaborately dressed injured person, casually casting a healing spell upon them. High priest. Thank you, high priest. Please save me. I beg you to save me. I shall surely donate to the temple on another day, tomorrow. No, tonight. A chorus of calls erupted in the green zone. These injured individuals were lucid enough to walk and were all classified as lightly wounded by Gret, with only a few priest apprentices tending to them. No amount of wealth mattered. The majority who had arrived were war priests and priests of the nature deity, all giving Gret face, following orders. A group of wealthy individuals shouted hoarsely, yet no higher-ranking priests came to attend to them. As soon as the high priest made a move, the hopeful, wealthy, lightly injured individuals created a commotion in the green zone. Two newly arrived priests, unaware of the situation, stood confused, glancing around, uncertain which side to approach. Gret observed from a distance, wishing to maintain order, but hesitated, closing his mouth. He desired to uphold medical principles, yet he was not foolish. What authority did a mere priest-apprentice have to question the high priest of the Springwater goddess? In a society filled with nobles and clergy, even in the modern world, would a doctor dare to make someone queue? The entire building vibrated with a resounding hum. Gret stifled the urge to cover his ears, finding some amusement in the chaos. What a loud voice. If this bishop were transported to the Three Kingdoms, disrupting a bridge's water flow would be a trivial matter. The high priest also exerted himself, pretending not to hear the raucous shouts. He continued to console his followers, bestowing healing, while the other priests settled down, each following the lead of the bald bishop. Viscount Joan glanced around. Choosing to ignore the bickering among the leaders of the sect, he pulled out a purse, smiling as he tossed it in his hand. You are quite commendable. Here, take this as your reward. Wow, there's actually money to be had. A bonus. The purse jingled, sounding as if it contained dozens of coins. Even if they were silver, it would amount to several months' wages, if not more. With the city lord's generosity, surely part of it must be gold. Gret felt a surge of joy. However, another thought quickly arose. The opportunity to speak directly with the city lord was exceedingly rare, rather than seek money. It would be wiser to seize this moment to accomplish something of greater significance. He did not extend his hand to accept the purse. Stepping back, he gazed intently into Viscount Joan's eyes and slightly bowed. I am grateful for your generous reward. It is the duty of a healer to save lives. If I have earned your favor, I would hope for a different form of reward. What? Viscount Joan was taken aback. Was this lad lacking in awareness? Did one dare to haggle over a reward? A hint of displeasure crossed his face, and naturally, someone was perceptive enough to speak up. A knight stationed behind Viscount Joan stepped forward, hand on sword, and barked. Impudent. Gret stood tall, unyielding in his stance. Elder Elvin and the bald bishop turned their attention toward him, while the old sorcerer quietly inched closer. Suddenly, Viscount Joan smiled, waving off the protective knight. Ah, it is nothing. Young one, what kind of reward do you desire? Was this a show of both a red-faced and a white-faced act, deliberately feigning generosity? Gret pretended not to notice the knight's expression, speaking calmly and articulately. I implore you to issue a decree prohibiting both humans and animals from relieving themselves on the streets, and to transport all waste beyond the city limits. With sewage flowing freely, diseases can spread, leading to plagues. For the health of the residents, I beseech you to enact this order as a reward for my service. What nonsense! A voice interjected. The high priest of the spring-water goddess strode forward. His expression dark. The goddess shall protect her people. The goddess will bestow pure water. Plagues are simply impossible. Yet Gret sought to argue. Elder Elvin and the bald bishop both called out in unison. Gret. This concerns their territory? The temple is indeed troublesome. Gret silently lowered his head, internally grumbling. Viscount Joan, however, chuckled. My dear priest, do not take a child too seriously. Well, young one, do you know how much is in this purse? If I were to issue this decree, how much would it cost? I do not know how much is in the purse, but I can calculate how much it would cost. Gret swiftly calculated and began to speak. The figures flowing like water. The population of Heartland City is approximately 20,000. Each day, around 100 loads of waste are generated. If we sell it outside for 1 copper per load, it would require 1 gold coin daily, totaling 365 gold coins per year. As for the current waste on the streets, the cost to clean it up. He paused, intending to shrug and raise his hands, indicating his uncertainty. Before he could act, he heard Viscount Joan say, Today, you saved 29 lives. I originally intended to reward you with 29 gold coins. So, young one, why would I give you 29 gold coins when it would cost over 300 coins, or even more as a reward? But the health of the people is more important. If a cholera outbreak occurs, it would not merely be a matter of a few hundred gold coins. Moreover, waste can be used as fertilizer. When properly utilized, crop yields can increase significantly. This investment is hardly substantial. Gret wished to argue further, yet Viscount Joan raised his hand, tossing the purse into Gret's hands. Amidst the clinking sounds, the city lord turned and departed. Chapter 74. The next goal, establishing a hospital. Are we leaving? Greta lowered his head in frustration. The heavy purse in his hand jingled with each shake, yet it brought him no joy. In such a city, devoid of running water, where clean drinking water is a rarity and the populace defecates indiscriminately, the threat of plague looms perpetually. Cholera, viral hepatitis, typhoid, dysentery, an array of infectious diseases, any of which could erupt with deadly consequences, all spread through contaminated water. What a travesty! What deity would bless the people? What goddess would grant them pure water? That meager fountain at the temple entrance is hardly sufficient. A sense of responsibility as a healer ignited within Greta. When he first arrived in this world, He barely managed to survive, too preoccupied to concern himself with anything else. However, now that he possesses wealth and influence, and can directly connect with powerful figures, to remain a bystander would be a dereliction of his duty as a doctor. Teacher, Greta called out, seeking assistance. Elder Elvin raised his hand. Cutting him off, we will address the matters of the streets later. For now, we must attend to the injured. Indeed, the wounded at present take precedence over future patients. Clenching his fist, Greta dashed forward once more. With the lord of the city present and leaders from the 3 great temples in attendance, the priests assembled with remarkable speed. Guided by the circling eagle overhead, the servants of the nature god arrived swiftly, followed shortly by the priests from the war god's temple. Before long, those priests who had been perusing the streets began to enter the shops, each assuming their respective roles. Greta soon realized he had little to do. The severely injured were in the care of senior priests, and the lightly wounded seemed to require no surgical intervention from him. The medical resources were overflowing. He stood aside, observing, retreating a step further to avoid impeding the priest's work. Unbeknownst to him, he had pressed himself against the wall when suddenly, his garment was tugged. Sir, I beg you, grant me a healing spell, just one. Though it was the most basic of spells, with minimal effect. It was still a healing spell. Wait, I shall attend to it. Greta focused his energy, channeling his intent to heal, directing a beam of white light from his fingertips. As the light descended, the wound before him began to mend, 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. Then, silence. His current healing ability could only close superficial wounds of less than 10 centimeters in length. Alas, it seems that progressing in a conventional manner was insufficient. A traveler must harness extraordinary powers. If he did not, with his current capacity to heal 5 minor injuries a day, how could he make any significant impact? Greta lowered his hands. The injured and the bystanders held their breath, and at that moment, they could not help but exhale in unison. One of the bystanders quietly inquired, Sir, what can we do? What could they do? He was at a loss. Boil water. Administer sugar salt solutions to the wounded. Fetch basins to clean and dress the wounds. It seemed that all these tasks were already being attended to. Greta himself did not have an answer. Seeing the eager faces surrounding him, he casually suggested, Pray. His words, though spoken lightly, were taken to heart. The bystander immediately bowed his head, clasped his hands, and murmured softly. The injured also raised their hands, adopting a posture of prayer. Great nature god, I beseech your mercy. Great water goddess, I implore your grace, please look after your people. In times of disaster and affliction, people are most inclined to seek the divine. One prayer led to another, and soon the small shop was enveloped in a chorus of intertwined supplications, a hum that resonated powerfully. Each individual prayed to their own deity, creating a cacophony of voices, yet the atmosphere both inside and outside the shop swiftly transformed into one of reverence and solemnity. Young John, you go outside and gather the faithful to pray. The bishop directly called upon young John. How fortunate it is to have a capable friend. Young John nodded vigorously and departed. Meanwhile, Elder Elvin instructed his junior priests, You go out and gather the faithful, lead them in prayer. The shop became a little chaotic for a moment. Then, prayers began to rise from both sides. Great nature god, great war god. The voices swelled, each ring expanding outward, from dozens to hundreds to thousands. More importantly, the faithful were organized into lines, their prayers directed towards the nature god and the war god. Each side harmonizing in volume, rivaling the fervor of a military drill. These people truly are. Greta shrugged, discreetly dismissing the notion of ignorance, and released another healing spell. To his astonishment, he widened his eyes. This time, the spell's effect was nearly doubled, healing wounds exceeding 15 centimeters. Incredible. Is this truly possible? Does prayer hold such power? Upon concluding his prayer, Greta quietly slipped to the side. He looked around, trying to discern the reason behind the enhanced effectiveness of the high-level healing spell, which he was not yet familiar with. After a moment's thought, he seized a priest apprentice who had just finished praying and wiped the sweat from his brow. Hey, does prayer really work? Indeed. The apprentice looked at him as if he were a fool. After a moment's contemplation, he pulled Greta into a corner. Wow, it truly seems effective. If that's the case, when I heal, I should gather a group to pray, and the results would immediately double. No, he was mistaken. Greta suddenly clasped his wrist in realization. Gather people? That would mean training assistants. Shouldn't those priests learn medicine alongside him? Establishing a hospital, teaching a cadre of doctors. Everyone praying together, performing surgeries in unison. He could even involve the patients and their families. Those who are afflicted or have loved ones suffering will pray with the utmost sincerity. Patients would pay for their treatment and simultaneously contribute their healing energy. What a splendid idea! Absolutely perfect. Please, call me Greta the Astute Nordmark. Chapter 75. I do not want to be someone else's child. The tragic stampede incident kept Gretel occupied until dusk. One by one, the injured were treated and left, either on their own or accompanied by family members. A priest stood vigil at the shop entrance, offering words of comfort and encouragement to each departing patient. As Gretel watched another patient leave, his mouth gradually fell open in awe. A world devoid of medical records was truly a marvel. Heaven knows the exhaustion of spending an entire night in rescue efforts, only to be met with the daunting task of meticulously documenting a multitude of medical records thereafter, each conforming to rigorous standards. The sequence of homepage, medical history, examination forms, images, surgeries, and consent forms had to be flawlessly arranged. Examination forms categorized by routine blood, urine, and fecal tests, liver and kidney functions, coagulation, and hepatitis B status, every margin aligned, with the next page resting precisely beneath the corresponding number of the previous examination. Doctor signatures, patient signatures, nurse signatures, none could be omitted. The Medical Affairs Department would conduct random checks, and any non-compliant record could result in fines starting from several hundred coins. Yet, without these records, how could one glean experiences and lessons from the past? Gretel was painfully torn, contemplating whether to implement a medical record system if he were to establish a hospital. Oh, at least there would still be charges for discharge. As the injured and their families departed, they expressed their profound gratitude, some immediately pulling out their coin purses, while others promised to make donations to the temple. Gretel glanced around, quietly slipping over to Elder Elvin, tugging at his sleeve. Our sect lacks a temple, doesn't he? Where will they go to donate? Will they even find us? Shoo! Elder Elvin softly admonished him. Meanwhile, Master German strode over, positioning himself beside them. Enough is enough. A mage apprentice who neglects his studies, pouring most of his energy into healing spells, learning a plethora of tricks without considering how to enhance their power, only fixated on healing the wounded. Even though it is his teacher conducting the evaluation, it's hardly tolerable. By the way, who is the master responsible for the assessment? This question soon found its answer. The carriage came to a halt in front of the mage tower, and as its occupants disembarked, a human cannonball shot out, heading straight for the elderly mage who had shared the ride with Master German. Grandpa, you finally made it. I've been utterly bored these past few months. Gretel squinted and realized it was that mischievous child, another mage apprentice who, unlike him, resided on the 5th floor, reserved for the masters and distinguished guests, rather than the 2nd. The books the young rascal was meant to study had been largely carried upstairs by him. Each time Gretel wished to borrow one, he had to ascend with a flurry of compliments, and even then, he was not guaranteed to succeed, which was utterly exasperating. Gretel rolled his eyes inwardly. The elderly mage appeared to dote on his grandson. As the boy dashed toward him like a cannonball, the old mage's hand glimmered momentarily, casting a spell that enabled him to catch his grandson with ease, lifting him up and spinning him around. How has little George fared these past few months? Have you learned any spells? Made any breakthroughs? No. The young rascal pouted, wriggling free from the old man's embrace. All you ever talk about is breakthroughs. You promised me a walk would lead to one, dragging me out here and leaving me to fend for myself. The food is terrible, and I can't find a moment's peace. How am I supposed to make any breakthroughs? Gretel thought to himself, really? I find the conditions at the Mage Tower quite satisfactory. Besides, what sort of excuse is that? Even the great ones have managed to achieve breakthroughs amidst adversity. Gretel lowered his head, pretending he was invisible, listening to the elderly man chastising the boy while the latter shouted back. Stealing glances to either side, he noticed Mages Elliot and Kalen standing impassively, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Even Master German refrained from intervening. After observing this exchange for a while, he stepped forward to mediate. Master, breakthroughs are often a matter of opportunity. George is still young. Becoming a mage apprentice at 10 is already commendable. Moreover, he has truly worked hard these past few months. Gretel thought, please, dear elder, you may reprimand your grandson as you wish, but do not make me your target. I refuse to be regarded as someone else's child. The young rascal glared fiercely at Gretel, rolling his eyes, sticking out his tongue, and making faces. After finishing his antics, he raised his right hand near his cheek, pointing at Gretel, mimicking clawing motions. It was as if he intended to unleash a magical attack upon him, reducing him to a mere fishing net. Gretel feigned ignorance, looking down. The boy, unable to vent his frustration, stomped his feet and yelled, "All you do is compare me to others. Selena made a breakthrough, and you say I'm lazy. Alexander learned a new spell, and you call me mischievous. I'm only 10. Just 10. By the time I'm 16, I'll be a second-level mage." The elderly mage sighed, grasping his grandson's chubby cheeks and giving them a gentle twist. "Stop comparing yourself to others. What are their circumstances compared to yours? They only began learning magical runes 2 months ago, while you've been tearing up the books since you were little. Your progress is slower, and you still have the audacity to complain." Tears welled in George's eyes. Whether from pain or anger, it was unclear. He pushed the old mage away with all his might and shouted, "I hate you, Grandpa." He turned and stormed into the mage tower, making a ruckus as he went. The elderly mage shook his head in resignation. He turned to Master German, sighed, and shrugged. "These past few months, this child has caused you quite a bit of trouble. Hasn't he? Let us hasten our pace and complete this year's evaluations. If we finish today, I'll take George with me tomorrow." Master? It's quite late already. Perhaps you should rest and resume tomorrow? It's not too late. This isn't your first evaluation. You know the projects well enough. Shall we proceed one by one? Chapter 76. Why must we still wrestle with KPIs after time travel? Gret was not surprised that the Mage Tower conducted annual evaluations. In this day and age, health departments assess hospitals, hospitals evaluate departments, and departments scrutinize doctors. Everyone is burdened with KPIs, each fighting for their metrics. After working for over a decade in his previous life, he had long grown accustomed to such assessments. The overseers of the Mage Tower resided in a tower built by the Magic Council, receiving salaries and funding from the council. An annual evaluation was only to be expected. Calmly, he followed the others up to the 5th floor. He observed an old mage pulling out a large leather-bound ledger, flipping through its pages to reveal a form, at least the size of A4 paper. Glancing left and right, he began to outline item by item. First item, maintenance of the Mage Tower. No new facilities were constructed. However, a new set of alchemical tools was added. For this, I shall grant you a score of 90. The old mage nodded, his expression unperturbed, clearly anticipating this rating. He continued his assessment. Second item, maintenance of the Mage Tower's status. While you managed to maintain its status, you did not elevate it. So I can only award you an 82. Teacher, Master Germain protested, as if to argue or plead for leniency. The old mage shook his head. The Magic Council's regulations are quite detailed. Germain, considering our teacher-student relationship, I can raise it to a maximum of 85. But no more. What a peculiar scoring method. It sounded somewhat familiar. Gret discreetly rose on his toes, stretching his neck to glimpse the form. The old mage, noticing him, beckoned the surrounding low-ranking mages closer, spreading the form for all to see. Have you not seen this before? Come, take a look. You are all mages and may one day oversee the Mage Tower. It's beneficial to familiarize yourselves with this. Elliot cast a resentful glance at Gret and slowly edged forward. Who would wish to see such a thing? It wasn't as if they hadn't encountered it before. Last year's evaluation scores were low, and Master Germain had berated them for a full hour. They had been left feeling nauseous just at the sight of anything resembling a form since then. Gret, however, felt no negativity. He eagerly stepped forward, offering a slight bow, and lowered his gaze to inspect the form. Upon closer examination, he too froze. Item name, item definition, calculation method, weight, item score, total score. And at the bottom, 2 lines of small print. The first line stated the evaluation criteria: 95 and above, grade A, excellent; 94 to 90, grade B, very good; 89 to 80, grade C, normal; 79 to 60, grade D, needs improvement; below 60, grade E, recommend withdrawal. The second line was even more daunting, detailing the rewards and penalties for each grade. Gret merely glanced at it, and in his mind, he envisioned the icy visage of the director of the personnel department at their hospital, a face that seemed to demand 5,000 from everyone. Grade A, substantial reward. Grade B, reward and allocation of research resources. Grade C, neither reward nor punishment. Grade D, resource penalties, salary deductions, and potential replacement after 2 consecutive evaluations. Grade E, revocation of oversight qualifications and reassignment of the overseeing mage. Such a clear-cut KPI form. Who created this? Why on earth does the Magic Council have such a thing? It felt as if the world had turned dark for him. Why? Even after his time travel, could he not escape this? Ah, but the Magic Council even has journals and papers, formatted in a manner he was familiar with. Surely, there must have been time travelers before. This world must have seen the emergence of time travelers to have transformed the Magic Council in such a way. And most likely, it was a humanities student. Considering that mages perceive the world through the classical elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Without a hint of the periodic table, that previous traveler probably could not devise methodologies for scientific research and merely followed existing paths. Given the professional nature of the KPI form, it was likely a human resources specialist. Suppressing all curiosity and sarcasm, Gret continued to observe the evaluation process. As he listened, he could not help but admire that predecessor in HR. Their success was certainly not without reason, particularly in terms of defining the scope of tasks, which he would never have conceived. For instance, the assessment of the Mage Tower's industry was meticulously detailed, encompassing villages, workshops, shops, mineral resources, and flora and fauna. The village category itself was further broken down into population, arable land, irrigation, and seasonal harvests, each with distinct scoring metrics. More astonishingly, the form brought by the old mage recorded the values and scores from the past 3 years. It was almost impossible to cheat. Fortunately, Master Germain had presided over the Mage Tower for several years. Despite his lack of managerial skill, he had not committed any grave errors. By adhering to the established protocols from the previous years, he received a score of 85. While not particularly high, it was sufficient to avoid dragging down the average. Next came the training and progress of the mages. This was the focal point of the evaluation, as the importance of power outweighed all else in the Magic Council. This category held a weight of 30, and the old mage offered no leniency, requiring every member of the Mage Tower to cast spells and be assessed individually. Well, at your level, Germain, progress is already challenging. However, I cannot grant you any additional points, he remarked. Kalen, you have learned 3 new spells and shown growth in your mental capacity. Well done. However, since you have not broken into the 3rd tier, I cannot assign a high score. Elliot, your mental capacity has increased significantly. Excellent. You are nearing a breakthrough. Your score can be higher. Oh. And you have also taught an apprentice mage. By the way, young one, how many spells can you cast in a day now? I have been unable to break through for over a month. Over a month? The old mage furrowed his brows. Calculating, he realized that this young lad had only been studying magical texts for just over a month. This meant that since becoming a mage apprentice, he had been able to cast 5 spells a day. Such talent was indeed worth his guidance. First, meditate. Then, cast any spell at your convenience. I wish to observe your progress. Gret complied. The old mage likewise immersed himself in a meditative state, keenly sensing the surroundings. After a while, he exited meditation. His brows knitted. Strange. Your mental capacity and the sensation of manipulating surrounding magic feel as if separated by a layer of gauze. The efficiency is not optimal. At this rate, a breakthrough may take time. Chapter 77. Insufficient scores relied on newcomers. The training and progress of mages. This comprehensive score. The old mage deliberately elongated his tone. Only after several anxious individuals around him, with one child nearly rolling his eyes in impatience, did he finally manage to utter a number. 81. So low, murmured the 2 low-tier mages. With such a low score, should they fail to pass, the Mage Tower would face a reduction in research resources next year. Having reached this point, no one would benefit. The old mage had heard such complaints numerous times before. Given that Gelman was his disciple, he surveyed the room and stated earnestly, "You must all remember this." The mages nodded in silent agreement. Greditor quickly calculated the current scores. Fortunately, the total was still acceptable. As long as they scored at least 70 on the final item, they would pass this year. However, the last project pertained to magical research. Previously, he had overheard a quarrel between Mage Elliot and Mage Kalen. It seemed their progress was rather unsatisfactory. Greditor is silently worried about the funding for next year's research. The old mage had already closed the form in his hands and addressed them with a serious tone. Before I arrived, I checked. You have not published any results in journals, nor submitted any spell models to the council. Therefore, do you have any unpublished results or submissions to show me? What? The Magical Council evaluates research outcomes based on the number of published papers? How many journals have you actually produced? Would there be any instances of inflated contributions? The predecessor who had crossed over, You were from the university's academic office, right? Greditor pondered, not seeing how papers and results were relevant to him as a mage apprentice. To his right, several formal mages exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. After a moment of silence, Mage Kalen stepped forward and quietly said, I have made some progress in alchemy. Unfortunately, Mage Kalen's results were ultimately deemed unsatisfactory. The young mage hung his head in frustration, unable to refute the examples presented by the old mage. Next, Elliot endeavored to present his spell model, yet it had been incomplete and subsequently interrupted by a lack of resources, resulting in a failing evaluation. A silence enveloped the room. The old mage glanced around and urged, Are there any other results? If not, the current progress can only merit a score of 50. Wait. Mage Gelman's expression darkened. Caught between embarrassment and the fear of failing the assessment, he struggled for a moment before resolutely declaring, Elliot, bring me that dictionary. A dictionary? Greditor's eyes flickered as he lowered his gaze to the floor, pretending he had heard nothing. A mage tower, a level 5 mage, and 2 level 2 mages. Failing the mage tower's assessment and being forced to use a dictionary as a substitute was already quite unfortunate. If others discovered that this achievement originated from a mage apprentice, not only would Mage Gelman be humiliated, but the entire mage tower's reputation might also suffer. The KPI sheet glaringly stated, resource deductions, salary reductions. The salary might not affect him directly since he had yet to receive any from the mage tower, but resource cuts could severely hinder next year's development. Mage Elliot turned and descended the stairs, returning shortly after, breathless and clutching a hefty tome resembling a dictionary. The old mage flipped through a page silently, then another page. Raising an eyebrow, casually flipping to the end, he turned to Elliot. Did you come up with this? Not me, Elliot replied earnestly. He stepped forward, bringing Greditor from behind and pushing him in front of the old mage. It was his idea, and he completed the organization. I merely wrote a preface for the dictionary based on your instructions, explaining the organizing thoughts. A fascinating little piece. The old mage stroked his beard with a smile. To his right, the mischievous child George wrinkled his nose at the mention of the dictionary. Upon seeing Greditor pushed forward, past grievances surged within him. Unable to contain himself, he stamped his foot and shouted, It's this book. Grandpa, you don't know, I caught this guy secretly copying from it. Gelman not only didn't expel him from the mage tower, but also told me that he was the one who organized it. George, the old mage frowned. Speak another word, and you shall leave. Humph. This little one is quite amusing, but you understand, it doesn't qualify as a spell model or magical creation, right? Just this. I can only award you an additional 5 points. Is there any other achievement? That would bring the total to 55, still 10 points short of passing. Mage Gelman was left speechless. Elliot was at a loss for words, while Kalen bowed his head in silence, his golden hair cascading over his face, looking utterly defeated. The resources required for a mage apprentice were already minimal. This additional 5 points made it difficult to cut Greditor's resources next year. Greditor glanced around, his resolve firming. He raised a hand. Your Excellency, may I submit the paper you requested me to write? Oh, a paper? The old mage couldn't help but chuckle. He set the book aside and looked at his disciple. You had him write a paper already? So early? Very well. Fetch it. I shall take a look. Greditor dashed off to retrieve it. Upon receiving the paper, the old mage stroked his beard and scanned it briefly, nodding in approval. Quite well written. The formatting is impeccable. Your teacher put in considerable effort. That was something I could do. Greta silently scoffed. Graduate school, residency to attending to associate director, each step required a paper. This format of title, abstract, and keywords, I could write in my sleep. Correct formatting and fluent language. As a novice, such proficiency was sufficient to earn the old mage's favor. He perused the paper line by line, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. Halfway through, he casually cast a spell, extending his hand forward. I cannot see. The requirements for magical items are stringent. Greditor stood tall before him, chest out, adopting the demeanor of a thesis defense. That serves no purpose. As expected, the old mage reached a conclusion promptly. In that case, the score cannot be high. Not high. Then how much? At least raise it to 70 points. Chapter 78. The evaluation criteria for new magic. Greta gazed intently at the old mage, striving to convey sincerity through his eyes in hopes of securing a favorable score. Just a modest increase of 15 points would suffice. With a total of 70 points, everyone would pass collectively, ensuring the research funding for the following year. The intensity of his gaze was something the old mage had encountered countless times during his years of traversing various lands. Had his counterpart been a seasoned mage, well-versed in the evaluation protocols of the Magical Council, he would have simply awarded the score. However, as the individual before him was a newcomer, albeit a promising one, the old mage, with a heart inclined towards nurturing talent for the council, chose to elaborate further. The council employs a fixed set of standards for assessing magical innovations. It is not merely a matter of whimsy. With a deliberate gesture, he conjured a vibrant display of colorful light that illuminated the wall. Gret looked up to see intricate characters and neatly arranged tables detailing the criteria for evaluating magical innovation. The orderly lines and structured layout lent the appearance of a projector casting content from a computer screen. Yet, having spent several months traversing this world, Gret recognized that this was not a mere projection, but rather a masterful display of magical craftsmanship. He could not help but admire such exquisite control. However, as he scrutinized the content on the wall, a wave of despair washed over him, akin to receiving a heavy blow to the forehead. The formula for evaluating magical innovation read: 10 magic level novelty, creativity, practicality. What an absurd equation. The three principal criteria, novelty, creativity, and practicality, mirrored those used for academic assessments of their papers. Surely, the predecessor who had traversed here must have been involved in patents. Perhaps even a humanities scholar with some HR responsibilities. Patent agents typically require a background in the sciences, leading Gret to conclude that his predecessor likely worked in a research office at a liberal arts institution dealing with academic evaluations. As Gret's mind raced with these thoughts, his gaze fell to the table beneath the formula. The magic level was straightforward. Level 1 magic multiplied by 1, level 2 magic multiplied by 2, and so forth. Novelty was equally clear-cut, possessing novelty multiplied by 1, lacking novelty multiplied by 0, effectively nullifying it. Turning to creativity and practicality, he began estimating his potential score. In terms of creativity, creating new magic, 10 points, which did not apply to him. Increasing magic potency, 59 points, which again did not apply. Reducing material costs, prices, or scarcity, 27 points, which did not pertain to his work. Exploring new applications, however, seemed relevant to him. What? Only 12 points? How disheartening. Yet, arguing against the system would yield no results. Gret pouted, shifting his attention to the practicality formula. Upon examining it, a surge of frustration welled within him, nearly compelling him to voice his grievances. Practicality scoring, 1 in 1. Wherein, very practical, 79, reasonably practical, 46, somewhat practical, 13, not practical, 0. Such an extraordinary formula could only have been conceived by a time traveler, navigated adeptly by a mage. For those less mathematically inclined, it would spell disaster. As for his own score, Gret recalled the old mage's words, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed, the old mage smiled as he remarked, "Your new application, while not entirely without merit, has limitations. High-level mages rarely experience fractures. And even if they do, finding magical items 5 levels above their own is exceedingly rare. For commoners and apprentice mages, accessing magical items of level 5 or higher is nearly impossible. Thus, I must conclude that the practicality of your innovation warrants a judgment of." With another flourish of his hand, a red light marked the column for no practicality. "But sir," Gret hastily protested, "this magic is quite beneficial in healing. It fulfills a role that current healing spells cannot replace. As for its cost, surely it is merely expensive? Aren't magical items inherently costly? We could establish a hospital catering to all patients. CT scanners, MRI machines, even X-ray machines were exorbitantly priced when first introduced. An MRI machine costs tens of millions, and that amount would be a mere fraction of a hospital's annual surplus. Yet, people still purchase them, knowing that as long as the treatment volume is sufficient, the costs can be distributed to make it affordable for every patient. What could be more precious than life itself? Moreover, magical items do not depreciate like machinery." Gret yearned to continue his defense, but the old mage swiftly silenced him with a wave of his hand. Gret glared at him, yet found himself voiceless. The old mage, still smiling, continued, "Thus, you see, the score is determined as follows. A base score of 10 points. As your magical technique is of 0 level, by convention, it is multiplied by 0. 5. For creativity, I shall generously grant you a multiplier of 2. For practicality, it can only be multiplied by 1. Therefore, 10-0. 5-2-1 results in a final score of 10 points. A collective sigh echoed throughout the mage tower. The mages Germain, Elliot, and Kalen all wore expressions of disappointment and resignation. To argue further would be to lose face. They had already elevated the achievements of apprentice mages, and to seek additional points would seem indecorous. For magical innovation, a score of 65 points was recorded. Ultimately, the old mage waved his hand, projecting the entire scoring table, meticulously detailing each item, weight, and score, culminating in an unyielding final score of 78. 55 points, not reaching 80. A grade of D, resulting in salary deductions for the host and resource cuts for the entire mage tower. The prospect of a challenging year loomed ominously. A cloud of despair settled over the mage tower. After delivering his verdict, the old mage's demeanor shifted. He smiled reassuringly at those present. Fear not. There is no cause for excessive concern. The council's resource allocations are based on scores. You are but a fraction away from passing, so the resource deductions will not be too severe. As for your concern regarding personnel changes for next year, he turned to his own disciple. I see several individuals on the brink of breakthroughs within the mage tower. With a little extra effort next year, if just one or two ascend, the scores will rise accordingly. Germain nodded, albeit reluctantly. The old mage rummaged through his pocket, producing a gem-like object, beckoning Gret over. Here, take this as a token of our acquaintance. Germain is my disciple, and by extension, you are part of our lineage as well. A small gift for you to enjoy. Chapter 79. Was the gift of the old sorcerer stolen? What is this? Gret glanced into the palm of the old sorcerer. Unfortunately, he did not recognize it. He looked at Master Germain, seeking an explanation or inquiring whether the item could be taken. Before he could speak, two voices rang out simultaneously. The Instone? Master, this is far too precious. It's mine. Mine. The speakers were Master Germain and the old sorcerer's grandson, the mischievous boy named George. Gret shifted his gaze and saw the impetuous child rush forward, snatching the stone. Grandpa promised it would be mine. He said when I break through to level 1 mage, it would be given to me. You haven't broken through, so it isn't yours. Stop. Hand it over. I won't give it up. You. A flurry of spells followed. Gret could not discern what they were, but he saw the boy suddenly stagger and fall to the ground. The old sorcerer rushed forward to seize him, while the child rolled about, desperate, and stuffed the stone into his mouth. I won't give it to you. MMM. Cough, cough, cough. The sounds of anger and commotion filled the air. Gret, unaffected, chose not to intervene, quietly observing. If the Instone was not for him, so be it. His upbringing had taught him that what one earns is truly one's own. Others' possessions, no matter how splendid, remain theirs. Besides, he had no clear understanding of what this stone actually was. What exactly was it? Gret racked his memory. It seemed, in the web novels he had read and the games he had played in his past life, that such a name had been mentioned. It appeared to be something that could fly and circle around a sorcerer's head, perhaps a piece of equipment that could enhance a sorcerer's attributes. It seemed rather extravagant. However, upon hearing the child's violent coughing, Gret's expression changed. That cough was severe. The boy had just been rolling on the ground, stuffing the stone into his mouth. Surely he hadn't swallowed it? Choking. Foreign object in the airway. Foreign object in the esophagus. A series of alarming symptoms surged through his mind. Gret dashed forward, shouting as he ran, "Stop it! Be careful! Don't let it go down your windpipe." Halfway there, his foot suddenly slipped. The ground was smooth and clean, devoid of any obstructions, yet Gret fell backward, landing heavily on the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Gret braced himself with one hand while rubbing his tailbone with the other, grimacing in pain. At that moment, he heard the lingering voice of Master Elliot warning him, "Be careful of the greasy spell." Oh dear. Could you not have warned me sooner? Gret lamented silently as he struggled to his feet. Not far off, the old sorcerer was also picking himself up, his expression dark as he clutched his grandson. "Where's the Instone? Bring it out." "I swallowed it," the 10-year-old boy said, his face drawn in distress. The old man's brow furrowed, and Master Germain hurried to console him. "If he swallowed it, let it be. As long as the child is unharmed, that is what matters. The Instone is not large. In a few days, it will pass through him and can still be used." Gret silently hoped that was indeed the case. The Instone was not particularly big, and its tip did not appear sharp, so the likelihood of damaging the esophagus was minimal. As long as it traveled down the esophagus, barring any unfortunate circumstances, it would likely be expelled normally in a few days. The old sorcerer's countenance was grim. He raised his hand as if to strike, but hesitated, pressing his palm firmly against the boy's forehead. Did you really swallow it? You. The boy lowered his head, afraid to speak further. The old sorcerer intended to explain something to Gret, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of internal conflict, he merely muttered that they had made a spectacle of themselves, before turning and leaving with the child. Gret, you have worked hard today, Master Germain said, watching the sorcerer disappear through the door with a sigh, then turning to Gret with a serious expression. We have all witnessed your achievements. Rest assured, throughout the coming year, the Mage Tower will not withhold resources from you. Thank you, Master, Gret replied. Then, I shall take my leave. The proposal for the city cleanup had been dismissed halfway through, and he could not swallow that bitter pill. He planned to detail the plan, outline the operational points, and the profit model before approaching the master for discussion. Furthermore, he had just learned today that the Mage Tower also had profit expectations. He was confident they would be persuaded. With determination, Gret wrote fervently until the dead of night before collapsing into sleep. In his dreams, a diamond-shaped stone swirled around him. Elusive and intangible, he attempted to grasp it twice, nearly startling himself awake. The following morning, Gret rose early to complete his meditation, preparing to ascend for breakfast. Upon opening the door, he saw a servant outside diligently wiping surfaces. Upon noticing him, the servant approached eagerly, presenting him with a small basket of dew-kissed berries. Gret regarded him with curiosity. This servant usually attended to the everyday needs of the sorcerers, and for someone like Gret, an apprentice, he typically would merely clean the common room and leave a pitcher of water before vanishing. Gret often had to forage for a midnight snack on his own. What was going on? Had news of the old sorcerer's praise reached him? How perceptive! He casually accepted the basket, intending to snack on the berries during his reading time. The servant immediately bent lower, his face a mixture of flattery and concern. Master Sorcerer, I have heard. Our Mage Tower's assessments are not going very smoothly. Whether they were smooth or not had little to do with him, Gret thought, nodding absently as he made his way toward the stairs. The servant followed closely, bending even lower. I heard the Mage Tower will be cutting resources. Will our salaries be reduced? Will we be dismissed? Surely not. Gret paused, amused. If resources were to be cut, would they truly be concerned about a few salaries? He waved his hand dismissively and continued up the stairs. Halfway up, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning. Why would they fret over such trifles? These servants of the Mage Tower, though they appeared subservient within the tower, were, when representing the Mage Tower in external affairs, at least the overseers of a village. Their stature, their income, all indicative of a middle-class existence. What they genuinely feared was a change in leadership at the Mage Tower that could jeopardize their golden opportunities. It seemed even a mere servant possessed a greater sense of urgency than he did. Chapter 80. Did the Einstone get stuck in the lung? Gret felt a wave of introspection wash over him as he pondered his sense of alienation. It was undeniable, thus far. He had not received a single stipend from the Mage Tower, nor had he utilized any of its resources. Even if his salary and resources were to be deducted next year, the accommodations he had, the books he read, and the paper and pens he used for his notes were unlikely to be curtailed. With a wry smile to himself, he continued his arduous ascent up the stairs. The dining area was located on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, specifically in the residence of Mage Germain. The conditions were relatively agreeable, albeit a trifle elevated, necessitating 3 climbs each day. As a doctor accustomed to the rigors of climbing in the hospital, he thought little of it. In truth, this arrangement was already a privilege. He recalled hearing from the young priest John that in their temple, apprentice priests were not permitted to dine with the ordained priests, instead relegated to a side hall for their meals. Perhaps due to Mage Germain's amiable nature, or perhaps because there were only 4 mages in the tower. Since becoming an apprentice, Gret had enjoyed every meal in the company of several esteemed mages. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the stairwell door swung open, and 2 formal mages entered, their faces darkened with displeasure. The moment they arrived, Gret sensed an oppressive atmosphere, as if the air pressure had dropped by 100 pascals. Soon, Mage Elliot muttered a complaint. It's all your fault. If you hadn't transferred all the resources, would my spell model have been completed? Gret glanced furtively around, lowering his gaze as he continued to climb. They filed into the dining hall, and shortly thereafter, Mage Germain emerged from his chamber, his expression grave and silent. The group waited in anticipation for nearly 15 minutes when the old mage finally rushed out, his countenance somber, with bags under his eyes nearly sagging to his cheekbones. Without taking a seat, he approached Mage Germain directly. Germain, I implore you to send someone to summon the temple's leaders. George has been coughing through the night, struggling to breathe, and now he has a fever. It has become so chaotic that he hasn't even had breakfast. Coughing? Through the night? And now a fever? Gret's breath caught in his throat. This meant that the Iron Stone had not been swallowed but had lodged itself in the airway, inciting an inflammatory response. This was a serious predicament. Foreign bodies in the trachea could easily lead to asphyxiation and hypoxia, while those in the bronchi could result in conditions such as emphysema or lung collapse. If the foreign object were organic, like peanuts or beans, it could provoke considerable irritation to the mucous membranes, leading to high fevers, coughing, and purulent sputum indicative of acute bronchitis. What kind of foreign object was the Iron Stone? What sort of inflammation could it cause? Such information was absent from the medical texts and journals of his past life. Regardless, the presence of the Iron Stone in the lung was a dilemma that he could not resolve with the tools and medications at hand. Without hesitation, Gret sprang to his feet. I'll go. I'm familiar with the War God Temple and the Natural God Cult. Thank you, the old mage replied. Having witnessed the rescue effort the previous day and knowing Gret's deliberate omission of mention of another temple, was already well aware of the situation. He nodded in gratitude and turned to Mage Germain. Then, we shall send another person to the Spring Water Temple? Elliot, you go, Mage Germain decisively assigned. Inform them that the teacher's grandson is gravely ill, and I must maintain the magical array and cannot leave. Please, it is imperative they come. The two mounted their horses and galloped away. The distance from the Mage Tower to the city was not considerable, especially with the use of horses. Upon entering the city, Elliot sought an audience, presenting the request, and as the chariot of the high priest arrived at the city gate, he spotted Gret alongside the bald bishop. From a distance, a rider approached at a gallop, a large chest resting in the saddle. Pulling the reins tight, he tossed the chest onto Gret's horse. Gret caught it with thanks, and then turned to the bald bishop. I suspect it has lodged in the trachea. You brought such a large chest for something lodged in the trachea? The boy protested, curled up in bed, his face flushed, periodically erupting into fits of cough. His round little face appeared parched, with strands of his pale golden hair sticking limply to his forehead. Several seasoned healers gathered around to assess the situation. They felt his forehead, listened to his cough, and reviewed the events that had transpired. Ultimately, the bald bishop was the first to draw a conclusion. Since the Iron Stone is missing and he coughs like this, it is likely lodged in the lung. It is indeed possible. The high priest nodded in agreement. He lowered his head to offer a few prayers, then raised his hand, casting a soft blue light over the boy. This was the proud healing spell of the Spring Water Goddess Temple, designed to expel disease and restore health. While it was somewhat lacking in treating injuries, it excelled in healing ailments. As the wave of water light enveloped the boy, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and the flush on his face receded in an instant. The old mage grasped the high priest's hands, expressing heartfelt gratitude before inquiring, will he continue to be ill if the Iron Stone is not removed? That is certain. The high priest did not verbalize his thoughts, yet his expression conveyed everything. Unable to contain himself, the old mage pressed on. Is there any way you could assist with the Iron Stone? That. The high priest hesitated, reluctant to respond hastily. He glanced at Elder Elvin, who pondered for a moment before softly stating, based on the circumstances, I can only surmise that it is lodged in the lung. Young Gret, what is your perspective? Gret silently voiced Elder Elvin's thoughts, noticing all eyes upon him. He stepped forward and stated earnestly, I too suspect it is lodged in the lung. To ascertain the specifics, I must conduct an examination. An examination? The old mage raised an eyebrow. All three leaders of the temple had seen his grandson, yet none had uttered the term examination. Now, a young lad boldly proclaimed the need for one. How will you conduct this examination? Please hold on, Gret replied, slightly bowing as he retreated to the corner, opening the chest that the knight had delivered, which he had brought along on horseback. As 8 or 9 pairs of eyes focused intently, they beheld a plethora of gleaming knives, scissors, chisels, and hooks, all carefully arranged atop a black velvet lining. I refuse. I refuse. The child screamed in distress. Ignoring the outburst, Gret retrieved a brass tube from the chest. With one hand instinctively covering the far end of the tube, he approached the bedside and gently instructed the boy. Come now, sit up and remove your shirt. Pull it aside so your chest is fully exposed. I won't. Get away from me. The child screeched, kicking out in protest. Gret did not engage in argument. Instead, He calmly stepped back a couple of paces and turned to the old mage. Hey, shouldn't you manage your own child? Chapter 81. The stethoscope in turn of the temple giant. The old wizard gazed at Greta with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Had he not witnessed the youth lead the rescue effort the previous day, with both great healers attesting to his role, he would have completely disregarded the boy. However, now, noticing Elder Elvin's inquisitive demeanor and the bald bishop's approving smile, he pondered for a moment before unfastening the child's clothing. George, be a good boy and remove your shirt. The boy squirmed, his expression one of defiance. The old wizard resorted to coaxing and threatening, even uttering dire warnings about the dire consequences of the iron stone lodged in his lungs, until he finally managed to calm the child and get him to remove his garment. Greta knelt before the child, placing the far end of the copper tube against the boy's left shoulder while tilting his head to press his right ear against the near end of the tube. No wonder he covered that copper tube. He was likely concerned about the cold affecting the child. At the foot of the bed, the bald bishop leaned towards Elder Elvin, whispering praise. The elder nodded in agreement, remarking on Greta's attentiveness towards his patient. Indeed, the boy had something lodged in his lungs. As he pointed to the boy's right chest, his fingertip landing just below the collarbone, close to the inner side, he exclaimed, "Right here." "How do you know?" came the incredulous response. "By listening." Greta replied confidently. "This part of the right lung has noticeably diminished breath sounds compared to the rest. Come, listen for yourself." The bald bishop was the first to approach. Elder Elvin hesitated for a moment before being gently pushed aside, shaking his head in resignation. Greta handed over the copper tube, instructing the bishop to lean in and listen. "Just like this. Position it against your ear, pressing one end against the patient." "Stop." "What?" The bishop looked at him, bewildered. The gleaming dome of his head seemed to display a message. "I don't understand." "First, warm the far end of the stethoscope with your hand to ensure the patient feels comfortable," Greta directed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The bishop opened his mouth, but remained silent. Elder Elvin, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "Isn't that a bit too much to ask?" Indeed. The old wizard nodded in agreement. It was rather excessive to expect the esteemed temple bishop to consider the warmth of the copper tube while examining his grandchild. Even he, the boy's grandfather, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Greta realized the gravity of the situation. This was not a hospital, nor an educational setting. Both the bald bishop and Elder Elvin held higher statuses than he did. Faced with the challenge, he mustered his courage and calmly explained, "We are doctors. He is the patient. Position does not alter our duty. A doctor must treat the patient with such care." "Do you all conduct yourselves in this manner?" Elder Elvin inquired, his voice slipping out before he could contain it. The boy's tone was too natural, his demeanor too composed, evoking the oath he had heard upon their first meeting. Health is paramount, life entrusted. Those who pass down such oaths would undoubtedly treat their patients with such meticulousness. Greta nodded affirmatively. He instructed the bald bishop to press his ear against the near end of the copper tube while he held the far end. Guiding him through the examination, start at the apex of the lungs. Auscultate along the midclavicular and axillary lines, comparing inner and outer sounds, left and right. Follow the sequence from top to bottom, from outside to inside, from left to right, ensuring each intercostal space is assessed. Notice any discrepancies in sound volume between the front sides of the chest. The old wizard's eyes widened in astonishment. Greta's explanations, though somewhat unclear to him, were delivered with a confidence and authority reminiscent of a teacher guiding a pupil. With his years of experience, he recognized that only a mentor would speak with such conviction and expertise. "Indeed, the sounds are indeed lower in certain areas," the bald bishop affirmed, having followed Greta's instructions. He stood up, handing the copper tube to Elder Elvin. "You should listen as well." Greta found himself explaining once more. This time, Elder Elvin posed even more detailed questions. Why do the sounds of the left lung differ from those of the right? Why does the right lung produce a sound reminiscent of snoring? What? Greta interjected. Must I delve into the nuances of dry and moist rowels, wheezes, and ronchi? The patient awaits. He lamented that discussing theory could stretch on for 3 days and nights without conclusion. In summary, both esteemed healers had heard Greta's assessment and concurred. The iron stone was indeed lodged in the lung. As for the remedy, Greta shrugged helplessly, casting a glance at the senior healers, silently pleading for their intervention. If it were an external injury or illness, the blessings of the goddess could facilitate complete healing. The high priestess of the spring water goddess temple was the first to speak, her brow furrowed and her voice tinged with resignation. However, with the Ein stone lodged in the lung, I regret to inform you that the church lacks the corresponding divine magic, and I am unsure how to proceed with treatment. The bald bishop nodded in agreement. I can only think of performing a thoracotomy to retrieve it. Before he could finish, the child shrieked in terror. I don't want that. I don't want that. Grandpa, he wants to kill me. It was ill-advised to discuss treatment options in front of the patient, especially one so graphic and violent. Fortunately, this was just a child. Had it been a patient with severe comorbidities or in critical condition, the shock could have been catastrophic. Alas, those untrained in systematic medical practice often falter. In our rounds, we would use the term CA when discussing cancer patients, ensuring no sensitive information was inadvertently revealed. By the grace of the nature goddess, I could stimulate vines to delve into the lungs and extract the obstruction. However, I lack knowledge of the exact location of the obstruction within the lungs and the proper path for the vines to take. He paused and turned to Greta, his eyes filled with anticipation. Greta contemplated for a moment, and under the curious gaze of the old wizard, stepped forward. I have a solution to this predicament. With an air of confidence and determination, Greta continued, not waiting for the old wizard's inquiry. Locking eyes with him as he spoke fervently, I can determine the location of the Ein stone. He gestured, recalling what had been discussed in yesterday's thesis, the detection magic. If I can see it, I can guide the vines to extract it. Chapter 82. The distance of extraction seems so distant. Can the Ein stone really be seen? The old wizard's face was filled with perplexity. He had read the paper from yesterday and even personally verified it. Within the realm of meditation, everything appeared hazy, and the magical radiance could hardly penetrate. Although Greta mentioned yesterday that a difference of 5 levels would allow for clarity, he was well aware that the Ein stone he produced was a level 1 magical item. How could it be visible? Master, may I borrow your staff? Greta had already turned towards Elder Elvin. The elder, in tacit understanding, raised his staff, using one hand to lift the boy and settle him onto the chair while the other rested the oak staff behind him. Greta swiftly cast a spell, and as the elder circled around, he approached Greta and exclaimed in surprise, it can indeed be seen. Wait, it actually illuminated directly? Greta was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this object to emit light, nor had he expected it to cast shadows. Regardless, with the diaphragm oscillating, the descending diaphragm, and the increasing transparency, there were numerous indicators in radiology that could assist doctors in deducing the location of foreign objects. What are you two plotting behind my back? The bald bishop laughed and scolded as he approached. He widened his eyes, glancing left and right. Where is it? Where is it? That is not how you observe. You must utilize the meditative vision. Elder Elvin instructed him. The bald bishop closed his eyes in concentration and, upon examining closely, he gasped. A finger, as thick as a carrot, pointed directly at the boy's chest. That's it. Right here. I see it too. He then glanced at his grandson, the apprentice mage, and at Elder Elvin's deep brown linen robe, whose cuffs were embroidered with 3 green leaves and silver thread, indicating he was indeed an 8th-level priest. He had heard of the characteristics of the nature god cult. The oak staff the elder carried was likely also of 8th level, ample enough. The old wizard hurried over as well. As an 11th-level mage, his entrance into meditation was even swifter, yet upon focusing, he found nothing. Turning back, he saw Greta standing aside, his face full of embarrassment. The duration has expired. Oh, this child is still an apprentice. The detection spell lasts only 30 seconds. Elder Elvin and the bald bishop had seen it, and just as the old wizard approached, it happened to conclude. Well, it was merely a trick. Who cannot manage that? The old wizard even cast the detection spell without uttering an incantation. In the meditative vision, a wave of magical radiance soon permeated. The light emitted from the oak staff was exceptionally bright. Under the spell of the old wizard, the boy's sternum and ribs were clearly illuminated. A small rhomboid stone was embedded within the large shadow, faintly glowing under the activation of the detection spell. Indeed, it can be seen clearly. The old wizard murmured. He took a deep breath, and for the first time since last night, he felt his anxious emotions begin to settle. He turned to Greta, nodding in approval. This magic is indeed useful. You have done well. Don't just say that. Give us some credit. Greta wished he could shout aloud. Yet he knew it was not the time to dwell on scoring. He slightly lowered his head in gratitude. The old wizard turned to Elder Elvin. Since it can be seen, please proceed to treat him. I will give it a try. The elder murmured. approaching the boy and raising his right hand. From between his outstretched fingers, a slender vine quietly emerged. "Stop! Help!" The mischievous child screamed at the top of his lungs, straining backward to evade the vine reaching towards his face. As he dodged, he kicked wildly. And had it not been for Elder Elvin's timely grip, he would have tumbled right off the chair. "George, behave." "No." Two voices shouted simultaneously. The old wizard scolded his grandson sternly, while Greta rushed forward to grasp Elder Elvin's hand. "You cannot handle it so directly. What should we do? Shall we step outside to discuss?" Greta glanced at the continually wailing child, lowering his voice. Under the gaze of all, the old wizard appeared quite embarrassed, muttering a few words under his breath before gesturing casually. The child opened his mouth in terror, yet was rendered motionless. The old wizard raised his hand and tossed him onto the bed. "Let us speak here." That works, I suppose." Greta peered around to ensure the child was controlled and would not suddenly leap up to roll on the floor, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Master, what you see is a flat surface. The lungs are three-dimensional. How can the vine navigate inside? You cannot rely solely on guesswork. It should simply grow in on its own." "Teacher, the lungs have bifurcations. What if it takes a wrong turn?" "Then do you know how to proceed?" "Of course I do." I will draw it for you." Before he could search for materials, Elliot had already dashed out to retrieve paper and pen. Greta lifted his foot and set it down again, standing in place, feeling a bit delighted. "After traversing here for a month or two, I have finally reached the point where I can simply speak, and someone will run errands for me." Elliot hurried down and then back up, carrying a particularly large roll of paper and diligently laying it out. Greta smiled wryly. "It doesn't need to be that large." He turned to assess the child's size, swiftly sketching on the paper. He outlined the entire thoracic cavity according to the size of a 10-year-old child's torso, marking the positions of the collarbone and each rib, and then drew 2 lung lobes. Next, he switched to a red pen, drawing from the nasopharynx, down the trachea, and into the bronchi in one breath. These 2 lobes are the lungs. Inside the lungs are the bronchi. "Teacher, look, only the bronchi can accommodate the vine to traverse." At the lower end of the trachea, it bifurcated into the left and right main bronchi. The right bronchus was relatively wider and steeper, further down. It branched out like this. With swift strokes, the right bronchus divided into 3 branches, each branching out further, resembling tree limbs that spread into 10 twigs. Elder Elvin leaned on the table, stretching his neck to observe, feeling dizzy. "Wait a moment. Let me note how it branches so extensively. It is indeed not trivial." Greta sighed. "Isn't this akin to a tongue twister?" The bald bishop blurted out. Greta languidly spread his hands. The bald bishop continued. "So the left lung also has 10? Greta shot him a deadpan look. "Surprised? Unexpected? When we learned anatomy back then, our teacher teased us in just the same way." The two engaged in a light banter, while Elder Elvin remained furrowing his brow, memorizing diligently. As he recited, he muttered, "So difficult to remember." It truly was challenging to memorize. Greta felt a pang of empathy. This diagram was drawn from the textbook, and the wretched regional anatomy was filled with flat illustrations that were hardly comprehensible. It had nearly driven him to despair. Had it not been for a classmate sharing the night's anatomical color atlas, he would have been lost in rote memorization for who knows how long. "By the way, you just mentioned the lungs are three-dimensional. So are these bronchi you drew angled inward or outward? How exactly should my vine navigate?" Chapter 83. First practice with models. Then with humans from the flat to the three-dimensional, he recalled the days when he struggled to memorize texts, contemplating how to explain this to novices. If only there were a lung model. Greta thought nostalgically. He no longer hoped for specimens. He merely desired a model. In his past life, one could easily procure such items on Taobao. A lifelike model, with the left and right lung lobes divided into 3 sections each, featuring trachea, bronchi, arteries, and veins in distinct colors, and disassemblable, all for a mere few dozen yuan, with free shipping. Greta felt an overwhelming sense of longing for his previous existence. What was once so readily available now seemed impossible to obtain. Even if he found a place to order it, there was no reliable delivery service. But wait, he could create one himself. Greta leapt up. Magical tricks could conjure small objects. It might be rough or imperfect, but as long as it was functional, that sufficed. He waved his hands, meticulously molding the air. Before his fingertips, a model connecting the nasopharynx to the lungs, complete with trachea and bronchi, gradually took shape. Just as it solidified, Elder Elvin's vine eagerly reached into the model. No. Teacher, the bronchoscope is usually inserted through the nasal cavity. It must be said. Great individuals are indeed great. Greta watched in astonishment as Elder Elven held a seed in his hand and approached the model. Without gestures or incantations, the delicate vine grew in the wind and penetrated the model's nasal cavity. It grew and grew. The elder's fingertips remained still, and the vine emerged from the model. The elder raised his face and looked at the anxious old mage nearby. It went smoothly. Shall we try again by tossing something inside? Is that possible? Greta recalled how, in his past life, colleagues in respiratory medicine carefully maneuvered a laryngoscope in one hand and a bronchoscope in the other. It was truly a sight to evoke sympathy. Although the visibility was far superior with Olympus's electronic bronchoscope, which featured a large screen displaying the airways condition clearly. Here it was a matter of blind navigation. However, the insertion was troublesome. A bronchoscope, navigating through such a narrow trachea, had to glide carefully, avoiding contact with the tracheal wall. Otherwise, airway spasms could ensue, leading to a sense of suffocation for the patient, and in severe cases, if a tumor was ruptured, it could result in significant hemorrhaging. Oh dear, that would be a true test of a physician's skill. Unlike now, where the vine was alive, growing effortlessly without the master exerting any force. Greta squatted to the side, drawing circles. Upon hearing that everything was proceeding well, the old mage's expression brightened. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a particle of endstone, handing it to Elder Elven without hesitation. You can throw this in. Elder Elven examined it, tossed it into the model, and shook it a couple of times. Once the clattering inside subsided, he urged the vine to cautiously explore within. Is it ready? Greta had been pondering the navigation issue. With a standard bronchoscope equipped with an electronic screen, he could direct it. Without a screen, he could still manage with an eyepiece. However, this one offered no visibility whatsoever, relying solely on the operator's tactile sense. Teacher, I cannot see your vine. He pointed out his predicament. Before the elder could be troubled, he confidently added, could you attach a thin metal wire to the vine? It need not be thick, just as fine as a hair. And I will be able to see where the vine reaches to guide you. Let me give it a try. As it turned out, Elder Elven's control was indeed remarkable. The vine subtly morphed, almost adhering to a delicate strand of gold wire, growing in the wind. Greta silently activated his detection magic. In his meditative vision, dark lines swayed gently, rising like a serpent. It's ready. I can see it. Greta relaxed his expression. The old mage exhaled with relief. Is it time to begin? Do you require anything else? This question was directed at Greta. By this point, the old mage had discerned that this young man, who was both a mage apprentice and a cleric apprentice, was evidently the orchestrator of this treatment. If not him, then whom? The Greta was young and of low rank. Unable to accomplish many tasks, he seemed to already possess a comprehensive plan while others remained bewildered. The old mage even felt that, given the right external tools, Greta could entirely conduct the treatment alone. He was soon grateful he had posed that question. Elder Elven remained silent, and the bald bishop offered no objections, seemingly accepting Greta's leadership as a matter of course. Greta stood still for a moment, then began to inquire systematically, did George have breakfast this morning? No. He said he felt unwell and could not eat. What about water? Did he drink even a drop? Milk? Juice? Did he consume any of those? No. The old mage's worry for his grandson resurfaced, furrowing his brow. How can he endure without eating or drinking at such a young age? He sighed mid-breath, only to see Greta's expression slightly soften, the corners of his eyes curving. It's good that he hasn't eaten or drunk anything. Bishop, that divine spell you mentioned earlier, which is painless, can it numb the larynx so that he feels nothing when something is inserted? The bald bishop stammered, tilting his head left, then right, contemplating for a long time, ultimately shaking his head. I do not know. Is this very important? Very important. If the larynx is not numbed, the vine cannot enter. It could be fatal. Greta warned solemnly. In his past life, who would dare perform a bronchoscopy without anesthesia? Coughing and asphyxiation could lead to death in severe cases. The bald bishop was troubled. He scratched his head for quite a while, and if he had hair, he might have pulled it out in frustration. Finally, he arrived at a conclusion that was not quite a conclusion. The effectiveness of divine spells largely depends on the caster's guidance. I can concentrate my power on the throat, but whether it will be effective, I cannot be certain. Shall we find someone to try? It would be wonderful if you would be willing to try. Hearing this, Master Germain, who had been listening nearby, finally glimpsed a ray of hope and sighed with relief. Please wait. I will summon a servant at once. Blake. Master Mage, how may I serve you? A young man pushed the door open and bowed deeply. Greta recognized him as a servant from the Mage Tower, responsible for errands on the 5th floor, attending to Master Germain's daily needs. Occasionally, when Greta read on the 1st floor, he would overhear him boasting among the other servants about how a mage had transformed him into a frog, captivating a crowd with his tales. However, at this moment, upon hearing the task assigned by Master Germain, the young man's face turned pale, transforming from Blake into white. "And Master Mage, I have always loyally served you." With unwavering loyalty, the young servant's legs trembled like a plucked lute, the sound of his footsteps echoing loudly on the floor. Chapter 84. Test it on me. I am the doctor enough with the chatter. Hurry up. Blake trembled as he opened his mouth, his legs shaking as if they were made of cotton. Seeing this, the wizard German snapped his fingers, and a stool flew over to support him. The bald bishop lowered his head to utter a prayer, and as the light descended, Blake immediately froze in place, his eyes wide with terror, unable to make a sound. Elder Elvin frowned slightly, unable to bear the sight, and ultimately reached out his hand. Lush green vines spiraled upwards, quickly entering Blake's nostrils. Moments later, his eyes bulged, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he struggled desperately. "Silence. Keep calm. Breathe shallowly." Greta tried to comfort him, but to no avail. As Blake's eyes grew wider, the whites turning crimson, Greta finally sighed and intervened. "Let me give it a try." "Little Greta, have you lost your mind? You are a wizard." Both the bald bishop and Elder Elvin exclaimed in unison. Greta flashed them a radiant smile and shook his head. "It's fine, teachers. I know what to expect and won't be as anxious as he is. In moments like this, the more relaxed one is, the less one suffers. Besides, the vines from the teacher won't harm me, right?" Elder Elvin remained stern-faced. Greta sighed again. "Only by trying it myself will I know whether it works and what I need to pay attention to. Come on, it's all right. After all, I am a doctor." "What? I am a doctor," Greta reiterated, his expression growing resolute. In this world, everyone knew of healers, but few understood what it meant to be a doctor. His declaration may well go uncomprehended. Yet, at this moment, no words could more poignantly express his feelings than the designation of doctor. There were predecessors who had tested hepatitis vaccines on themselves using gorillas, who pioneered interventional procedures by inserting tubes into their veins, and who experimented with polio vaccines on their own children. So, what is wrong with me trying divine anesthesia on my own body? It's merely a bronchoscopy. With caution, I shall sustain no injury." He raised his left hand, stroking his throat, his expression unwavering. As the light dimmed, Blake rolled and scrambled out of the room. After a moment, the same blinding light descended upon Greta once more. Is divine anesthesia complete? Greta reached to feel his throat, pinching it firmly. It felt numb, devoid of pain, akin to the sensation experienced under local anesthesia. Remarkable, non-toxic, with no side effects, and seemingly no added burden on the liver or kidneys. I wonder if I could learn it in the future. Greta set aside his worries. He wished to speak, but found his tongue tinged with numbness, as if the level of anesthesia was slightly elevated. He endeavored to smile, giving a thumbs up before pointing to his nostrils. "Come on." Elder Elvin stepped forward, his face still lined with concern, furrowing his brows as he approached. Seeing Greta nod with determination, he raised his hand, commanding the vines to delve into Greta's nostrils. The vines were exceedingly slender. Greta estimated their diameter to be less than 2 millimeters, akin to newly sprouted grapevines. From a distance, it seemed unremarkable, but as the vine approached, Greta felt a rush of anxiety before calming down slightly. This was much finer than the bronchoscope used in their hospital, which had a diameter of 8 to 9 millimeters, over twice as thick. In his past life, he had heard a friend in respiratory medicine marvel at the latest ultra-thin bronchoscope with an outer diameter of only 2 millimeters, causing almost no discomfort to patients. Yet the hospital had refused to procure it. Little did he expect that in this alternate realm, he would experience something even finer. Greta worked to soothe his nerves. As the vine entered his nasal cavity, it was hardly noticeable, winding downward until it passed beyond his uvula. Only then did he furrow his brow, feeling a hint of discomfort. This was the tricky part, he mused. The passage of the bronchoscope beyond the vocal cords had always been a challenge. He counted his breaths, twisting his wrist, and suddenly pointed downward. The discomfort intensified. It felt stifling, and he desperately wanted to cough. Had it not been for the vine's delicate nature, a standard bronchoscope from his previous life would have induced a strong sensation of suffocation, leaving many patients in tears. Even with his mental preparation, Greta instinctively frowned. He struggled to control his breathing, inhaling and exhaling, then inhaling again. After half a minute, his expression gradually relaxed as he raised a finger, signaling for withdrawal. Before long, a flash of green darted past his vision, and the vine retreated, leaving him unscathed. Elder Elvin rushed forward to support him. Greta, how are you? Cough, cough, cough. Greta bent down, coughing vigorously. After pausing to catch his breath, he flashed a smile. There shouldn't be any major issues. The vine is quite slender. The child should be able to tolerate it. Bishop, the anesthetic effect on the larynx could afford to be a bit stronger. Teacher, when the vine passes the vocal cords. He pointed to his throat. Do not force it. Follow the natural rhythm of breathing, and let the vine slip in when the vocal cords open naturally. Preparations were finally complete. The young boy was forcibly hoisted up, shivering as he was placed on the stool. The old wizard, unbeknownst to himself, grew tense. Clenching his fists beside his grandson, his voice trembling. Is everything all right? Will there be any issues? Rest assured, everything will be fine. Elder Elvin grasped the old wizard's hands, offering gentle reassurance. Greta lowered his head beside him, his expression peculiar. The old wizard glanced sideways, fixating on him. What is it? Do you have something to say? No. Really not. The old wizard raised an eyebrow. This is crucial. You must speak the truth to me. Do not hold back. Greta opened his mouth. Initially reluctant to speak, for some reason, the words tumbled out. Fear not. Bronchoscopy is generally quite safe, but it may provoke discomfort in the throat and nausea. In rare cases, the following complications may arise. 1. Intraoperative and postoperative bleeding. Severe bleeding may lead to asphyxiation and death. 2. Infection. 3. Postoperative fever. 4. Damage to surrounding tissues or organs. Pneumothorax. 5. Cardiovascular accidents. 6. Laryngeal edema, asthma, bronchial spasms leading to hypoxemia and asphyxiation. 7. Reflux or hypoxemia resulting in death. 8. Anesthetic allergies, but that does not apply here, as divine anesthesia has no allergies. What spell did you cast on me? Greta suddenly realized. Simultaneously, the old wizard exclaimed. How could there be so many issues? He had merely been worried about his grandson, casting a charm to test the young lad. Yet the outcome was an overwhelming cascade of alarming possibilities. How could such terrifying repercussions arise from merely obtaining a piece of ainstone? Chapter 85. Bronchial foreign body retrieval guided by X-ray. The old sorcerer's expression darkened, resembling the foreboding sky before a torrential downpour. Greta opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss as to whether to defend himself, overturn the table, or argue his case with conviction. Truly, in my past life, I had encountered a myriad of medical disputes, from unauthorized recordings and videos to using fading ink pens for informed consent forms, signatures that were later denied. There were endless forms of chaos. Human nature never ceases to amaze, each scenario more inventive than the last. With over a decade of clinical experience in the explosive atmosphere of the emergency department, I had become quite adept at handling various confrontations. Yet, despite my extensive experience, I had not anticipated this particular challenge, where magic was wielded as a weapon. Moreover, was my mention of complications truly too blunt? I had suspected that individuals from another world, unaccustomed to the bombardment of consent forms, would experience various forms of discomfort. But now, it was too late for regrets. Besides, it was not truly a matter of regret. Under the influence of another's magic, my tongue had run loose. And in truth, I was the victim here. Before I could formulate a defense, Elder Elvin's face turned a shade of iron. Pulling me behind him. What are you doing? If treatment is to be administered, let it be so. If not, we shall leave. How splendid it would have been if, in the face of a medical dispute years ago, we could have similarly declared, treat him, or be gone. I felt a wave of melancholy, retreating behind my mentor, appearing as though the sky were collapsing, yet I had a powerful ally to shield me. With a firm thump of his oak staff upon the ground, Elder Elvin directed his ire towards the old sorcerer, his voice booming with authority. Who wishes harm upon your grandson? Who dares take such a risk? If young Greta hadn't stepped forward to declare he had a solution, would you still direct your wrath at him? Now that a method has been proposed and demonstrated on himself, you come seeking retribution merely because he stated, in rare cases, this may occur. Oh, how fortunate it is to have such a teacher, to have traversed realms. I mused silently, recalling that in the hospitals of my past life, had I dared to shout in such a manner, a single complaint from a patient would have summoned the medical ethics committee to my doorstep. Elder Elvin's authoritative outburst proved effective. The old sorcerer repeatedly apologized, assuring that even in the event of complications, he would not cause any trouble. After considerable back and forth, the elder finally calmed down and waved his hand. "Very well, let us commence treatment. I don't want to," the boy screamed. The voice of the 10-year-old was piercing and bright, nearly reminiscent of a dolphin-esque call, capable of causing immediate eardrum rupture. Gret's hand trembled, the detection spell dissipating mid-cast. "George, behave," the old sorcerer commanded. Unfortunately, having previously concentrated on appeasing Elder Elvin, he had lost focus, and the binding spell's duration had expired unnoticed. The unruly child, who had been trembling in fear, seized the opportunity to escape. Rolling on the ground, "I don't want to. Grandpa, help me, I'll be good. I don't want the vines to go into my lungs." In his panic, the boy exhibited remarkable agility, launching himself at the old sorcerer, leaving a trail of snot and tears on his robe. The old man, grim-faced, lifted him up and forcefully placed him back onto the chair, bellowing, "Stay still." Another spell erupted forth, causing the boy to freeze in place, eyes wide, mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. Bound by magic, even a finger could not move. He could only stare desperately, tears streaming down his small face. Filled with pleading, this pitiful display evoked no sympathy. The old sorcerer's countenance darkened as he scolded, "Cry, cry, cry. Why do you weep? I told you to behave. I told you not to roll around on the ground. I told you not to put the Ain stone in your mouth. Will you dare to do so again?" The child's tears flowed even more profusely. Gret sighed inwardly and interjected, "Wait a moment." The plea transformed into a glimmer of hope. Ignoring the boy, Gret turned to Master Gelman. "Someone needs to wipe his nose. This will complicate the vine's entry." "Quite right, Elder Blake." With a command, the young servant, freshly liberated from his earlier predicament, returned with a basin of water and a towel. The child's expression swiftly morphed from joy to resentment, yet powerless to resist. He was forcefully wiped down with the towel. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as Greta instructed, "Cover his eyes." The bald bishop invoked divine magic. Elder Elvin activated the vines, and the old sorcerer initiated the detection spell. Greta positioned himself beside the unruly child, moving to the front, then circling to the side, monitoring the vine's position through his meditative vision, continually directing, "Go down. Further down. Continue down. Wait a moment. We're nearing the vocal cords. No need to rush. When he breathes, the vocal cords will naturally open, and then proceed left. A bit further down at an angle. Splendid. Keep advancing. Stop. Shift left. Pause. Let me observe from the side. Retract slightly. A little more. Excellent. The position is correct. Do not rush. Allow the vines to grow slowly, extending naturally. It is done." Greta exhaled with relief, stepping back, nearly collapsing onto the edge of the bed. Finally, the worries that had plagued him, the risks, the complications, would not come to pass. In a feeble voice, he commanded, "All is well, Your Excellency. Revoke the divine magic. Allow him to cough, encourage him to expel the phlegm, and then treat him as needed. You are more knowledgeable than I on this matter." As he issued commands, his gaze remained fixed upon the Ain stone. Logically, he had encountered many foreign bodies obstructing airways before. His friend in respiratory medicine had a collection of strange items filling an entire cabinet, yet certainly not this peculiar specimen. Oh, how he longed to send it to him, a singular marvel in the world, ripe for an exceptional case report. The air was filled with gasps. With the binding magic lifted and the divine spell dispelled, the child immediately leapt down, emitting a high-pitched wail. "Wow, cough, 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 wow." Silence. The old sorcerer, swift as lightning, seized his grandson by the ear. With a firm grip, he presented him before Elder Elvin. "Bow. Thank him. Wabu, thank you. Thank you for your treatment," the child stammered, bowing with difficulty. After expressing gratitude to Elder Elvin, the bald bishop, and the high priest, he was once again pulled before Greta by his grandfather. Tears and snot smeared across his face. He bowed deeply. "Thank you for your treatment, Boo, and what else?" the old sorcerer urged. The boy, once more tugged by the ear, sobbed and bowed deeply again. "Yes. I'm sorry I shouldn't have taken your Ain stone. I promise I won't do it again. How much better it would have been had he been educated thus from the start." Greta mused silently, reaching out to comfort him. "It's all right." Suddenly, he froze, his expression turning peculiar. Elder Elvin, having just concluded his spell, noticed Greta's bewilderment, akin to someone struck by lightning, and inquired, "Young Greta, what is amiss?" Teacher Greta trembled, lifting a hand. "I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Chapter 86. breakthroughs bring gifts, is a breakthrough imminent? Little Gret, are you truly on the verge of it? Splendid. How will you achieve this? The sensation is quite subtle and difficult to articulate. Akin to catching a whiff of blossoms in the stillness of a moonless night, there is no tangible evidence, yet its existence is undeniable. When Gret first stepped forward and declared, "I can see it. I have a method," proposing a strategy to extract foreign objects from the airway using vines under X-ray guidance, he felt a flicker of awareness. As he sketched diagrams, crafted models, and instructed Elder Elven on the procedure, it felt as though gentle spring rain was falling in the dark, filling the pond to the brim. And when the surgery concluded and the Ain stone was removed, the ripples of water silently overflowed the banks at last. "Have you succeeded? Little Gret, are you about to become a full-fledged mage?" Elliot exclaimed. Although Mage Germain remained silent, he too watched anxiously. The assessment at the Mage Tower was just shy of passing, and if Gret were to break through now, he would precisely fill that gap. Healing spell. Elder Elven's eyes sparkled. Simultaneously, the old mage sighed softly, filled with disappointment. It's a breakthrough in priesthood. The gentle healing energy permeated his chest like a fine rain, soothing the faint discomfort and anxiety. Gret exhaled a long breath. Had it not been for this healing spell, the persistent irritation in his throat and the incessant coughing might have been unavoidable. Being a part-time priest is wonderful. The ability to heal one's ailments at will is truly a blessing. Vital energy surged at his fingertips. With a smile, Gret opened his eyes to find Mage Elliot rushing toward him, seizing his hand. "Fantastic. Gret, this is simply marvelous." His joy was palpable. While Elliot was not well versed in the varieties of priestly magic, he could certainly feel the undeniable surge of magical energy. Gret's healing spell was undoubtedly of first-level potency. Seeing Elliot's exuberance, Gret felt his spirits lift as well. For reasons unknown, he felt inclined to jest and tease his friend. "But I've only broken through to the priest level, not the mage level. What does that matter?" Elliot clutched his hand tightly. "You arrived as a priest apprentice, and in no time, you learned to meditate and immediately became a mage apprentice. Now that you've advanced in priesthood, becoming a full-fledged mage is merely days away." "But there is no time." Gret feigned a dramatic sigh. "The assessment at the Mage Tower, the assessment should pose no issue," the old mage interjected with a smile, observing their celebration. Upon hearing this, he added, "Gret Nordmark, I must admit, I underestimated your paper. The application of detection magic in healing is broader and more potent than I had anticipated. Even if it necessitates the use of high-level magical artifacts, in terms of practicality, it certainly deserves a score of 5. Hooray. We passed." The cheers soared high. Gret blinked in surprise, realizing that with this score, his magical evaluation had surged to 60. Consequently, the overall score for the Mage Tower's magical creation category soared to 115. The assessment result for the Mage Tower, calculated thus, skyrocketed to 93.55. AB grade. Rewards await. Mage Elliot and Mage Kalen raised their hands high, laughing and jumping in delight. After a moment, one of them took hold of Gret's hand and shook it vigorously. If not for the lack of numbers and strength, they might have lifted him skyward. "We passed. Good results. No more hardships next year. It's all thanks to you." As the host of the Mage Tower, Mage Germain refrained from such exuberance. Yet a look of approval graced his face as he nodded gently at Gret. The old mage had even more surprises in store. "Thank you so much." Gret murmured his gratitude. Having a prominent figure endorse his paper made all the difference. Had he submitted it alone, the review period would likely exceed 6 months. The old mage smiled and waved his hand, then solemnly instructed him. A lustrous white pearl was tossed over. Gret hurriedly caught it with both hands, glancing down to see that the pearl was about the size of a pinky finger, perfectly round and faintly glowing. Just as he comprehended its nature, Mage Germain interjected from the side. "Don't forget to thank the teacher. This is a second-level mana pearl that can replicate one of your second-level spells daily. Remarkably, both mages and priests can utilize it. Once you level up, it will still be useful." "Is this an exchange of the Ain stone for a mana pearl?" Gret hurriedly bowed in thanks. Thankfully, it was an exchange. He had no desire for the Ain stone extracted from his lung. Moreover, had yesterday's old magic stone been this pearl, given its size, it might have not merely lodged in the bronchus but completely obstructed the trachea. Gret's mind raced with vivid imaginings. Nearby, Elder Elven chuckled heartily, pointing at the old mage. "Are you trying to trouble me? You've already bestowed such a precious gift. My own disciple's advancement cannot be taken lightly. Gret, tomorrow you'll accompany the teacher. I shall prepare a healing staff for you. Upon utterance of this phrase, several prominent figures slightly shifted, clearly acknowledging the substantial value of the staff. Gret had just expressed his gratitude when the bald bishop laughed heartily, rummaging through his pocket. "Since you all are so generous, I cannot be stingy. Here, little Gret, take this." It bore a guardian spell that could withstand a full-force strike from a first-level warrior once a day. Just wear it on your person, if you prefer subtlety. Keeping it in your pocket suffices. Your Excellency, this is too precious. Precious? Nonsense. The diagrams you've drawn today are gift enough for me, with 2 gifts already bestowed. The High Priest of the Springwater Shrine had no choice but to follow suit, producing a vial of healing potion and handing it to Gret. He did not quibble over the nature of the gift and expressed his thanks. Regardless of the potion's level, it was best to secure it first. Chapter 87. Let us partner in business. Elder? Bishop? What brings them here? Master Germain was taken aback. A thought naturally crossed his mind. These 2 have returned not for him, but for young Gret. Invite Gret to join us in welcoming our guests. With a command, Gret hurried downstairs upon receiving the message. As he stepped into the hall, he overheard laughter echoing from the reception room. The bald bishop boomed with vigor, while Elder Elvin's voice, though softer, was distinct and striking. "What brings you here? Aren't you here for the same reason? I've come to find my apprentice." "And you? Is that the only way to shake off that old man?" "You're not trying to shake off that old man. You're trying to shake me off." "Aren't you? Don't even think about it. Young Gret is my disciple." Gret cast a glance at Master Germain, lowering his head in silence. "Masters, might you refrain from bickering in the Mage Tower in front of Master Germain? It's rather embarrassing." Master Germain was also astonished. They truly came seeking Gret. This young lad, a newly minted priest and mage apprentice, had indeed garnered the attention of 2 church leaders, even being regarded as a potential collaborator. Given this, the treatment he received in the Mage Tower could not be too meager. He discreetly stepped back, cleared his throat, and then led Gret inside. The moment they entered the reception room, silence fell. The 2 healers sat across from each other, grinning, as if they had not been squabbling moments before. "Apologies for interrupting again, Master," the bald bishop stated, yet his demeanor betrayed no hint of remorse as he lounged on the sofa, sprawling his long legs to occupy 2 seats. "We are here to discuss yesterday's matter, young Gret. Please continue with the unspoken parts of your plan to cleanse the city." Gret's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had stayed up late to finalize the plan. Yet he had been uncertain about when to approach his master and how to persuade him. To his surprise, before he could take the initiative, the opportunity presented itself. "Bishop." "Master," he paused slightly, bowing his head, "please hold on for a moment while I retrieve the plan for your review." "You actually wrote it down?" Hurry. Gret dashed upstairs, then hurried back down, clutching a scroll of paper. He extended it forward, and simultaneously 3 hands reached out, one from the left, one from the right, and one from the front, each grasping a corner of the scroll. Gret thought to himself, "Oh no, who should I give it to? There are no photocopiers in this strange world." Master Germain swiftly alleviated his embarrassment. The master gripped the paper tightly, shooting him a glare before gesturing outward. "Go fetch 2 more sheets." "Copying spell." "Oh, the text duplication spell, or perhaps it could be termed as photocopying magic. How could I have forgotten such a spell?" "Master, you are truly wonderful for acting as a human photocopier." Gret bolted away, returning shortly with a pile of paper from the nearby library. With a flick of his hand, Master Germain transformed 1 copy into 2, then 2 into 4, and in an instant, everyone in the modest reception room had their own copy. Can one actually profit from such endeavors? The bald bishop was the first to exclaim. "You're just concerned about expenses, aren't you?" Elder Elvin teased him. Turning to Gret, he explained, "This fellow lost his entire family to a plague when he was young, leaving him alone to be taken in by the temple. When you mentioned cleansing the streets to curb the plague, others may not care, but he is particularly invested." Gret nodded vigorously. Beside the elder, Master Germain flipped a page of the plan, pondering softly. "Composting? Fermentation? Must it be treated this way before fertilization? No wonder I heard them say not to use manure so. How large must the compost pit be? Also, it needs ventilation. How exactly do we accomplish that? And when should we fertilize, and how much per acre for optimal yield?" "Little Gret, why is your writing so vague?" "Because I only know this much." Gret felt tears welling up. He was a medical professional, not an agricultural expert. The limited information he possessed was gleaned from novels. "Oh, esteemed predecessors and literary giants of the past, why couldn't you have written in more detail?" "All right, we shall experiment with these matters," Elder Elvin interjected. The priests of the natural god sect routinely traverse the countryside, often teaching farmers how to cultivate. Now we merely have an additional topic to cover. Even if the input and output barely balance, the faith harvested from this endeavor is pure profit for the church. Regardless, the principle of increasing yield with manure is sound. This venture can indeed be profitable. Then let us embark on this together. The bald bishop and Master Germain declared in unison. They exchanged a smile, ready to delve into the specifics of their partnership when an incongruous voice urgently interrupted. Not so fast. Gret leaned forward, hands pressing against his knees. His words tumbling out in a hurried rush. How to dig the pits, how to compost, when to fertilize, and what quantity yields the best results. All these must be tested to determine the best methods to teach the farmers. Otherwise, they won't listen, and forcing them will lead to chaos. At this point, his expression darkened slightly, a hint of anxiety creeping in. The elder nodded. Indeed. It will take at least a year to ascertain the best methods. But the sooner we cleanse the streets, the better. Gret's speech quickened again. His right hand clenched tightly around his coin pouch, palm damp with sweat. Master, Your Excellency, Bishop, could we perhaps devise a way to initiate the cleansing work sooner? The only sincerity he could offer, the initial investment he could present, was merely if you require funds. Gret extended his right hand forward. With a clink, the pouch of coins bestowed upon him by Lord Zhou the previous day landed squarely on the table. Surely you cannot use the money of a child? Master Germain promptly objected. However, Elder Elvin interjected. No, let him contribute. What? The bald bishop also grasped the situation, unhesitatingly chiming in. He unfastened his coin pouch, placing it on the table with a clatter. Aside from young Gret, we shall equally share the investment and profits. Equal division is inappropriate. Elder Elvin shook his head. The experiments on how to compost, how to fertilize, and instructing the farmers. Only we can handle this. The farmers will only trust us. We shall be responsible for convincing the Lord. The bald bishop retorted without backing down. As for the street cleansing, I will contact the city guard. They must also have a share. The mage tower can provide the land, Master Germain interjected, racing against time. The bald bishop scoffed. Land? Tenant farmers? We have those too. We can persuade the Lord. It's merely the city guard. Who can't handle that? The mage tower must receive 30%. Max 2.5%. Otherwise, we'll seek other partners. What began as a harmonious and friendly academic discussion swiftly devolved into a contentious quarrel, reminiscent of street vendors haggling over prices. Gret was left dumbfounded. Chapter 88. The teacher plants the root staff for you. Perhaps the esteemed individuals believed that quarreling in front of their apprentice would tarnish their dignity. And thus, they swiftly dispatched Gret. It was not until the following day, when Elder Elvin took him to retrieve the oak staff, that he informed him of his share. Consider it half a stake. Little one, do not disdain it. The guild's investment is tenfold yours, and they only received 30%. Oh, so my provided techniques are also counted as shares. The masters are quite astute. Gret mused, though he realized he wouldn't see any returns until early next year. Dear Gret, your intentions have been noted by your teacher. Should you find yourself in need of funds for magical research, do not hesitate to inform me. Teacher, I am not in a hurry for money, Gret replied, as he ate and resided in the mage tower, currently devoid of any expenses. Sir Ciro had thanked him with 10 gold coins, and after healing Sir Baron's wrist, he expressed his gratitude with another 15. With such a fortune in hand, Gret felt no lack of funds, devoid of any sense of urgency. What mattered most was to commence the cleansing work promptly. Teacher, if we proceed slowly, the danger of the plague will increase. Please be cautious. I understand. This matter does not require your concern, child. Elder Elvin replied curtly, lifting Gret and leaping to the treetops. As Gret attempted to speak, a gust of wind filled his mouth, compelling him to remain silent. Elder Elvin brought him to a hill where, on every new moon night, the followers of the nature god gathered. From the base to the summit, countless oak trees stretched their branches, enveloping the sky. The elder set Gret down halfway up the mountain and instructed him, find a tree. What? Gret was bewildered. On such a vast mountain, surrounded by oak trees, you expect me to find just one? Teacher, at least provide me with a target. The oak staff each of us wields is cultivated from the very start of our journey, Elder Elvin replied, offering no hints. Instead, he stood aside, staff in hand, and began to recount. When a child begins their training, they bury an acorn in an open space, awaiting its roots to take hold and transform into a sapling. On the day they become an apprentice, with the teacher's assistance, they craft the sapling into a staff. From that moment onward, the staff grows alongside them, sharing in battles and enduring the trials of decades and centuries, until at last, it returns to the forest with its master. And Greta could not restrain his curiosity. Teacher, it takes years for an acorn to grow into a sapling. While that may suffice for a young apprentice, you have brought me here with the intention of providing a mere fruit as my oak staff? Your situation is unique. However, the nature goddess teachings have not been without their methods for countless years. Seek out an oak tree, and then I shall reveal the next steps. How should I seek? Look with your heart. Open your spirit to feel and listen, and you will discover the oak tree that resonates most with you. Is it truly so abstract? Greta gasped. Regardless of the reliability of such feelings, I follow my instincts. Teacher, this is a slope. Are you certain I won't misstep and tumble down the mountain? He glanced anxiously at Elder Elven. The elder, with a warm demeanor, remained steadfast in his gaze. After a prolonged standoff, Greta turned and sighed as he began his ascent to the summit. If feeling is necessary, perhaps sitting atop the mountain descents would broaden my scope? He huffed and puffed his way to the peak, wiped the sweat from his brow, and settled in the center of a stone circle to meditate. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The effects were rather promising. The surrounding elements appeared quite vibrant. But as for discerning which tree was the most reliable, apologies, but within his meditative vision, he could see no trees. Greta was troubled, increasingly so. He maintained his calm meditation for minute after minute, when suddenly, a shimmering green point began to dance within his meditative sight. It pulsed like a breath, appearing and disappearing. Greta, in a trance, stood up, chasing the direction of the green point, stepping deep and shallow. He lost track of time, uncertain of how long he walked. But he likely did not fall. At least, he remained in his meditative state. Finally, he lunged forward, only to find himself biting into the tree bark. Ugh! Greta spat out the bitter taste, turning his head to expel the remnants. Upon looking up, a towering tree loomed before him, its branches obscuring the sky. Greta stretched his arms wide, attempting to embrace the trunk, only to find his arms fully extended, the angle still flat, akin to leaning against a wall. How immense is this tree? How many years has it lived? Legend has it that before the passing of the first elder of the nature goddess teachings in this land, he planted his oak staff into the ground, which then grew into this very tree. How many years? 1,000? 2,000? The lifespan of an oak is said to be around 400 years. But in a world of divine arts and magic, one should not apply knowledge from the past. Pray. Pray for what? To whom? To this tree? Greta, filled with uncertainty, pretended to bow his head and clasped his hands over his chest. The murmurs of incantations arose around him, and after a while, he was suddenly nudged. Reacting instinctively, he extended his hands, and with a soft thud, a deep brown acorn fell heavily into his palm. Teacher, mistletoe. Take it. Elder Elven instructed. Greta hurriedly accepted. The elder lifted him once more, bringing him to the center of the stone circle atop the hill, and with a clang, tossed him a dagger. Use your blood to stain the acorn. Then, wrap it in mistletoe, bury it in the earth, and envision it growing swiftly. Silently, Greta complied. He knelt in the center of the circle, pressing his hands against the loose soil, concentrating as he sketched or envisioned the image of that oak tree rising from the ground. The surroundings fell into silence. Only the rustling of summer breezes through the leaves could be heard. Gradually, a tremendous pressure began to build in the air, causing even the bird songs to fade into silence. Suddenly, Greta's vision darkened. His body weakened, limbs limp, as if something were drawing away his strength. Just then, a slight movement beneath his fingertips caught his attention. A vibrant green sprout breaking through the soil, rising, stretching its leaves. Not enough. I want more. Grant me strength. The green shoot transmitted a wave of greedy intent. Greta felt dizzy, his mind swirling, and with a thud, he knelt to the ground. You've only sprouted 2 leaves. Even draining me dry is insufficient. He silently communicated with the green sprout. At that moment, a hand rested on the back of his neck, warm. A powerful force surged down, circling around, then flowing from his fingertips. The sprout responded with a wave of joyous energy, rustling and rapidly ascending. Greta knelt, eyes wide, watching it surpass his own height, the main stem transitioning from translucent to the thickness of a chopstick, then to that of a pen, finally reaching the diameter of a cup. Ultimately, 7 or 8 primary roots emerged from the soil, silently retracting into the trunk, accompanied by a cascade of light. Take it. Elder Elven lifted him once more, thrusting the newly grown sapling into his hands. This is your oak staff. Chapter 89. Is this staff at least an orange weapon? Gret stared blankly at the oak staff in his hand. He turned it sideways, waited, then held it upright and prodded the ground with it. It felt heavy, and the smooth, verdant trunk resembled a young tree that had just matured, untouched by the elements. From the trunk to the tip, there were no branches. Only two tightly closed green leaves at the very top, giving the appearance of a meticulously carved ornament. Is this my oak staff? Gret turned to inquire, but his gaze fell upon Elder Elven, and he was immediately taken aback. Teacher. The elder appeared utterly drained, his face devoid of color, wrinkles deepening, and sweat dripping from his beard. He leaned on the oak staff, swaying as if a gust of wind could topple him. The surge of warmth that had coursed through Gret's neck earlier was undoubtedly the elder's doing. How much had Elder Elven sacrificed for my oak staff? Teacher. Gret rushed forward to assist the elder. However, as soon as he touched him, he was brushed aside. Elder Elven laughed heartily and grasped Gret's wrist with a grip as firm as iron. Despite his fatigue, his eyes sparkled with triumph. You have no idea. Little Gret, you have no idea. Only the most exceptional apprentices can wield this spell. Old Heist bragged about it for ages after using it once. Now it's finally my turn. Come, give it a try? Gret struggled momentarily but could not break free. He dared not pull away forcefully. Following his teacher's guidance, he concentrated and channeled his mental energy into the oak staff, releasing a healing spell. A hazy white light emanated from the leaves atop the staff. Gret felt it keenly and reported softly. The spellcasting feels smoother, and the consumption seems reduced. It feels like at least a 10% decrease in consumption. And what else? The elder urged. Gret furrowed his brow, allowing his mental energy to traverse through the oak staff. Suddenly, he was astonished. Is this alive? Indeed, it is alive. Elder Elven chuckled, stroking his beard. He gazed lovingly at the staff in his hands, as though it were his most trusted companion. This is a unique technique of our nature god cult. One of a kind. Little Gret. What you see as a mere staff is, in fact, a living entity. It will grow as you carry it and meditate with it, using it to cast spells. Its abilities shall grow alongside you, never falling behind, with a reduction of 10% in spell consumption at the initial stage. The two attributes of growth already confirmed it as a genuine orange weapon. Gret marveled inwardly, cradling the oak staff, and bowed deeply to Elder Elven. Teacher, rest assured. I shall not disappoint you. I believe you will not, Elder Elven said, lifting him up and patting his shoulder. His tone imbued with sentiment, the health of the body and the trust of life. This is one of the greatest oaths I have ever heard. As long as you remain steadfast in your practice, this oak staff shall be entrusted to the right person. Well, since you have leveled up and acquired the staff, it is time to teach you some new spells. The elder guided him down the mountain slowly, sharing his knowledge as they walked. The nature god cult revered and worshipped nature, with many of their divine arts closely tied to it, communicating with plants and animals, nurturing flora, soothing creatures, and harnessing the elemental forces of nature. If they did not constantly refer to the great nature god, Gret might have suspected that these individuals were a collective of druids gone astray. But it mattered little to him. After all, he did not worship nature or the nature god. Moreover, the teacher had tacitly allowed him, as long as he did not expose himself in public. Whether they were priests or druids was of no concern to him. The only impact was that the spells he could learn had increased, albeit by a considerable margin. It seemed rather excessive. Elder Elven led Gret onward, conversing as they walked. Despite having expended considerable energy earlier, he continued until Gret's legs felt weak and exhausted. Suspecting they had traversed 30,000 steps that day, before finally slowing down and pointing ahead. These are the commonly used divine spells at level 1. Let us rest for a moment and have a bite to eat. Gret followed the direction of his finger. Ahead, by the mountain path, there was a small clearing with a flat surface overlooking a stream. In that space, several tree stumps and stones were haphazardly scattered, mostly occupied by other travelers resting. As soon as Elder Elven and Gret arrived, someone immediately stood up to offer their seat. The elder waved it off, and he and Gret settled down at the edge of the clearing. He handed Gret a flatbread and a pouch of water. Gret quickly gulped down a few swigs of water before returning the pouch to his teacher and began this belated lunch. The flatbread was coarse and hard, likely devoid of any oil, though it had been salted slightly. Gret struggled to tear off a piece, chewing and swallowing it with difficulty, his face contorting as he choked. Heaven help him. Ever since becoming a mage apprentice, It had been ages since he had eaten such rough food. A little girl in tattered clothing approached, her hem frayed, revealing her bare legs. She was pale and thin, her arms as slender as reeds, yet her belly protruded prominently, a clear sign of long-term hunger. Gret's heart softened, and he tore off a piece of flatbread. "Little sister, are you hungry?" The girl's eyes immediately brightened as she swayed and reached out to take it. However, a voice called out from behind, "Eva?" "No." Gret quickly grabbed her, with his left hand holding little Eva. He raised the oak staff in his right and called out, "It's all right, madam. The little sister is hungry. I'm just sharing some food with her." The woman scrutinized Gret closely, her gaze flicking between him and Elder Elvin's oak staff. Finally, she lowered her head, her hands coming together and apart in a somewhat unrefined gesture of prayer. "Thank you for the grace of the nature god." Seizing the opportunity, Gret pressed the flatbread into Eva's hands. Watching her nibble away, her eyes crinkling into a smile, made him feel as if the flatbread he held had become far more palatable. Fortunately, he was wearing the priest's robe of the nature god cult today. Had he been in mage robes, he might not have been able to offer it at all. Eva cherished the piece of flatbread. Glancing around before skipping to the other side of the path, she tiptoed and plucked a wildflower, turning to show it to Gret. "Big brother, be careful." In the distance, a carriage rushed forward at breakneck speed. Chapter 90. Unable to save. Farewell. The girl wore a radiant smile. The carriage rushed forward, on the verge of collision. The gasps of onlookers, the piercing scream of the child's mother, and the dust kicked up by the rolling wheels. In Greta's perception, everything unfolded like a slow-motion film, frame by frame. Instinctively, Greta lunged forward. The carriage thundered closer, the dust enveloping his face. And he stretched out his hands with all his might, the tips of his fingers merely 1.5 meters, then 1 meter, then half a meter from the oblivious girl. Suddenly, a figure dashed past him, arriving just in time. Greta was yanked back, his forward momentum transformed into a heavy fall. "Ouch!" Greta cried out. His back slammed against the ground, sliding backward in a cloud of dust. Struggling to lift his head, he glimpsed a gray-clad figure whirl past, bending down to scoop up the girl. The person's movements were remarkably agile, with the girl cradled in his left arm and his right arm extended. He grasped the galloping horse. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the horse's back, pulling on the reins. "Whoa, good child, stop, stop." The horse gave a long, high whinny, gradually coming to a halt. Greta forced a smile. "Teacher." He managed to prop himself up, rubbing his back, only to discover that the fall wasn't painful at all. It seemed he had simply been flung aside by Elder Elvin, perhaps viewing him as an obstacle, a nuisance. "Just stay on the sidelines and don't add to the chaos," Greta murmured softly, just as he sighed in relief. A crack of the whip suddenly erupted ahead. "Get down." The coachman swung the whip down upon them, with an additional person on the horse. The carriage rocked violently before coming to a standstill, the lady inside shrieking, "What is happening? This is jeopardizing my livelihood." Moreover, the man restraining the carriage was covered in dust, not even dressed in silk. Such a commoner, using his skills to stir trouble, deserved a sound thrashing. "Get down." Amidst a long, haunting scream, the unruly servant was unceremoniously thrown from the carriage. The carriage jolted again. Seated on the ground, Greta could only hear another gasp from inside the compartment, followed by a woman's sharp inquiry. "What happened?" "Robbie, madam, someone is stealing the carriage," shouted the servant who had fallen. "What?" came the chorus of astonishment from within the carriage. A delicate white hand pulled aside the curtain. The sunlight glinted off the gemstone ring, blinding Greta momentarily, forcing him to shut his eyes reflexively. The woman's voice pierced through. "Are there bandits? What are the guards doing?" "Guards! Guards!" The sound of hooves thundered as 2 guards galloped over, yet upon hearing the lady's shouts, they dared not move. Before the carriage, Elder Elvin dismounted gracefully, gently cradling the young girl and patting her head. "It's all right now. Go back to your mother. Be more careful next time." "Elder Elvin. You know me?" The elder raised his brow slightly. "Ah, you ought to know me. You were the one whispering in the alley about young Greta last time, weren't you?" "It wasn't me," yelled the guard, spooked, and hastily fled. Elder Elvin made no attempt to pursue, instead observing the woman's countenance as it turned pale, before he chuckled softly and asked, "What of your guards?" "They're not," the woman instinctively denied. The elder glanced at the emblem on her carriage, then at the fleeing guard's insignia, and smiled lightly. "Oh, why the anxiety? I owe you thanks for recommending such a promising apprentice, young Greta." Greta hurried over. The elder patted his shoulder, directing him to face the carriage. You see, this is young Greta, my disciple. He just advanced to a first-level priest yesterday. His potential is truly remarkable. Greta, greet Madame Dia. Goodness, my teacher is quite cunning. This is no different than openly telling her I know she has wronged my disciple, whose future is bright. Greta thought to himself, nodding politely. Madame Dia? Madame Dia's complexion paled further, her fingers gripping the edge of the carriage window, swaying precariously. As the two turned to leave, her withered chest heaved rapidly, and with a sudden clench of her teeth, she shrieked, "Wait!" Elder Elvin pulled Greta along, their pace unbroken. Behind them, with a clatter, Madame Dia tumbled from the carriage, rushing towards them. Roman's hand. Can you heal him? What? Greta was bewildered. Elder Elvin leaned in, whispering, She is Roman's mother, the knight from the Springwater Temple. Apologies, but I cannot heal him. Without a microscope or specialized surgical instruments, what can I do? Yet his contemplation was misinterpreted by the woman as hesitation, and hesitation as unwillingness to help. Madame Dia rushed over, arms outstretched, blocking Greta's path. Please. I know Roman has offended you. We shall never dare again. Please save him. I will give you anything. Whatever you desire, this, and this. With a thud, Madame Dia fell to her knees, her splendid satin gown sprawling on the ground, soiled with mud, but she paid it no heed, hastily removing her ring, bracelet, and necklace. A trove of jewels glimmered in her trembling hands, dazzling in the sunlight. All of this is yours. The carriage, the estate, whatever you want. Please, save him, if only you could heal him. Ah, the sorrow of a mother's heart. Greta sighed inwardly. His years of medical experience taught him not to approach and assist, but rather to step back, retreating behind Elder Elvin. I'm sorry, I truly cannot heal your son. My skills are insufficient. You know how to treat him, don't you? You know. You just refuse to act. Madame Dia's voice rose sharply. It faltered, then turned plaintive, drenched in sorrow. Please, save him. How can you stand by and do nothing? You are a healer. Please. He is all I have. He is everything. Observe, this is undoubtedly a budding case of medical harassment. If he refuses treatment, there will be an uproar. If he fails to heal, there will be an uproar. If he succeeds, the cost will provoke an uproar. In comparison, it is far less troublesome to simply refuse treatment from the outset. Thankfully, this Otherworld has no such thing as a primary care physician's responsibility. Greta took a wary step back, reiterating, I'm sorry, I truly cannot heal him. What more is there to say? Elder Elvin had finally seen enough of the spectacle and barked decisively. He grasped Greta and led him away, while behind them, Madame Dia's lamenting cries lingered in the air. Please. Chapter 91. Another upgrade? In his previous life, he had treated countless patients, some healed, some not, and others who had succumbed during emergency efforts. If every physician were to dwell on such memories, would they still be able to practice medicine? My surgical instruments, my alchemical equipment, my meticulously written medical records, my copied tomes, I demand their return. Master Mage, a vibrant voice called from behind. Greta turned to see the servant who had delivered berries to him the day before, hurrying towards him with a deep bow. Your room has been moved to the 3rd floor. Come, take a look and let us know if anything is to your dissatisfaction. We shall rectify it immediately. The 3rd floor? Greta was taken aback. That was the domain of formal mages. He had anticipated it would be at least another month or 2 before he could ascend. But I am merely an apprentice. Oh, but you are already a full-fledged priest. The servant replied, bending even lower. It was Master Elliot's suggestion, and Lord Germain concurred. You may proceed to your new quarters with confidence. Maintaining a 60-degree bow, the servant pivoted smoothly on his heel, executing a flawless right-angle turn. The grace of his movements made Greta marvel. It seemed even among servants, there were those with remarkable talent. Thus, he resolved to visit the 3rd floor. The atmosphere was abuzz with activity. Master Elliot and Master Kalen were present, gesturing animatedly as they directed the servants in their tasks. The 2 servants scurried about, drenched in sweat, while Master Kalen admonished them, be cautious. Do not dirty the floor. Wipe your hands. They're covered in sweat. Do not touch the manuscript. Ah, Greta. You have arrived. Greta greeted them with a smile as he entered his new abode, which included a bedroom and a living room. Its area was double that of his previous quarters. By the standards of his former life, such a 1-bedroom apartment would begin at no less than 50 square meters. Thank you for your efforts. Greta expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He invited the 2 mages to sit in the living room, and immediately, A servant brought forth beverages and platters of snacks. Master Elliot laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it's no trouble at all. You are already a first-level priest, equivalent to a first-level mage. Moreover, with your aptitude, a breakthrough should be but a fleeting moment away, no? Let us hope for your auspicious words, Greta replied with a smile. I too wish to make a breakthrough in a month or two. I fear I may get stuck again. On the opposite sofa, both Eret and Kalen perked up, their voices tinged with concern. What is it? It seems I truly am on the verge of a breakthrough. With a clamor, both mages rose simultaneously. Eret hurried to shoo away the servants, while Kalen dashed upstairs, calling out, Master, Grand Mage. Greta says he is about to break through. Footfalls, shouts, and the slamming of doors ensued. Greta paid them no heed, reclining comfortably on the sofa, adopting his most relaxed meditative posture. The surroundings quieted. Once more, the image of himself he had sketched in his mind during his initial meditation emerged, shimmering in the dimness. His muscles appeared as distinct masses rather than mere strands of fibers. The blood vessels only outlined the major arteries, while the finer branches and capillaries remained hazy in the meditative environment. So it was that I must actively shape these aspects, rather than merely possessing knowledge of them? This is indeed a monumental task. With patience, Greta wielded his mental energy as a pen, a knife, and hands that kneaded clay. Meticulously sculpting from top to bottom, he commenced with the skeletal structure, the skull, cervical vertebrae, thoracic vertebrae. Success. Riding this wave of warmth, Greta pressed on, completing the outline of his spine. Upon opening his eyes again, he unleashed a freezing ray, the icy beam striking a glass of water, instantly freezing it solid from top to bottom with a resounding crack. The potency of his spell had evidently surged compared to just days prior. I've leveled up, Greta exclaimed, punching the air in exuberance. With a loud bang, the door burst open, and a throng of individuals rushed in, led by the old mage, who inquired immediately, Young Greta, have you broken through? Are you a mage or a priest? Quickly, meditate for me to see. Greta endeavored to meditate as instructed. The old mage also descended into the meditative realm, sensing the elemental shifts around him. Strange, your affinity for mental and magical energy seems to have increased, albeit slightly. He indicated a mere 2 mm gap between his thumb and forefinger to illustrate the minuscule change. Yet, such affinities rarely fluctuate. In my previous observations, they typically shift only after significant opportunities, consuming rare treasures, or through life and death breakthroughs. What could be the cause of your increased affinity? The old mage paced around Greta, hands clasped behind his back, his white beard fluttering as he furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating as if he wished to dissect Greta's very being. Why? Why is this so? If only I knew, Greta thought, rolling his eyes internally. I have only traversed into this world for less than 2 months. I am utterly unfamiliar with its rules, and my knowledge of magic is limited to the most fundamental concepts. The old mage, now in his third lap around Greta, suddenly seized his shoulder. When did you begin to feel this urge to upgrade? What triggered this sudden sensation? This morning, my teacher took me to plant an oak staff. However, I felt a hint of it yesterday when extracting the Ain stone. Greta stammered. His words jumbled as the old mage shook him back and forth. The old mage released him with a long sigh. That must be it. Mages capable of creating new spells, crafting magical artifacts, or establishing new theories tend to experience faster upgrades than others. There has long been a conjecture among elder masters that those innovative mages are favored by the world. Chapter 92, A catastrophe unfolds. The world S will favors him? Gret's heart raced. If such a thing as the world S will truly existed, then as a mere stowaway, he would likely be its most despised entity, with a reputation that began at a negative value. Thus, his path to advancement diverged from others. Perhaps it was because he had saved a life that the world S will, in gratitude, granted him a mere tourist visa. After saving a few more, that visa transformed into a green card. Through the development of new healing methods, citizenship might be conferred. The notion that a high affinity between mental strength and elemental forces indicated the world S will look favorably upon him, providing him with a modicum of power. Wait, now was not the time for conclusions. Gret endeavored to quell his wandering thoughts. The sample size was too small, at the very least. He needed to level up twice more to draw any meaningful insights. Upon advancing to a first-level mage and a first-level priest, his reading list and areas of study instantly expanded into a lengthy array. Good heavens, the rapid progression came with its own drawbacks. The tomes he must memorize, magical history, continental geography, Compendiums of magical flora and fauna, alchemy, and potion making were still unfinished. Dual professions demanded double the effort. Gret found himself ensconced in the Mage Tower, oblivious to the passage of time, only aware of the rising and setting of the sun. The venerable Archmage was equally devoted to the savior of his grandson. After more than a month, a messenger from the Magic Council finally arrived. Gret Nordmark? The visitor, a man in his 20s, appeared disheveled, with a sallow complexion and unkempt black hair hanging like a curtain over his forehead. His robe bore the embroidered insignia of 3 wands, indicating his status as a third-level mage. He handed Gret a document, stating, "The Council is about to initiate a program aimed at gathering young, promising low-level mages for specialized training. Master Lorenz recommended you last month, and your paper has been accepted into this program." Accepted? In his past life, publishing a paper was fraught with challenges, particularly those with impact factors exceeding 5, often requiring years of research, preparation, and revision. Indeed, standing on the shoulders of giants made it easier to publish. This genuine joy seemed to affect the newcomer as well. His waxen face twitched into a stiff smile. "Prepare yourself. In a couple of days, accompany me to the Magic Council." Splendid. In honor of the Magic Council's envoy, and to bid farewell to Gret, a modest banquet was held within the Mage Tower. During the gathering, Gret received news that was neither wholly good nor entirely bad. Sir Roman had passed away. Passed away? Gret was taken aback. How did he die? It is said to be suicide. Master Kalen relayed this gossip as if it were a delectable tidbit. He met a gruesome fate, drained of all his blood. According to my servant, he took his life in a secret chamber of the temple, painting a massive inverted pentagram in blood, lying atop it. Dead. Gret stared blankly at his plate. On it lay succulent roasted chicken, a runny fried egg, golden brown fried cod with a snowy white interior, and fragrant blueberry jam, items that were once easily attainable in his previous life, but now seemed beyond his reach. Just 2 months ago, he had been a mere recruit in the city guard, compelled by Sir Roman to participate in a search operation. He had no choice. When Roman hurled a gargoyle in his direction, he had narrowly escaped, completely without the means to retaliate. When Roman summoned the temple to apprehend him, it was only through the protection of powerful allies that he had evaded disaster. Now, he could dispassionately regard the life and death of Sir Roman as mere gossip. Suicide? Why? Master Elliot, chewing on a piece of bread, mumbled a question. Gret shrugged. His right hand was ruined. He implored me to heal him, but I could not. Well done. He deserved it. Gret forced a smile, despite his attempts to justify. I genuinely could not heal him. Elliot waved dismissively, appearing to accept his words with an air of impatience, before inquiring of Kalen. And the temple? Will they cause trouble for Gret? Not at all. The temple has gone mad. Kalen made a derisive gesture, laughing maliciously, his golden hair bouncing. They are nearly frantic, with the high priest leading a group in fervent prayers for exorcism, almost to the point of demolishing that chamber. I heard that when he was discovered, his organs had turned to black ichor, corroding the ground beneath him. Black ichor? Corrosion? Seeping into the earth? Gret was alarmed. He urgently grasped Kalen's arm, inquiring, "Will the water source be affected?" How could it be? Kalen waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Gret's persistent frown, he scoffed, patting Gret's arm. "What are you fretting about? The spring water temple is dedicated to purifying water sources. They are experts in this. Besides, it has nothing to do with us." Do you know where the Mage Tower's water originates? It is directly connected to the elemental plane of water. What? Gret was dumbfounded. The elemental plane of water? The Mage Tower is directly linked to such exalted realms? You didn't know that? Master Kalen was equally surprised. Well, that makes sense. You've only just leveled up, and it hasn't been long enough for you to start studying Mage Tower-related matters. But still, you've been working so hard these days. Haven't you been keeping up with the news? Gret gave a sheepish smile. In recent days, he had consumed volumes of towering tomes, mastered 5 spells and 3 divine arts, completed 2 experiments, with another in progress. During meals, he often had a fork in his mouth while contemplating spell models, hardly paying attention to what he was consuming. Oh, don't dwell on that. That fellow has been dead for over 10 days. If something were to happen, it would have already occurred. No news is good news. Yet, Gret's brow remained furrowed. The spread of an epidemic requires time. Dear brother, even a virulent disease like the plague takes time to escalate from a mere trickle to an explosive outbreak. He finished his meal with a heavy heart. Upon stepping out of the dining hall, a servant rushed forward, bowing deeply. Mage Nordmark, a man named Raymond is looking for you. He claims to be your neighbor and has urgent news. Brother Raymond? What urgent matter? Is it possible that Sir Roman's family is blaming Uncle Callan for his death? Little Gret, please help my aunt. She has fallen ill and is gravely unwell. Unable to find a priest. Chapter 93. Cholera? Typhoid? Dysentery? Auntie is ill? Gretel was taken aback. The relationship between the city guards and the temple of the war god had always been close. If Aunt Erin were to fall ill, Uncle Karen would undoubtedly leverage his connections to summon a priest. At the very least, young John would certainly come. So, what has happened? How could they not even summon a priest? I will accompany you to check, Gretel declared resolutely. He rushed inside to gather his surgical instruments and alchemical equipment. Striding out of the mage tower, as he rode, he inquired, and amidst the howling wind, he pieced together Raymond's account. Aunt Erin had fallen ill 2 days ago. Initially experiencing several bouts of diarrhea, they thought it was merely a case of food poisoning and did not pay much attention. However, she suddenly developed a high fever yesterday, and from last night until this morning, she had already suffered from diarrhea over 10 times, with excruciating abdominal pain, ultimately rendering her unable to stand. Uncle Karen, sensing the severity of the situation, had gone early in the morning to the temple of the war god to seek a priest. Did the priest refuse to come? Gretel urgently inquired. Raymond shook his head vigorously, his face etched with bitterness. All the priests have been summoned away. Even apprentices like young John have been called off, and the temple entrance is teeming with people. Some sitting, some lying down. And some even begin to soil themselves while lying there. Little Gretel, you have no idea. All those people. They begin to soil themselves while lying down. A bolt of lightning struck through Gretel's mind. Raymond's description reflexively conjured a term, medical crowding. An overwhelming influx of patients in a short period had rendered the medical facilities utterly inadequate to cope, and if these patients exhibited similar or identical symptoms. Little Gretel, could you come to my house afterward? My daughter is also ill. Also ill? So many patients? Gretel, feeling flustered, nodded distractedly and hurried onward. The black mud and sewage on the main street had diminished significantly since the last time, evidently indicating that Gretel's urban cleaning initiative had begun to yield initial results. However, it wasn't long before he turned onto a side road, where a foul stench immediately assaulted him. It's too late. The plans to clear garbage and waste and clean the streets began far too late. Gretel urged his horse to quicken its pace. Upon arriving at Uncle Karen's doorstep, both dismounted swiftly. Raymond rushed inside, calling out, Auntie, how are you? I'm fine. A weak voice came from the bedroom. Following the sound, Gretel entered to find Aunt Erin struggling to clutch her abdomen while attempting to tidy up a basin on the floor. Upon seeing him, she immediately waved her hand. Out. Out. It's dirty. Auntie. Gretel hastened towards her. The woman's pale face flushed crimson as she half-turned her body, desperately trying to hide the foul-smelling basin in her hands. However, Gretel quickly pressed his hand down on hers. Auntie, let me see. It's all right. I am a healer. The basin was filled with a dark yellow substance, half liquid and half solid, entirely comprising the recent excrement from her diarrhea. Aunt Erin, embarrassed and at a loss, was too weak to resist the young man, allowing Gretel to carry the basin to the door's light for a closer inspection. With a glance, Gretel sighed in relief. The solid matter was considerable, its color darker, and it did not resemble the rice water appearance he most dreaded. It was not cholera. Thank heavens. At least it wasn't cholera. He found a small stick, stirred the basin, and examined it closely. There was mucus, pus, and blood, foul yet not fishy, indicative of typical mucoid dysentery. He lamented why he had to personally inspect this. Back in his previous life, such tasks were performed by laboratory technicians. Complaints aside, combining the previous symptoms of diarrhea and fever, Gretel had already formed a preliminary diagnosis in his mind. After putting down the basin and washing his hands, he continued with the inquiry and examination. Fever, abdominal pain, tenesmus, increased bowel sounds, and significant tenderness in the left lower abdomen. He considered bacterial dysentery. In the absence of routine blood tests, stool examinations, bacterial cultures, or colonoscopies, all he could do was consider bacterial dysentery. He mentally emphasized the term consider. If it were bacterial dysentery, the treatment plan would be quite clear, and some of it was within his current capabilities. Without needing to ponder deeply, he turned to Raymond. What is the situation? Raymond, crouching anxiously beside him, watched Gretel's every move. Upon hearing his name called, he sprang to his feet. What do you need me to do? Do you have boiled water at home? No? Then go boil some. Bring me a bowl when it's boiling. Remember to wash your hands thoroughly first and rinse the bowl with the hot water. Bring me salt. If you have sugar, bring some of that too. Raymond hurriedly scurried off to comply. Gretel took a deep breath, settled beside Aunt Erin, and closed his eyes briefly. The pathological changes of bacterial dysentery primarily occur in the large intestine, particularly in the sigmoid colon and rectum. Therefore, the focus of treatment should also be the intestines. Health is at stake, and lives are entrusted. A warm, gentle white light began to emanate from the palm of his right hand, pressing against the patient's left lower abdomen. He contemplated eradicating the pathogens, reducing intestinal secretion, and hastening metabolism to ensure the toxins in the bloodstream were decomposed swiftly. Gretel silently pondered, striving to visualize the location and structure of the intestines in his mind, imagining how the energy of the healing spell would traverse. The white light in his palm grew increasingly bright, only dimming after a considerable duration. Aunt Erin, astonished, propped herself up and pressed her abdomen. Little Gretel, I feel better. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Andy, please lie down, Gretel urged, gently pressing her back down. He turned to receive the bowl of water from Raymond and fed her the sugar-salt solution. After half an hour of watching over her, confirming that Aunt Erin no longer experienced abdominal pain or the urge to defecate, Gretel sighed in relief and stood up. Raymond, keep an eye on Auntie. I'm stepping out. Where are you going? To see just how many people in this city are ill. With that, Gretel dashed out of the room like the wind. Mounting his horse, he first galloped to the temple of the war god, where the three-tiered steps outside were densely packed with patients. He then rode to the temple of the spring goddess, but the doors were tightly shut, and not a single temple guard was visible at the entrance. In the small square outside, about 100 individuals were either sitting or lying down, surrounded by filth and a stench unbearable to breathe. A heavy melancholy settled in Gretel's heart. Heartland City had a population of merely 20,000. Just at the temple entrance seeking medical aid, there were around 200 people. What about those already healed by the priests? What of those too weak to come? What about those who had not yet fallen ill? Or those with mild symptoms who felt they did not need to seek help? A one-incidence rate was already alarming. Relying solely on the medical system would prove utterly unsustainable. Reporting was imperative, emergency protocols needed activation, and administrative intervention was crucial. Fortunately, the Lord's Manor was not far from there. Gretel hurried to the Lord's Manor, dismounted, and seized a guard. Where is the Lord? 3 days ago, as the number of sick in the city increased, the Lord went to the estate. Alas, Gretel exclaimed, expressing his gratitude with a hasty gesture before turning away. He made a beeline for the slums, navigating the familiar streets until he found Elder Elven. Teacher, this cannot continue. A great plague is upon us. Treating individuals one by one will not save everyone. Elder Elven halted his spellcasting. Beads of sweat dripped from the elder's white hair and beard. He gazed at Gretel. What do you propose? Please, teacher, gather all the prominent figures in the city and re-establish order. Then, Gretel turned towards the door, gazing at the seemingly endless line extending from it, looking into countless yearning eyes. We must act to contain this plague. Chapter 94. Assemble. Act. Fight the epidemic. Dozens of eyes were fixed upon Greta. A father, gaunt and hunched, struggled to straighten his not-so-broad shoulders while bearing his daughter, attempting to make her comfortable. A mother cradled her son, her cracked lips and sunken eyes betraying her exhaustion as she leaned against the wall, gently patting her small child. A daughter supported her mother, using her frail shoulders to bear her weight, preventing the woman from collapsing onto the ground. Each individual present was either a patient or a relative, children, youths, adults, and the elderly with graying hair. This room served as the residence of Elder Irwin in the city, as well as a frequent gathering place for the nature god cult. At that moment, at least 5 members of the cult were busily engaged in their duties. However, the pastor's healing abilities were ultimately limited, and no matter how busy or weary he was, he could not attend to the seemingly endless stream of patients. In fact, as Elder Irwin paused his treatments to speak with Greta, a wave of unrest surged through the crowd, escalating from whispers to a clamorous uproar, akin to a tumultuous sea. Elder, please help me. I beg you. Save my mother. My son is dying. Please, just look at him. Look at him. The throng pressed forward, an array of desperate hands, thin, gnarled, and tattered, reached out, nearly grasping Greta's face. Elder Irwin instinctively pulled Greta behind him, exclaiming, Little Greta, we cannot abandon them like this yet. Greta insisted, we cannot remain idle. This plague is too vast, The entire city must unite. The Lord has fled. We must rely on ourselves. Relying solely on healers is futile. His eyes blazed with urgency, his arms trembled, and his breath quickened. He had witnessed this very scene before, having faced it not long before his reincarnation. Relatives of patients had desperately pushed and shoved, vying for a bed or, at the very least, a chance for treatment. While exhausted doctors cried out in despair, "We are powerless." What was even more terrifying was that, at that time, they were not contending with a gastrointestinal disease, but rather a respiratory ailment. The virus spread through droplets, and those on the front lines had only thin surgical masks for protection. Before aid arrived, they had sacrificed their own flesh and blood, one batch after another, pressing forward in their duty. "Teacher, I have witnessed such a great plague. I know what must be done. Trust me." He had seen it, experienced it, and fought against it. Nearly 20 years ago, he had been a student, shielded by his mentors, confined within the school gates. During the earthquake, he had just become an intern, lacking the qualifications to be deployed. Yet he remained steadfast after the teachers were reassigned. Just recently, he had donned the protective gear used by his predecessors, charging forth in his white coat. However, without the support of the entire society, without a united front against the epidemic, each instance would ultimately culminate in hopeless sacrifice, without exception. Despite years of experience awakening him to the gravity of the situation, he could not bring himself to detach from the multitude of pleading patients. After all, was there not the Lord's manor? Until just a moment ago, little Greta had rushed over to inform him of the Lord's departure from the city. Elder Irwin surveyed the trembling arms before him, the lines of people stretching from the small room to the alley, and the weary faces of his comrades, Anthony's pale complexion, the beads of sweat on Avon's forehead, the dull red marks on Joanna's cheeks. They were all exhausted, nearing the brink of their limits. He turned to Greta. "I will accompany you. Tell me who we must seek and what we must do. I will take action." Elder Irwin's call to arms resonated powerfully. As an 8th-level priest, he was nearly the pinnacle of spellcasters in Heartland City, a high priest of the spring water goddess temple, while the head bishop was also of the 7th level. In contrast, the overseer of the mage tower, Master Gelman, was a mere 5th level. About an hour later, the bishop of the war god temple, the captain of the city guard, the remaining noblemen who had not fled, including Baron Vaughn and Sir Rivy, along with a few wealthy merchants, gathered at the city guard's camp. The food merchant, the dyer, the guild leader of construction, and the jeweler, whom Greta had summoned, sat nervously at the long table, trembling. "Where is the spring water temple?" Greta inquired quietly after waiting for a while. Elder Irwin had already inquired and lowered his voice. "Shoo. They closed their doors the day before yesterday. It is said that from the priests to the guards, many have fallen ill. Then why have we been summoned?" Baron Vaughn, the highest-ranking individual present, with a quick temper, was the first to question. "Bishop, could you visit our home? Several people are unwell, yes. Our family too." The room erupted into chaos. Observing the tumult, Elder Irwin stepped forward, raising his oak staff and striking it against the ground with force. A resounding boom echoed through the hall, causing everything to sway as if a minor earthquake had struck. "Because this is a plague. A great plague," the elder bellowed with vigor, the hall resonating with his voice. Greta strained to refrain from covering his ears. "If we do not gather everyone's strength, at least 1/3 of the city will perish. Greta, you speak." He stepped aside, revealing Greta to the crowd. Dozens of eyes turned towards him. Noting the peculiar appearance of the youth standing behind the elder, clutching the nature god cult's emblematic oak staff, donned in a robe embroidered with a wand. He appeared to be a standard 1st-level mage. Who was this person? Those in the know recognized him as a newly emerged mage apprentice, recently taken under the wing of an elder from the nature god cult. Others whispered among themselves, seeking to find out more. Greta had shifted to the side, standing before a previously moved board, and proclaimed, "Based on the current treatment methods, the number of patients will only continue to rise, while the healer's abilities will never keep pace. Teacher, how many can our cult treat in a day?" "That depends on the severity of the patients," Elder Irwin replied. "If they have been bedridden for a day or two," Elder Irwin calculated silently, "at least a 2nd-level priest could treat 1 patient in a day. Including you and me, there are a total of 14 individuals in our cult, of varying levels. Perhaps 30 to 35 individuals, but no more than 40. What about the War God Temple, Your Grace?" "Roughly the same," he replied. "Then how many patients were there the day before yesterday?" "And yesterday? My lords, do you realize how many patients there are in the city today alone?" Greta's voice suddenly rose. The hall fell silent, save for Elder Irwin's calm voice. As if providing commentary for his disciple, the day before yesterday, we treated a total of 9 patients. Yesterday, 28. Today, just from what I've seen, it exceeds 100. The day before yesterday, 5. Yesterday, 19, the head bishop added solemnly. Today, over 100. As they spoke, Greta gestured, employing magical techniques to draw a line graph on the whiteboard. All gazes were drawn to the unfolding graph. On the first day, 14 patients. On the second day, 47. On the third day, 200. Following this trend, what would the fourth, fifth, and sixth days bring? Greta pondered this question. What was the year 0 for dysentery? What was the formula for calculating transmission? What was the mortality rate? How many would fall ill tomorrow, the day after, and the days to come? Never mind. Just fill it in. He thought. After all, no one here understands. He waved his hand once more. On an icon set against a backdrop of black lines. A vibrant red curve soars dramatically. 600 on the fourth day, 1,500 on the fifth, and 5,000 on the sixth. The slope is alarmingly steep, far surpassing the green horizontal line that signifies life, which represents merely 100 individuals. We cannot attend to such a multitude. If we remain indifferent, no one will be able to save them. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to avert illness and death for yourselves, your families, and your friends, we must act without delay. Chapter 95. Reflections on the launch time has swiftly passed, and we find ourselves at the moment of launch once again. The previous work debuted on August 1st, 2020, comprising 200,000 words and garnering slightly over 1,200 collections. This current book, however, was released on June 1st, 2021, with a word count of 270,000 and collections surpassing 5,000. In summary, this represents a remarkable fourfold increase. At the outset of this book, the performance was rather disheartening. By the end of the first month on April 30th, the collections had only reached 707, and I was genuinely apprehensive about falling short of the previous book's achievements. During that time, I confided in my editor, the esteemed Palai, expressing my modest ambition, as long as I could attain an average subscription of 500 within 4 months of launch, or at least perceive a glimmer of hope for such a figure, I would diligently complete this book, extending to 1 million or even 2 million words without faltering midway. Punlai was exceedingly patient and offered me comforting words, arranging several recommendations on my behalf. Ultimately, with the results we celebrate today, it appears that the average subscription of 500 may be within reach sooner than anticipated, negating the need to persevere for a full 4 months. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Punlai for the continuous guidance and support, as well as to all of you who have accompanied me on this journey, including those who have recently joined. As for the update plan post-launch, henceforth, I shall endeavor to increase the frequency of updates with every 10 donations, striving to repay my debts diligently. This narrative has a long and winding road ahead, with the world only beginning to unfold in a single corner. Let us continue this journey together. I kindly request your initial subscriptions, the guaranteed monthly votes at the beginning of next month, as well as your subscriptions, collections, and reviews. Chapter 96. No one will be abandoned. At the forefront of the hall, the crimson line of the graph soared high, strikingly vivid. On either side of the hall, below, nobles, knights, merchants, and artisans gathered. Chapter 97. Are we attending the Magic Council the day after tomorrow? The entire hall gazed upon him. Chapter 98. Unfamiliar with this illness? Then let us dissect it. Faced with skepticism, Gret did not exhibit any signs of anxiety. Since the day of her internship, having rotated through various departments and participated in weekly grand rounds, who among them had not been? Chapter 99. The Spring Water Temple. Confronting for justice, Gret's spirit soared. Although I did not partake in the treatment directly under my guidance, the overall efficacy of the healing process improved by more than 30%. I truly. Chapter 100. A rabbit to the face. The temple of the spring water goddess is deeply rooted in the city of Heartland. Shortly after the high priest released the individuals, news from the outside world began to pour in, one piece after another. Chapter 101. Epidemiological investigation. Tracing the source. But I am a clinical physician. TT, do you have any evidence? Humph. What evidence could you possibly possess? The high priest huffed in frustration, resembling a kettle boiling furiously without a properly sealed lid. Chapter 102. Microscope. The high priest, filled with fury, swept away in anger. However, Greta remained unfazed, continuing with her daily routine of eating, sleeping, and working diligently, calling upon the priests to conduct their inspections thrice each day. Chapter 103. Teacher, have you transformed into a living antibiotic? Oh dear, such a strong reaction. Greta, with her arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at Mage Elliot from a distance, although she was aware that you were nearing the threshold of advancement. Chapter 104. The eradication of critically ill patients. Since the advent of antibiotics, humanity's medical capabilities have made significant strides, wielding an unparalleled power to combat ailments. The living antibiotic treatment proposed by Elder Irwin. Chapter 105. At the shrine of Springwater, the news of the complete recovery of critically ill patients rippled through the city, carried by the bustling city guards and the servants delivering food and firewood. With each passing wave, it spread throughout the entire metropolis. Chapter 106. Evidence? I shall demonstrate it for you on the spot. Oh, what a lively scene. Lord Xiao staggered in, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, where the two factions stood ready for confrontation, their eyes locked in a fierce glare. Chapter 107. Found. The source of the plague. The high priest Horner knelt upon the ground, weeping inconsolably. His grizzled head struck repeatedly against the statue, and soon, the pristine hem of the water goddess's gown was splattered with stars. Chapter 108. Profits. The location for the hospital is secured. Enough. Viscount Xiao observed coldly at this moment, and finally spoke up. He paid no heed to the inconsolable Lady de Yaff, instead surveying the surroundings and raising his voice. Chapter 109. Establishing a hospital in a foreign realm. At last, a residence is secured. Chapter 110. I volunteer to devote myself to medicine, upholding medical ethics. Would you be willing to teach? Elder Elvin was pleasantly surprised. He brought Gret into the natural theology, indeed harboring the intent for him to impart his knowledge and learning to the faith. Chapter 111. The hospital is open. Greta walked joyfully through her hospital. Chapter 112. The new apothecary. Chapter 113. The thermometer, a guiding light. Greta assigned the most tedious and monotonous daily tasks to the newly arrived apothecary, while she joyfully immersed herself in the alchemical chamber. 2. Chapter 114. The breakthrough of Lin Gu in the antibacterial experiment. No. 035 stirred a subtle, yet palpable current within the city. Individuals arriving with gifts, inquiring about news, and asking if their children or relatives could be enlisted for work came in an unending stream. Chapter 115. The emergency physician holds life in his hands. Is the patient beyond saving? Greta hurriedly approached. Alas, had this been within his emergency department, there would have been an established protocol in place. Open the airway. Chapter 116. Conducting a class while performing surgery, he can survive. Greta's voice rose high. Simultaneously, Little John rushed out to fetch the saline solution, and this statement echoed through the open. Chapter 117. Have we lifted another? Orthopedic surgery has always resembled a construction site, with. Chapter 118. Is the essence of fire magic the element of combustion? Are you jesting with me? Has it leveled up once more? Elder Elvin finally arrived in haste. As he pushed the door open, he beheld a dazzling light that ensnared the unconscious injured within. Chapter 119. Greta's chemical experiment diary. On the morning of August 5th, I conducted my first experiment. I endeavored to replicate Lavoisier's 20-day experiment by heating the mercury within the curved retort, resulting in the formation of mercuric oxide. Chapter 120. The followers of the barbarian arrived. Greta remains a first-level mage. Furthermore, up to this point, he has not even approached the threshold for advancement, and his mental prowess has yet to reach one. Chapter 121. The invasion of the Radiant Church. War is upon us. Greetings, we come bearing gifts for Lord Nordmark. Place the items aside. Everyone, step outside. Todd. How do you? Chapter 122. Field Medical Station, all present. Elder Elvin, we kindly request your presence in the main operations within the assault sequence. Bishop Martin, we ask you to join the vanguard, tasked with bestowing divine blessings upon the knights engaged in the offensive. Chapter 123. The ordinary soldier whom others cannot heal. I shall heal. A throng of priests clustered around Greta, each clamoring to speak. Just as Greta was about to invite them inside, a dark rod gradually emerged from behind the tent. Chapter 124. Battlefield Medic, move out. Bring him in. Greta exclaimed as she swiftly glanced over the scene, immediately shouting at them. After issuing her command, she turned and dashed towards her tent, while the city guards behind her collectively exhaled in relief as they carried the stretcher. Chapter 125. A whole day of battle, Part 1. Come here for treatment. Send them over. Form an orderly line, one at a time. Next. Chapter 126. Healing Competition. A multifold disparity. Part 1. Each individual is provided with a tent. If space is insufficient, one may utilize the open area. Each person is accompanied by an assistant, whose rank must not exceed their own. Assistance in carrying the injured is required. Chapter 127. If you cannot defeat him, join him. On the shelves, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, both within the confines of the tent and outside. The notaries, counting for the two individuals, were accompanied by low-ranking clerics, knightly attendants, and nobles who had come to observe alongside Hild. Chapter 128. Is the seven-step hand-washing method a divine revelation? Are you in your right mind? After the incision, the immediate application of divine healing on the rabbit revealed no significant differences in both the efficacy of the healing and the consumption of the healing technique. The day after the healing, one must take. Chapter 129. I come to the rescue. No need to wait for high-level priests. Save the people. All clerics. Come here. Ed, go to the war god temple and summon the archbishop. Melissa, head to the camp on the county side and see if there are any high-level priests available. Chapter 130. Little Gretel, stop. Is someone rescued? What is Gretel doing? What has Gretel truly done? I do not understand. I cannot comprehend. And what about you? Chapter 131. Little Gretel. You must practice more. Behind the bald bishop, a dignified elderly man mockingly taunted. Not only did he ridicule, but he also raised his oak staff and struck it down upon the bald head before him. Chapter 132. To treat the knights? I shall not. For 100 subscriptions for an additional update, repairing the posterior abdominal wall, the psoas major, the fascia, the subcutaneous tissue, and the skin, among others. Flushing the abdominal cavity. No active bleeding points found, and the intestines appear. Chapter 133. The reason for the transfer. Success. The thunderous sound of drums reverberated, and the soldiers' shouts seemed capable of toppling the city walls. Greta stood in stunned silence, gazing at the knight leading the charge as he leaped onto the city wall. Chapter 134. The Sale of Lessons. A magical artifact for each class. The fall of Newark City. The coalition led by Count Norman has successfully removed the first obstacle, advancing steadily into the city. After a 2-day respite, the army has tended to a portion of the wounded. Chapter 135. Practicing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on a corpse. Second update. Chapter 136. Gret, perhaps you should change your team. Bonus update 1. The piercing scream of a young girl sliced through the night. Healers were gradually roused from their slumber, some of whom, unable to don their garments in haste, fled their tents barefoot. Chapter 137. Potassium permanganate. A method for producing oxygen. First update. The necromancer unceremoniously dragged Gretro away, muttering incessantly and voicing complaints all the way. It was not until they entered his tent that he ceased his clamor, having pulled out a Chapter 138. Unexpected Strong Foes. Second update. The following morning, Gret joined the task force and swiftly headed north. He placed his tent, supplies, and medical equipment all under the care of His Excellency. Chapter 139. Can we halt the fleet of the Radiant Lord? Double update for 10,000 rewards. Why are there so many ships? Indeed, why are there so many large vessels? Before long, all members of the task force had ascended to the mountaintop, engaged in discussion. Chapter 140. The Sunken Ship. The Blockade. First update. Such a formidable fleet cannot be confronted head-on. Indeed, our numbers are limited, thus we must resort to cunning strategies. Simply obstructing the vessels will suffice. These several dozen miles. Chapter 141. Search. Pursuit. Second update. However, Greta could not hear this in the cabin. Chapter 142. The pursuers of the Lord of Radiance have arrived. As the sound of prayers reached his ears, a chill ran down Gret's spine. Who could it be? Who was soaring through the air? A high-level spellcaster? Chapter 143. Confronting them. First update. Gordon Minerva was exceedingly exhilarated. He led an elite squad from the tribunal, comprising 10 members, 5 knights, 2 of whom were at the 6th level. As for himself, Chapter 144. Greta's counterattack. Second update. Daniel's magical reserves were indeed dwindling. Not only had they been nearly depleted, but he had also been running throughout the night, leaving him with no opportunity for restorative slumber. At this moment, the state of the mage was essentially. Chapter 145. Double kill achieved. Treat me to some sweets. Bonus update 4. The pure white flames surged forth. projecting a cone of fire at a range of 10 meters and an angle of 60 degrees, centered around the outstretched right palm of Greta. As the flames erupted. Chapter 146. The new round of pursuit begins. What? Metternich is dead? The pursuit team suffered 4 fatalities and 2 injuries. The red-robed Bishop Hawk was engulfed in a tumult of rage and astonishment. His gaunt face shifted from pale to ashen, then from ashen to pale once more. Chapter 147. Crossing the river, a desperate situation. Second update. The new wave of pursuit by the court, although misguided in direction, nonetheless brought immense trouble to Greta and his companions. The reason is simple. There were many of them. Loose. Chapter 148. A quadruple kill once more. Escaping from despair. Fifth update with bountiful rewards. With a forceful push of the palm, white flames erupted forth. The intense conflagration surged forth with abandon. Before the flames, 2 black-armored knights simultaneously raised their shields, firmly planted upon the ground, towering over half a person in height. Chapter 149. Accompanying the big shot to the Magic Council. A mere level 1 creature? Are they referring to me? Greta tilted his head back, straining to see. But to no avail. His efforts left him with a sore neck and still no glimpse of anything. In frustration, he simply turned his gaze downward. Chapter 150. This is the War of the Titans. When the troops exceed 10,000, they become boundless and unrestrained. When the forces surpass 100,000, they stretch from the earth to the heavens. The Magical Council, the Radiant Church, the allied forces of Count Norman, and Mid. Chapter 151. Training Class, New Magic. Bats. Ultrasound. A resounding victory. A resounding victory. The Magical Council has triumphed. Not only did they achieve a sweeping victory on the battlefield, but they also obliterated the splinter fleet of the Radiant Church. Chapter 152. The Bats of Luoyang. Are you all seeking your demise? Our teacher actually assigned us to study bats? Absolutely not. They are filthy creatures. Chapter 153. Shall we administer pure oxygen to him? How can we mitigate the risks of infectious diseases? Greta spread her paper and pen before her at her desk. The treatment afforded to them by the Magical Council was quite generous at the headquarters in the mountains. Chapter 154. Greta, I do not wish to dress like a bird. With the support of pure oxygen, the tug-of-war between healing spells and ailments has finally tipped the balance. Elderwood maintains the pure oxygen bubble spell, while beside him. Chapter 155. The experiment materials of empty-handed wolf-catching. There is no denying that the wisdom of ancient sages holds merit. At the very least, Greta lacks such abilities. Chapter 156. Greta's Animal Experiments. Second update. For the subsequent half-month, aside from his routine lectures, Greta immersed himself entirely in animal experimentation. He and Matthew donned individual sets of beak protective attire. As for Bernard. Chapter 157. The Surging Magic Thesis. Crimson Comet Marswin's bonus update. In truth, Greta profoundly empathized with the sentiments of Pastor Matthew. Were he in charge of the task, he too would be reluctant to take the temperature of so many animals. Even a few would feel like an overwhelming burden. Chapter 158. A Billion Lost. The Archmage Summons. Starting from the 22nd, the students. Chapter 159. The Archmages are quite cunning. It has been over a month since Greta arrived at the headquarters of the Magic Council, and this is the first opportunity she has had to ascend the mountain and witness the core cluster of magical towers. The small train clattered along the tracks. Chapter 160. Why is it that Greta is exempt from standing punishment for her tardiness? Nonetheless, Greta acquiesced to the host's request to repeat the experiment. There was no choice. The Magical Council had bestowed far too many rewards. The scores from the previous semester were directly affected. Chapter 161. Is it never-ending for you necromancers? A profound silence enveloped the room. Within the classroom and beyond, no one uttered a word. The only sounds that pierced the stillness were the heavy, labored breaths and the scraping of chair legs against the floor. Chapter 162. The study of ultrasound begins. Is it the necromancer sect once more? Is it the Black Crow Marsh again? Gret's toothache is unbearable. If I were to become a necromancer, I would have done so long ago, especially after meeting Len. Chapter 163. Conducting experiments is like spending money freely. Second update. Chapter 164. Change the bat. Change the bat again. Reward for update 6. Dissection. Dissection. The glimmer of blades flashes. The thoracic cavity is opened. The abdominal cavity is laid bare. The neck and head are severed. The viscera are examined. The organs scrutinized. Chapter 165. Success in research and development. Shall we indulge in a feast? Among the 40 to 50 species of bats, Gret methodically tested each one. The fur-covered bat. Its frequency was insufficient. The mountain bat, also lacking in frequency. Chapter 166. Geese, geese, geese. Their curved necks, pointing towards fatty liver miles, gazed awkwardly at the goose pen. He was the youngest among the group, having just turned 15 after the new year. His stature was diminutive, and his arms were short, somewhat. Chapter 167. Is employment pressure looming? After such a commotion, accompanied by delightful cuisine to enliven the atmosphere, the conversation among the young sorcerers became considerably more animated. With 5 young men and 1 young woman, the 6 youthful mages. Chapter 168. New paper. Yet another upgrade. On the role of ultrasound in medical diagnosis. Chapter 169. Submitting the paper. A magical experience. Has it leveled up again? Is it the priestess level that ascends first once more? Gret cast a weary glance at the oak staff, no longer feeling astonished. The priest leveling up first. Chapter 170. The magical emblem of first ring arcanist. The teleportation box gradually closed, flickering between light and darkness. Within the silver threads embedded in its black exterior, a radiant glow surged swiftly, illuminating and dimming in a manner reminiscent of breath. Once again, Chapter 171. The ultrasound magic, low ratings? Let us supplement the information. A combined chapter. A first ring arcanist? What, a first ring? Just certified and already at the first ring? The middle-aged clerk exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a clattering sound. Chapter 172. I had no intention of being a hero to save the fair lady. 7th bonus update. Chapter 173. Are you pregnant? Let me use magic to take a look. Get lost. A 60-degree conical fan-shaped blast can project scorching flames up to 10 meters away, exploding within a mere 2 to 3 meters. Ice.